gotten fucked with. I've gotten arrested for driving with no driver's license, like handcuffed and taken to jail just for having no driver's license. So yeah, I don't like cops at all. It was a woman cop, and she called for her backup, and I didn't headbutt her or him, but I felt like doing it. But I'm like, "Are you fucking serious?" I had to be to work. Like, I had a roof tore off, and I had to be back at the job. I was coming home for lunch. I needed to get some nails, the coil nails for the roof done, and I forgot them in my garage. But I had already torn off the roof. I just came home for lunch. I'm like, I'm on my way home, gonna get the nails, get lunch, get back to work. Because if it would have rained, the roof was open. There was nothing covering the roof, and I was in jail, and I had to call someone, my cousin, to get me out. And luckily, he had some $200, I think, or whatever, 250 to bail me out, and I got out in time, but barely. I'm like, oh fuck, dude, I got. It was my brother's wife, her grandma's house that the roof, it was torn off. I'm like, oh shit, dude, there could be all kind of drywall damage. The insulation in the attic could get all fucked up if it rains. There could be thousands of dollars of damage leaving the roof uncovered if there was a storm to pop through, like a rain, it rained heavily rain, it would fuck a whole lot of stuff up. All because I had no driver's license and a fucking woman cop wanted to make my life a fucking mess. Yeah, man, I never got stabbed in the neck. I got hit with a beer bottle in the head, with a 40-ounce bottle in the head, but I've never been stabbed, thank God. So what happened to the guy who stabbed you in the neck? What did you do to him? Did they get this guy? Like, it's just like an attempted murder thing. Hello? My mic on?
Yes, Conda. Are you starting with the man in the mirror today? Are you asking him to change his ways?
Man in the mirror, sorry.
Simple question.
Then I'd have to answer no.
All right. Have you been a victim of a selfish kind of love? I mean, doesn't the answer for change, if you want to make that change, doesn't it start with you?
Not that I'm aware of, but if I was, then maybe I'd push it to the back burner.
All right. Maybe I've just been watching too much Michael Jackson videos this morning, and
Too many
just-
lyrics
I just
running
feel
through
like
your mind.
just have this kind of like 90s-esque sort of drum machine driven kind of feel, you know, like a lot of people do. Anyway, what's going on with you, sir?
Is it black or is it white?
It's a very good question.
It's color. That's reality.
Very true.
And a multitude of colors can make different colors and aspects, but at the end of the day, we all live here. We're all humans, so let's just get along.
That was beautiful, Jazz. Thanks, man. That's good. How you doing out there, West New Zealand? You guys are a huge landmass for a pretty small amount of people. I don't know if you know that. I'm not trying to make you feel bad about it. I actually probably would enjoy it. You know, it must feel like you have like a huge amount of land.
You know, I'm pretty sure we do have a huge amount of land, just shy of the land area of Germany, I believe, that has 68 million people.
Great Britain with the population of Sydney, Australia.
And we have 5 million people.
Yeah.
In my island, the South Island, we only have 1 million people.
You probably have more sheep.
I think that's a...
Maybe. No.
I think that's a
I'll pull up a sheep census. We'll find out right now.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a joke, but yeah, no, we definitely do have a fuck ton of sheep, but I'm sure other countries have a fuck ton more.
Like human population to sheep. I don't know.
Yeah.
You might have the greatest proportion.
No, I'm pretty sure even Saudi Arabia has more sheep per head of population than we do.
Cite it. I'm just kidding. Yeah, that's weird. Then there's another kind of island off you guys. I forget what it's called. Caledon.
Australia?
No, New Caledon.
Oh, New Caledonia.
Oh, that's what I meant. Yeah, that thing.
Yeah, that's a French colony, or like Tahiti.
Tahiti.
Which is not too far away, but then there's Rarotonga and Fiji and the Cook Islands. And
you ever go out that way?
They're north in between New Zealand and Australia, and south of Hawaii. And French Polynesia and fucking heaps of shit.
Yes, the Ring of Fire.
Yes.
That's cool. You ever fly over water with the helicopter?
Oh, I try not to, because...
You know, do you like that less than flying over land?
I'd rather fly over land than over water.
Yeah. You gotta swim. I got you.
Well, if I have to fly over a large body of water and it's a lake, for example, I'd rather take an extra 5 or 10 minutes to fly around the beach.
Any reason for that? I mean, other than personal preference? Or...
Well, mainly because the lakes that I fly over are fucking freezing because it's glacial water.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That makes sense.
So if you don't die in the crash, well, it won't be a crash in emergency landing, you'll fucking die in 5 minutes of hypothermia.
Oh yeah. All right. Yeah. So why not? Might as well be a lake of fire, huh? Flying over that. The same thing. Huh? Kinda.
Where do you fly?
Yeah.
Where is this where you fly?
Hey, what?
Where do you fly? Do you fly in the Antarctic or something?
No, I've never been to Antarctica. Lots of friends have been flying there right now, but no.
Sorry, I'm just referring to like you're saying you're flying over glaciers and stuff. That's why I was just curious. Where do you like?
Oh no, just in New Zealand, we've got
Oh,
lots
right.
we've got lots of glaciers here, and not huge lakes, but enough to take a couple of 2, 3, 5 minutes to fly over, and I'd rather not fly over the water, freezing cold water, in case something happens. I'd rather take the extra time to go around the beach.
You know those mountain ranges that you have on New Zealand? Are they perpetually frozen all year round?
Yep, the Southern Alps.
That's yeah. Oh, cool.
I can see them from my kitchen window every morning.
What's the highest elevation that you have in New Zealand?
That'd be near Mordor, right?
Aotearoa Mount Cook, which is 12,357, 56 feet, which isn't that high in respect to Mount McKinley and 20,000 feet in the States, and obviously K2 and Everest, 29,000 feet.
You see the Eye of Sauron?
What's that?
The Eye of Sauron. Can you see that? That mountain with the eye on top that watches everyone. Come on, Jazzy,
No.
you were in the film, man. You know it. You were in the films. You should know that one.
Oh, I was, but no, I don't.
I don't get these bits, man. It's all right.
No, I have not seen that. I've been meaning to try and find the photo of me in the orc costume just to prove to you guys that I was an orc.
Yeah, you weren't built up enough to be an Uruk-hai, huh? I guess.
Yeah.
Just project.
Yeah, it's spat out in post-production.
What scene do you remember? What movie?
I was in the last scenes of it. I don't know the movies. I've never watched it. Is the last movie Return of the King?
Watched any of the Lord of the Rings?
No, I hate it.
That's like your national. Just wow. Okay, all right. Go ahead. You haven't seen the movie that you're actually in. It's fine.
No, just because it's fake. It's not real shit, so I can't bear to watch it. But it was literally filmed 2 minutes from my house. But I'm in Return of the King in the very last 3 or 5 scenes. And I'm the only orc.
Okay, gotcha. You're just getting slaughtered.
Yeah, I'm the only orc when all the horses are careering through the front line of orc, and I'm the only orc with a rhinoceros nose on my nose, obviously.
Oh, really? You have a rhino horn? You're the only orc with that? It might be able to spot you. That's awesome.
Should be able to. I'll be on front of left of frame.
Cool. That's like the final charge to the. Yeah, okay. I don't want to spoiler. The movie.
Yeah, obviously not.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Obviously, you might watch it in 20 years.
Yeah, I'll watch it one day, but not anytime soon.
You do a lot of dressing up in the costumes, or that's the only you just walk on them for extra? You don't usually do that.
No, the costumes, that they took them off us after the shoot, so obviously that was a bit disappointing. But they taught us how to walk like orcs for like an hour and a half before the shoot. So that was, yeah, I still remember it to this day. So that was cool.
So you can walk like an orc.
Yeah, I can walk like an orc.
Wow. Hey, Snacks, you know how people do those polls and the numbering?
I don't think he pole dances.
Yeah, but you know sometimes when someone does a comment and they have a 1, 2, or yes, no numbering system below it?
In Discord? I don't know about that.
Yeah, because someone did it a while ago. And they said 1 for yes, or 2 for no, or tick, or yes, or no. Maybe it's under Nitro, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm definitely very boomer on Discord.
Very boomer on the Discord.
Yeah, that's. Are there things I could do? Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Do I want? I don't know. I just.
Might be a premium feature, you know, when you pay for it.
Yeah, that's what we're saying. The Nitro, they call it premium feature.
I'm just upset that we have like a somewhat limited amount of emojis to select from. You know?
Well, if you scroll down your emoji list, you can use other groups. How does that work?
I don't know. I've had trouble doing that. And then I'm just like, oh, fuck it. When am I going to add a react? How long am I going to try to add a reaction to something? You know what I mean? People have scrolled away from it. Well, fuck. Jeez. Who cares about my reaction emojis? No one made a comment about my reaction emojis. I reacted to you. Okay, I'm sorry.
Now, what I want to do a poll. Like, see if we get everyone on the server to vote to get Left Lane kicked off.
Oh, man.
Yes.
You know, honestly, like he there's something about the way he does him that like rubbed me the wrong way in the beginning, but then I'm just like, oh, that's just him, you know?
Yeah, he's just a big troll, big leftist troll, government person. I can't see the point of him. He just says the opposite of everything and says the same thing every time.
But if it's that predictable, then it's like, yeah, I don't know.
It's stupid.
You should be able to
mute him,
reply
but
to
it
it.
doesn't make any difference, you know.
I kind of appreciate him sometimes because, you know, like this occasionally, convo will just be like it'll go like way out there, and you know sometimes he'll just try to ring it in. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. Whatever. What am I tell Jazza he can't be here because he's gonna call everybody insane or whatever the fuck he says? You know, people do them. That's you're doing you.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to get a poll. Oh my goodness, you spent all that time asking that just so that you're so fucking hilarious, dude. I swear.
Left Lane kicked off the server, but I was going to do it democratically. Like, we might get, say, 30 votes. He might win. He might get, people stay. And I could fail.
You're lucky he's not here. You begin to earful.
I've got a trucking company, and I don't agree with that. I'm like, okay,
All right, he don't like being mocked either. He's really no fun. If I could, but no, that's fine. But I'd rather not do it. If I don't mock anybody if they're like, hey, I don't like being, don't imitate my voice. I won't do that. Sometimes I involuntarily will say something and so I'm like, well, that sounded like I was doing Left Lane's voice, but I was not trying to do that. So I'm never trying to do Left Lane's voice. And I don't think anybody else should either. He doesn't like it. Of course, you wouldn't like it if everybody was making fun of your voice. But I do it to Jazza because he deserves it.
I get muted a lot
Yeah,
by Geo.
I love it.
Yeah, and he likes it too. I don't think I
I
can do
just
his
know
voice anymore.
when Geo
I think I
Geo
get
logs
really
on,
drunk.
I know I will get muted within the next 2 minutes.
But how do you get muted, Black? Because you're a flat earther. Why would Geo mute you?
There's sort of like, oh, I don't really want to say this, but I don't really know for certain. But there's certain
Everybody
beliefs.
of all types gets muted in here occasionally.
Yeah, there's certain beliefs.
See, that's the funny thing about the flat earth community, is that it's just fucking hilarious.
I just muted him for a laugh. That was me, Blatter.
Mm-hmm. Well, okay, but why do you find flat Earth hilarious?
Well, can I tell you without getting muted?
I'll mute you by myself.
Actually,
without,
could you
Just mute me
explain
now.
it without saying paranoid? If you could do that, I'd be so impressed. If you could not use the word paranoid, I'd be like, wow, this guy's amazing. Give it a shot.
Okay, what about if
Yeah.
can I say hilarious?
Jazz, I think
What-
I'm
okay,
the
but
mod
what-
here, so I'm not going to mute you. You can carry on as much as you
But
like
what?
to.
But what's okay? I find that people who believe in spinning balls as mentally ill and delusional. Even
Yeah, well,
scientists are kind of backtracking now. They realize, geez, we're so dumb.
no, they're not.
Oh yeah, there's massive
Like who?
blowback from
Like
the
who?
so-called scientific community. Well, the problem is a lot of them.
Like
They
who?
sort
What's it
of
gets
like-
it? He's not a scientist.
Everyone's a scientist. Anyone who studies science on every level is a scientist.
See, that's what makes flat Earth hilarious. That's number one.
I study medicine and I classify myself a doctor. It doesn't mean I'm a doctor under their system.
Then you're definitely
Just
not a
because, listen
doctor.
to me. Okay, listen to me. Just because you have a corporate entity that overlays themselves on a reality and puts in certain rules over you and I, doesn't mean they have the right to control you and or a government. You think government has the right to control you because you sign off on that and your parents signed over your life to the government when you were born. They just didn't realize because your parents wouldn't have any idea what they're talking about, right? So you've been your whole life you've been tricked into this system of compliance and submissive behavior. This is what round earth is. It's all part of the sequence to keep you under their spell of deception.
This is
Right.
great. Keep going.
So, once you realize this, actually, if you're over 30 or 40, you should know this stuff already. I shouldn't have to tell you how governments work. But look, I've known people in their 60s, 70s, and 80s who still believe in the system, who still think everything's reality, governments are true, and all this bullshit, right? It's all fake, dude. It's an overlay. It's an overlap of reality. So how do you keep people controlled in a system? You fucking lie to them constantly, all day, every day. And then you find either weak people or corrupt people to bring them back in the system every couple of years to replace the old people who had died out. So, like, for example, you look at all the stooges of the past, like Einstein, right? This guy was a complete moron. This guy
Einstein.
was a complete moron, right? But they needed, the corporates and these people needed a figurehead that they could
He
prop
wasn't corporate.
up. Yes, he was corporate. Yep, 100%.
No, he wasn't.
100% corporate. Yep. He was also a racist, a bigot, a warmonger, and a genocidal mass murderer. But you didn't know that.
Well, then
Talking
you're
about Walt
putting
Disney?
then you're putting a lot on your shoulders if you're going to say that. So carry on.
Actually, Einstein was a racist.
okay, well, actually,
The well-known fact. If you've seen the quotes about Einstein was a Jewish supremacist. He believed that the Jewish race was supreme to all other races. He's even said this.
That's what I was about to say. Now, I was going to get to this New Zealand guy. What's your name?
Josiconda.
Like, what you must have a specific race or a belief system. So, what are you?
I'm just not a dumb fuck.
But are you Jewish? Yes or no?
I don't even know what that is. So no, I'm
Okay,
not.
so are you a communist then? At least.
No, definitely not. I'm just not a dumb fuck.
Actually, no, but you actually do have a communist ideology. I can smell it on you, right?
I have nothing.
No, that's a beer.
I literally have nothing. So carry on.
Okay, so you're like this atheist type person.
Literally have nothing. Not even atheist. Carry on.
So you're taking a non-committal response because you
He
don't
can't
want to
even
answer.
be arsed to be atheist.
No. I believe in something, just not what you guys want to believe in. I believe there's something, so I'm not an atheist. So carry on.
Yeah, I'm not buying it. I don't believe it.
Of course not, because I don't agree with you.
Because of
That's
people
why.
like you.
That's what makes you crazy.
No, but people like you don't make sense, right? Because
I don't
no
make
one
sense
could be
because I
that
don't agree
deceived.
with you.
No, but no one could be that deceived into a false reality.
So
you're either
someone
acting
would
or you're
have to
completely stupid.
believe exactly what I just said. Someone would have to believe what you will believe to make sense to you. That's what makes you crazy. How do you
Oh
not
my
get that?
God.
Well, that's what
Insanity
makes you
is
crazy.
believing. I just explained to you how society works. I gave it to you for free. You didn't even have to ask. And you're
Exactly.
attacking me. And you're
I'm not
attacking me
attacking
saying
you.
I'm crazy.
I'm not
You
attacking
just called me
you.
crazy.
I'm not attacking you. I'm just saying that because I don't believe what you do, you're saying that's what makes me crazy. That's actually what makes you crazy, because 99% of the world don't believe what you do.
Because they're morons.
Okay, so that's also what makes you crazy, because you think 99% of the world are fucking crazy.
Okay, why do you think
makes
when
you
you're born,
crazy?
when you're born, what's the first thing the government's trying to do to you? When any child's born in the
Nothing.
world, what are they trying? No.
No. Hang on here, big dog. The government doesn't do any fucking thing to me until I try to get a job. I need a fucking tax number, and I need to get a driver's license when I'm 15. So what the fuck are you talking about? You
Okay, the
paranoid
first thing the
motherfucker.
government is trying to do when you're born, right, is a certain processes. First thing they want to do is cut your
Birth
umbilical
certificate.
cord. All they want to do is cut your umbilical cord, right? It's the first thing they want to do before
The government doesn't do that.
Second, yes, it is. Second thing the government
No, it's
tries to
not.
do, they try to inject you with a vaccine. They call it vitamin K and hepatitis.
Did the Prime Minister come and
B.
cut your umbilical cord, motherfucker?
Okay. They try to
Did
inject you with chemicals, right? Third thing, right?
Did Kirk
Third thing the
Douglas
government's
come
trying
and
to do
cut your umbilical
is
cord?
separate the baby from the mother. For whatever reason, we're not actually sure why they do that, but they try to do that every time.
Why
right?
the fuck would they not do that?
Then they try to bathe the baby in chemicals before it has time to fucking exist. Right? And then they're trying to
Sterilize.
and then they're trying to name the baby under their corporate structure.
Sterilize from dumb fucks. You've just named 3 things, dude, that are essential for human life. And
no, it's not. It's unessential.
Okay, let's go back. You said the government named you.
Yeah, the government's trying to name you. The first thing they're trying to do.
So the government named you dumb fuck?
No. You don't get it at all, do you? You seriously don't understand anything.
You don't understand
I'm literally
anything,
giving you
like I
free
said.
information, free government data for nothing. And you're attacking me.
I'm not attacking you. All I'm attacking is your
No,
dumb
you're a round earther. I'm
fuckery
not
of
talking
what
to
you're
you.
saying.
I just realized you're a fucking round earther. You're an idiot. I'm not engaging with you.
Okay, cool. Fuck's sake. Azamar, I'm about to go. Are you as fucked in the head as old mate to your right?
By the way, what's wrong with globe earthers?
Alismar, I was just saying, I was just talking to Blank Tech, who's blank
I am a globe earther. I believe in globe earth.
in the head. So you're sane. So fucking thank fuck for that.
However, what he said about Einstein is true. He was right about Einstein. Einstein was a racist and a plagiarist. He did not come up with anything that is attributed to him himself. That is true.
I've never looked into that. I really don't give two fucks because Einstein was a fucking machine.
Well, he was an idiot. He wasn't. He wasn't. Look into it yourself. There is a book called Einstein, the Incorrigible Plagiarist. I suggest you read it. It's a very good book.
I will, but Einstein was the man, and thankfully, over hundreds of years of the Earth being proven to be a globe, Einstein, if that's what he thought,
Well, the thing is with Einstein, he stole all of his ideas. And all
No. Hang on.
All the equations in Einstein's work were done by his wife. I'm just saying it doesn't change Einstein's like what he said, but he himself was not the person who came up with all of that. But his equations are not any less valid for that.
No, dude, I appreciate that. I've never looked into that. All I'm saying is that Einstein, despite all of what that was, I've never seen anything of it. All I'm saying is let's just get around that because we're all humans now. We're all on the globe and we're all part of the human race. So in retrospect to this topic, the Earth's not flat.
It's not flat. The Earth isn't. That's a demonstrable fact. I was looking at a page the other day, which is quite funny, and it was like a flat Earth group, and it said in the description, "We have members all around the globe."
Yeah, I love it. That's fucking hilarious. But Elsma, even like when we're talking on this subject, don't worry about the racial shit, because at the end of the day, we're all humans and we have to deal with these dumb motherfuckers.
Well, unfortunately, my friend, I have to worry about the racial shit, because if you read the Jewish religion, they don't even see us as humans, just so you know. They don't see us as humans.
I know, but it's time, and this is this what I'm saying is the same thing happens in New Zealand. With the fucking, I don't even give a fuck to say what it is, but what we have to realize is that we're all fucking humans, and all the racial shit can be scrubbed out later. We've got
correction. I'm not a human. Thank you very much.
Well, I would have thought that. We've got dumb fucks.
No, I'm classified as an idiot.
We've got dumb fucks like Blanche and
I'm an idiot.
Dumb fucks. No, you're not an idiot. You're a dumb fuck.
I'm an idiot. Definitely an idiot.
You're definitely you're an idiot squared.
No, I'm definitely an idiot. Do you know what an idiot is?
Yeah, a dumb fucked cubed.
And no, it's an independent man of government. That's the definition of an idiot. So yeah, I'm happy to be an idiot. Cool.
So you're so paranoid that you think that your government's out to get you. Why are you so paranoid?
Because they tax people.
Why? What do you think tax is for?
No idea. Theft, corruption, money laundering.
Okay, so just a very quick example. You'll probably go real quick. But when you have children, you don't sound like you're capable of having children. But when you have children and they
You
go
don't have children.
and when they go to a public school, how do you think that school gets built?
Can I answer?
From corruption, from public-private enterprises, money laundering. Correct.
Oh, you're a fuckwit.
No, the problem is he doesn't actually. He is on the right track because income tax goes to pay back the loans we've taken from the bankers. The
No.
national debt. No, listen to me. Let me finish. The income tax goes to that. Some tax is necessary. We do need to pay some tax to maintain schools and everything, like he said. However, the income tax itself goes to the paying back the loan to the bankers. So if you're gonna say that the government is corrupt, you have to be specific.
Exactly. So the income tax goes to a country or a state if you're in the United States.
No, it's a corporation. It's not a country. It's a corporation.
Okay, dipshit, blah. So
I'm the dipshit. Call me an idiot, I said. Please.
Okay, no, I will call you a sophisticated science and rocketist just to make you feel good.
This is coming from around Earther.
Yeah. So what happens is, just like a company, if you're going to go bankrupt, you're fucked. And if you have, just listen for a second.
If you steal from, your friends,
for a
you
second.
deserve to go bankrupt. 100%.
You're stealing from your state by saying that every public school's fucked in the head.
I don't give a shit. They're corrupt. No one. I'm not going to help anyone who's corrupt.
But just because
I'm an anti-fascist.
Just because you're fucked in the head doesn't mean they are.
All right.
Yeah, dude. Look, I don't want to insult you.
Yo,
I don't want to insult you.
This is not a place to be insulted.
You're not even close to an idiot, mate.
But hey,
I wish you were an idiot, Jazabajan.
Can we stop with the insults, please, guys? Come on, man. Just have a civil conversation.
It's a compliment.
Hold up. I'm just trying to say, but don't you? Hey, blah. Don't you think that, we got technology. I mean, people are homeschooling. They got satellite schools, all kinds of stuff like that. Is it possible that, education might change a lot, in the future? No. You think it's just going to stay how it is?
No, they're just going to make life more and more difficult for people who do it. Because these jobs aren't going to exist in the future, right?
All right. I thought that would have.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that would have been a better thing. Okay. So you think all the schooling is correct, so it shouldn't be supported by any state?
No, definitely not. School has to be supported by a community or a church or an independent organization of the state, because we know the state is a joke and it's corrupt. So you can't have the same organization controlling.
Yeah, like we had something where I guess that they try to not have religion in schools for public schools.
Mm-hmm. But that was the Jewish mafia wanting to remove that because they don't want their notion being attacked.
Holy fuck!
The ADL has been on the educational board in America to remove the Bible from school. The ADL, the Anti-Defamation.
Hey, Jazaconda, I just put the definition of an idiot in the chat. If you want to look it up.
Yeah, no, we'll do. I've got to go, so we'll catch us tomorrow night or something. That'd be fucking awesome.
Take care, my man.
All right.
Muchos gracias.
So basically, an idiot is a noun, a private person, then I put the private person as a noun, an individual who is not a public figure of military service.
It's also
Or an
retard.
idiot.
Civil law, Louisiana judicial
An-
government approved.
An idiot is a blah-tick by the name and thinks that 8 billion people in the world are fucking crazy.
Absolutely correct. I believe 8 billion people are fucking stupid.
That
Absolutely
makes you
100%.
fucked in the head. That makes you fucked in the head. I love it.
If everyone thought like me, we'd be free societies. We wouldn't be under
You'd all be at
stupid
a secure mental health facility, you dumb cunt.
You go to mental health security.
I don't. They'd let me out straight away. Should we go to one together and see who gets locked up?
Just go, dude.
No, actually, that would make a
I'm not
great
talking
TikTok
to
video.
around Earther, please. I feel bad for you.
That would make a great video. We'll both go to the same facility and see which one of us gets locked up. That would be fucking hilarious. That would make millions of dollars. And guess who's not going to be locked up?
I wouldn't go near the institution because they're run by government. And government run by the
Because
same
you're
people who
paranoid
run
as
schools.
fuck, which makes you paranoid as fuck. You dumb
I'm not
cunt.
paranoid. I just don't like fucking corrupt morons around me because they're bad news. And they
That's
spread
what
government
makes you
propaganda.
paranoid. I don't like.
I thought you were leaving 10 minutes ago. Bye.
Okay, I'm gonna
We're
go,
going
bro.
to discuss real world realities, not this false delusion.
Okay, good.
Point.
Catch
Bye.
ya, you paranoid fucker.
Calling me paranoid. This is coming from a drunk New Zealander, mate. Unbelievable.
See, that's the funny thing. I'm drunk and you're sober, which makes you even more fucked in the head.
To be fair, Jazakonda, if you're drunk, then it's kind of coming through because you're being a bit of a prick. I agree with you. He like, I mean, flat Earth speaks for itself. However, like, you have to be a better example.
It doesn't matter, dude. Speak that.
No, we have to be a better example. Take care, man.
You too, bro. Catch up.
Hey, was that Azamel talking, the Irish guy?
I'm not Irish. I'm British, but yes, what?
Oh, that's good. No, it's good that you can try and school these people. But
Well,
New Zealand is a lost hope.
It's
really.
not about that. It's not about that. We should be able to have a civil discussion no matter what our beliefs are. Now, I believe that the earth is round. Why do I have to sit here and swear at you? You get me? If you start insulting me, then I will reply in kind. But other than that, why can't we have a civil conversation?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think Jazz is real, to be honest.
In what way?
Well, he comes here all the time, and
So?
he just says the same thing over and over again.
Maybe
we're all dumb fucks and we're all...
Maybe just come to take the piss.
But he's not going to achieve anything.
The thing is, every flat Earth, and when I come onto flat Earth service, usually I've been on a few. I've just joined Discord recently, but I've managed to be on a few, and I've been banned from every single one. And I don't get banned for doing anything bad, really. It's usually I get kicked out for asking for evidence, or they group up on me. Five of them.
Elasma, I'll ask you one question, mate. So you're, let me guess, Scottish?
No, I'm British.
You're British.
You're
British. British means Scottish, you fucking idiot. So if you're not Scottish, then you're Welsh or you're North English. Hang on, mate. So you drink a lot of alcohol, Elasma?
No, I don't. Actually, I don't drink anything at all.
You come on these servers, mate. So no, listen to me, Blartek. So this Elasma, he comes onto these servers, okay, and you're carrying on thinking, "Oh, I'm here for the truth. Oh, they're out for me." Guess what, mate? I was banned from 24/7, the flow of 24/7. You know, I was banned for asking questions. I was saying, well, maybe it's a toroid. You know, maybe it's not necessarily flat. I was talking about metaphysics. I was talking about quantum mechanics. You know, I was potentially, you know, I was saying these things are all real. We're looking at a fourth dimensional object. That's what Earth is. And, you know, I can't actually say the word for you right now, but it's essentially a double toroid sort of system. And, you know, it's not necessarily a flat objective plane, but the point is it's on a globe. And I was saying this 24/7. I'm saying these things and they banned me, Elasma. But the point is you are on square one asking square one questions. I've heard you over the past couple of weeks saying square one questions, mate. Okay.
Yeah, but I haven't.
You still think hang on, mate. You still think we live on a spinning ball, and you're wondering why you're getting muted and banned from Flat Earth servers.
Okay.
It's because you don't even have anything to add here.
Just because you think it's a ball doesn't mean you should be getting banned places. I mean, that's why this is one of the only places you can even have this conversation.
Clearly he's taking the piss. He thinks he's a
Hello,
smart
can you hear
aleck.
Jimmy's trying to talk?
I just
Say it
responded
in your
to Jeremy.
Batman, Australian Batman voice next.
Hey, Jeremy, bro, I just responded to you respectfully after you finished, correct? I started speaking after you finished speaking, correct? Why did Snacks just say that to me? Snacks, who are you, mate?
Good question.
Yeah,
No,
that's
but
really
it sounded
sad.
like
No,
it sounded like
what
you
was that conjecture? What was that conjecture? Snacks, do you have something to add here? Are you a
was just
Glober,
hoping
mate?
Jeremy had something.
Google Analytics.
Snacks, are you a Glober?
Are you starting with the man in the mirror?
The man in the mirror. Look, I've looked in the mirror many times, and that's why I'm so into genetics and the history of ancient Britain and Ireland, because I like to look in the mirror. And that's why I'm into philosophy.
I knew you were around. I knew you were listening, and I don't know how I know that, but I knew to drop MJ today, thinking about you particularly, that you would be here now, but that was hours ago. So I'm not sure how this all occurs, but I just wanted to hear what Jeremy said.
Sorry, Snacks, what did you drop, my friend? Snacks, what did you just say you dropped?
Dropped? No. I was just I just kind of like knew you were going to be here this morning.
No, you just said you ingested some sort of you just said you ingested some sort of drug.
No, I don't think so.
That's what I heard you say.
No, I was just watching Michael Jackson this morning. Learning the lyrics.
Michael Jackson. We can talk about Michael Jackson. Blartech, mate. What do you know about Michael Jackson?
There we go.
There's a story to Michael Jackson and our consciousness. I think he's like almost related, you know, to like everyone's childhoods, you know, their early teens, and everyone's generation has to do with Michael Jackson. I think there's some sort of like triangular spiritual connection with his music and the people.
My parents love Michael Jackson. I can guarantee you, everyone in here has parents who like Michael Jackson.
But not everyone's parents. Everyone likes Michael Jackson, full stop. But like, there's something spiritual going on with his being, and he faked his death. Okay, and we've proven this. And so we have many of the other famous celebrities. That's the only way out. They have to fake their death, right? Michael Jackson, exactly. But there's something deep.
But why Michael Jackson? Why do you think he's the one?
Well, because think about his what he went through in life. Look what he looked like at the beginning and at the end.
And towards the end,
mess.
very hideous.
Was that even the same person? It was twisted. It was almost demonic. And then he was saying he was coming out. You should look it up. I'm going to post a video. His name is Dave.
I've seen this. He's a burn victim. And he's on that news interview. I've seen this. I've seen this.
So you've seen Dave.
That's Michael Jackson. That is Michael Jackson. 100%.
That is 100% Michael Jackson. So I'm going to post this video if I can find it. Dave.
Dave is friends with Bob, right?
No funny business, mate. No funny business.
You can joke all you want, but watch the video and then you tell me that's not Michael Jackson.
I'm trying to find the video. I think they took it down. They might have took it off the internet.
The first time I heard that someone said Michael Jackson faked his death, I was laughing. I thought they were crazy. But then after I've seen Dave, there's no question about it.
Dave.
the thing with Michael Jackson is the Illuminati set him up. Now, Michael Jackson never did the things they accused him of because he never had a childhood. He liked to play with children. Yes, he was a bit weird, but he never did any of that. And they tried to set him up because he wanted out, and he faked his death to get out because it's the only way. Or they kill you. There's only two ways out.
Exactly. So, Elasma, I've posted the video of Dave on the Larry King live interview.
I've seen it.
I know you've seen this, but I'm talking to the general audience. This is Michael Jackson.
I recommend you watch it.
I recommend anyone interested watch this video I've linked. It's absolute proof that Michael Jackson faked his death. And they say it had something to do with a Pepsi commercial. He went through severe burns.
You've seen the Akon interview where he talks about one of Michael Jackson's disguises when he went out used to be like a burn victim disguise, and because he went out with Akon to like the cinema with him. Yeah,
he was burnt at a Pepsi commercial, completely destroyed his face. So he has to. So he's faked this, and he's become Dave, which was his old friend from 20 years earlier.
I've seen.
So
he
assumed his identity.
Oh, you mean the little kid Dave visited? Yeah.
Well, Dave was a person, and Michael Jackson assumed his identity as a burnt victim because he became a burnt victim.
Yeah, in the Pepsi commercial. Have you seen it?
After the Pepsi commercial.
I've seen the clip where he catches fire.
Yeah,
he completely caught fire, his whole head and everything.
And that's the last footage we've seen of him.
Yes.
Hello, are we still there? Or did I crash? Hello?
Yeah, your mic's not working.
Well, what do you think about this, Blartek? Have you seen this video?
I've just pulled your video now. I have seen it a long time ago. It popped up on one of my feeds.
You have to listen to him. Whoa. You have to listen to his voice.
The mannerisms, everything. Like, even read the comments of that video. Everyone's saying, Michael Jackson, I love you. Welcome back. Everyone's saying, we love you, Michael Jackson. Everyone in the comments. And you're looking at 400,000 people have seen this video. And everyone without a doubt says, this is Michael Jackson. So, and this is only the tip of the iceberg. It goes back to consciousness in general and the music genre. Michael Jackson was something different, guys.
He was a genius.
He wasn't.
But isn't the Weeknd? Isn't the Weeknd just as good as Michael Jackson?
He made beautiful music. He made exactly.
He made absolutely Michael Jackson. No one.
Michael Jackson. I think they turned him into a demon. Okay. That's why they made him into an alien, because they forced him to be one. But he was just a brilliant musician, absolutely amazing music. Okay, Michael Jackson is a legend. Everyone likes Michael Jackson, and there's nothing demonic about it. I don't know if you said demon. Is that what you said?
Yeah. What's with all those like little Mamona? What's up with all that? What is all that? Is he summoning demons?
Well, it's like man, it's like you're dancing. Woo! Think about you go on your tippy toes and you make that high pitched noise because you're screeching. Or it's like the drift on the car.
Hey, listen, when you do something from your soul, your whole body engages. Your voice, you make noises, everything, because your whole body engages because he's doing it from the soul.
Well, it's like sound a sacred thing, and then we're commercializing it and turning it into pop music to sell a bunch of records or something like that, make people buy Pepsi. But are we abusing like the sacred power of sound?
Yes, of course we are. Yes, we are.
Well, he blew up in a Pepsi commercial, but I reckon it was faked. So Pepsi, it was almost like a torture. They wanted to burn him alive, and that was the whole part of why he became so famous. And that was his send off. We're gonna torch you until you're.
Dude, he didn't become famous because he got burnt in a Pepsi commercial.
No,
you don't even do a Pepsi commercial
Jeremy,
unless dude, don't start over talking me. Don't start over talking me, dude. What the fuck is wrong with you? You don't even get a Pepsi commercial unless you're famous.
Yes, I agree.
Okay, mate. Sorry, I wasn't over talking you. What I was fucking saying.
You
Sorry,
were
mate.
over talking me.
No, I wasn't over talking you. It's
Yeah,
just
you were,
what I
dude.
was saying was
Blatant
the
over
Pepsi
talking.
commercial was his final send off because of how famous he was. So he was so famous, and he had this whole journey. And so they were saying, "Oh, this is your final deal. This is the end of the contract. We're going to burn you alive. We're going to sear your entire body through this Pepsi commercial." So Jeremy, I don't know what you were saying because it was complete nonsensical.
Your shit was nonsense. No, your shit was nonsense when you said he got famous off the Pepsi commercial. That was
I
dumb,
didn't
dude.
say that. I didn't
Yeah,
say.
you
Did I
did.
say that?
You did.
Elasma, did I say that, bro?
Listen, you did say it. You didn't mean it, but you did say it, mate. I heard you say
I
it,
didn't
but you
say
didn't
he got
mean
famous off the Pepsi commercial. I said he got burnt off the Pepsi commercial.
You said he got burnt and he got famous after that. That's what you
No, I
did
never
say.
said he got famous,
It
man.
doesn't
What the
matter.
fuck? I
Look,
didn't
it
say
doesn't
that.
matter. You didn't mean it. You misspoke. It doesn't matter, man. Just move on. What's the point of arguing? And yeah, you're right. I agree with that. I think that they fucked him because he
Obviously,
wanted
they
out.
fucking say he got famous after the Pepsi commercial. Like the Pepsi commercial had nothing to do with anything. I didn't even say that. Okay, so the Pepsi commercial became a burnt
Dude,
victim.
you gotta stop.
That's
You
when
guys
he
gotta
became
stop drinking
Cave
so
Deck.
much. You guys gotta
Jeremy,
stop drinking so much.
what do you mean you gotta stop drinking so much? Jeremy, did I say that fucking Michael Jackson became famous after the Pepsi commercial? Did I say
Yeah.
that?
You did.
Yeah.
You did.
Fuck off.
You gotta
And I
lay
don't
off the
drink.
sauce, bro.
You talking bullshit, cunt.
Well,
I
he
didn't
did. He
say
did
that.
get somewhat. There was a lot of news coverage
Snacks,
about
did
it.
I say that? Did I say that?
Yes, you did, but it doesn't matter. You didn't mean it.
I'm
You
gonna
meant.
abstain from
I know what you
this. I
meant.
think we got
I know
two.
exactly what you meant,
What
and
did
I
he
agree
mean
with
then?
you.
What did he
He
mean?
meant that after the Pepsi commercial, there was like his last appearance in public because they fucked him over. They set him up. I think that was true as well.
That's what
And
I
that's what he
said.
meant.
Didn't say whatever.
There was a hairspray we had to stop using because we were putting holes in the ozone, and then his hair caught on fire because of hairspray.
Not just hairspray, it was a little bit more to it. And it was his face as well. You can see it. There's a video of it, like behind the scenes video as they're filming. And he catches fire completely and he's burning for about a minute and a half maybe before someone puts it out. You can hear him like screaming and stuff. It's pretty bad. I feel sorry for him. I love Michael Jackson, man. He was one of my musical heroes, and I don't believe he did what they accused him of. Because the thing is, do you guys know? You guys know who Macaulay Culkin is, don't you? The guy from Home Alone. He was good friends with Michael Jackson, and he used to be there.
Bro, your mic's fucked up, man. You got some kind of like modulator or something going, or auto tune? Your voice sounds like it's auto tune or some shit.
Wait 1 second. Let me rejoin.
Rejoining ain't gonna help. It's been sounding like that for days.
He sounds auto-tuned.
What about now?
Can you hear like this, like kind of like computer thing going on with it? I don't know.
I tried not to put
What about now?
my
Can
ear
you
too
hear me
close to
now?
the phone.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we hear
Yeah, I was just saying, like, if you search for the video with Michael Jackson, you'll find it when he had that accident.
you. Like you can really hear it when he starts going off on something. I don't know. It's weird.
Culkin said that Mike went over at Michael Jackson's house when he was a kid.
Mate, why is the whole fucking chat dead? So clearly Michael Jackson is in the chat because I said something by accident. Is anyone there? Fucking hell, what's going on?
What about We Are the World? I was
How are
watching
you, mate?
behind the scenes. Right, there's a behind the scenes hour and a half documentary about We Are the World, and That's a good song, right? But it's like it just started out basically with MJ, and then they called up all these other people that are on the same label, and then it's like, yeah, okay, we're gonna do this thing for money. I mean, for people, we're gonna do this. I think that was his biggest achievement. Like, build that whole shit around him. It's amazing.
Yeah, definitely.
Why did he marry Lisa Marie Presley?
Who?
Was she hot? Do you think she's hot?
You talking about Romeo and Juliet?
Just saying,
Why
like,
did
if he was
Romeo-
like into women, right? He could have had. Could he not have had any women?
Why did Romeo and Juliet get together? Okay, no. One question: why did Adam and Eve get together, and why were they a thing? Is it?
Are you saying like
Oh my
Michael Jackson's
God.
Adam and
No, but
Lisa Marie Presley's Eve?
listen. My theory right now, Adam and Eve is essentially a toroid, right? So think of a man and a woman kissing. You see the lips, and it goes through the penis and vaginal canal back and
This
forth
is
like a
over.
toroid. That's
Yeah.
what the Adam and Eve is. It's a
Adam
toroidal system. So
Adam only
it's
got with Eve
essentially-
because there wasn't a lot of chicks on Tinder.
So it's the idea of magnetism, north and south, right? That's what Adam and Eve is, guys.
But
So
couldn't Michael
we're
Jackson
seeing
have a
Earth? Earth is Adam and Eve, Snacks. You know this. You know this.
I do not, but
Well, what is
I know that you said
The
this.
armed forces of the Russian Federation continue the special
Exactly.
military operation.
Eve would be Mother Earth, and Adam would be animals, Mother Nature or Father Nature. You see, that's what we're saying. We're saying toroidal fields in everything, Snacks. And you know this. I don't know. Are you a Glober or a
Snacks is a big time Glover, bro.
Is he
Huge
really?
Glover.
Wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
big
I
time.
thought he
He
was a
loves
flat earther
balls.
for a second.
He loves balls.
For a second.
I've seen him talking about like flat water and stuff. And maybe he was trolling all along, man. I don't know.
He
about
did.
Snacks.
He doesn't troll at all.
This is some
He's
bullshit
interesting.
here.
Okay, so now you're taking the piss, Jeremy. So he's a flat earther.
Bro, I don't know. I mean,
So he's a
maybe.
flat earther. That's good. That's very good. I like to hear this.
I
Anyway,
just feel
Jeremy,
like I just have
Jeremy,
questions about his choice of marrying Lisa Marie Presley. That's all.
man, I don't know what you're talking about. Jeremy, I'm sorry you thought I was interrupting earlier. You misunderstood what I was saying, or
He could have had
I said
any
something.
tail he wanted in the whole world, right? In the whole world, he could have been like, "Oh,
Who are you
I'll take
talking
you,
about?
you, Michael Jackson." Females, right? They'd be like, "I'll take you, you. You're pissing yourself. You're shivering. You're coming with me, right? We're gonna have a good time, right?" But no, that's not what he did. He's like, "Hey, Macaulay Culkin, why don't you come over? We'll have a great time tonight. I'm single anyway. Like I'm not married. It's totally fun. I have a butler. You know what I mean? I have a fun house, I have an amusement park.
You have a butler. Do you have a
Right.
butler?
I'm just saying, if I'm MJ, that's what I'd be saying.
The thing is, what you forget about Michael Jackson? Michael Jackson became famous when he was like 6 years old. His dad, because his dad was like very strict. His dad was a psychopath essentially, and he beat all his kids. But they noticed that Michael Jackson had a lot of talent when he was like 5. By 6, he was already pretty much famous. And the problem is, he never had a childhood. Yeah.
Do you know Michael Jackson's father? Do we have any information on his upbringing? Do you have any videos about this? Or
I've heard what every single one of the children say about Joe Jackson.
Joe Jackson,
seen
that's his father, Joe Jackson.
Yeah. I've seen what every single one of the kids say about him, and he wasn't the most pleasant person, based on what all the kids say about him. I mean, obviously, I can never know for sure.
Joe Jackson, correct. I'm gonna have to watch some videos on this guy, Joe Jackson.
Yeah, he's the real hero behind this. He's the one who gave MJ the performance abilities.
Well, I've seen this. I've seen all. Michael Jackson has like 5 brothers, and they're all brilliant. And they used to have their own little band. Back before Michael Jackson went doing singles, and they were brilliant. You've seen them.
The Jackson 5. And he's got a sister as well. Two sisters who are famous as well. Yeah. I mean, Janet Jackson, for example. They're all talented. And Michael was the most talented of all of them. He was the singer in the Jackson 5. The brothers were dancers, backup singers, and like instrumentalists. And Michael Jackson was the lead singer in the Jackson 5. You can even see like old videos of him when he's 6 years old, and he's still got that brilliant voice.
I think it's a big part of why his music, like his vocal sounds real organic. It's because he had like his whole family making music vibes around him, you know. I think that does something.
Well, what do we know about Joe Jackson? What sort of music was he doing back in his day? Jazz, this sort of thing.
Oh, actual Joe? Well, no. There's Joe Jackson, the white guy that plays the song "Stepping Out."
No, Michael Jackson's father.
Jazz and soul.
I don't know what he was musically up
Jazz,
to.
soul, and Motown.
Hey?
Jazz, soul, Motown, blues, gospel, probably.
Nice one. Yeah, that's good. Definitely. Well, that's what you'd expect.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So yo, Batman, you gotta relax with interrupting, bro.
Me? Who was I interrupting?
Yeah, the snacks just now. You've been doing it all morning. Relax, bro.
Who did I interrupt? Snacks, did I interrupt you?
You're a habitual overtalker.
To who?
Literally everyone.
Can one person?
Everyone and anyone.
Can one person stand up and say it?
Oh, and someone might.
From what I've seen of you today, I have this problem as well. I overtalk people too, but I'm getting better at it.
Have I been overtalking you, Elasma? What is this?
Well, not me. No, not me. No.
Well, he said snacks. Have I been overtalking you, Snacks? Are you talking here? Snacks.
I'm pretty sure once or twice, maybe. Yeah.
Right,
it happens.
so is that,
you could just do it just I was going to continue on, you know, and just like say that sometimes, like I don't know. It's like sometimes the way that people just talk, like they'll just.
Oh, so yeah, I haven't been stopped. I haven't been stopping and listening to you talk.
You just did it again.
I mean, am I supposed to just wait for you to interrupt me? Then I know that's when I'm done talking. Is that how this works?
That's how you know when you're done talking is when he interrupts
you people are weird, man. Yeah, fuck off.
Just follow me. I'll teach you how to.
Now fuck off, Jeremy. You're a fucking dickhead. Ban me. Just kick me in the server. I don't give a shit.
Well, I mean, just don't interrupt. That's all. Or at least try.
I haven't fucking interrupted anyone, cunt. Just having a normal conversation.
I ask a question and you don't want to answer. Chill out. Why is everyone getting so worked up, man?
Because he's taking the piss out of me for no reason. Like,
oh my goodness.
When have I caused an issue? He's taking a piss out of me for no reason, Jeremy. Just because he's a mod, he think he can talk down to me.
I'm just
like, who even are
saying,
you?
Try to be easy with the over talking. That's all.
You're not even involved in the conversation.
Okay.
He was trying.
Kind of sad, bro. No, he wasn't trying. He said fucking some bullshit when I misunderstood what I said, and then try to turn it on me. It's like, mate, it was clearly.
Well, did you misspeak?
Yeah, and then midway what he was saying, I was like, I tried to correct it, and he was like, "Why are you fucking interrupting me, bro?" And then went on to say the bullshit he had to say, and I was like, "Okay, now that you're done talking, I can tell you misunderstood what I was saying." And maybe I said this wrong thing because I was trying to explain. It was a long, convoluted point. So I clearly misspoke. Or whatever, Jeremy. I'm done.
That's neat that you remember when you interrupted me, though.
I'm done, and I really hope you can add to this conversation with these guys.
Oh my gosh. It's just commas, period, semicolon. Like, I'm not really sure when you're done talking,
Man, you can talk. I'm used to being. I remember once I was here trying to talk, and you literally spoke 100% over me, and someone had to mute you so I could talk. You fucking, you know what you are? You're fucking.
You sound like teenage girls. You sound like two teenage girls. You sound like teenage girls arguing. You said this, you said that, but you said this, you said that. Just move on, guys.
No, I'm not going to move on because Jeremy's taking the piss out of me, mate.
Chill, man. Chill. No one's taking the piss on no one.
Yeah, whatever. I'll shut up.
Yeah, let's just move
Sorry,
on.
bro.
Let's just move on.
But like, how did I know that you'd be here today?
Hey, I'm drunk and high.
Hours
And,
before, and then I dropped the MJ stuff. Like, how do I know?
I don't even know what you're saying,
The question
What's
is,
wrong
did
with
you? The question is, did you know it or did you make it happen?
Well, I didn't know it at all. I was just trying to have a chat, and clearly I'm over talking it. And then Jeremy's saying this is a bad thing. It's like, come on,
You
man.
just did it to
Go
Max
off.
again. You just
What?
overtalked.
You are like evil, man. You're on my nerves, bro. See, Elasma, fuck, man. Maybe you can talk, and I'll fucking shut up because I'm drunk and high, and having this chat is like fun. So you may as well mute me.
Oh, that's why.
Yeah,
It's
go,
1
yeah,
o'clock.
no
Are you
shit.
drunk
I'm
now?
drunk and high.
Bro, seriously,
Drunk and
like
high.
Jeremy is one of the politest guys on all of Discord. So
Hey,
Super
just chill.
sweet.
what does that mean? What does this mean? Polaris. What'd you say?
He said I'm super
And
sweet.
I said Jeremy is one of the politest guys on Discord.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
just
I'm a
chill.
gangster and a gentleman.
All right. I should just chill. All right, mate. Christian. Got it. Go
I
on.
think everyone chill and move on. Let's talk about something.
Go
My
on. Have a
coworker.
chat. Have a chat. Have a chat, bro.
Right, we're gonna shut up. My coworker the other night said that your body like absorbs water better when it's warm. And I asked her for a citation. She didn't know what that meant. So I was wondering if you guys knew anything about that.
I do actually, yes. Your body absorbs water better when it's tepid, well, when it's body temperature. So when you drink water, you shouldn't actually drink either hot or cold water. You should drink water that's close to your body temperature because that's when your body absorbs it the best. Because say, for example, you drink cold water, what happens is your body heats it up until it gets to body temperature before it can actually utilize it. Same thing if it's hot. It waits for it to cool down before it can use it. So your body takes up water best when it's around your body temperature.
Elasma,
And
and how
Jeremy,
do you?
I've heard that.
Well, real quick, Elasma, how do you? Conclude this. How do you drink your water?
Because I've been doing like martial arts since I was 6, and this is one thing that I studied when I took a instructor license. I'm a licensed Taekwondo instructor, and one of the things we studied for there was how to best hydrate the body. And it was saying, like, for example, over a 2-hour heavy exercise, you should drink 200 milliliters of water every 15 minutes, and the water should be as close to your body temperature as possible because that's when it absorbs it the best. And this is something you can look at in medicine, and it actually makes sense, don't you think? Think about it yourself. So you drink some water, your body is made from 70% water. Doesn't it make sense that your body would have to heat that water up or cool it down to make it close to your body temperature before
So
it puts it in the rest of
how
the
do you
body?
heat up the water? That was my question. Sorry, blah.
Pardon?
You just keep the water bottle in your pocket for half an hour. Hey,
Oh no! What I
Almazar,
do
are
is I
you?
just put water in a bottle and leave it out for a
Yeah,
little while.
you just keep it
Sorry.
in your pocket, don't you? Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, well, it brings your body temperature. Hey, Almazar, are you Middle Eastern or African, North African?
No, I'm mixed race.
Mixed race, mate. You're Scottish, aren't you?
No, I'm from England.
He sounds like
You
he's
sound
Lil
Scottish.
Wayne auto-tuned.
I don't know, Dawn. He sounds Scottish to me, mate. I'll tell you this.
I live near
Dawn would
Scotland.
know.
I live in Yorkshire.
Yeah, sorry, I'm asking Dawn because he's the only fella I know that's near this area.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, he sounds Scottish, doesn't he? Like,
No, he's not Scottish. He's
No,
mixed
I'm from
mixed
England.
race, as he
My
said. I picked it up.
My bad.
Sounds Vietnamese to me.
He's pretty cool, man.
F Evangelist, mate. You Aussie?
Yeah, buddy.
You sound very Anglo.
Very Anglo, do I? Yeah, well, probably am, yeah.
You sound very English for sure, man.
I got a bit of English, a bit of Swedish, a bit of Scottish, a bit of...
Oh,
I don't know, man. But very white Anglo, yeah.
Did you say English, Scottish, and Swedish?
Yeah,
I don't see any Celtic in you. I don't see any Irish or Scottish in you. I just see Anglo in you, mate.
My mum
All right,
is
bro,
Swedish.
we'll go with it.
My mum is Swedish.
I think one of my great grandparents is Swedish. My great
It's the same
grandmother's husband.
race.
I never met him. I met her, but I never met him. He was Sven. Sven was his name. He was Swedish.
Mate, good on ya. Mate, you sound very, well refined for a flat earther. An Aussie flat earther. Definitely.
I'll take that. Thanks.
It's good to hear. Yeah, definitely. You go to church? You go to church in Sydney?
No, I don't. No, bro, I don't. I did go to church. I no longer go to church.
Yeah, you're right, mate. Yeah.
Went to church for a lot of years.
No, it's good. Brilliant. You from the 24/7 server?
Oh, look, I've touched in there a couple of times, but yeah, nobody would know me there. It's. I haven't been there for probably 2 years. I was from Brandon's and then came here with Geo. But
Well, I'll ask you a little question. How long have you known the Earth is flat?
I don't know. I started looking at it maybe 5 years ago, 6 years ago.
Yep, same as me, mate. Definitely. Yep. Not too crazy, not too special. Same with the rest
To
of
me
us.
or
Eh?
you? Yeah, no, man. I'm just ordinary Joe. Just finding my way around, you know.
All is good. Yeah, yeah. Tell me something, man, or I'm going to start quizzing you. How have you been? What's
How have
going
I
on
been?
with you, man?
Man, I'm good. I'm busy, man. Life's busy. Business is booming. Yeah. It's too busy, actually. I haven't been in here much lately for the last 6 months or so because business is.
The kids, the wife, you hard
Yeah,
labour
wife.
job. You work
I got
at
three. I
Good House.
got three grown-up
Good now.
boys. So
Wow.
life's good. I'm just away on business at the moment. Just laying on a hotel bed talking to you guys. So.
3 grown-up boys, you said. That's good. So you're creating an army.
I'm trying, bro. Maybe some of the army thinks I'm a bit crazy, but that's okay.
Same as the good old days, you know. You get a military going, your own, you get them the pike and the sword, and you expand your empire. Oh well.
Where about you in Sydney?
Oh yeah, grew up in Sydney, fucking down in the country now.
Yeah, best place to be.
Doing gardening work. So real story. I play video games, right? And I'm good at some video games. This is like it's like a medieval simulator. Anyway, some can't say touch grass. It means go outside. And my hands right now are stained black with dirt after 8 hours today of ripping grass and shit out of the garden because I'm a fucking gardener. And these cunts are telling me to go touch grass.
Get some sunshine, man. Yeah, that's it.
These cunts can absolutely fucked, man. So I'll tell you.
Why didn't you wear gloves, dude?
Oh, because the gloves I had, man, they have this yellow dye, and when it's wet, I take the gloves off, and my hands are stained yellow. So I'm like, fuck this, I'm just going bare hands, mate. And you got to work, when I'm working with a blackberry bush, you got to work your hands slightly around it, or you get fucking stung. Yeah. It was good because I was on this
I don't know what's
property.
going on in Australia. Australia's so corrupt now, isn't it? It's just banned.
Oh, definitely.
It's so sad.
Australia's gone, man. Absolutely gone.
I'm just shocked at these politicians. Like, people we know and grew up with are just so corrupt. I'm just
who do they work for?
You,
they work for the globalists, don't they? They work
the
for
corporates, yeah. But I don't know how
the
they were
European
captured, though.
Union.
Like,
what time is it in Australia right now?
10:25 p.m.
Yeah, 10 p.m., 10:30 p.m. roughly. I got a buddy of mine. I got a buddy of mine that says, "Oh, why don't the government do this? And they should do this, and everything they're doing is wrong. They should this." And I said, "Bro, they don't care about you or me or anybody. You have to get that through your head. Yeah, but they should do this. Yeah, should. I said, yeah, they should, but they don't care about you or me or the country. They're just looking after themselves. But some people just, it's like, it doesn't matter how you explain it, they just can't see it.
But they
think the
monetize
world is
everything.
they
Everything's
think the
monetized,
world is what they think
immigration.
it should be. Yeah, a lot of people can't see the world for what it actually is. They have this.
A lot of people,
No,
mate. That's everyone.
They are right.
They have this preconceived notion in their brain what it should be, and that's their reality. Like politicians are all, we elect them and they work for us and they're here for the good of the people and they're trying to do their best to make it a successful country. It's a joke.
But they know they can do nothing about it, right? And they know that the pictures there on TV and everything's smooth sailing, right? So they want to believe the lie, and that's it. There's people are
People
just
are too
NPCs.
afraid.
Well,
They're too afraid to open their eyes because it's too uncomfortable for them.
They're called NPCs for a reason, because obviously they're not going to do anything else but, you know, their day-to-day life.
They're
not afraid. Not necessarily afraid. They can't. They're not even bothered, mate. They're not afraid. They're not bothered.
Because no one's challenging them. That's the problem. Once you start challenging the politicians, they'll change.
But
I
they're
yell
not
at them
going
all
to
the
do this,
time, call
mate.
them losers and corrupt and pedos and everything. So fuck them.
But think about this.
I'm not scared of politicians, mate.
Blah, mate. You got to get them. You got to get the military. You got to get the military. Sorry, mate. You got to get the military to work. Fuck, 3 times, man. I'll say one thing. You got to get the military to work against themselves, okay? Because say you start protesting or you say this and that, it doesn't mean anything because you get the police out, right? The military, it's the cops or the military, right? They're the problem. They're using us. And who's the cops in the military? It's, you know, our people. It's your mates. You know, the fellas around, it's your neighbor. And they're the people upholding this system. They are the people who will be on the street blocking down your protest. Your own fucking neighbor because of indoctrination. Sorry, F.E. Angelus, mate. Sorry.
Everybody sits on their comfy couch, your comfy cushion, whatever you want to call it. You know, where they got their job and they got their income and they got their football on a Friday night and they got their carton of beer and their kids play sport on the weekend and everyone just wants to sit on the comfy couch. And the problem is sitting on the comfy couch gets you screwed, and then everybody whinges to each other. Oh, why does the government do this and why does the government do that? Well, because you sit on your comfy couch and you do fuck all about it. So as a result of that, you get screwed, and that's really where it starts and finishes.
Have you guys seen that meme? There's like 2 stalls, and on one stall the sign says "comfortable lies," and there's like a long queue of people, and the stall next to it says "uncomfortable truths," and there's no one there.
There's nobody there. Yeah.
Look,
there's me.
I'll tell you a quick story. Tell you a quick story. Now, do you remember when they introduced so-called passports to enter libraries or public buildings? About 2 years ago. You remember this? You had to have a jab. Okay. Get this. I walked up to because I used to go to the library all the time. I went up to the library and I went up to the door. I stood in the doorway and I yelled out, "Here's your books." And the woman goes, "We'll throw them in this chute at the front." I said, "No, come and get them." And she's like staring at me like I was crazy, right? And I said, she goes, "Well, you can only enter this place with a passport or your ID." I said, "One, you're not getting my passport, and secondly, I'm not taking any jabs." And she's going, "Well, that's our policy." I said, "You know what? I'm lodging a complaint with the Human Rights Commission this afternoon." Within a week, they reversed it. They reversed their decision to enter public buildings without a jab. So it works, guys. You've got to understand, these people are dumb. Politicians are stupid people. That's why they're in positions, because they're low intelligence, right? You don't want intelligent people in politics.
You want puppets.
So yeah, if people start pushing back, things change. If you lay on the couch, as the guy said, politicians think they're winning. Understand?
That's why they have to continue their bread and circuses. Do you know the elite? Do you know how terrified they are of the masses? Because all the weapons in the world couldn't stop the masses if we turned on them and actually took back our freedom. They couldn't do anything. That's why they have to continue their bread and circuses.
He's saying, are you saying 8 billion people in the world are dumb? I said, yes, they are dumb. 100%.
Yeah, but you can't say that. You can't. Yeah, I know what you're right. to think that the government is on your side is incredibly foolish. The government has never been on the people's side. But, you know, there are better ways to waken people up in that sense, to tell them what's actually happening. For example, when it comes to this whole thing you were saying about the taxes and stuff, how it works is the government borrows money from the banks at an interest, with an interest rate, in order for money to be come into existence. This is completely unnecessary. We could print our own money without any interest. And that's where the income tax goes. The income tax is robbery. But you need to actually show people this and tell people this. Do you get me? Because it's such a heavy topic, because people don't want to step outside of their comfortable little bubble.
They don't believe that there's another system they can take. They believe there's only one system.
This is the problem, though, and I'm not, and I've said this to flat earthers as well, that the problem is if you falsify something like, you know, if you say that the system doesn't work, you have to come with a replacement. Do you get me? In order to get people on board. And I've noticed that with flat earthers as well, that oftentimes they falsify the claims. Like they say that they try to falsify the claims, but they never offer an alternative. And I've noticed that
Magna Carta 1215 is the alternative.
Well, the Magna Carta, in what way?
1215.
Are you saying we should have
1215.
Are you
trial
saying we should
by
have
jury? The king, the government is appointed by man. Ultimately, it is nothing more than a public service role. There is no royal family. There is only a public service position which is granted by the people. All power rests with the people. The people have the right to sack the king, depose the king or the queen and the government, and take back control. Trial by jury is the answer, but unfortunately, nobody's aware of it and nobody believes you when you tell them about it.
I am aware of it, and I am aware of it, and I agree with you. The problem is that it's not going to work. It isn't going to work because people are just vile.
Of course, it's not going to work. Do you really think it's going to ever work? Like, no,
but
maybe
you
it wouldn't
you
work.
asked for an alternative.
It would have
I'll
worked.
give you the alternative.
Effie, we lost in 1945. Actually, all of Europe lost in 1945.
Correct.
Anyway,
lost
so
the
you were
war.
talking about the king, right? You know, the legitimate king actually is some bloke out living in the outback of Australia. Have you seen that?
Allegedly.
Yeah,
Allegedly,
yeah. The English king,
Well,
yeah.
not allegedly, almost 100%. The whole crown is illegitimate because they a few hundred years back fornicated with an archer, so they've actually traced the legitimate bloodline to a fella living in the outback of Australia.
The king, there is no such thing as a king by lineage.
No way,
the
no.
role
But we're
of
talking
king,
about ancient bloodlines.
The role of king, no. The role of king is public service. It's appointed by the people. It's not a family lineage. It's not a bloodline. Just your son can be an absolute asshole. He doesn't get to be king just because he's your son.
I live in England, and I did not appoint King Charles. I did not appoint him to king. There was no memorandum. There was no election.
Correct.
Well, what do you mean?
Exactly. So it is a bloodline. You've got to agree.
No, there shouldn't be, but there is.
There's a bit of history and something that's been passed down, right? And so there's nothing. So regardless of the term English language or whatever king should be, unfortunately, even in England, since its birth, since 1000 AD, 1,000 years ago, it's been just lineage based. It hasn't been the definition of the ideal
1215
king.
It wasn't. King John was given an ultimatum. He was told, "You're being an asshole. You're being an hang on, bro. You're being an asshole." The people and the barons, the landowners, the barons got together and said, "Stop being an asshole, or we'll kick you out." And he agreed.
Wow, is this true?
So,
who's this king? This is cool, man. Never heard
King
of this.
John. Right? So I'm not just talking shit here. Magna Carta 1215.
I know this.
Is the Constitution still today? Is the Constitution of the United Kingdom? Now, in 1297, they rewrote it, and the Pope got involved, and they bastardized it but
Wow.
illegitimately. 1215 Magna Carta is just as legitimate today as it was.
It was due to the
What the
Pope.
Magna Carta was the king conceding to a certain amount of rules of governance because the people were about to revolt. So basically, what happened was all the noblemen got together and said to the king, "Look, stop taking the piss.
Yes.
The barons, just share some of your power with us. Let everyone govern so that the people don't go mad. Because if the masses rise up, there's nothing the leader can do." So that's what the Magna Carta was. It was an agreement between the king and the people of England. Well, the monarchy,
and it is just as valid today as it was in 1215. They have illegitimately usurped it over 800 years to end up with the bastardized system that we have today. But the reality is that Magna Carta 1215 is still the legitimate constitution of the British Empire, including Australia, New Zealand, Canada, and the United States of America, believe it or not. It still comes under Magna Carta 1215.
And what is in Magna Carta? No, sorry, Blood. What you said, FE. The problem was essentially the Pope, right, overriding, and the Catholic or the church, exactly. So, and who's running this church? The reptilians, or per se evil entities, whatever we can put it at this, right? Exactly. Who fucking knows? But mate, they're overriding.
Here's the question, right?
You've got to agree that they're overriding, mate. They're overriding, European law, right? And they're overriding this somehow through the idea of religion.
Correct, because they pull the levers of power. But here's the question. So you've got the Magna Carta 1215 signed off by King John. It's literally the constitution of the United Kingdom. And yet in 80 years later, the Pope, an Italian Pope who has nothing to do with the United Kingdom of England, somehow or other got his clause into Magna Carta and redacted or extracted the one key issue, which is trial by jury. That's the thing that gives the power to the people, is trial by jury. And the Pope in 1297 had all the articles concerning trial by jury removed from Magna Carta. How does an Italian Pope alter the British Constitution? You tell me that.
Well, Evangelist, you've heard about how the Roman Empire never fell. The Roman Empire never fell, mate. Okay,
if you look at the Vatican,
who spread this Abrahamic religion to begin with? It all has to do with the Christian and Catholic Church. It all stems back to the Roman Empire. Okay,
and if you look at Catholic theology and you look at Catholic belief, Catholicism believes that the Pope is the master of everything. He has both temporal power and heavenly power.
Somehow, the Pope is, like Evangelist just said, has overridden some sort of law.
Yeah, because they don't believe that.
Europe.
They believe that the Pope has the ultimate power of the
even
entire
in
earth.
England, they did it. The Christians, right? They weren't Catholic. So, and I'm not going to sit here and say that they're evil, because it turns out the Evangelist is a Christian, so I don't want to disrespect him. Okay, I don't want to disrespect you at all, Evangelist.
There's lots of different terminologies of what a Christian is.
I am into Nordic and Celtic paganism. That's what I'm into, right? Personally.
Yeah, bro. Look, I've recently discovered the Bible is not what I thought it was. Particularly the Old Testament, it's mistranslated. There's all sorts of issues with it. But that's not to say there's no truth in it at all. It's just that it's so bastardized that I'm still trying to decipher what's true and what's not.
Well, I think the problem is, personally, I'd say the problem is saying, if you don't believe Jesus, you're going to go to hell. Or, Jesus is the one king, or blah, blah, blah. Or Jesus, even the Jews don't believe Jesus was this, person who rose from the dead. He was some Middle Eastern guy, right? Some brown dude from the Middle East. Like, sorry, mate. But as a, Celtic European, I'm not going to sit down and worship some Middle Eastern guy. I'm not racist, but I'm just putting that out there.
No, he was white.
False.
They were white.
Sure. Do you think so? Well, I'd like that story, but they're trying to push off that he's a Middle Eastern guy. But anyway,
no, they're trying to rewrite history because they don't know.
Also, Bly, you believe in Jesus?
Of course I do, because it's all written.
Of course you do. Okay, sure, that's good. because I don't want to
Of course,
disrespect you
there's-
at all, man.
it's a
So
fact.
I
It's
want to
written in all
hear
Abrahamic
what you
texts.
have to say. Okay, tell me about Jesus. Tell me
Well,
about Jesus, mate.
it's written in Jewish history and also in Jewish teaching, so is Islamic history, and they've found documents pertaining to Jesus. So he was
And so you
alive,
believe
all right?
that he was a white man and he, resurrected from the
Yeah,
dead,
this
walked on
is
water.
the problem.
Hang on. He created water into wine. So he was a bloody legend, I'll tell you this.
Yeah, well, we could do that, I guess.
It is true.
Blantic, are you aware that in Jewish history, prior to the time of King Josiah, that the nation of Israel was a polytheistic nation, wasn't monotheistic, but in the time of King Josiah, they edited and redacted the Torah to make it a polytheistic narrative. Are you aware of that? Have you ever heard of that?
What era was this? What was the time frame?
Well, Josiah was, I don't know, like 600 BC, 700 BC, something like that.
All right. Yeah, no, I don't. The problem with the Jews is they keep rewriting history to suit their own narrative and their circumstances.
Well, let's not talk about the
Okay, cool.
Jews.
So what makes you think that the version that you think is true? What makes you think that?
Well, because we know from certain aspects that Jesus exists.
What do we know? What is it that we know? We know it's been changed and redacted and edited and cut and pasted in order to create a monotheistic narrative which suited the temple at Jerusalem and the Jerusalem royal lineage. So that was what happened in about 600 BC. So all the polytheism, the worship of Asherah and Baal and all these other Elohim that existed at the time, which were worshipped, like Asherah, for example, was worshipped affectionately, whereas Yahweh was not particularly popular. So how is it that the almighty creator and omnipotent master of all things is unpopular and didn't have a very good PR team, whereas some of the other Elohim of the time seemed to be popular enough that people wanted to worship them and incorporate them in their lives. See, the whole Yahweh character is really questionable. But he's been pasted over everything to do with God. Everything to do with God has been called Yahweh in the now biblical narrative.
So Yahweh, do you mean Jesus?
No, Yahweh, he created God, Jehovah, whatever you want to call him of the Old Testament.
All right,
That term, it's Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh. That's called the Tetragrammaton. That's the name that was revealed to Moses at the burning bush, right? That name had never been heard before the burning bush, and yet if you read your Bible today, the creator of all things in Genesis is Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh. It's Jehovah, but that name wasn't revealed until hundreds of years later, 1,200 years later, 1,500 years later. See how the Bible is a mishmash of bastardized translation in order to create a narrative as opposed to being written in accuracy.
Okay, fine. If you're questioning what the Bible is, you go to the Ethiopian Bible, Ethiopian Orthodox Bible. That's the most purest Bible that we have.
According to who?
Well, because that's the oldest manuscripts we have of the ancient writings of.
But according to who? What? Just because it has the Book of Enoch in it? What? I mean, according to who? Who created the canon that is the Ethiopian Bible? Where did that come from?
They actually found a Bible that was like 1,000 years old in Ethiopia. It's been sitting in this cave for 1,000 years. So yeah.
Okay, are you aware of the Nag Hammadi text, like the Dead Sea Scrolls? Are you aware of the Gnostic writings that were found in the Dead Sea Scrolls and the Nag Hammadi text? You're probably not, and that's fine.
Anything that comes out of the Israel and Middle East now, I really question it.
So therefore,
what are they saying?
who's the arbiter of what you think is real and not real, truth and not truth? So, where do you draw the? How do you discern what's real and what's not?
Well, because sometimes you just know, dude. You just know.
Fair enough. Sometimes you just know, dude. That'll do.
Yeah, because I Because God will show you the way,
Which God?
and he can give you any knowledge you want. People just
Which
refuse to admit
God?
it. Okay,
Hang on, which God?
if I was an atheist or a Jew or a government, would I say that God didn't exist?
Which God?
Of course I would, because people
Which
know that
God?
humans are spiritual beings, right? We have a
But which
connection to
God are you
God.
talking about?
What do you mean, which God?
No, it's a straight up question. Which God?
What does that even mean?
Are you talking about Yahweh? Are you talking about Jesus? Are you talking about Yeshua? Are you talking about Isa? Are you talking about the ultimate God, creator of all things? Which one specifically are you referring to?
The God that we all know best.
No, but see, this is this is not a loaded. Well, it is a loaded question. I'm trying to make you think about what it is you think you believe. So I'm asking you genuinely. It's not a smart ass question. Which God are you referring to?
Any God that gives me the knowledge, okay, and the God that I know that gives me knowledge to reject all stupidity, and that's why we get through this. That's why I don't understand people, right? And I'm thinking, why do they think like that? It's so stupid. And then you realize they're not trusting in anything. They're trusting in man-made beliefs like government,
But is that for you?
politics,
Is that Jehovah?
media.
Is that what's referred to as Jehovah or Yahweh in the Bible?
I'm not going to make any reference
El
to that.
Shaddai?
No, I'm not gonna pinpoint one answer for the textbook answer.
Right.
So,
And that's
but I'm
cool. I'm
saying,
actually happy.
like,
I'm happy about that, to be honest, because to me there is one omnipotent creator of all things, and I think he has been ascribed a name in the text which I don't think is him. That's my personal opinion. After
because I
almost a
know,
year of it.
I just know instinctively, right? Because I know who these people are trying to overlay everything, put up barriers and false beliefs and government and fucking ridiculous shit. I just see it. I don't know how to explain it.
Okay, Vanu, can I bring you? Are you still there, bro?
Oh yeah, man. How you doing? Yeah.
Yeah. So you're talking about you're sort of like a Norse god believer,
No, not at all. Not at all.
or
I'd say what
you
interests me
mentioned that.
when we're in regards to history, like Christianity and Abrahamic religions, you could see as a book sort of history. In regards to that sort
Yeah,
of thing, obviously I'd
yeah.
say Celtic and Nordic paganism and the thing, though, that's the most interesting, right? But that's obviously far fetched. You're looking to over 2,000 years in the past, right?
Yeah.
But that's not what obviously I wouldn't revolve around that. Like I honestly, how I'd see life is the modern understanding, and how I see it is through the lens of psychedelics, especially what we're all experiencing through LSD, and no, but honestly, and especially the young generations, think about the scene around Sydney and all us young white fellas and what we're seeing, with these psychedelic experiences, and it was what I've gained from it as a spiritual Celtic blooded person is it's a toroidal system, like, and you can relate to nature. Think about herbivores and carnivores, right? Think about how a carnivore has to eat the herbivore. I say this story all the time. It's this cyclical nature, right, of you
Mm.
know eating each other and fornicating and rebirth, and you're just born to die, or you're born to be food to another animal, or, say thee, right? And it's just this cycle. And what's a cycle or a circle? It's a toroid. So, Evangelist, you know what a toroid is, right?
Mm-hmm. Sure.
So this is how I see reality. This is the modern depiction, right?
Mm.
And I see it, I think I'm almost ready to be free of reincarnation, but I honestly, I think I'm almost there. But, the best way to know if you're going to pass this soul cycle and transcend is when you're alone, or in a really think about something. What do you fear the most, right? Or your mind, and how much can you like force against that? Your willpower, essentially. You have to be, think about Buddhism and all these meditations and why they meditate for hours and on end, right? It's all to do with reincarnation, right? Because you need willpower to go through it, right?
No, actually, meditation is bad.
Bad.
Yes,
Yeah, right.
I'll tell you why. And the government actually is using meditation in the New Age for the New Age movement, especially for women, because that you can actually you're blocking out reality and allowing a fantasy to take control of your life.
No, you're not at all.
right?
Do you know what meditation is? No, that's not true.
No.
Meditation is where
No.
you watch the thoughts and things pass, and all you're aware of is your consciousness in the now. So I don't know what you've heard, mate. That's completely incorrect.
Some people say it's like emptying, the business of the mind, which is in some way what you're doing here when you talk, blah. It's like you're emptying your business of your mind. It's meditational for you to be here. What you think now, huh?
No, but it's not even that. Snacks and blah. Have you guys ever meditated personally? Have you guys ever done it?
No. Okay. No, but
have you ever done it, bro? No. Have you ever done it
people
personally?
sit there and they block out reality and they get
That's
caught
not
up.
what it is, man.
To meditate
Their
for
delusions. Yes, it is.
10 minutes.
So,
5 minutes. You can do it for 5 fucking minutes, man. Blah. My question to you is before you can blah, real quick, man. Have you ever done it in your life? Have you ever meditated for 5 minutes?
We did it in school one time. We had a free period. And the teacher
You did it in school one time and you were like 12 years old. Nice one, man.
Yeah, we were 12, 13. The teacher was bored. So
yeah. We all know how mature we were as fucking children in school. Fucking hell. Yeah, you're right, mate.
Put up with this, really. They were fucking level that we were crazy.
Mate, meditation is not bad. You don't go to false reality. This is what no. Trust me, seriously.
You do.
You're talking about
No.
No, you go on.
Okay, let me say.
Go on.
I've already said it, but I'll say it again. Because you're pushing out the reality and the truth of the world around you, what's going on, and you're living in your own fantasy for a period. That's
you're not living in fantasy. No.
Yes, it is. Because
listen, mate, would you consider awareness of the now simply awareness of the now and any little sensation in your body, not looking into your imagination or your mind? All you're aware of is the now, your breath. Okay, would you consider that some delusion or whatever? It's like it's the most pure you can be, man. You know what I mean?
What do you think television is? It puts
television. Television has nothing.
Vegetative.
Hypnosis, mate. You're aware of your breath.
Television puts you in a meditative, vegetative state for a period of time.
All right. Well, I'll tell you one thing. When's the last time you've watched television and been aware of your breath and the sensations in your body? When's the last time you done this, mate? Because that doesn't happen. You don't watch television and you're aware of your breathing, right?
It's too dangerous. Television is too dangerous to watch these days because it's all digital. It's digital technology.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, mate.
Hey, listen, man. I've trained myself I went to multiple teacher trainings, advanced teacher trainings in yoga and meditation. I can tell you 100%. It's not at all what you're saying about living a fantasy, blocking out reality.
Well, exactly. Thank you, Flight Levels Matter. Thank you. Oh, fuck off, man.
Listen, it's your association with the word that has a negative tendency. If I were to simply call it silent prayer, you would say it was the perfect state and experience.
Exactly, and that leaves people suggestible and open to outside evil forces or bad forces. Every time
prayer does.
You find
Are you saying silent prayer brings in evil forces?
It's all okay. Get this. I guarantee you 100% of women who practice meditation, they fall into left-wing extreme ideologies and false beliefs and delusions and homosexuality and all this other bullshit. All of them. Because it pushes them
Bro, I need to start recording you, man. You are fucking hilarious. You could be famous on the internet. How the fucking shit that's spewing out of your fucking mouth. You're hilarious.
You told me you use LSD as a recreation. That tells me you're not sane. Right?
You're projecting, my friend.
try to keep it point to point, maybe. Kind of follow this through a little bit.
So yeah, be careful what you wish for when you summon government propaganda.
Through meditating, bro. Look,
Are you
Yes,
saying
it's government.
are you saying Hindu mythology and the Vedas and Indian
well,
all the origins of Indian philosophy has to do with government
Yep.
control?
Get this. In the 1960s, right, the Russian government sent people to India to learn meditation, to learn how to mind control their populace to believing bullshit. Because
Bro,
people
that's
weren't
What was
going along
happening
with
with
their
the people
government.
that
Oi,
were?
Bartek,
Hang on, hang
oi,
on, hang
real
on.
quick,
They were
man.
sent
You realise
communist
Jump in for a
Bartek,
second.
proletarians.
Let me jump in for a second.
Hinduism
So
has been
before,
around for like 8,000 years, bro. Hinduism's
Yeah,
been
yeah, I
around
gotta
for
say,
8,000
you're
hang on, Vanny. So
confusing
before the
meditation.
1960s,
You're
before
confusing
the
meditation with the
1960s,
hearts of man.
what was the government control before the 1960s then for all the Hindus and Buddhists that have been meditating for 2,000, 3,000 years? What was that
8,000
about?
years.
They weren't pushing communism on the people back then. They were pushing peace and
3,000
relaxation, right?
3,000 years ago, 3,000 years
So
ago, communism.
when you got a communist state of authoritarianism, corruption, and money laundering, you need to control the people, make them stupid so they can't see what's going on. So the
Well,
communists said, we'll teach the people a form of meditation
please,
to make
please,
them
hang on
moronic.
just for 1 second. So hang on. So you've got the Tibetan monks up in the mountains 1,500 years ago, just in their monastery, just meditating on life and nature and whatever. Somehow you're tying that into government propaganda and communism? Seriously?
Correct.
Evangelist,
100%.
he's not saying this. Bartek, what you're saying is you're equating meditation to hypnosis almost. That's completely
Yes.
incorrect. No, exactly.
Exactly.
That's completely incorrect because we can, look at brain waves. We've always studied this. Science, mate. I don't like to say science, but
It's a
we can
fact.
show with brain waves how the brain works, right? So you're watching TV or some sort of leisure activity, your brain's in a certain, activity or wavelength. When you're meditating, it's completely opposite. When you're meditating, your brain's almost as switched on as it is when you're playing you're playing sport or you're playing footy or something.
Think about
right?
it.
You're switched on when you're meditating. You're not in hypnosis, okay? So you've got it all switched around, my friend Bartek. You got it all switched around, my friend.
No,
Yeah, man.
hear me
Yeah,
out.
you're
You've got
completely.
it wrong. The government's
Sorry,
lying
man.
to
You
you.
got to. Meditation is not what you're thinking, my friend. And you never trying it is evidence of why you don't really know what it is.
Okay, now meditation is not about intellectualism or truth or reality. It's about tuning out. When you tune out, you're suggestible to hypnosis and mind control, and the government can do this very easily. People try it all the time.
Brain activity, they record it. They always do. They always have. They're getting
But
really code.
you know what?
They're getting really code to
If
decipher
I was in government, I would ban meditation because it
for
makes you
artificial
less.
intelligence. It's been
What you
recorded
need
for a long time.
Shut the fuck up, Demok. Shut up.
No, artificial intelligence has been recording your shit for a long time. Everybody's brain pattern.
What you need to understand is that the hearts of men
artificial
can
intelligence
corrupt
can
anything.
remotely read your thought. So stop fucking laughing.
Mate, you're an idiot, Demok.
Yeah, I know, retard. Said the guy who goes, oh, ha, 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 every minute.
Oi!
This
Boy!
can't. This is
I have
this
to
is
go
just
to, I
not
have to
going to
go
end
to
well.
sleep
Let's
now.
go.
Sideways.
Does that make
I'm going to bed.
No, I'm not
I
gonna
love
fuck.
you
I'm
all.
not gonna fuck
Have a
with this
good night.
idiot. I'm not gonna fuck
Yeah,
with this
female.
idiot.
No, Demok's
Evangelist.
alright.
He
He's
is
a good flat
alright.
earther.
Yeah, what's up, artificial intelligence? What up?
Yeah, nice one. Evangelist was saying something.
I just said, boys, I have to go to sleep now. I've got to get up early in the morning.
Oh,
I love you all. Keep it tidy. All right. Don't be abusing each other. And I'll see you soon.
Oh,
See you
fucking
later.
love you, mate. Cheers.
Artificial intelligence already knew you were going to go to bed.
Yeah, it's important to
love you,
understand that really, no matter what tool humans have, if the heart of a man is corrupt and evil, he can use it for
Oi, that's
said
not true.
purpose.
Mate,
No, what
oi.
I'm saying, listen, let me finish my point here. What I'm saying is, people, you have gurus all the time that will come in with with spirituality that can brainwash people. But you also have plenty of Christian and spiritual conservative preachers who will do the same thing, brainwash people. What I'm trying to say is that in the purest sense, meditation is about awareness. It's about being in the moment. It's not about following any kind of guru or anything blindly. It's about your own self-awareness of your own thoughts and emotions. And
100%, mate. Well said.
That's all
well
I'm trying
said,
to
my
say.
friend.
Is that it's like the hearts of man can corrupt something, no doubt. I mean, there's all kinds of New Age meditations that aren't.
Well, flight levels,
you
man.
know,
I don't agree with you that the hearts of man can corrupt. I don't believe that the heart of a true man can corrupt. Okay?
No, yeah, I agree. I
Mind,
agree.
You're
No, I'm
talking
just
about the
saying
mind
something.
that has been influenced.
people
The
are
heart
fucking
of a
morons.
man, the heart of the mind is not corrupt. Maybe you are a moron, but I know how my heart beats, mate. Maybe you're a moron, and I don't know who you people live around, but I know how a heart works. Okay.
I think you're misunderstanding the meaning. What I'm trying to say, for example, is like, say, a political system. Even if you create the perfect political system where everyone lives in harmony in a paradise reality, if you have corrupt hearts, or you might call it corrupt mind or whatever, then that can spoil that said
Who has corrupt
policy.
hearts?
So that's all I'm
I'll
trying
tell
to say, is
you
that
flat levels. I think corrupt hearts happen when you mix races, when you start getting mixed race people in societies run by reptilian Jews, then you have corrupt hearts, especially with
Crikey, mate.
the barbaric African people in America and guns. You can have barbaric things happening. So flat levels matter. What country are you from, my friend, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm in the U.S.
So you're in the US, so I completely understand the words that you're saying. Because here in Australia, we don't have these shootings. We don't have gun shootings. We don't have gangs and these. In Sydney, there are gangs because there's Lebanese and things like this. But the guns are technically illegal, right? So you can't just.
Do you think there's no organized crime run by Aussies?
There is organized crimes happening, actually, but the
government and the police.
The organized
and the
crime, Blartech, you
It's the
know this. The
government.
organized crime back in the day used to be run by bikers and this and that. They do it, Blartech, you know this. They do it all underground, and they'd only fight the cops, right? All cunts would do. The only beef you'd see would be cunts going against the cops. You'd see like a shootout with the cops, or a chase on with it'd be drug busting with the cops. Nowadays, because the immigrants, all the Lebanese and people like this are shooting each other dead on the street, and they're cutting each other's throats in markets in Sydney. It's because they're Lebanese and East European immigrants. Okay, real Aussie British don't do this. You don't have British people cutting each other. We don't fucking do this. This is why I talk about race and peoples, because mate, it's real life. The Democ. Listen to me. This is real. You talk nonsense to me, but you got to see a little truth in this. We got cunts getting their necks chopped up in Sydney, and you got to talk nonsense to me,
I
bro.
never lived in Sydney. I couldn't tell you that.
You live in America, and cunts are shooting each other. Cunts are shooting each other in your backyard, aren't they, mate?
I don't know.
You can't shoot. You should turn your guns in, mate. If I were you, I'd turn your fucking guns
Turn
in.
them into what?
Never.
Turn them in. Turn them in.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
No, they need more guns in America. More guns.
No, get rid of them.
Air rifles. They can
No, more guns.
I've got an air rifle, but you got Snacks. You guys got to get rid of your guns. Snacks, you
make
agree
this
with me, no?
stream sound more like garbage though by talking over each other? Is that
What do you
possible?
mean more garbage? Snacks, you
It's just-
agree with me.
I'm just saying, can we get some maximum garbage? Because
Yeah,
you
let the
certainly
point.
can't fucking stop talking over each other, right? And you certainly can't fucking.
Snacks, I'm trying to talk to you. Do you agree with me that they should remove all guns from America?
Yeah, but no, you're ignoring what he's saying so that you can get your point across. But what he's trying to say is, it's audio chaos. Everyone talking at the same time. Nobody hears anyone.
Okay, no one was talking. I was trying to say to Snacks, what do you think about getting the guns out of America?
What I'm trying to say is, if you talk over each other, it doesn't fucking matter what your point is.
Oh, yeah, don't answer.
No one hears any fucking thing.
Just keep being a weed cunt. I don't care, man. Fuck off. You're a fucking
What I
weed
would
cunt.
say is, when you say get the guns out of America, I'm assuming what you're saying is get the guns out of the citizens' possession, and only the government can have the guns.
And the
No,
crooks.
well, destroy them flat levels, man, because that's what they did in Australia and all these countries. Why do you think we don't have school shootings in all these British countries?
Okay,
Because they,
you know what, dude?
they
Dude, you
destroyed
don't
the
advocate
guns.
for gun control. No,
take knives,
because
do
you
it
don't
with
understand.
You know what,
that you're a
mate?
child.
Bartek, I actually don't give a shit. I don't even know why I'm saying it. I don't give a fuck, man. You guys do whatever you want. I don't give a fuck.
Everybody should have guns. Everyone should have 50 guns each, at least.
Yeah, we should have guns,
No.
but think about this, Bartek. You got immigrants coming to the country and taking the guns, and they're shooting each other. Well, of course,
That's why we need more
who
guns.
can hold
Exactly.
guns? Only
More immigrants, more
Europeans.
guns.
Look, Bartek, if you have Europeans, you have a society. Yeah, we can hold guns, but as soon as you got fucking these cunts coming in, these crazy people. No, they have no idea. They have no sense of community. All they want to do, they have testosterone boosted up. They want to be gangsters. They start shooting each other because you can buy guns in the fucking store. So not every cunt should be allowed a gun, mate. Okay,
Sean G.
Yeah,
Party
they
people, what do you
should.
think?
Yeah, they should have guns to protect yourself from the gangs. Exactly. You got the right point.
Yeah, an armed society is a polite society.
No, you don't need a gun. You need a massive machete. Okay, so if a cunt goes in your house, you chop their heads off. All right.
Now here's the thing about guns. If everyone carried a gun, these mass shootings wouldn't be happening because they wouldn't get a couple of rounds off before they got shot in the head.
Yeah,
well
I
spoken.
agree.
Well spoken by an American. These school shootings aren't going to happen unless the teachers are carrying M4 fucking
do the
guns
Australian
over there.
police have guns?
The guy
No,
with the
actually,
machete will
the
come-
Australian
will come
police.
and save you.
I think
The
they
guy
do
with
have
the machete
pistols,
will
but
come
they
stop all the guns.
sorry, Tamok.
Everybody
They only
wants-
use their tasers. They only use their tasers.
So the Australian government doesn't possess any guns.
No, the Australian
government's
police
heavily
do
armed.
hold guns.
Heavily armed.
They do hold guns, but we're not seeing Australian shootings in this country because they use
Yeah, you
tasers. We
are.
know how to be
Australian
gun smart.
government.
Listen, they're not trigger
Australian
happy
government
in
will shoot
Australia.
you.
All right.
Demo.
Hey,
Vanu-
So Snacks, are you a mod? Because the only person talking over anyone is
You.
Demok.
No, it's you.
He's talking
It's
under
you.
you because you don't stop talking to
Me.
hear anybody else talk because you're so in love
Me.
with your own fucking voice.
Me.
But I'm in love with your voice too, and I do want to hear you talk.
Oh, man,
but
just shut
right,
up.
But listen,
Demok
listen,
is
like,
over talking.
You don't need to shout, bro. I can still hear you. Like that's not helping. If you're overmodulating your voice to shout the fuck over other people, that's not helpful to anybody, right? I mean, I can't understand what
Are you a
anybody's
mod?
fucking point is here. You
Are
know
you
what
a
I'm
mod
saying?
in this
That's
server?
all. That's all. I'm not a mod.
you a
but like,
mod?
you know what? I'm just a proactive person. That doesn't mean that I don't need a moderator fucking
No,
status
you
to
think you're
fucking
important.
promote good conversation.
You think you're important, and you think you know how to like control.
This is TOS though.
conversations. No, you just
I
I've
think
been
he's
doing
just
this for a
trying to
bit.
calm the conversation down.
talking bullshit. That's what you're doing.
Is that what I'm doing? Okay.
He knows how to wait his
But
turn
yeah, in the
before he
face of
talks.
tyrannical government, it's important that you have a right to defend yourself, and that's if you want to take away all guns, then that needs to be taken away from governments as well.
Yeah, let's go get all the Australian government's guns. Take those guns.
Yeah.
Oi.
Let's listen to Demok because he has something so interesting to say. According to Snacks,
Well,
like
why-
fuck
why
off,
you gonna
Demok.
cut him
You
off,
just
man?
spew shit out your head, man. Demok, what are you even saying? We don't have shootings in Australia for a reason. Like I said, there's stabbings and sometimes shootings with gangs, with lebos and shit that
but
illegally
sometimes you have
imported.
shootings with gangs. Yeah, we
No,
hear you
but
loud
it's
and clear.
really rare. Like it's rare as fuck. I've never heard a gun go off in my entire life.
Well, when the
We don't
government
hear about
shoots you,
shootings.
It's going to be real rare, and you won't
Hey,
be able to do
Vanu,
anything about it.
can you just stop, please?
Can I stop what?
Just stop this conversation. You're well out of your depth. You don't know what you're talking about. You need to stop.
Okay, because you know, do you? Then go and talk about it. Talk about it. What do you know about guns and shootings?
We're not
in
talking
Australia?
about guns. We're talking about the ability for your government to wipe you out, and you ensure that ability, and you strengthen the cause. Okay, so when it takes the ability for you to even the playing ground with somebody or have an equalizer, then you're effed. You have no.
Yep,
You
yeah,
have,
yeah.
you're not
Perfect.
gonna do
I got a perfect story. Let me tell a real quick story. I taught my children how to safely handle and use their guns, and they both carry guns. And my daughter got in a situation. A dude had stabbed his girlfriend and was coming at her. He said he was going to kill her. She shot him and saved her own life. What if she hadn't had that gun?
Exactly. I think a majority of people who want to get rid of guns, they've just never been in a situation where they needed one, and that's pretty much it. They've never
Look, the
been in a
point of it, I think.
situation.
Sorry,
Yeah,
mate, I
go
think
ahead.
the point of the conversation is like we've given up guns years and years ago. So there's no point even. I don't even know why I'm saying to you Americans give up your guns because you're not going to. Like it's 2023. We did it how many years ago? But I want to hear Blood Tech. He was saying something about me talking out of me range or something like this. What do you know
Yeah,
about
no,
guns in
because
Australia?
okay, the thing is, look, we've turned into a socialist fascist country, right? Because
No, what
we've
are
had
you talking
successive.
about?
We live in a
There you go.
fascist society, correct? Right? The reason why that happened is because we allowed idiotic politicians to take away our rights. Now, the Americans see what's going on in Australia, New Zealand, and Britain and Canada. They don't want to go down that path. You're advocating for fascism, and that's what they disagree with. So you're out of your depth, dude. You're out in the ocean. You know
And
what you're talking about. And you're talking
I
to
don't even know what
Americans.
you're talking.
They will never agree with you in 1,000 generations.
Oh, I can 100%, definitely. I agree with you
I mean,
there.
look at the
I don't even know why I was talking about it. It's because I'm drunk and high. I completely apologize.
look at the
for bringing it
tyranny
up.
from COVID that went down. I mean that could easily get way worse. And if you have no way to defend yourself, and SWAT teams start coming to your house to force vaccinate your family.
In Australia, do criminals have guns?
Exactly. This is good. Good question. And what I'd tell you is no. For the most part, criminals don't have guns. And what would you say a criminal is?
Didn't you say
Like,
that there were gang shootings and stuff like that?
well, what I've heard in Western Sydney, there is gang shootings from like Lebanese gangs and these people. But
Okay, well, what if those gangs
But-
moved into your area?
But they're not going to. They're not going
No,
to at all.
no, you can't say that. You can't say that.
No,
People
I can
migrate.
say for a fact they won't because they live in
They
this.
can't.
So I'm from all Aussie areas. Aussie British people don't do that. We don't act that way.
Wait.
These
So
are
you're telling me
these are Lebanese
that's
and
bullshit.
Eastern European immigrants. Listen, we're not going to have these people immigrating into our societies. They will be completely shunned, right? Because for these people to exist, they need to have their own massive communities. And
No,
that's
they
what
don't.
they have in Western Sydney.
Well,
they have they have massive suburban areas of
So
their own Muslim
okay.
communities.
So you're saying that they're okay. So the people that live in the areas where these gang members and these shootings are happening,
Yes.
how do they protect themselves?
No one protects themselves because they're not shooting people in the street, right? The only reason someone use a gun.
You just said that there were shootings.
Listen, Sean, like I said, they're very like elite gang shootings, right? Because guns are illegal.
Geez. So now
to
you're
get them,
specifying the shooting, even though you
they
never,
have to be
even though
illegally
you've never even been around
imported.
it.
Well, this is what I've heard. That's the point. I haven't been around it because these things don't
Okay.
happen, man.
So
but I've heard.
So your opinion
What the
is based
fuck
on
are you interrogating me for like
your
this?
opinion.
Why don't you let me
basically
speak?
Only your opinion and not based on actual fact.
What are you trying to say?
That what you're saying is not based in fact. It's based on only your opinion.
How is this my opinion? This is what I fucking heard of gun shootings in Sydney.
Because you said you heard. You keep saying you heard. I heard this.
Because gun shootings don't happen because they're illegal. What is your point, cunt?
Okay.
You're too
Gun
excited,
shootings
man.
are illegal everywhere.
No, what is your point, Sean?
That
what
your
is your
opinion
point?
is based on no
What
data
opinion?
or understanding.
And what is your problem?
Or guns or how it actually works.
Thing
You're
is,
a dumb cunt.
If I can just real quick because I got to get off. The gun is the great self-defense equalizer. That's the reason people like it, because if you have a 70-year-old woman and someone's trying to stab her or rob her or something like that, everyone has got different body types, different strengths, different abilities. But with a gun, you can, when you're trained to operate it safely, you can defend yourself against someone who's much bigger, or a group of opponents are people that are trying to attack you and your family. That, you know, that's, I mean,
Okay,
that's my
and
spin
yes,
on it.
let's hang on flat levels. Let's use that logic against someone who's attacking your house, who's probably going to be a lot larger, probably black, double your size. He'll smash your window and shoot all of you with the same gun. You were talking
Racist.
about your defense. No, it was a
Defense,
joke. It was a
you're
fucking
fucking
joke. It was a
not even
joke.
a
I'm not
funny
fucking.
joke.
It's not funny.
It was a joke.
It
No
wasn't a
matter
funny
what,
joke.
criminals are going to access guns. So,
Is it a
The
you know,
racist
point
joke
is,
though?
hey, but
Was
Flat,
it like
can you
literally
say
a
real
racist
quick
joke?
before I start yelling? Before you start yelling, Snacks, you're interrupting me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to yell.
You were talking about how you're defending yourself, isn't that? But you can use that same logic about the person who's attacking you, right? Don't you
No,
think? No.
because if you
Okay.
have a
Well,
weapon, you've equalized it. It doesn't matter how
okay.
big that person is.
Equalize. What is this?
Criminal
Call of
po-
Duty. Equalize gun shootout in your hallway, your house, or the fucking
Well, hey,
school
at least
room.
you have an ability to defend yourself.
No, Sean. Hey, Sean. Let's not get rid of the guns. Let's equalize the
this
gunfight.
guy
Right.
is slightly belligerent.
He thinks someone's
Yeah,
grandma
he's a
and
belligerent
granddaughter are going to
dumbass.
shoot out against
I'm
each other in
belligerent
the house
dumbass.
because
He's in a corner.
the cookies were called "Grandma Shoot You."
So,
It's
so
okay,
I'm a
granddaughter.
belligerent
We'll
dumbass. As
shoot
soon
you
as
back.
as soon as I bring up some sort of like concern about guns in America and the school shootings,
Yeah, but
I'm
you have
some
no
sort of-
understanding of
Sean,
guns.
I'm some sort of belligerent dumbass. Okay, I have no understanding. I've no understanding about all the British colonies giving up their guns 100 or whatever years ago. And so, what? You know, what's the word?
So-
We don't have these shootings or these things. These
You
things
do.
don't happen. We don't need guns.
No,
Oh,
you do.
grandmas
You've already
and-
said
Oh,
you do.
you're
You
full
keep
of
saying
shit.
you keep saying
You don't even
you don't
live
have these
here.
things, and then
You've
you followed
never
up with,
lived here.
and then you followed
you
up
know
with,
nothing
there are
about the
gang
British
shootings that
colonies,
I've
Sean.
heard about. Shut up, man.
You know
You're
nothing
a
about
fucking
the
idiot.
what have you heard, Sean? What have you heard about Australia?
Bitch, what have you heard? That's what you're working off of. You're working off of what
I've
you
heard
I'm
shootings
working
in
off of actually
America.
knowing and
My
understanding
mate,
about
no,
guns.
listen, Sean.
He
Sean,
fucking
what I've
morons
heard,
in America from
Sean, mate,
Australia.
I've heard school shootings in America. My mate who recently
It's
went to America,
rare.
he's like,
It's
real
My
quick,
mate,
real
all your
quick,
information has
Sean,
come
real
from
quick.
your mate. How much
No,
information
but
do
my
you
other
actually know?
and the news. But my mate also said,
Oh,
yeah,
you love the
don't go
news.
there because my
Propaganda
mate he got shot in the
hold on a
eye.
second.
He
My
was just
goodness.
walking around the
Hold
street of
on.
America, and some dude just fucking shot him in the eye to take his
I
shit.
think you're
This
full of
doesn't
shit.
happen in Australia. You don't
I
just
think you're full
walk
of
out of your
shit.
house, go to the shop, Sean, and
my
get
goodness.
shot in the fucking face.
Oh yeah, because that
by
shit
the
happens everywhere.
If I,
Well,
if I
apparently that happens in America, Sean.
Yeah,
This
see,
does
this is
not.
how you don't understand shit. There's fucking over 3 million gun owners, and you think all of them want to shoot people in the fucking face, you moron.
I don't think all of them want to do it. I'm talking about the outlaws. I'm talking about the gang people and potentially immigrant genetics.
Motherfucker. Elite people that are doing crime don't give a fuck about laws. So what does
unstable
gangs do?
Europeans
You fucking
and
dumbass.
mentally unstable people. Mentally
So,
unstable
wait,
European
are
people
there
do
guns
it
in
as well.
Australia? Are there guns in Australia?
No, there is.
Yes, there are, you
But to
moron.
get them, you need to have it's really strict to get
That
a gun.
has nothing to do with
Listen,
how you get them.
Sean,
Has nothing
you
to
need
do
to
with
go
what we're
lots of
talking about.
courses. You need to have.
You say there are no guns.
Oh
there
my
are
God,
guns.
mate!
You say there are no
And
shootings. There
most
are
of the
shootings.
guns, most
honestly,
of the
just
guns used by the
mute this guy.
gangs. Mute me.
Stop
Mute this guy,
contradicting
mute me.
yourself and then have this conversation.
Man, go fuck yourself, you
No,
stupid
he's
cunt.
talking
You know what
about
you,
an
you,
idiot.
oh, Sean, you should put a gun up your own fucking mouth and shoot it, Sean.
You're
You're a
probably not
dirty
going to be allowed back
cunt.
here.
You're
Then.
embarrassing
Sean!
Australia. Shut
I
up.
don't think you should. be
Sean,
allowed
you're a
back here.
dirty cunt. Get a
Yes,
gun, shove it up
I'm
your
going
throat,
to.
and blow your
I'm
brains
fucking
out. You fucking cunt. Sean! Sean! You're a fucking cunt. Blow your brains out your head. You fucking
funny.
cunt.
It's kind of weird.
Fuck
Isn't it?
you.
It is
Is
kind
that
of
it?
weird.
I think I'm going to vote that this guy should probably not be allowed back here.
Yeah, that was crazy.
I'm gonna stick my fucking nonsense opinion in and be like, that dude cannot control his shit.
Yeah, he should not mix his weed and alcohol.
And furthermore, he cannot control his shit, and he like makes other people lose. He's trying to make other people lose their shit, and it's like it takes hours to recover off of like some bullshit fucking energy like that. You know what I mean? And that's
Yeah,
why
it
that's
hurts
why
you.
I try and like fucking make that sort of nip it. You know what I mean? Damn, crazy.
My ears are sore.
Yeah, how is Dimmock the only rational person in here right now? When that happens,
you.
that means that person needs to not be here.
Okay. Wow. I mean, yeah, I'm gonna go with like I don't ever need to hear his opinions about any damn thing ever again. That very come on. That's
He said
permaban
that
shit
you're
right
gonna have.
there. Come on. Don't do that.
He said you're gonna have a shootout in the hallway with your grandma. He said we're gonna be shooting.
Well, he is an example of an individual that doesn't need to own a gun.
Exactly.
He would
Maybe
went
that's what
after John.
maybe that's what it's based in.
Already.
Maybe that's what it's based in. People that don't think guns should be had know they shouldn't have the guns.
Maybe.
And what a scene causer! If that dude couldn't stir up a scene from 10 blocks away.
Like if he had a gun on him, he would have been like shooting it while he was yelling at you, Sean. You know that, right?
He'd be
He's like
shooting at his phone.
Oh, he would have definitely shot his computer.
oh my gosh. I hope so. Fucking sign off, bitch. Oh, it's kooky. You know,
What
I don't
movie
even
was that
like
from?
when people yell like that because whether they fucking know it or not, they're hurting their actual selves yelling like that and fucking putting that voltage through their shit. I swear to God, that's happening.
He's gonna
Like
pop
no
a
one
blood
ought to
vessel.
be fucking yelling like that.
100%. You need bulletproof earphones with his voice. His voice is like a gun.
Maybe he hasn't hit puberty yet.
Yeah. What's up, Noop?
I was interested in Blatek and his idea about meditation and and how he thinks that's negative.
Oh yeah, definitely. Because
Well,
it's
clearly
not
helping
focusing
Vanu.
in reality. You're weakening the mind to focus in on your inner reactions and feelings. Yeah, it sounds
is that
very
bad?
negative to me.
The way I understand it is kind of the opposite of that. It's a way to detach and clear your mind and get more in tune with nature, so to speak.
Yeah, but the problem is if you clear your mind, it opens up the soul to evil entities and spirits and forces. Yeah, that's why I was trying to say. You'll find that the people who are doing meditation are leftist type people, you know, government type people, mind
Also,
control.
I want to say one thing. I apologize for yelling. It's because I needed to give out that energy because you're being really frustrating. But Snacks, why do you think you can like talk shit about me behind my back?
Because I'm a cunt, bitch.
Yeah,
That's
but
what
why do you think you can like think you're like some sort of smart guy? Like I don't ever want to hear his opinion.
I'm the dumbest
Guess what?
motherfucker in there.
After I
It's fine,
yelled,
but
I took a piss. Listen, I took a piss and I was like, wow, I yelled really loud. So I went onto the YouTube, listened. I'm like, Snacks was just talking about me for 2 minutes straight. It's like, man.
I was talking
why?
about you too because you left an impression.
But Sean, you're being so rude to me. You made me yell so loud that now I'm out of breath.
But
Man.
Vanu, it's not a
I didn't
topic
make
you
you
can
do
bring
anything.
up.
do anything
It's not a
to
topic
you.
you understand.
You do all the things to yourself.
It's out of your
Hey,
depth. I
that's
told
you.
you that 3
Don't
times.
blame me.
Hey, bro, I'm going to go on mute. I apologize for yelling. Don't take it personally. It was just me
You
letting
took a
off
shit
steam.
in the punch bowl here. This is the community. You do not need to take a shit in the punch bowl. Thank you.
Sorry, I took a shit at what? What were we saying? Community what? I am
now,
the community.
and now you're drinking
I mean,
it.
I ain't a mod here,
Snacks,
right? But I do feel like
Snacks,
there's a community here. There's fucking no reason to
Snacks,
talk like
I
that.
am the community. Exactly. So Sean shouldn't speak to me the way he was. I don't even want to talk about your gun bullshit. But why do you have to put me
Damn.
down, bro?
What the fuck?
Like, it's not fair on
All right,
me.
just go on mute then. Fine. Yeah. All right. All
Yeah, I'm
good.
gonna leave, man. Just
But
don't talk.
honestly, like, bro,
No, but
if-
Snacks, don't talk.
Stop
Don't talk shit about me
whining.
behind my back. Don't talk shit about me
You
behind my
left
back.
an
Snacks.
impression.
I'll talk shit to you right now, but it's like not. It's not really
Say
what I
it to
want
me.
to do. I'm
Don't
just
leave
trying
an
to reset
impression.
the
You
fucking.
won't get that reaction.
I'm
Of
just
course,
trying
I'm
to
gonna
reset
leave an
the energy.
impression. I'm having fun with
Okay,
you because
And then
horny
don't
having
be
fun.
upset
And
when
now
we're
everyone's
like,
leaving the
that guy's a fucking
Discord.
idiot and he shouldn't be here when you
I'm
do
not
that.
an idiot. Actually, I've been here for a long time, mate. I've been here
Well,
for a long time.
you're acting like one.
Because I'm having fun with you. I'm sorry I yelled. I actually took a piss and I thought, wow, I yelled really loud. I hope my neighbors didn't hear that. So I apologize.
What were you yelling though? Do you remember the words?
I was just having, it was probably trauma, man. No, not trauma. It's just like, you want to yell. You want to, you want to yell on the battlefield,
if
man.
you want to yell,
So
okay.
PG'd me up so much. I had to yell at you. I did like you,
for no
my friend.
reason.
No, there was a very good reason. Anyway, I'm going to leave, man. Sorry. Just Snacks, don't talk shit about me.
All right,
Okay?
Kat, I'll leave you be. All right.
The second you
I'm
leave,
just
we're
trying
gonna
to
start
reset
talking
energy
shit.
here. Sorry.
Thing.
I'm a fucking mad cunt, I guess, for that. My bad.
How you gonna cry, leave, and come back to cry to leave? Oh wait, I'm talking about him. I'll stop.
You're talking about him.
I need a gun that stops yellers.
We don't need to do that. Just move on, guys. Rolling through. We're meditating here. We're meditating.
So what you're saying about is like when you go into that meditation stage, you're basically opening the gates for anything.
Like you're grounding out. And once you ground out your other stuff, you open up for a whole lot more. You empty out the space or the hard drive is what he's saying. Then you fill it up with whatever.
But then shouldn't you have to go into it with good intentions? It's kind of like doing hallucinogens. You know, like if you have bad intentions, bad shit happens. If you go into it with good intentions, good shit happens type thing.
I don't know. He's saying you can't control it. He's saying if some evil gets in there, it's getting in there. I mean,
I would interpret it as his idea is to be hyper vigilant at all times. Maybe.
But that would kind of be like saying go into it only with good intentions.
Where did he go?
What happened?
Golly gee whiz. Let's all do some deep breathing. It's like, that's good. Cleanse that shit. Yeah, definitely. But they say that that's really good. Like breathing exercises do actually clear up stressful chemicals that accrue in the body and cause people to be upset and stuff like that. So, deep breathing exercises actually do help in sort of agitated states. Or in any states, actually. Yeah.
It helps you bring your heart rate down too.
Sure. Yeah. It takes all that adrenaline. Like it takes a minute for those molecules to fall apart, right?
Yeah, but anyway, it's how fast you can get that to happen that matters.
Hey, Dawn, what made you post a picture of Ninja Turtle? Because it's just so whack of a coincidence that like maybe 5 minutes before you posted that, I was actually playing an old Game Boy, Follow the Foot Clan on for Ninja Turtles. So random.
Searched meditation and I scrolled down and I saw Leonardo.
He's watching you in your camera, Snack.
Like this is literally still in the. Yeah, it's crazy.
Splinter.
But I picked Michelangelo, not Donatello.
It's the good guy, Splinter or Shredder. Splinter, innit? The guru. Splinter and Raphael have tried to teach Leonardo to meditate, and he's obviously still struggling with it.
Don't ever ask Raphael how to fucking meditate. He's a loose cannon. You should know that, Don.
Yeah, but I think he's slightly better. He's like the teacher's pet, isn't he? To the guru, Raphael is.
No, Donatello's the best.
At machines, Donatello is the best.
Everyone has weapons. He has a stick. And he still kicks ass. And he's a genius. Everyone knows Donatello's the leader. He just gives Leonardo the little C patch.
Used to love that line. Donatello does machines because I thought, oh yeah, they need at least one tech guy. This is really childish.
That's kind of like a bit of a mind control thing too. I think like the idea of like these teams. You know what I mean? With this Power Rangers, Ninja Turtles, right? Like the team forms the unit, and then the unit takes on the evil or something.
Because there's no I in we.
Well, except if it's French.
It's spirited though, isn't it? Uniting against evil. But there might be some type of programming pattern happen.
Are you arguing that there are real Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles?
No, I'm just saying it's a better allegory than the Bible to real life.
Did you just equate the Bible and the Ninja Turtles?
Yeah.
I'm not sure how.
Ninja Turtles is it's just full of great ideas.
So now you're saying the Bible has so many great ideas.
I guess, yeah, not as many.
What ideas would you say are great from the Bible?
Sacrifice is quite a strong concept.
Sacrifice?
Yeah.
Is that of life or of...
Well, if anything, a life. That's the strong concept.
What would you say? Sacrifice? Isn't that the first thing that comes to mind?
Yeah. Michelangelo, do you reckon he let the team down? Or do you reckon they needed a bit of brevity? One full. I think he was good at fighting as well.
They were all good at fighting.
Yeah. It's imagining if you were a turtle growing up knowing Kung Fu. That's an exciting thought.
If a Kung Fu rat is teaching him, imagine the possibilities.
I mean, Kung Fu's Chinese. Clearly, these are ninjas. They practice ninjutsu.
I know, sorry. Thank you. Thanks for correcting me.
I mean, something's got to be sacred here, right?
Ninja, that's an exciting word, isn't it? Because as a kid, you hadn't really heard that word before. Ooh, ninja. Ninja.
Yeah, since you're here, Venu, I just wanted to say, perhaps you have a gainful employment as the lead singer of a very loud band. Am I wrong? I'm right.
I can
I know
yell,
I'm
and
right.
I can yell a lot louder than that.
I'm sure you weren't even giving us all your all.
But I
You
was
were only
being
like
honest.
50%, probably,
I was
right?
being honest about what I was saying.
Blood wasn't actually flying out of your mouth, so you were only like 50%.
I think if Sean is so adamant about guns, he should stick it in his own mouth. That's what I think.
That's not a good. Don't say that.
I don't mean that as a threat. I don't
It's
mean
a
that
shit.
as a threat.
It's a shit thing to say, and it's a shit thing that
What
you
is
say
shit?
it after all the shit that you brought. That you come back and do that. I feel like that's why I wouldn't let you back here if I
I
had
don't
moderator
care.
powers.
But why would
Right.
I want me back here if you have moderator powers?
No,
I don't know. Why are you back here over and over? Good answer. Good conversation. Glad we could have it.
I don't want to talk to you, bro.
I mean, if you had any idea about people who would follow what you just said and know that like I've lost people in that very way that you're describing, then maybe that you would feel fucking maybe some kind of way about it. But I'm not trying to react. You know what I mean? I just don't think you should be saying it to the people.
I don't know.
Because I might not be the only person like that, right?
Guess what's next? Guess why I don't know people in Australia that have shot themselves in the mouth with guns? Because the only way people have guns is if they're legally sane. So, and they have to go through a long way.
So now you're going to say that the people that had the guns did these things.
Well, that was the whole reason I
Hey, man,
yelled.
I don't know. Like you could degrade whatever.
Man, if I could get a gun easily, I probably would have shot myself 2 years ago. That's the point. You know what I mean, Dawn? That's what I'm saying.
He isn't someone who should have a gun. He has now established that.
Guns are a paradox. I'll give you.
It should be like really hard to get. Like he's here in Australia, And because of that fact, we don't have shootings and things. Like
Okay.
what I was saying before Sean was giving me a G up, okay, was there are illegal import guns and they are like these really obscure gang shootings, but it's nothing like we see in America at all, right?
Do you think that guns should be banned, or do you think the
No.
regulations should be stricter? Because
I think the
in my
regulations
opinion, if they did that and they made it a lot more, I think they should make it a lot more strict. I think they should have psych evaluations. I think background checks need to be
Okay, so why were you
or
bringing me up
twice a
before?
year, huh?
Why were you like attacking me before? Because that's exactly
Because
how it
you
is in
you come
Australia.
at it as if it's everyone that owns a gun and it's because all guns. The
No, I didn't
reality of it
say
is,
that,
the
man.
reality of it is you can want guns
You
and have that
assumes
right to
that.
have guns, but there should be stricter regulations. There's a huge difference between no guns and stricter regulations.
Hey, bro, you assumes that because guess what? We have guns in Australia.
I know you have guns. You keep saying you
Big.
don't have guns. You keep saying you don't have
No.
shootings.
I said we have guns, but it's very
No,
strict
you said we
regulation.
don't have guns, but then you contradicted yourself and then started talking about the gang shootings.
I said we have guns, but it's very strict regulations. You need to have a psych check and these things.
No, you need to have a psych check. We've already established that.
What? You're saying I didn't say that, though. You
contradicted yourself
gaslighted
at least 3 times.
You misunderstood what I said then. Because
No,
I'm telling you
maybe
right now,
because you
we
were
do
drunk.
have
Maybe because
guns,
you're
but
drunk and high, you can't actually get out the words in a proper fashion. And
you
maybe you
don't even
forgot you
know
said
what
it
the
3
moment
times.
is, and you can't realize that I'm trying to tell you what I meant. So maybe you misunderstood what I said in the past, but you
Okay,
can't be
so
like,
then
oh,
okay,
now's
then
the
start
moment.
your whole
Maybe I should
conversation over
listen.
again.
Maybe I should listen to what he's fucking saying. And what
Yeah,
I'm saying is, yes, the
same
gun
for you.
laws are very strict in
You should do
Australia,
it
and
too.
it's brilliant. And because of that, we don't have these gun shootings actually at all. And what I was saying, I heard
Not at all. So
hypothetically
you're contradicting yourself again.
obscure shootings that happen. They're so obscure because they're not on the news.
Then
I've
don't
never
stop
heard
saying don't
friends or
happen.
family. That's what I'm saying. To the actual people, it doesn't happen. But I've obscurely heard
Jesus
of gun shootings
Christ.
happening on the internet. What do you mean, Jesus Christ? Do you see why I was yelling at this guy?
No.
You are fucking insane, man. Just fuck
I'm
off.
insane. I guarantee everyone thinks you're insane. He'll be back.
Internet. What do you mean, Jesus Christ? Do you see why I was yelling at this guy?
No.
Insane, man.
Vanu,
Just fuck off.
Vanu, can you listen to me? Vanu, can you listen to me? Don't let Charlie suck you in again, please.
He'll be back.
Internet. What do you mean, Jesus Christ? You see why I was yelling at this guy?
No.
We're having some type of vanuception moment.
I'm sorry, because most people when they come in and they do it every time is they talk about how guns should be banned, and that's why America is so shitty. And the reality of it is the ratio of people who own guns and use them and then use them fucking for mass shootings and shit it's not a very high percentage. But there's a whole difference from what you think the regulation should be, because I think it's not strict enough in a lot of places.
Should we give everyone their own atom bomb as a tool, just in case?
No, absolutely not.
Guns are a staple of America, dude.
Yeah, man.
Just
I
as
used to
Americans
carry mine
have to
as,
fight.
yeah, I used to carry mine as just protection, and not just like guns. I like shooting them. They're fun.
Yeah.
But if a mass shooter comes in a place where I'm at, I better be the first one he gets.
If he wants to survive.
Yeah.
I mean, if we had more guns, like readily available, like people being able to open carry, I don't think we'd have this mass shooting problem, dude. I think we'd
That's
have
not true. That's not true.
Man,
I think
if you want to
what
defend
you would
yourself,
see.
Sean.
Okay, can you stop? Because we're gonna have
Go
a
on.
good conversation if you're not involved.
If I'm not, can I say one thing, man, real quick before you talk about something else? If you want to defend yourself, why can't you just use a knife or your own fist? Why do you need to use a gun? Say someone
Because
breaks
you
into
never
your house.
you never bring
Because
a
I
knife to
don't
a
want to.
gunfight.
Hang on. There's an answer to that. Because I don't want to take the chance. I want to stop. I want to stop the problem right now. I don't want to fight. I don't want to hope I have better fighting skills. I don't want to hope my knife's a little bit bigger. I want to stop the problem in its tracks. I don't want to take that chance. I'm not chancing my life.
Okay, so you mean that you don't have the balls to pick up your own hands and strangle a man to death?
Yes.
Nice. I know I can tell that's the case.
The funny part is,
Sean, I
if someone
know.
comes at you with a knife, you think that you're going to be able to strangle him and take that knife from him.
I will strangle
It's funny
you.
that
Yeah.
you think
Anyone that entered my house, I would completely destroy with my own fist.
that.
Easily.
I doubt it.
I doubt it. Do you
Even
want to
if
test it, mate? You've
even
heard
if
me yell.
even if they had
You
a weapon,
doubt it? Do you doubt
if they
it,
had a
Sean?
weapon, even if
If
they had a
weapon, I'd fucking use anything to end this person, Sean.
Oh,
I don't
well,
need
guess
a
what?
gun.
I
I will go
use a
hand
handgun.
to hand combat, Sean.
Yeah, you sound stupid.
I sound stupid. All right, whatever, man. I'm done with you, mate.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing to be tough enough. I'm sure you can handle yourself, but if I had the option, if I had the option, yeah, I would much rather have a pistol.
Yeah,
If someone's
I
coming at me
want
with
to
a
stop the
knife.
threat. Yeah, I'm stopping the threat. I'm not playing Mortal Kombat with them. Fuck that.
Well, I'm going Ninja Turtles. Maybe I would even use gardening equipment.
It doesn't, man. It's a better alternative. It's more fun too.
When protecting life, it's not supposed to be fun. But that sounds like
Protecting
someone who's
life.
never had to protect anybody.
What? Excuse me? Okay, so all of a sudden I don't agree with guns, therefore I can't protect someone. Nice logic.
That's not what I said.
Well, that is sort of the continuation of the conversation, right?
No, you're now adding it for some odd reason.
Okay,
I
so
didn't say
you're
that.
completely assuming something then. You're completely assuming
No, okay.
something.
How about this? I'll even show it to you. Look, I have protected people and protected properties with weapons, but I have also done the same thing without weapons. So it's more than capable of doing it in the situation. But having that option, I don't have to worry about if I have to have a hand-to-hand combat fight and take the
I'll
chance
say
to lose.
one thing, and I know you don't want to have the argument, but the point is, as Dawn actually clarified, how I see it is guns is a bit of a paradox, right? So you think about a gun being a defense, but it's also the reason of offense. It's the reason you have to use a gun, right? Because they're using a gun against you, right? That's the whole paradox.
But regardless of the law, aren't those people going to try to obtain those things regardless?
No, not necessarily, because these crazy people in Australia, right, where we have very strict laws, they don't get access to guns because these people are on lots of drugs and things like that. They're not going to go through the mind-numbing pain you have to sit through to get a legal, obtaining of a gun. These people are on lots of drugs, right? They're not. They're going to get
aren't
it
there illegal
illegally.
guns?
Yeah, but they get it illegally, and it's like you go to prison for such a long time, even for having it on you, right? It's not like that in America.
But
so
there are criminals that have guns, right?
Yeah, but Sean, people don't like raid people's houses with guns. This doesn't happen. The only time there's gun fights is very obscure gang fights in Western Sydney and things like that, where there's like Muslim gangs and all this. But
Then
other
would
than
you
that,
say
it's
that your gun laws don't
really
work there in those areas?
But it's very out of the picture. And these, so I have a very bogan rundown area of Sydney. They completely robbed this guy entire house, everything they took out of the house, right? But they didn't have guns. At the front door, there was a guy that they left bleach there, right? So if someone opened the front door, they would have thrown bleach in his front eye, in his eyes, and just ran out. So they would have blinded the person walking in the house. So the thing is, these people on lots of drugs, usually the people robbing houses are on methamphetamine, right? They just use any household item or knife or whatever to rob you. they're not using guns because it's
Yeah, they
really
use
hard
any
to get.
weapon they can get, and if they
I
could get
wouldn't
guns,
get it.
they
I
would.
couldn't get a gun if I wanted to, right? You can probably tell the way I was yelling at you. Like, you need to be really sane and have a really sane record because they
I
check
agree.
everything. Okay,
I agree,
so
and I think
these
the
five
laws out here
buddies.
should be. I think the
But
laws
if
in
I
the
was
United
in
States.
America,
I think
if
the
an
laws in the United States need to be
yeah,
stricter.
good. So why was they yelling at you, man? We
Agreed.
were on the same page the whole time, bro.
No,
We were on the
because
same page, man.
you were
No, you
literally
must. No,
saying
Sean,
that guns
Sean,
should
Sean. I wasn't
be
saying that.
banned.
I wasn't saying that.
Okay,
You misunderstood me. Okay,
you
can we
said
not talk
it.
about the past? Can we not talk about the past, bro?
Okay, well that's where
Please.
my argument's based in that you're talking about.
Well, you're talking about the past because I never said this. You
Okay,
misunderstood me, my friend. This
okay,
Vining
well,
doesn't sound drunk at all. Thank you,
okay.
Quad. Anyway, man, cheers. I'm gonna talk to you later.
Better
He'll
out.
be back. He'll be right back. Yeah, there's a like I said, man. There's a very big difference between banning guns and making the gun laws and regulations stricter, and I think that needs to be done. I think it's too easy to get a gun here. There's not enough fucking mental stability, fucking background checks. I think that should happen twice a year. It should be inconvenient.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I think there's too many mentally unstable people having easy access to things that shouldn't.
So practically, I'm glad not everyone has a gun, but morally and spiritually, everyone should be allowed to have a gun. There's no one that can tell you what to do, so guns included in that.
Well,
You should have the right to have a weapon if you are mentally stable enough to own a weapon.
Alright.
You know, decide that. What
Because
if I decide?
here's the other aspect of it. There's a big population of people who have guns, don't carry, but use them to hunt. I mean, there's 1,000 reasons for these weapons, and for only hyper focusing on the criminals that and the mentally unstable people that do these things shouldn't be a broad spectrum for how guns are regulated. You need to start pinpointing on the problem, which is mental health.
Who's going to decide? What if I decide that you're not up to the mark to own one?
Say again?
What if I'm the one who gets to decide, and I decide you're not up to the mark to have one?
Then I don't get one.
You're willing to give
I can't say, and I got to be honest. If I was evaluated and deemed not mentally stable to own a weapon, then I can't own a weapon. I can't be upset with the regulations that I think should be out there.
You'll give away the rights to mental assessment.
Absolutely.
The corporation.
Absolutely. I think that anyone that's mentally unstable shouldn't have a weapon, period.
Well, if you just give your rights away to the people that decide who's crazy and who isn't, you're not in jail.
Yes, I'd much rather. I think that if anybody's not stable enough to own a weapon, the chances of them doing something to themselves or others are so high that something should be done about it. Yes. Then again, if they put the money to mental health and we started being able to solve these type of problems, then maybe it wouldn't be that situation. Maybe it would be there's a much greater waiting period. There's these evaluations that you would constantly have to do twice a year or something would show that you're getting better or that it is the treatments that they're doing now are working. And then you would be able to get that opportunity back. I don't know. But I do know that the guns aren't the problem. It's the lack of mental health that we have in America that is the actual fucking problem. We're just diverting that. We're going, let's not deal with that. We don't want to admit we're fucking up on that. So let's just blame the guns. Let's blame this object that has no control of itself.
Well, it's a weapon, isn't it, that made to kill.
Does for someone who left lane owns weapons, he's mentally stable, right? As far as we know, should he not have a gun, Don?
Depends who's deciding. Who gets to decide?
Well, just in this conversation.
Well, it's all up for debate, depending on who decides. I think he gets to decide if he has one or not.
But he's not. He can't mentally evaluate himself.
Why not?
Well, some people can, but you know what I mean.
What do you think if you put strict laws in?
Mhm.
I wasn't mental, and I evaluated myself as okay to own a gun. I wasn't going to just shoot people. I was going to keep it for emergencies and practice hunting. So I was doing a type of killing, but a justified, accepted type of killing, and then it was self-defense weapon.
And
But
I think
hang on,
I
the
think
end of the story
hang
is
on.
the end of the story is your rules are too strict, and I couldn't be bothered to deal with any of them, so I just bought it illegally. Do you think that's really wrong of me, or?
Yeah, you've already done something wrong. Like, put it this way, I own weapons. I've never in my life pointed my weapon at someone who didn't deserve it or wasn't pointing it at me. I've never done anything illegal using my weapon. When I hunt to be as proficient as possible so I don't hurt the animals or maim them. I mean, etc. So majority of the people do evaluate themselves and do decide that they are mentally stable to own weapons, and they don't do anything. The problem is that someone who is mentally unstable can't do that same assessment for himself.
That's called freedom.
Freedom is okay. Freedom for yourself may be fine, but your freedom may impede on my safety and my freedom.
I think that's Vanu's point when he was saying we should try to get rid of some of the guns.
Okay, try to get rid of some of the guns, and then what? And here's the problem. But here's the problem, Don. Let's say the United States decides that 60% of the guns need to be off the streets or off out of the circulation period to have an effective society, right? Who do you think they're going to go to get that 60% of the weapons?
Well, I'm not saying it would happen. I don't think it could happen.
No. I'm not saying you're saying it would happen, but I'm saying that if they decided that there's too many and less guns would solve the problem we have, where would they go to get that 60% of guns?
What do you mean illegally? They would just buy them illegally?
Nope. All around the board, right? Okay. It would be as many illegal and legal guns, right? But if I'm looking for 60% of guns to satisfy everyone, guess where I'm going to go? I'm going to go to every registered gun owner I can see on a list, so I don't have to search for that shit. Which then means all they're really doing is getting the guns that you know exist. You can't get guns you don't know exist.
I'm not saying that's a good method. I think they're chipping away at it slowly, whether we like it or not.
In what way you mean?
They're slowly taking your guns.
Mm.
You're already agreeing to multiple hoops, so you're one step back.
I think, and again, I said, Don, I think there should be 20 more hoops.
Yeah, you might never have got a gun if that's true. You might still be waiting.
Yeah, you're right. Then that means there was some complication or a reason that I shouldn't own a weapon if the wait was that long, right? I'm not saying 3 years. I'm saying for any weapon, whether it's a rifle, handgun, I think there should be a two-week appraisal, and at the same time an evaluation. And who does that evaluation? I don't know. We'd have to find someone qualified to or any psych medic, right? Anyone that decides if someone's crazy or they need medication or not, right?
You might have to do a psych medication on the psych medic to check if he's pro-gun or anti-gun.
I don't think it would matter in that situation.
Of course it would.
Why?
He would say yes to more or no to more.
I'm sure there are many doctors who believe there shouldn't be guns that still treat gun victims or gunshot victims.
Okay. I could just come into work, be in a good mood, and let left lane have a gun. Come into work, be in a bad mood, and not let you have one. Willy nilly.
Then he's broken his ethics and he can get fired or arrested.
Well, who chooses the ethics?
What?
What are the ethics on how many people can
A
have
doctor
a gun?
can't decide who he treats and doesn't treat.
Oh, God, we can't trust doctors anymore, though.
Huh? Say again.
Can't trust mainstream doctors anymore.
What do you mean? Or you're just changing the goalpost now?
Well, it's a true fact that it's hard to trust someone that's lied in their profession so badly.
Every doctor has?
Yeah, pretty much. 90% of them.
About what?
About the waxing.
About the what?
Leg waxing.
I don't know. I don't know what the fuck you're even saying right now.
They promoted a harmful thing that wasn't necessary as safe and necessary, and they will never be forgiven.
Oh, there are thousands of doctors that and nurses that spoke against it. What are you talking about?
Well, they're the ones
We weren't
that
getting our information from every doctor. We were getting our information from certain agencies. They're the problem.
90% of mainstream doctors, I'm saying, have got to go off the list. We can't trust them.
Yeah, that's just an opinion. I don't even see proof behind it.
It's all an opinion.
Is it backed by anything or just opinion?
No, I'm saying all your ethics on guns is opinion. Everything what we've all both said is opinions.
Yeah. But whose opinion is based in reality versus what ifs only?
I can't come down one way or the other on if we should limit guns or allow more.
I have
I'm not sure.
Don, do you feel that your military or cops feel like they have a higher authority over you because they know you don't have a gun?
Oh, that's a big question. First of all, they're not my military cops. I don't believe they're any good at anything. Yeah, the ones from England.
Yeah.
Yes, of course. That isn't the main reason they think they have more authority. They think they have more authority because they've been brainwashed.
Do you worry about criminals?
No.
Why?
Did. As a kid, when I was an atheist believing in government before conspiracy theories, I was scared of criminals.
Why aren't you now, Don?
Because I've got a lock on my door, and there isn't many.
Where you're at?
Yeah.
I'm just trying to figure out if.
But if there was, yeah, or say one night a week, someone tried
Wait,
to rob.
don't you guys have a lot of stabbings and shit?
Yeah, but not near me.
Okay.
Only in a few estates in the big cities.
Any area with a soccer field.
Yeah.
If I don't know the solution. I honestly don't know the solution to gun laws. I just say make them stricter. But that's also because I feel that I'm a person that doesn't have any situations where I'm gonna have to worry about not being able to have one or using it illegally. But yeah, I don't even think guns are the problem, and we need to stop talking about it like they're the problem.
Yeah, well,
it's drugs plus guns that's the problem. It's alcohol plus guns that's probably the problem. No,
and mental health in guns is the problem.
Could be too.
Because there's a lot of people that get drunk as fuck and never do anything stupid with their gun.
Humans and weapons, it's never a good mix.
Humans, weapons, or dumb humans and weapons are never a good mix.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah. So many causes for dumb humans.
I don't even trust myself with a pair of scissors walking around, you know?
You have no idea, Snack.
What, you hurt yourself with scissors one time?
Pocket knife.
Oh. You know, one time I had a box cutter in my pants with the blade exposed and I fell asleep. And I'm like so glad I didn't like die. Like, because I was like, whoa, what is this fucking pointy sharp shit? And why am I bleeding too? And I was like, oh, wait.
Something's poking me. And then you do that thing when you're half asleep and you kind of just do it a little bit more to make sure you're right and not a dream. Just stabbing your liver a little bit more.
All right. You guys ready for a hard ball question? Ballers?
Play
We're
ball.
I
decompressing.
don't mean to interrupt. So
Alright.
No, it's a good
all right.
time to shift topic. Yeah, sure.
Cool. So Einsteinian gravity. Is it an attractive force or a repellent?
Attract.
Which is it?
Attract.
Attract?
I believe so.
Everybody's with Sean on this one? Ballers?
My answer is they say it's attraction still, but with his method of
Well,
bending space time, it's kind of up in the air.
yeah. You say when you say Einstein and force together, that's kind of a red flag for me.
Good catch. At least he caught it. That's right. It's not a force. But is it
I
attractive
believe,
or is it repulsive?
but Montreal, I also believe that even with Einstein's understanding of gravity and explanation, he still looks at it as, in my opinion, as some type of force because it's still something reacting to something, and it's still reacting to that acceleration. It needs that mass to create those gravity wells still.
Yeah, the common thing, the gravity well that causes the object that's traveling in a straight line to bend, and the Einsteinian gravity well.
I still think there are forces needed to create that. In my opinion of it, at least, right?
How?
What's a force?
A force, according to you guys, it's something that, for example, something needed to move an object, right?
Okay, and in the explanation of a gravity
You have
well,
to apply a
the
force to it
object
to move
is
it, right?
doing so.
An object. No, it's not. It's you're falling into something. Nothing is pushing you, and in the Einsteinian, if I understand it correctly.
But what would
it's the space itself that's actually curving, like in a
due to
skating
what?
board. Sorry.
I was like, but it's happening, but due to what?
Well, due to the mass, and this is, I'm not saying I believe this. This is your model now. Due to the mass bending the fabric of space-time, causing a well. Think of it like a soup bowl, right? And once you reach that point, you just you start falling into the well. That's your.
But here's something that I learned a long time ago that I didn't ever think about. That bowl, you understand that bowl is in every infinite direction of that mass. So it's
That's
not really.
So glad you said.
So it's really not a
yeah.
gravity well. It's in every infinite direction you can think of that object.
Exactly. That's worse for your model to think of it that way. It's even more lunacy because which way are you falling if it's everywhere?
It's not falling. It's creating a bend in space time. That's the thing that when you say falling, it's like as if you're saying the fabric of space is under us. It's not. It's everywhere. And again,
okay, that's
this
my
is kind of
point.
and this is one of those topics and discussions of it that really distinguish between us, the layman, and the scientific understanding of it. Because unless you grasp the reality of it, you're not explaining it correctly on either side, really, because it's not a gravity well.
This
It's
is
just
where
a term.
you fail, bro. This is where you're wrong, my friend, my dear friend, Sean.
Yes, sir.
Horizon kicks in, right? Because you know you can't have a well everywhere, right?
Why?
Now you have to say that it's because where are you falling if it's everywhere?
Again, it's
which direction are you falling?
And when we're talking about this specific topic, you're not falling.
But you have to. in your model,
on
bro.
Earth,
This is the
but
this is
no.
the dichotomy. This is the nut thing that you have to believe in. Because if you
No, no.
believe in a well, how could a well, if you dig a well, right?
Mhm.
Can you be digging it everywhere? No.
Again,
It has to be directional, right?
this is that huge like slash in the road where the being able to grasp the understanding of it is the problem between the argument, because you're thinking of a
No, brother.
well,
This
you're
is
thinking of a
where
well, you're thinking of a well on Earth, but we're not talking about Earth. We're talking about the fabric. We're talking about in space, the fabric of space, and how masses are affected. It's not falling.
exactly. Well, this is where reality meets fantasy, right? You're at the fork of the road now, right? Now you know that a well, a bull is unidirectional, right? You can't have something causing something to bend, therefore manipulating your direction in that well, if that's everywhere. How can that happen?
Okay, so
you see, it dies right there, bro. You either have to use logic or you have to go into fantasy here.
Okay. Imagine the globe. Okay, just imagine it in space, right? And then create that gravity well under it. If you create that gravity well in every infinite direction, then you have the fabric of space around that mass. That's the bending of space time. That is that warping of space time that you keep talking about. It's not under it; it's around it. So it's not
so
falling.
which direction did you fall into it?
It'd be whatever. See, that's where the concept of it, because it'd be, to me, the only thing I can really say to make myself understand it is it direction of the larger gravity well near it, right? So the sun's gravity well, everything's inside the sun's gravity well in the solar system. The Earth's in it, and then just an example, the moon's in, we're within the moon and the Earth's gravity well. So there's just these multiple. See, I'm lost in the concept. That's as far as I can go.
Exactly, bro. Now we're in La La Land. You know it can't happen. You know
I
you
didn't
can't
say
say
that. It's not a can't.
Gravity well and mean everywhere.
Yeah, you can.
Okay, what is it?
I just explained it. Now for Earth's position, if you wanted to give it a reference, then you could give it a gravity well right there. But it'd be referenced in infinite areas as well to get the whole thing. It's the space time, the fabric of space isn't under us, it's around us.
Well, that's the thing. That's dualism.
It'd be like saying what's under flat Earth.
No, it's be like saying you're explaining gravity like the trampoline, the well system, but then you're asking people to believe the well system that happens, right? Because you can see how you make an indentation and you go around and always falls in the middle, but that's another story. But how can you envision a well that's all around? How can you envision that? I can't.
You ever seen those motorcycles that are inside the ball? Well, imagine if that was happening. If you can put other ones inside that, so they could happen within it. That would be the only explanation I can give. Like I said, there is a huge divide in understanding it and trying to explain it.
No, bro. There's a huge divide in reality and fantasy, and there's no explanation here. There's no amount of math. There's no amount of brainiac scientist that could explain this to you. It doesn't work. It doesn't make sense. You either have a well or you don't.
Well, let's just talk about space for a second, because he's kind of like giving space properties that it doesn't have.
What? Which ones?
Well, you're essentially alluding to the bending and warping of space time to create this fourth dimensional, i.e., gravity well. But the problem is those are two concepts that you're merging together to create some sort of a physicality. It'd be analogous to me saying, "What's that?" Go ahead, Don.
With that. It's a fudge of an explanation.
I didn't catch that. What?
I don't know if my mic's bad. I'll fix it in a minute.
He said it was a fudge of an explanation.
Okay. So what makes up the gravity, right? Isn't it space time?
No, the mass. The
Oh,
mass
mass.
is mass is what's causing this the
Mass.
space time, right? The mass, yeah, the mass of the object.
So how can a mass of an object affect another object near it?
Gravity.
And what is that?
Oh, you're asking me for the cause now. We don't need to go down that road. We know we don't know the cause of gravity. We can only measure
I'm
and
asking
observe
you what it
effects.
is.
Well, it's a big well in
Is
the
there a
distance.
physical particle we can associate with it?
Exactly. You're asking me the cause of gravity, and we know there's not. So why? Why are you asking that?
No, I'm asking what gravity is comprised of.
No, we don't know.
So we don't know what it's comprised of. We don't know its makeup. All's you're just philosophically talking about an effect within a logical meaning.
Yeah, exactly. Gravity is the effects and observations we made. Yes, 100%. Yeah, we don't know the cause. We don't have a particle for gravity. Sorry.
But I mean, if you're gonna associate with materialism in the way you are, there has to be a particle.
No, you're right. I believe that sometime in the probably maybe I don't know how long. I have no clue. They will find a graviton. That is my honest to God fucking opinion.
Okay.
Yeah, I was leading down another path. I know we got caught up in this, but I was leading down. But this is cool. If you guys want to go exhaust, I'll continue where I was going.
Yeah, go ahead, SE. Sorry.
Okay, so we all know this silliness, the graviton. We know they don't have anything.
To that
Now, the reason this convo is because, sorry?
Nothing, I'm just fucking around. Go ahead.
Yeah, the graviton. Yeah, we had that one with Jace. That was good. But the thing I was trying to lead down to is that, and I asked at the beginning, was everybody agrees here that in the model, right, that in the Einsteinian gravity, fabric of space-time, so on and so forth, bending thereof, that it's a attractive thing, right?
Yes.
Not in a sense of the Newtonian style, but it's an attractive thing, right? It attracts other bodies to other bodies, right? Now, they explain it with the well, whatever, but everybody agrees it's an attractive force, Einsteinian gravity. In the model, I'm not saying reality now.
It's what?
It's an attractive, forget the word force, it's an attractive situation. Einsteinian gravity, right?
I do think it's
There's
attractive.
mass, there's a well, it causes another body near it to, right? Okay. Well, what if I was to tell you that there's another type of gravity? So we have Newtonian, we have Einsteinian, right? But within Einsteinian, there's another type of gravity. What if I was to tell you that? What would you guys say?
Is it based on a field?
It's based on a repulsive force. How do you like that? There's an Einsteinian gravity that's repulsive. It repulses. Has anybody heard of that?
Where's this at?
Sounds a lot like magnetism.
Can you explain what it does to the body?
So check this out. I'll post the thing so you don't think I'm lying, but let me explain to you first. Apparently, there's an instance where if there's a lot of, I think he said energy. If there's a lot of energy, and I don't know how this is going to happen, like in an area, in a big area, they say that it's a repulsive force, believe it or not. So there's an instant where Einsteinian gravity can be repulsive. I thought it was funny as hell.
Maybe it's.
It sounds pretty repulsive to me.
What does it do? So let's say there's a body, a big sun falling around the galaxy. The black hole, or whatever you believe is in the middle of the galaxy, the devil. It's falling. The sun's falling. So you're saying if Einstein gravity is true, sometimes it gets repelled backwards, or does it just slow down or something?
Have a listen for yourselves and be amazed. Remember where you heard this first. I just posted it. Your boy Green. It's a very short thing. It's
It's on Joe
have a
Rogan.
listen and
So
be
that's
amazed.
one thing to note that he's on Joe Rogan.
I don't care where he's at. He's telling you your model and how ridiculous it is. They just make stuff up.
He's saying Einstein's equations allow for repulsive. I'm not sure he's saying he's found it.
Yeah. Take a few minutes, become an expert at it, and let us know.
Hypothetical at best, and I'm nearly finished the video. Yeah, he's talking about the fields. And he's using Einstein as a citation.
Uh-huh. What's a field?
Misunderstood gravity that might not come from a body.
So you'll believe any old thing, right? You didn't know about it 30 seconds ago. Now that you've seen Green say it, it makes perfect sense to you, right?
Well, it's
But
not.
before
He's not
everybody-
referring. He's not referring to mass attracting mass. He's just talking about something about an energy field having a repulsive force, and I don't think that flies in the
Exactly.
face of Einstein.
Did you
I
miss
mean, we
the
know
part
that-
where we said there's two gravities? Did you miss that part?
Well, yeah, maybe, yeah, I don't necessarily agree with
Equal
his
and
wording,
opposite reactions.
but we know that we can put two like poles of a magnet and have a repulsive force, things
I
like
mean,
that. So
yeah, but
thing is, left lane.
Yeah, but he's
Gravity's
not
your god, isn't it? That's the issue. It can do anything. It can be all things to all men. That's the issue. It's
He
doing
is
all
talking
things.
about what you think he's not. That's the thing, SE. He is talking about that. They just don't know it. This is all
Yeah,
pertaining to magnetism, whether it be incoherent or coherent.
Exactly. That's what they're explaining, exactly, magnetism. Because there's no such thing as a field, right, in the middle of nowhere causing a repulsive force. That's just nonsense. Where does the field come from?
So there's no such thing as a magnetic field?
It's the goddess having energy in the void. It's not always from a body. That's what people don't get.
Well, just remember now we have 3 different types of gravities.
Extremisist. I don't know if I can.
Newtonian, and within Einsteinian, there's a yes, you're going to have to live with it. That's your model. There's a subset of gravity within Einsteinian.
I don't think he said that. I don't think he said that at all. Let's see.
Okay.
Exactly what he said, bro.
How about what's the subset of field in Einsteinian gravity?
It's a field that causes a repulsive situation instead of an attractive situation, in plain English.
For gravity?
Yeah, you haven't been listening?
No, he said a
No,
field
I
of
just said
energy.
it.
He didn't say a field of. He said that like suns and rocks, like planets, and then he differentiated and said this field having a repulsive force. That's not gravity. That's
Yeah, gravity never repulses
Yes, it is.
under
That's how
any
it-
circumstances.
Did you
No,
guys
we
watch
don't.
the same video I did?
yeah, I did.
The one I posted?
Yeah,
You watched that video?
he's just talking about
Where
forces.
Green says
I
there's
don't.
2.
I don't think that he was actually saying that the field and the repulsive force of the field was necessarily anything to do with Einstein, though.
Absolutely, exactly what he said. Yep. Two different kinds of gravities. Yep. Who do you think he was referring to when he mentioned that second type of gravity? Who do you think he was referring to?
He didn't say the second type of gravity. He didn't say that, is he?
No, he's calling it one type, just
But he said
reverse.
there's two gravities, right? There's a repulsive and an attractive one, right? Those are completely different, right, gentlemen?
At the beginning, yeah, he did open with two types.
I knew it. I should have started off this conversation by saying, I'm going to tell these guys something. They're going to say no. And then when I show them what it is, they're going to start fighting against it and becoming experts on it. I should have started the conversation saying that because I knew this was exactly what was going to happen.
In order to
You're
have
somehow going to change his words.
Yeah, in order to have that repulsive and attractive nature to what it is you're talking about, they would have to be equal in the magnitude of them. Otherwise, the other one would just wipe the other one away, and you wouldn't have it. So it would, yeah. So they'd have to
But
be
one
equal.
is caused by matter. Yeah, one is caused by matter, and the other one is caused by a field. No matter.
Why does theories of nature make you laugh? Like,
No, we
Why
accept
does
them
it
as
make me
theories, though,
laugh?
Dawn. That's the thing. Can you accept it as a theory?
yeah, of course it's a theory.
Not an actual thing, then.
Well, we don't know.
Well,
He's theorizing.
he's theorizing. That's fine. Fill your boots with theories.
What's wrong with
That doesn't
theorizing
mean
about
anything.
nature? I know you laugh because you already don't believe it, so it seems far out or whatever. But to me, it's just a theory about how things off in the distance might behave. Still looking into it.
So you auto believe this.
No,
you
already
know,
asked me
and you
that. I
believe
already
that
said no.
there's a. Let me finish, please.
Finish
Do
your
you
straw
believe
man.
now
Go.
that there's such a thing? Let me. Don't interrupt me, please. Do you believe now that there's such a thing as a field that causes repulsive gravity? Do you believe that, Don?
I already believed there was fields that could cause all types of forces. So this is just another theory that might be true. I don't believe it is true. It might be true.
Okay, fair enough.
Fields of energy is not that far out if you look at the sky. Think about it on a big scale.
Yeah, but this is related to gravity now. We know that a magnetic field, call it whatever you want, could cause repulsive and attractive, right? But I've never heard that referred to gravity, right? It's always when everybody thinks of gravity, they think of
Einstein's
things falling,
equations allow.
attracting. Why do you interrupt every time I talk, bro? Do you have like a tick problem?
You had a big gap.
No, I didn't. I was in a flow. But go ahead.
Okay, I wanted to correct you. It's only to do with gravity. The fact that he's saying Einstein's equations would allow this in the way he's thought about it.
What? Say it.
He's
Can you elaborate on that?
He's hypothesizing and saying Einstein's equations would allow this.
He's talking about. I went to the original video. He's ultimately talking about dark energy, and he also made mention that we've never experienced this on Earth. So, yeah, it's kind of a shady area. But he did say there are two types of gravity. Yes, he did. He sure did.
Thank you. Thank you for being honest. That was my whole point. That's all. I wanted everybody to be aware of this. I wanted to talk about this for a while, but I kept forgetting about it. Just like their duality when they say something travels fast near the speed of light, that it contracts, but at the same time, it has an expansion property. That's another duality, right? So this is the same thing here. How can gravity be both an attractive and then sometimes under other situations are repulsive? Because if that's the case, has repulsive properties. How did gases in the beginning of your story, how did they attract each other? How did that ever happen to make molecules and particles and so on and so forth?
For that particular video that you linked, he specifically said that if you have energy, then it can be repulsive. He did say that mass is attractive, and it's energy that if you have it, you know, basically the energy component of it can be repulsive, but not the mass part of it.
How do you store energy
Yeah, did you know
in
that
non-material?
until I mentioned that? It's a mistake.
Right, I did not. I mean,
Did
I
you know
watched that
that
little short
just
video.
minutes ago?
I watched that little short video. I mean, what Left Lane specifically said that tracks. I mean, he's, as Left Lane said, he's ultimately talking about dark energy, which is a repulsive force. So, I mean, if you kind of associate them, then yes, I mean, that's true.
So you mean the thing that they invented out of thin air, like 54% of all stuff that we can't see out there? You mean that thing? The thing that they invented is somehow responsible for this?
Yeah, I'm saying that we don't experience that. We've never experienced this, he says, and it's basically the dark energy explanation that is causing the universe to expand. But I think the only mathematics that they have for it is the dark energy equations, whatever those are.
Yeah, some made up equations, made up force to patch up the broken model of gravity.
No,
that's exactly what it is.
Yeah, I mean, you could say it's broken, but I mean, that's on the edge, the fringe of the understanding, and part of what it keeps us from having a unified theory.
It's understood that it's not complete, but broken and incomplete are not the same thing.
Oh, it's broken badly. Like every day, it seems I find new things about it. Like the baby galaxy paradox. About that one. That's another killer. I think that's the top killer of your cosmological model. I think they're going to have to admit they got it all wrong.
So you think that they're going to admit that gravity is wrong and start over with something else?
Oh, this is much worse than gravity. They're going to have to admit they got the whole model wrong. The Big Bang from the conception.
You think they're going to admit? Sorry, you think they're going to admit that they got it all wrong? Scrap everything that we've learned for the last 150 years, 200, 400, whatever years, and come up with something completely and totally new. You think they're going to do that?
Yeah, they would have to base it on something logical and concise, not just phony fairy tale nonsense that can never be verified or falsified.
Yeah, what they're going to try to do, I think, is try to patch it up. But this time, there's no way out of it.
Well, you could
There's no way they can patch this up.
You could falsify it by demonstrating how this magnetics and electrostatics and all this is actually what causes the attractive force, but I've yet to see that one.
Well, just gotta look.
What I'm talking about is much, much worse. The repellent force, they already explained it. They say it's a field, whatever, energy, nonsense. But this, the baby galaxy, there's no way around it. It couldn't happen. In the timeline that the model, the cosmological model has, this is impossible. There is no explaining this away. And to make matters worse, in these galaxies that shouldn't be there, they found supermassive black holes, 1 million times the size of the Earth. And that's even a double whammy, because not only is the galaxy where it shouldn't be, like it's 13 billion years too old, now they found a black hole in it, which would have to be way bigger than the galaxy, right? There would have to be formations of stars dying, and there's a time problem there.
Problem there, yes.
See what I'm saying?
But it doesn't. This is all of physics as we know it.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. There's no way around this.
Well, you need to call all the engineers and all the physicists and everyone and let them know, because they're proceeding as usual.
No, I'm telling you what they're saying. You see, they don't have an explanation for this. They're the ones that are saying they're going to have to rewrite it. Michikaku said it. I think Green said it. This is a big problem. You can't explain this one away.
Lukaku will say anything.
Well, you go ahead. You give me an explanation. How is it possible that something could have developed before it was born, type of thing?
I don't know what that means. You got
this is what you explain
in context.
Okay, this is the situation, right? Where they found galaxies, because you guys believe you can see back in time, another fantasy, but forget about that for now. Million years. Now, in that time period in your cosmological model, there was no black holes there. There was no galaxies then. They weren't formed yet. It was just the beginning. So in other words, they should have found a 5-month-old child, and they found a 14-year-old teenager. That's a big problem.
Why is it a problem if they find something different to what they thought? Why is that a problem?
Because it throws, I'll explain it to you, because it throws your whole cosmological timeline out of whack.
But can't the cosmological
The Big Bang couldn't have been the way.
Won't you accept that our model adapts to new information?
Cannot. Obviously, you're not picking up what I'm putting down, bro. You're not understanding. So, if you didn't understand what I said, you shouldn't be in this convo, bro. If you don't understand what I just said.
I get what you're saying. Basically, what he's saying is
from Joe Rogan, and you think it debunks heliocentricity, and I'm telling you right now, it fucking doesn't.
no. What they're finding is at the edge of the known universe, right? The observed universe, there should be like a young universe, right? Like the formation of the timeline. First, you had like what do they call it? Like the beginning of the universe, it was just stardust. Like you didn't have planets, you didn't have suns, you didn't have black holes yet. Because to get a black hole, you need a fully formed sun, right? That goes supernova.
Exactly.
And then you get a black hole. But what they're finding is it's backwards. Like you have things that shouldn't exist at the edge of time, because according to the speed of light, what we perceive at the edge of the universe should be like the beginning of time. You shouldn't have fully formed solar systems and galaxies, but that's exactly what you have, pushing the timeline even back further.
That's what I say. They're probably gonna increase the age of the universe.
Of course they're gonna have to change it, and everyone's gonna see how crazy they are. You understand?
Well, if you didn't adjust to new observations, then you wouldn't be doing it right.
There's no adjusting this, bro. You can't say it happened before, right? You can't. That's not an explanation. Because your whole thing goes out of whack. Everything is wrong.
It doesn't change what we're doing, what's happening today, like within our solar system. It doesn't change a thing. No, it doesn't.
Exactly. You know why it doesn't change a thing? Because that's how it was made. But what it's gonna change is this nonsense of Einsteinian cosmology. That's going to go bye-bye. Or if they change it, people are going to say, what are they doing? You mean they got the whole age wrong? What are they going to do? So they're going to have 2 periods of formation of galaxy formations. There's going to be phase 1 and phase 2. How's that going to work out? So there's a time in the Big Bang where age was accelerated, like matter formed more quickly than other periods. There's no way out of this, bro.
What do you think they're going to say? I'm really sorry, everyone, but Earth is in a different spot and the universe is maybe much older than we first thought. You'll have a beer and go, yes.
They're gonna have
No,
to at
I'm
least
waiting
double.
for what
They're gonna
nonsense.
have to double it. So if they say it's 13.2 billion, they're gonna have to say it's 30 billion years
We
old.
all know this number's up in the air anyway. No one
I
really
know.
believes it's a real number, do we?
It's not about numbers. It's a hiccup. Even if they put the time frame back, right? They're still going to have to explain the double phase of development. How are they going to do that? Do you guys fully understand what I'm saying? I don't think you fully understand this situation.
Not a double phase. What do you mean a double phase?
Yeah, they're going to have to.
I get what he's saying. He's saying that it doesn't match, like the order doesn't match. Like you should be seeing younger and younger galaxies to the point where all you have is like pure elements without anything formed at the outer edge of the observable universe. But instead, what you have is fully formed galaxies, then like nebulas and like all the, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, man.
No, I got you. I understand. I understand what you're saying.
All right. All right.
Say the
Go ahead.
We were wrong, and we know they're not going to do that, right? So I'm waiting to see what patch they're going to put here, because the tire is already full of patches now. This is going to be the mother of all patches here.
It's interesting, but you think it relates to like everyone's belief system, where actually it's just a few physicists thinking about this shit.
But that's what it is, though, Dawn, isn't it? It's a belief system.
What do you mean?
The entire thing is it's outside of the of natural science.
You mean like all of your systems of knowledge?
Is it
as well?
outside of natural science or not?
Is what?
All this stuff.
You mean the globe?
No, the observation of the natural world.
My whole cosmology is made up. You're trying to lay that on me.
Well, they're not using scientific method,
Get
are they?
fucked, bruv. All your shit's made up.
It's outside of the scientific method, is my point.
It's all
clearly.
you. We've all got belief systems.
Listen, as long as we're on the same page that it is a belief, then that's fine. I'm totally fine with that.
Is knowledge.
Sorry? It's what?
Well, I don't think I think that not invoking the scientific method argument is kind of ran its course.
Well,
QE implicated that if you can't do the scientific method according to these 4 steps, then it can't be known, and that's just not true. It's not true at all.
Well, but I mean, please help me out, because I'm not an expert in this in science. You know, I don't know. But it seems to me if they're not doing that, then it's not science. It's pseudoscience by definition, is it not?
That's the same for your flat Earth belief, mate. Same method was used. Do as much as you can, and then call it a day and say, "I believe this now."
Well, but again, that's not science either, is it? It's
what are you saying? Neither of us use science.
So why are you flipping it back on the other side, right?
Yeah.
So when you guys are called out on like this just being a belief, right, a philosophical theory based on an observation with no empirical evidence to back up the theory that you're using for the explanation, the philosophical theory for the explanation, then you try to throw it back on like flat Earth, like, well, that's all you guys have, and then there's always the phrase "science proves nothing." So even if you're doing the steps of performing a scientific experiment based on the scientific method within natural science, then, you know, allegedly that doesn't prove anything either way anyways. So why are you guys even here to argue with people who have a different belief than you?
The reason I reflect it on you is when you bring up solipsism. Oh, you just believe. You're just a fantasist. It's not physical. So I say, okay, that applies to you too then. So we're all solipsists here, just having a chat on Discord. If you're going to open up solipsism,
Non
to me,
sequitur.
I'm going
That's
to
a
say,
red
no,
herring, but
you.
like, that's not what we were talking about.
That's my response to what you said.
Okay, if you just want to go off into left field, that's cool.
Oh, yeah,
But what about
pretend
you?
I said something unrelated, even though I didn't.
Was the discussion regarding solipsism?
I'm saying Andy started the thing of accusing me of not really knowing anything, and it's all based on imaginations, belief. And I'm saying, if you want to start that, I'll just accuse you of it too.
Well, Lovelane said it was observational science.
Yeah, we can go down that route where I can tell Andy, no, it's all great. It's a great way to know things. We've done it really well. It's not belief, which I did say.
Oh, so it's not a philosophical belief. There's an actual knowing. How did you come to this knowing?
Foundations. The foundations are the things that we know pretty well, that you try to apply that to what you observe, and it appears to be not working out too good on the galactic scale and at great distances, and there are
How are
more
those-
things to learn.
How are those foundations established? I mean, that's literally how most of us got here, right? As we started to question the foundations and realize that they're nothing but a bunch of sandcastles, right?
It's called hubrism. Never looking for the answers to the answers you think you already have. You guys are unwilling to do that.
Sorry, I didn't mean to barge in. Andy, go ahead, man.
Fucking don't, dude. You make me out. I would like a conversation with you, actually. Because I don't think you realise just how full of shit you are.
You can tell me that.
Have you
the
realised
universe-
that yet?
Hang on.
I think that's the difference between me and other truthers, is that I suddenly had this realisation a long time ago that, fucking hell, I'm full of shit. Everybody's playing a role. I don't think you've quite realised that yet, have you?
This isn't going to be a good conversation if you're just going to accuse me of being an actor like Pete Shea or something.
Well,
We
that's
can
what you
discuss
sound like
what
to
we
me.
were- We can discuss what we were actually discussing, yeah? The age of the universe and galaxies appearing where people said they wouldn't before. That's the conversation. But you tried to accuse me of all of it being just a belief. So I had to tell you, no, it's not. Not all of it, if you mean the globe. That's not fair. But if you're telling me my belief in the age of the universe is all made up, I don't have a belief in that. I've got no idea how old it is.
Well, when you see these observations where we can see like 270 miles and shit, what I think a normal person would go, "Oh, that's fucking weird," right?
No, someone
Did you do
like
that at
you,
least?
Someone like
Did you
you
go, "Oh,
think-
that's weird"?
Someone like you agrees that's weird, but that's not necessarily normal. When I see it, I think that's refraction from up a mountain.
Is that what you thought? Seriously, when you first saw those those pictures, you're like, "Oh
Yeah,
shit!"
Because I'd already heard flat earthers lie for 5 years about observations to the horizon. So when they showed me this, I thought, this has to be a trick. That can't debunk the globe because nothing they ever provide debunks the globe. And then I found what was wrong with it. It's easy to film a mountain from a mountain if you get the right conditions. Some people do it as an art form.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I keep listening. I keep going back and forth, to be honest, because what I'm noticing more and more is there's definitely a cult mentality on both sides of this thing, and shysters on both sides. That they're not here to speak truth. They're not here to try and figure out what's going on. They just have a different agenda, and I
you
get a
hear
bit
me.
like frustrated with it.
So you hear me disagreeing with you, what you think, with loads of ego, with an annoying voice, shouting a bit. It doesn't mean I'm here as an actor lying to people, does it? It just means I got really passionate about what I was saying.
Yeah, I mean that's fair enough.
Yeah,
Yeah, I kind
I
of
want
like.
Sorry, just
Sorry,
quickly
Tom.
on Andy. I like what you said, mate, because you know, you've got 90% people who just want to fuck around, and there's 10% of people that just want to progress, you know, and it's a slow progression, mate.
Yeah, no shit. I mean, it's a fun distraction at this point, if nothing else.
Are you saying that some want to fuck around and some want to find out? Is that what you're saying?
It's linear.
Andy, if you hear me say something and you think I'm lying, I'd love you to tell me, and I can explain why I said it, and if I said it in the wrong way, or if I really do think it, or how confident I am, or whatever.
I think sometimes you just steer in the pot, just because you get like for shits and giggles.
But what happened a minute ago, I reacted to SE because he got a spoon, came to the pot, and stirred it in the best way he can by seeing one 40-second clip from Joe Rogan, a mad physicist with his own ideas, and saying this debunks your whole model, and then trying to hang us with it like a witch hunt. So that's stirring the pot. He
You
started
got it
it.
wrong, bro. Hold
That's
on.
my
That
opinion.
was the grab. Can you give me a second?
You know you do it. So
You misquoted me there. Okay, stop talking for like 5 seconds. Can you do it? The thing on Joe Rogan was about the gravity push force. The baby galaxy thing, the paradox, that's been months in the making. That's dozens and dozens and dozens. Up to 2 there, please.
So you stirred the pot twice, you're admitting to now.
I didn't stir the pot. I gave you
In one
2
go,
things to think about, and obviously you got triggered.
You stirred the pot with 2 spoons at once to confuse people. You bastard.
You like my stirring, do you? So you must have done. You learn. I know I learned something.
So the universe is a trillion years old, and we don't know, and there's galaxies forever. You're not special. There's millions of things like you on balls for
Yeah, but
infinity.
it might be really old, but it's you know, it's more likely that it's renewed itself many a time. So it's a bit like a broom. If you replace the handle and you replace the head many times over many years, is it the same broom? It's not.
Great.
So the Earth as we know it wouldn't have been that old.
I'm saying maybe like I don't know how the cycle affects the galaxies.
See, the significance of this find is hard to fathom, right? It's like, let's say you were searching for there's a child missing, right? Child goes missing in the woods. The child is 5 months old. There's a drastic search, helicopters, planes, horses, the works, right? And they find it after a week. But the child is not a child. It's not a baby. It's not 5 months old. It's 14 years old. This child that should have been 5 months old is now 14 years old. How are you going to explain this?
But the whole model isn't based off the age of the child. So all we do is just scrub it out with a rubber and change the number for the arbitrary like hypothesis of how old the universe could be.
So you don't even know your own model.
I see. This thing you've pointed out is more about where the Earth is in the universe, not just the age. It's more about we've looked and we've found stuff where we think it should be getting emptier. There's more. So all it does is put us deeper into space.
You're not understanding it. You're not grasping it, Don. I'm sorry, man.
Isn't space contracting as well as it expanding almost like you're in a pot. It's the same shit. It's just moving about. Some is expanding and some's contracting, but that's it.
Well, for them, it has to be constantly expanding at a faster rate.
Yeah, but they'll also tell you that it's contracting. It's expanding into itself. It's expanding into each other. It's not making more space. It's just taking up other space.
Yeah. Isn't it easy to find holes in their model? It's like fishing in a barrel, really. And they have to come up with crazy cockamamie ideas just to make sense of this stuff. I don't know why they just don't ditch the model and come to reality.
Then why?
Then you start from fresh, Left Lane. You start from water, you start from a straight line, perpendicular,
So I'm going to
straight
shake
line
out to be
segment.
all the fundamentals will come back to the surface.
Not if you use logic and reality. You know what a straight line is. You know how water flows, right?
Yep.
You start with
and
that.
I know.
Basics.
But see, then we get back to that day before yesterday, the conversation about because the surface drops away from your feet, that the water should flow, and that's not correct according to our model. That's just curvature is not a change in elevation and wouldn't cause water to flow.
Oh, that's what I want people to hear. Exactly. That's broken logic. What you just said now, Left Lane, is broken logic. You're saying you can have elevation change without water flow.
No, I didn't. I
Yep.
said the exact opposite of that. I said curvature is not elevation change.
That's almost as bad. Yeah. It's yeah. I mean, how? If we established a benchmark, right? We get a benchmark. This is our point. We level it off. It's level. It's horizontal. Now you're saying if we have elevation change from that spot, water will not flow?
Nope. The fact that you're standing on top of a big sphere and the surface is going to fall away from you in all directions, that is not an elevation change. That's curvature.
You see, that's what people need to hear. That's what regular people need to hear. That can't happen in reality, what you just said. That's what I was trying to get the guy yesterday to say.
Well,
But
if you're standing on a big ball, on a basketball, you say you're standing on a big basketball and the surface is curving away, and it's got this force, this attractive force that holds everything to it. And you know, it's like, I don't know how to explain it to you where you're missing it, but to say that curvature is a change in elevation is strawmanning the model.
That's what it appears, but it's not. In reality, it's nonsense. You can't even make that argument in your model. This is what I'm trying to show people. Even in your model, you cannot make that argument.
Of course I can.
Because of water.
We got gravity.
Gravity
Gravity has equal potential at level, at sea level. It's all holding the water to the surface, and the surface is gonna follow the shape of the planet.
You can just say that, but everybody here knows that if you have elevation change from a point that you establish, a benchmark, everybody knows that water is going to flow. Everybody here, even the ballers. But you guys, you got to make your brain
You can't
elevation.
Then let me finish. I know.
Okay, I thought I keep hearing a cut. I don't know
I
if you're
know.
cutting or what.
I see.
Oh, my bad. Anyways, go on. I was just elevation change, water flow. Period. No way around that.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
it's
you
the
can
same on both models.
you can cause water to flow by surveying out a change in elevation, cutting a ditch, and having it drop in elevation. But that's not what curvature is.
You've got to
That's
lie
what
about
you
the model.
exactly.
Actually,
That's what.
you need to go back to the drawing board.
No. I love this. You just keep telling me about your model.
You
You
love
keep
lying.
telling me about
Why?
how in your model you can have elevation change without water flow. That needs to be heard. That's
Why
the
do you love
whole
lying about
argument.
other people's models?
I'm not lying.
You
I'm
are.
just saying it how it
You've
is.
been in this
Show
for
me.
years.
Okay.
You've been in this for years. You're very witty, and you're smart enough to know elevation and drop isn't the same thing on our model. So why do you pretend?
Okay. Can you demonstrate?
As an adult.
We're on your model now, right? Can you demonstrate this? Show me elevation change on your model without water flowing. Go ahead.
I
Don,
agree
left
water
lane,
flows.
anybody. That's your
I
challenge.
agree water flows because of elevation.
Should you choose to accept it?
I agree water flows because of elevation. Waterfalls.
You know, like Mission Impossible, when they give the guy the tape and he watches and then it burns at the end? That's your mission. Left lane, Don. Should you choose to accept it? Show us elevation change without water flow, without water flowing.
Love,
I
did you
don't
just ignore what I
understand.
said? I told you the
Yeah,
answer. And why are you repeating it as if I didn't? When it's just us talking. How rude. What's wrong with you?
What happened? What did I do?
I answered your query and your straw man with reasoning. You just ignored me and stated it again as a challenge, as if I didn't say anything.
Yeah, you
Why?
said in our
Why did you
model
do
A,
that?
B, and C happened.
Who are you talking to? If you're just talking through me and using me, who are you talking to?
Did you
fucking
have an
weird.
extra strong coffee today, Don?
Yeah, I've got a strong coffee now. It helps me call out liars. It's like special juice.
So tell us again how you can have
You're gonna say
elevation
it a third
change
time.
without
Fuck
water
off.
flow
Fuck
in
you,
your
you
model.
lying cunt.
Holy cow. You see what water does to people? How
well, no,
illogical.
see, I told you straight up, curvature is not elevation change, and you keep asking me to show you water that doesn't flow with elevation change, and I'm telling you curvature is not elevation change, and then you repeat it back again, like you didn't hear me say it. I don't understand your argument. It's like you're like trying to
always does the same thing.
I don't
He's
know.
strong man.
Yeah.
So
He always does
curvature
that.
is not elevation change. Let's get this straight now. I can establish a level surface, and then that surface curves, and you're telling me that's not change in level. That's what you're trying to convince me, right? And everybody else here. And you think I'm being unreasonable.
Yeah, within our model, the curvature as the water falls away from you is not a change in elevation. That's level water.
Okay, you can keep saying that and you can keep believing that, but everybody listening here knows that that cannot happen. Water destroys your model. It's as simple as that, bro. You can say to people that water curves around something, but it does not.
It does.
Water flows on a curve or an elevation change. There's nothing that you can say that could change that. You could just say, my model, that's it.
Water curves.
You can't speak for everyone here, Essie. Sorry.
Correct me if I'm wrong on what I said about your model.
You are wrong.
You're saying curvature is elevation change, and it is not.
Well, show it to me then. Show me something curving in reality
without changing elevation?
Soundly.
Soundly?
Mm-hmm.
The man that says there's a 90-foot hump and elevation at my feet, he told me that personally. He told me if I stand on one side of Lake Rakia and he stands on the other side of Lake Rakia, Lake Pontchartrain, right, which is 24-mile distance, he told me that there's a 90-foot hump of water. That soundly?
Yeah. What's wrong with that?
So which is it?
What's wrong with that?
So there's a 90-foot change. There's a 90-foot hump of water between me and him, and there's no elevation change?
Well, it's not really a hump. That's the sagitta if you drew a cord between two observers standing at the edge of the water on each side, and you drew a cord line between the two, it would dissect the surface, and that sagitta would be 90 feet.
Is the cord line straight?
And cord line is a straight line between 2 points.
Right. So I got my toes on the beach. He's got his toes on the beach. We got a straight line between us. How could there be a 90-foot hump of water on top of us?
If you're standing on the beach, you won't be seeing each other.
Yeah, but in the middle, at 12-mile point, he told me there's a 90-foot hump of water, like a 7-story hotel building.
Yeah.
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 So how does that happen without elevation change?
That's curvature.
You see, bro? It's your model. Just your logic is broken.
Why do you act like
There's
I didn't
no
answer
way you
you?
can
I
explain
answered
it.
you with one word answer: curvature. That's the answer. And you act like I didn't answer.
Curvature. Yeah, but left lane, you said there's a straight line between our toes, right?
Well,
Right?
Do you have to?
And
You have to
also agree?
imagine that.
Jeez. So Essie, it's in relation to the surface. So if you have a balloon, the surface of the balloon, the actual rubber part of the balloon would be what they consider the surface. And anything that you would stick on that balloon would be considered elevation, right? Above that surface, and or below if you decided to have things on the inside of it. But they set what they call mean sea level around this whole entire surface, and they say anything above or below is plus or minus elevation based on that in regards to the whole entire shape. Then there's another side of that that says, hey, we're all on a realm that is planar. We also have elevation. We use the same thing called mean sea level. Ours just happens to be more resembling a tabletop than a balloon, and any deviation above or below what we set as mean sea level, which would be, if we have divots in the table which are filled with water, but then we have things that stick above the surface of the table or above the water line, that's what we call positive elevation. Anything below the mean sea level is negative elevation. It's the same thing. It's just shape dependent. They're just talking about the surface. Their surface just happens to be on a different shape. There is no contention here, I don't think.
Yeah, but if you take the water
There's
out,
a big contention.
if you take the water
You
out,
missed
then
one part. In their model, there's constant drop as well. So,
yeah, but you're doing
there's a dichotomy there.
Yeah, but you're doing an elementary new to flat earth mistake of trying to associate the drop of the surface with a drop in elevation, which isn't the case, because on their model they establish the surface with the mean sea level, meaning that any deviation above or below that based on your relation to that surface would be elevation increase or decrease, not because the shape is curving away from you that somehow is drop in a way that it would be like a decrease in elevation, because in their model it's all relative, right? It's relative to the point in which you're trying to measure.
On the contrary, sir, you're the one that's making the elementary mistake, getting Stockholmed by their beliefs. In their model, there's
Getting
no way
Stockholm
around
by
it.
their beliefs.
Everything
But
drops. Let me finish. Let me
you need to
finish.
understand it before
You
you can
accused
try
me
to
of making a
refute it.
baby flat earth mistake in the beginning of your conversation, did you not?
Yeah, because you are.
Okay, now it's my turn. Now, you are the one making the mistake. You're Stockholmed. You have bought into the model, right? Their model states that if you're on water, it starts dropping everywhere around you constantly. But at the same time, they have a hump. Do you understand that?
I don't think you understand it.
No, you don't understand it. I understand how water works perfectly. Water
Everything drop here. I'll
is
explain
level
it
and
to you.
horizontal.
We'll
No, let me
use your
finish. I'm
example.
talking now. In their I'm talking now, bro. Don't interrupt me. Okay? In their model, the water drops all around you constantly. But at the same time, if they have two people away from each other, there's two drops and that drops becomes a hump. You get that?
Yep.
Okay, so which is it now? Who's
The
right?
hump is not an
Where's
increase in
reality?
Do you want to let me respond?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, because what you're calling a hump is not a difference in falling away. It's not an increase in elevation because they're drawing a straight line through the surface, meaning that straight line is below what they establish as their surface baseline or their mean sea level. So their surface, right? This would be like taking a pin and poking it through the balloon and having it come out on the other side. So we're talking about the surface of the balloon being all one mean sea level, right? An increase above it, a decrease below the surface of this balloon would be an increase or a decrease in elevation. Now, what they're saying is they're taking like a long pin, sticking it through the balloon and having it come through the other side, and that's what they're establishing their straight line with. And what you're calling a hump is still the same portion of the balloon, which is their surface, which is they're measuring plus or minus from as far as so it's not like it establishes an increase in elevation because you poke the pin through that, because the elevation is based off the surface to begin with.
Okay, I see what you're saying, and I understand their thing. Okay, point where you envision the pin pricking, right? There should be a rise there, right?
No, it's always a
Right? That's
drop.
where the rise.
No, because the
There's
pin
always a
is
drop.
going down. The pin is the pin poking through the balloon. That pin is always, it's going to be a decrease in elevation as it goes through halfway, and that as it reaches that halfway point, it starts to increase its elevation back towards the mean. So when it pokes out the other side,
Oh my
it's
God! You know
poking
what you
right at
just?
the mean. Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
The center point of that.
You know what you just described, bro? Do you realize what you just described? It's called a double drop hump.
No,
You
I just
just envisioned
I don't know if
a baller's view.
I don't know
What?
if you just don't comprehend what they're trying to say. Like, in order to refute somebody's model, you have to fully understand it. You have to understand it fully, meaning you have to be able to argue their vantage point.
Yes.
And then
That's what
refute
I'm
it.
doing, but you're not getting it. I'm in their model now.
So is the hump in between the two observers an increase in elevation based on their model?
It would have to be in order to block your vision, bro. Do you not understand logic?
Then you don't understand their model.
Do you not get it?
Thank you.
No, it's not their model. Their model doesn't work. That's what I'm trying to show you. In their model. In
Well,
their
at least
model, they have
figure out a way
dropped.
to argue it correctly, because the way that you're arguing it is not going to refute their model. It just shows your lack of comprehension of their model. I'm sorry.
No, dude. Comprehension of water and how water works. This is what I'm showing right now. You have no clue what you're talking about. You envision somehow water dropping and forming a hump. You're Stockholm, bro. Your model afflicted.
Dude, I never
This is what's
said that.
happening to you right now.
I explained what the alternative was, right? I didn't say that I think anything about their model is based on reality. I just have to fully comprehend what their claim is on their model, which is why I can repeat it back to you, right? Your refutation needs to have the proper language so that they can comprehend what you're refuting. Otherwise, they're just going to come back and say, no, there's no increase in elevation. That's mean sea level. Water's not going to
Bro,
flow
I don't care what
this
they
way or
say.
that way based on this alleged increase in elevation that you're talking about, because there is no increase in elevation, because our elevation is based off the mean sea level, which is in our model, me being them, for devil's advocate, is curving. So it's your lack of their model. You just need to come at it a different way. I'm just
No.
Can I give my 2 cents real quick, please?
Hold on, bro. Hold on. No, no, not now. I'm doing it the correct way. I'm exposing both ballers and flat earthers of their miscomprehension of the model. And you are a prime example right now. You just described a double drop hump without realizing it, bro. It's you that has to work on the way you're thinking about this, not me. I'm serious.
Nope.
The double drop hump is a perfect example of your misconception.
Amen, brother.
You
Preach
see?
on.
That? My friends, water only flows one way, right? You can't change it no matter what model you go into. You cannot change the flow of water. Water destroys their whole thing. You can't have water both dropping and humping. You can't have that. The sooner you realize that, the sooner you realize that their model is ridiculous.
Drop
And
in
you can
relation
argue
to
it
what?
You were
in
doing
their
this yesterday.
model.
You were straw manning the globe model yesterday, saying that if it's curvature and it drops, there's water flow there. But nowhere in the model does it say that it flows.
You see, now I have both ballers and flat earthers against me. This is beautiful. That's exactly what I wanted. You see, you guys are on the
I
same
understand the
side as
properties.
the ballers. Listen up, flat earthers. Listen up.
That's because you keep interrupting everyone. Straw manning.
See, I'm with you on that one. No, don't pull. I'm a flat earther.
So
I love you,
just said
brother.
that? Who just said that? That they're with SE on this one?
Silent Zero. I always challenge that notion about the ether and all. It's the same thing if you think about it.
Yeah. So Silent Zero. So in the globe model, what is the datum line that the globe uses for an increase and a decrease in elevation?
He's asking for sea level, I think.
I think he
He's
can answer.
asking, what are you saying? I didn't understand a couple words that you said there. Can you repeat that question?
Yeah, I'll change the verbiage. What is the baseline that the globe model uses for elevation change, meaning an increase or a decrease in elevation? What is their baseline?
I don't know.
It's mean
the
sea
sea
level.
level?
Yeah, sea level. So in the globe model, if you were to map out sea level and just sea level, no increase or decrease in elevation above or below sea level, what overall shape would you get in the globe model?
We can't get a globe.
You would get a sphere, perfectly smooth sphere.
Would you?
In
In
the
their
globe
model,
model.
yes.
In the
their
globe
model,
model,
yes.
that's important.
Extremistus, I don't need you to chime in.
I just want to reiterate.
Unless
Yeah,
I'm
in my
straw.
head,
Hold on. Am I straw manning your model, Extremistus?
Oh, I
No,
just
you're
want
doing
to
good.
reiterate.
Okay. I'm steel manning your model, right? If I deviate from that, let me know.
Keep going.
Okay. So if in the globe model you want to establish a baseline for an increase or a decrease in elevation, they use what they call mean sea level. They map mean sea level into a sphere, what would be a perfectly smooth ball. So any dimple would be a divot or a deviation below that mean sea level, and any opposite of a divot, any hump, right, that you would feel on the surface of that ball would be an increase of elevation above what they call mean sea level. The contention is to what is the overall shape of the surface. In their model, they have a curving surface all the way around, this perfect sphere as set by mean sea level with increases and decreases in elevation. They say that water flows based on not only strictly based on elevation change. And the reason you don't have a flow of water, away from any point that you're standing is because their idea of gravity is a pulling towards the central point of that sphere, which allows for every point on the outside of that sphere, on the surface of that sphere, to have some sort of pull straight down that doesn't allow for flow in any specific direction on the ball. It's just stuck to the ball. So only elevation increase or decrease and elevation change on that sphere causes water to flow. I don't agree with that model. To me, it makes more perfect sense that we live on what would be considered an overall flat surface, still having this mean sea level as our datum point or our baseline, and an increase or a decrease of elevation above that sea level would be what we would call elevation. And water would flow anywhere on that surface based on any type of elevation change, because everything is the properties of water are allowing it to lay flat and level. The same thing, just you don't have a central point in which all things are being pulled. You just have a very definitive up and down for everybody. In their model, up and down changes the minute you take a step. Every single step you take, up and down changes. Did I straw man anybody's model within that?
Yep.
I mean, up and down in the globe model would be more accurately described as in and out, I think.
Yeah. But we use the terms up and down. And so when you're standing
There's
on
a good
that
reason
ball,
for that, but anyway, carry on.
Yeah. So when you're standing on that ball, anywhere you're standing on that ball, you are on the top, meaning everything in their model is curving away from you no matter where you're standing. Right? Their baseline mean sea level, that is curving away from you no matter where you're standing on that ball. So there is no actual hump, meaning an increase in elevation between you and somebody on the other side of a lake. They are just, if you picture yourself on the top, they are slightly more to the side. They are down from you from an orthographic view. They are down from you. But they are residing upon, if you're both standing on each end of the lake, you're both residing on what they would consider the same baseline, because their baseline is curved. So to the other person, if you slide them up to the top, you slide down to the side. There is no deviation there. There is no quote unquote hump. The only hump that you would have in their model is drawing a line between the arc that is allegedly in between them, but their arc is the datum baseline, which they say is the surface. Any traversing across what you would call the hump would be a change in your down, meaning it's always going to be held in that direction. They don't have much support to substantiate this claim, but that is their claim.
Okay, that was good. I have one small distinction with that. When you said that everywhere you stand, you're on top of the surface, there's really not a top anywhere, but Minor distinction, whatever.
Right, but from your vantage point, everything is curving away from you. So if you want to think of it in relative terms, everything below your feet is, as you go outward from you, is arcing downwards in the same relation that down is below your feet.
Okay, I can live with that.
Okay.
Now, I want to
can
hear
make
Afi's
complete
response.
ridicule of this in 2 minutes.
This is going to be good.
I can rebut that like laughingly.
So tell
I
me
can
where
rebut that very simply.
if you want to rebut it, tell me where I went wrong in properly articulating their model. Not where their model is incorrect against reality, but where I went wrong in articulating their model.
In their model now, sure. This is now a fantasy, right? Me and you were on 2 boats. In their model, it's a curved surface. We're 5 miles apart. We can't see each other, right? Because of what in their model? Curvature.
Because there is curvature. You have.
Okay, so that would be water. Water is blocking our view, right?
Correct.
Correct. So we're
That's
5 miles
good, all
apart,
right.
there's curvature, and there's water blocking our view. Okay, now, in their model, right, is the water starting to curve down at your boat, at my boats, where my boat is at?
Yes.
Napalm. Yes. In your side, where you're at, in your boat, is the water in their model dropping down from your side?
Yes.
So we have water dropping down from me and from you, right?
Yes, but it's
But
not
yet,
dropping in
somehow,
elevation.
hold on. But somehow that water that's dropping in the middle between me and you and the 2.5 mile mark, let's say, that's where the water is blocking us. So that must mean the water is both dropping from me and from you. But somehow when it reaches in the middle, it's higher and it's blocking our view. Is what you're trying to tell me and the same people in this world? In their model?
No.
So what are you saying then? What's blocking the view in their model?
It's not a matter of higher or lower, because you would have to use some sort of baseline or datum point to say higher or lower from. So when we say that the water is dropping away from you, yes, it would be dropping away from your, if you were to look perfectly straight, like laying a ruler on top of a basketball, right? That ruler is going to go off into space. So effectively, if that ruler is your baseline, yes, the water is dropping away from you in all directions. Within their model, the water is
Wait a
the
minute.
baseline.
Whoa. Hold on. You said you put a ruler on a basketball going up. How is the water dropping between you and the other person on the other side of the basketball? Wouldn't it be dropping backwards from you?
It's dropping from, if, like I said, if you place that ruler on the basketball, right, that ruler is going to go off into space. It's not going to follow the surface of the basketball, right?
Okay, you have a ruler in space. Yep.
So when you say,
what next?
There's 2 boats, right? We're in a boat, or I'm in a boat, you're in a boat. In my boat, that water in relation to my ruler in the boat is dropping away from me in all directions. Same is happening for you in your boat. That water is dropping away from you in all directions. So when we say up or down, or increase or decrease in elevation, that is only in relation to the water itself. The water in their model is in the shape of a ball.
Okay. It's in the shape of a ball. You're on one side, I'm on the other. We have water blocking us. That means the water is above us to block us. It cannot be dropping in between us. Do you understand? Your basketball, right? There's no drop in between the two boats, is there? There's
No,
a
it's
hump there, right?
it's a constant drop.
It's a constant drop that becomes a hump. Bro, get
Right.
out of the model.
You would
Seriously, like I
have to be
like you, but bro, you just explained double drop hump.
No, it's not.
I've been making fun of that for years, bro. For
It's
years.
not a double drop hump. I mean, I don't know. That this is
That's
something
what
that
it is.
UE uses incorrectly. It's not a double drop hump.
Hold on, that's not QE's. Excuse me. That's my argument. It's not
Okay,
QE's.
sorry. I'll let you take the
Understand
incorrect
that.
argument.
It's
We
my
can put your
argument.
signature on it if you want. That's fine. If you want to claim it.
That's exactly what I want. Yes.
Yeah. So when you're talking about in their model something being non-visible due to this dropping away over distance, the reason that you would see what you would perceive as a double drop is because you're having to focus your eyes downward. Your eye line or your horizontal is no longer this ruler that is just straight off into space. You're now having to angle your ruler towards the other boat. And when you do that, the ruler isn't going to be able to go to that other boat unless it passes through the basketball. That's where you have this
The hump of water.
Yeah.
Bro, there's no way around it, man. A ruler is not going to save you here. It's just sounding more ridiculous.
Makes flat earthers look bad.
Yeah. Exactly. It makes you look bad, bro, because you're trying to explain the unexplainable. You're trying to tell me a ruler is somehow down.
I'm just
How is a
explaining their
ruler down?
model. SE, this is their model.
But
You have to
can't.
understand their model in order to try to refute it.
You
The way you try
poor
to refute it isn't the proper way to do so. That's all I'm saying.
I just showed you that you did a poor job explaining their model. I asked you what down is. You drew a ruler into space, bro. You just became.
I did not say. Hold on. Don't straw man me, bud. I did not say that down is into space. I said down is that the surface. Down is directly below your feet. The surface is always curving downwards away from any observer, no matter where they're at in their model. And I didn't do a poor job of explaining their model because all of the ball earthers in none of them spoke up and said that I was incorrect. Extremistus had one small contention, which we ironed out very quickly.
So you think by telling me, you still didn't answer the question, bro. On your basketball, where's down? You say that it's the basketball, the hump that blocks the view, and I asked you, where's down? And you drew a line in space, bro. You drew a ruler in space.
I said, if you want to establish a datum or a baseline that is like a ruler, right? Did you hear me say that? Down on that basketball is going to be directly towards the center on every point in that basketball in their model. That is down.
Yeah, but if you're on a basketball and you're saying that it's the hump in the middle, the leather of the basketball that blocks your view, right?
Anything. You're saying hump. You're saying down.
You explained our model perfectly.
Okay, so
the
what
globe model.
blocks the view? What blocks the view?
What blocks the view is the surface of the ball between the two observers.
Which is humping in between the two observers. There's an actual rise of the ball between the two observers, correct?
Right. If you want to say between the two observers and there being a hump, then the ruler, if we're using the ruler as like an eye line, like the direction in which you're trying to establish some sort of straight line, if you're standing on your boat and you were looking perfectly horizontal from down, your line would go off into space like setting a ruler on top of a basketball. Now, if you're talking about looking at another boat in their model, if that boat is hidden and you want to look at that other boat, your ruler would have to intersect with the basketball itself, the surface of the basketball. Thus, your straight line is intersecting or bisecting, going through the surface.
So therefore, the shape of the ball between you, the two boats, it's what's blocking the view. The actual shape, the actual part of the ball is actually blocking the view in between you. Yes?
In their model, that is what they claim.
Okay, so where is the down then on that basketball? In that shape of the basketball, because you said in between the two boats, there's a down, right? So where is that down on that leather, on that basketball in between you and me, where you said that that curve is blocking? Where's that down there?
In their model, down is updated.
The constant drop of the water, yeah.
Like I said before, down is updated every single step you take. So down is in relation to where you're at on the surface and the center of the ball.
It's towards the center at all points.
Towards the center, and up is anywhere away from the center. Any direction away from the center. And like you said, it is updated every time you take a step, because on a sphere, every time you take a step, up and down become different. Up and down is relative on a sphere.
So every time you take a step in the water, it changes. Like, do you guys listen to what you're saying? I could understand the ballers, but you, bro?
You were doing this the other day. You saw, man,
seriously? You believe this?
you're saying it as a saying, as a figurative speech.
Dude, hold on a second. SE, I'm literally just explaining their model. I never at any point said that I believe this is reality. Why? What is your issue?
My issue is you came in to correct me and tell me that my argument is 2016. That's my issue with you.
I said,
and I showed you in their model, it's ridiculous because the down has to be up, and they have to say that the water blocks in between them is up, but there's also constant drop, and you're not getting that. You're drawing rulers in space, Napalm. You're not getting it.
What I'm saying is your model is very elementary or 2015 or baby flat earth or baby truth, whatever you want to call it. I'm saying that because you're improperly describing their model to then beat up that straw man, which makes it look ridiculous and is not a good argument.
Amen.
No, but I properly explained it, and you agreed with me every step of the way.
Incorrect.
Right? Until we got to the curve and the drop. Then you saw that, you see, even in their model, shit, he has it right. He's right. Can't happen even in their model. That's what you're not seeing, Napalm.
Who agreed with you?
I didn't agree with you.
Sure,
And I perfectly explained their model, and I don't know how to tell it any other way as to why what you're saying is not a proper articulation of their model, thus not a good refutation of it. I don't know what else to say.
And I think I did a great job in their model, describability that they have with the hump and the drop. And I think I showed very clearly, even in your state, and between my boat, so that means a drop, that means down. And at the same time, you say there's a hump there. So I think I point very eloquently and very specifically within their model. But hey, people could be the judge. No hard feelings.
That's the problem, SE. That's part of the problem, SE, is your explanation, understanding of the model disagrees with all of the Globers. We tell you you don't understand it. You keep telling us we're all wrong and you're right.
No, I explained you your model. I can explain it to you perfectly. You think you live on a sphere and water clings around it, and level means a curve, and it means from the distance of that curve. I know your model inside out, bro.
And you keep
But still,
saying you know our
within your
model.
model,
And the problem
was I wrong in the explanation?
You're wrong. We keep telling you you're wrong. Napalm tells you you're wrong. He explains why you're wrong, and you keep saying everybody else is wrong and you're right. Do you not see that?
Humble yourself, SC.
Well,
You gotta humble yourself up.
unless you have something to point out, right? Let's not just start pitting flat earthers against each other. So if you got something to point out, extremists, point it out in detail, please.
Napalm
no one's.
Yeah, tell me
Napalm
where I'm
already
wrong
did our
in
job for
explaining
us.
your model.
Napalm has
Tell
spent the
me where I'm
last
wrong
10
in explaining. Tell me specifically where I was wrong in explaining your model. Extremists?
Double drop hump.
The last 15 minutes of Napalm explaining exactly where you're wrong in our model, that went right over your head.
No, I think I explained to him how your model is wrong. With water, with curvature, with drops, with humps. Were you not listening? Do you not know how water flows, extremists?
So I put it in the chat that if you're at the beach, you're at sea level, and somebody else is 5 miles away, they're also at sea level, they're on the beach. If there's water between us, it will not flow on our model, even though there's a hump between us. Because both people
you got
are
humping.
at sea level.
Say it again. I want people to hear that. Say it again. You got hump of water that doesn't flow. That's beautiful. That's what I want to hear.
So does anybody else on the flat earth side agree with SC? If I am at sea level, 0 altitude, somebody else is at sea level also, 0 altitude, there is 5 miles between us.
The problem is,
hold on, let me finish. Okay. We're still both at sea level, and there is curvature between us. Should water flow between us? According to SE, it should, because there's a hump between us. Does
Our model
anybody
doesn't say
else
that.
agree with SE?
The globe model doesn't say that though.
so the problem is, extremists, is you're using level in the wrong context. If we look at the definition of level, it doesn't fit with the narrative you just provided.
Oh, hold on. But the word, hold on. Did I say the word level? I said sea level, so I specifically said sea level. I did use the word
What's
level.
the difference?
Sea level.
Yeah, but guys, that's not what the argument is. What the argument is, SC is getting our model wrong. Napalm explained to him what our model actually says. Whether or not you believe the model, that's beside the point. You know, that's a sideshow. It's whether or not SC understands our model, even if he doesn't believe it. And it seems Napalm had to correct him on what our model actually says.
I think the issue is the terminology and the lack of logic
No, that's not the issue.
terms.
That's not the issue at all. No one's debating what level means. That's not the debate. The debate is what do we say on our model? And Essie's trying to tell us what our model says, and what Essie's saying is wrong, and someone on your side had to correct them.
He's talking about
says.
He's talking about the logical implications of what you're saying via your model.
I'm going to change what I said, so let me rephrase this. I will not use the word level. I am at 0 altitude, perfectly 0 altitude. Somebody else 5 miles away, we're on the beach. Somebody else 5 miles away is also at 0 altitude, no elevation. Should water flow between us on the globe model?
No. But
what's SC's answer? What is
She's asking dice flow.
But the issue isn't between the two. The issue isn't where the two people reside. it's what resides in two people 5 miles apart. You're saying that there's curvature there, and if there's curvature there, that should create some sort of a flow of the water.
Who says that?
But that,
Does
yeah, that's not
globe
what
model
our
say that?
model says. The globe model doesn't say that, Dice. I understand you don't agree with the globe model, but that isn't the question being posed. The question being posed is, in that scenario, what does the globe model say?
Globe model says that there will be a hump in between those two people at 5 miles apart.
That's not the question you asked, bro. Come on,
Okay.
stop it.
Oh, my specific question is, should water flow between these two people on the globe model?
It's a yes or no question.
Yeah. Don't
I mean, it's
don't
a
be
trick.
weird
It's a
about
trick
it.
question.
It's not a
you're
trick
only
question. You know exactly what the globe says.
He's asking, what does the globe model say? No, the globe model says that no, it shouldn't flow.
Exactly. Yeah. He's
I
he's not
understand that.
asking what you think.
No, I
I know
I
you
understand
think
what the
yes.
globe model
You
says,
think
but
yes. You think
I'm
yes.
addressing.
But the globe model says no.
It's
I'm
that simple,
addressing the
Dyson.
lack of. Yeah, I'm just addressing the lack of data and the logical implications of what was stated.
No, that's fine. That's fine. But as I said, that's a sideshow. That isn't what's being argued between Extremistus and SC, and that isn't what
All right.
Extremistus is asking you. You trying to
All
take
right.
it into a different conversation.
Okay, I'll back out. My bad.
You can say it's wrong, but my point is, this is what the globe model says. SC disagrees with that. Therefore, he does not understand what the globe model says. That's
So
the
every single
conclusion
time
you can
you
draw.
disagree with what the globe model says, then we can point this out as well, right?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, yeah. There's like a million things. I'm just making sure. I'm making sure we're gonna keep that same energy.
Yeah,
That's
well,
not the point.
I
That
just
wasn't the argument. The argument was, of course, you can point out what's wrong, but if you're going to point out what's wrong, then at least define what you're pointing out first. Define what the topic is and define it properly, and then point out what's wrong with it.
Yeah, but the topic, Elasmar, is the globe model, and so what Witsit's asked is completely fair. Like, if
No,
we're
no,
discussing...
that wasn't. That's
yeah,
not what I
I'm
meant.
still
I meant
talking.
that if you
Definitely
want to
didn't stop
poke holes in
talking.
the globe,
Definitely
no,
haven't
it-
stopped. I hadn't finished. So
Sorry.
can you let me finish? Right.
Sorry.
If we're going to do this in this way, then it has to be consistent. That's Witsit's argument, and that's completely fair.
And I agree. I agree with him.
Yeah.
Well, why did you disagree with him? Just move on.
No, I wasn't talking about him. I wasn't actually talking about him.
So can I?
So it appears what we have here is both sides.
Fuzzy, you're cutting in and out.
Both
Your
of you
mic's
guys
crap.
are like talking past each other in a way because. Oh God damn it!
No, I don't think they were talking past it. I did have that thought initially, and then I realised what they were talking about is specifically the flow of water. I thought if they were mixing flow of water with visuals, then there would be some sort of element of talking past each other, but I don't think that was actually happening.
Do you understand what I was doing, Crypto?
Yeah, 100%. And to be honest, I agree with
Vision
you.
of
But
what?
yeah, no, I agree with Napalm on this. I just think that the model itself is completely... It's just an assertion, without any evidence.
Right,
Okay.
right. There is no definitive evidence as to the model and this curvature and things tending towards the center of the ball, right? There is no evidence for that, but that is
Right,
what
right.
their model is. So in order
it's
to
like if you've
refute
got...
the model, we need to properly understand it and have arguments that go against the model, not straw man the model.
Right. I agree with that.
Yeah.
How could
Here's
you guys
the
not
problem with the
see
model
the
that you're
elephant?
talking. Oh God, is it working? Sorry.
No, we can hear you, Fuzzy. Go ahead.
Okay, so no, part of the problem is that when you both established that it's not that you're talking past each other. It's just that you guys haven't realized that perspective changes when you're now talking about 2 points on the globe.
Yeah, Fuzzy.
Right? Like,
I already addressed this.
Oh, sorry.
They're not talking about visuals. They're talking about the flow of water.
Well, that's my point. Is it like when SE says that water has to flow up to create a hump or something? It's not that it's creating a hump. It's just that you're going into Muppet vision when you're talking about a hump of water, because the only way that a hump of water exists is if you're looking at it from two different points on a globe from a different perspective outside of the globe.
Hold on. Does perspective affect the way water flows? In other words, if I have one perspective, will water flow different than if I have a different perspective?
No, but the only way to even visualize this is to go into Muppet Vision in a model of their own creation of the globe. Like that, you can't. This is a completely hypothetical concept because this doesn't exist. This model doesn't actually exist in reality, and we're arguing over a non-existent model.
I don't
That
think
wasn't
anybody else
Extremist,
will agree with that.
your question, his question didn't have anything to do with what he said. Extremist's question had nothing to do with what he said. So when you say that wasn't the question, yeah, his question was ridiculous. So, I mean, he's making a point. And then you said, does perspective change the way water flows? He didn't say that.
You guys are missing the whole point, man. The whole point. In their model, they have constant drop from everywhere.
Yeah,
If you heard what I told them, the two boats, let me finish, please. They have constant drop. That means there's drop between one boat and the other. Try to understand logic. This is not rocket science. In their model now, okay? Now, they also say that those two drops create a hump of water which blocks your vision. Why can't the flat earthers understand this? I know the ballers don't get it.
What the?
Why do the flat earthers do not understand this? Why?
That is not a
Dude,
good argument, dude. If I'm on a basketball and the basketball, if I'm a little ant and I'm on a basketball, the ground's dropping down and away from me. But as I look out across the basketball, then I'm gonna see obstruction. It's gonna do both. It's not some type of dichotomy.
I don't know if you were here with it, but I spent a good solid 30 minutes trying to articulate the exact preface or exact globe model and why what he's trying to say is incorrect, and it's a poor argument and makes flat earth look bad, but whatever.
Yeah, I think we need to those from the graveyard. I'm just saying that this is the QE argument and it's not good.
QE argument. Leave two angles. You're not getting it either, Witsit.
Oh my god.
Is there a hump? Yeah. Oh my God. Listen, man.
We're
Don't
talking
think you know
about
everything, right?
often.
In their model on the basketball, there is a hump blocking the two people. Yes?
That's what we call it.
Yes or no?
No, it's based on the curvature dropping away from you and you looking out horizontally, then you have a tangent point of obstruction.
It's not a hump
So
in the
your
form
model
of
is
increase
twisted
in
too, bro.
elevation.
Your model is
Yes, hold on.
Yeah.
Let me ask you
Wow.
this. Let's see. Is a hump is Earth curve or drop or whatever you keep talking? Is that the same thing as a change in elevation?
Earth drop? Yeah, anything that drops from a certain position, right? Yes.
Let me ask it
You
again.
cannot have drop without elevation change.
Ah.
So then,
So we
when
need
we're
to go.
talking about the two people, there is no drop between them, SE. If that's how you want to use that terminology, there is no drop.
So you're out of their model now, because in their model,
Nope. You just don't. If, like I said,
there
if we're going to
is
use
drop.
that as the term,
Are you starting to get it now?
no.
Look,
It's not my lack of comprehension here.
Maybe I can attack this in a different way. So you're saying that the water would flow, right?
Yeah. Water flows if there's elevation
Yeah, you're
change.
saying it would flow,
Water
right? Yes.
flows.
Yes. You're saying it would flow?
Excuse me?
Yeah. Yes or no? Are you saying that the water would flow?
Are you asking if there's elevation change, if water would flow? The answer would be yes.
Yeah. Where to?
Wherever the highest point is. Obviously, it'll flow against that to the lowest point.
Against
Yeah.
lowest point, yeah.
But where is that lowest point on the ball?
At the two observers.
That's the whole argument.
That's the problem.
That's the.
He's talking about midway.
You're starting to get it now.
No,
He's talking about midway
I'm
between the
explaining
two
it to you.
observers.
Like on their model, it would flow straight down, i.e., nowhere.
Exactly. So you're in
It's not
fantasy
going
land,
anywhere then.
right?
So it doesn't go anywhere then.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
listen to what you believe.
Yeah, but SC, Crypto isn't saying he believes in that or he thinks that's right. You know, I bet you Crypto thinks that that sounds stupid and, you know, fanciful, but he's just saying that's what the model says. He doesn't agree with it though, right, Crypto?
But it doesn't
Yeah,
work
exactly.
even
I
in
mean,
the model.
yeah,
It does.
in the model, the water would flow directly downwards, i.e., towards the center of a ball, and it can't do that because there's other water and other shit in the way, so it wouldn't go anywhere.
We're
That's
talking
how
about the
it works
surface
in
here.
the That's how gravity works.
You
Also,
can't,
bro.
or if you just want to isolate the surface, you're strawmanning the model. That's the whole point. I mean, I didn't
Yeah.
even hear all of it, and I'm already really annoyed. So, yeah,
It is annoying. It's been going on for
Well,
half an
you're
hour.
gonna get more annoyed. Stick around. Stick around. You're gonna get more annoyed. Look at what Earth is Life posted, 11:49. See that? That's their model. Now look
Okay.
where they have dropped from. Look what you're believing. Is this what you believe, guys? Flat earthers now, not the ballers.
Well, no one said we
11:49.
believe.
Is that what you
None
believe?
of us. None of us
No.
believe. None of us believe in the globe, man. We're just
I
saying that if you
believe
want to
that's their
refer to the
model.
globe, yeah.
I
So
believe
you
that
don't
that is their model.
get the water argument.
I don't think it's a good argument,
You guys
dude.
are dumb, not
There's something wrong with
understanding
this,
this
guy.
and believe
Have you been
that.
dropped on
It's
your head,
bullshit.
bro? Have you been dropped on your head, bro? No
Hey,
one's
Come on,
saying
can you leave
Tony
it?
to his
Alasma, what the fuck's wrong with you? You do this all the time.
Yeah, we don't need the
No,
personal attacks, guys.
From either
So,
person.
Essie, here's the
Wow,
thing.
dropped
It's getting annoying.
on your head, bro. Which way does water flow?
Nobody's keeping you here. If
Center
you're
of
annoyed,
mass.
man, step out.
Towards the center of mass.
Who asked? You're asking me to step out? Who asked me to? Is that what you want? You want me to step out?
No. I'm talking about the other guys that are getting annoyed with your contention. I'm saying nobody's keeping them here. We're having a discussion. We don't necessarily have to agree, but we're trying to get to a conclusion here. Just let it roll. That's all I'm saying. It
Yeah,
has
we got
nothing to do with
insulting.
attacking you. Yeah, they're personally attacking you, and I don't necessarily agree with that. Whether they feel it's dumb or not, it doesn't give credence to be able to attack somebody like that.
Yeah, I mean, SC said, you guys are dumb first, right? And then that guy responded. It doesn't matter. Okay, I just jumped in, but obviously what I'm hearing is that you're saying that it's a contradiction because it can't flow in two different ways at the same time. Okay, but on their model, it goes to center of mass.
It doesn't matter. That doesn't save them because they have both drop. They have drop. Two drops becoming a hump. Do you guys not understand that? And when they show you a ball, you don't see no drops. You just see a hump in between them. You see that? What Earth is Life posted?
Yeah.
That's what they envision.
Now he needs to draw an arrow down from the surface towards the center of mass, and the water is supposedly all being pulled there.
Yeah, it's flowing nowhere. That's the whole point.
Yeah, drop. This term "drop." I don't know if there's if it's being used properly or incorrectly, but drop is relative to each observer. Drop is relative to each point on the surface, and it's constantly updating every step you take on the globe model. So when you say drop,
Okay, where's the drop in the picture that Earth is Life posted? Where's the drop in the picture 49 after the hour? Where's the drop
I'm not looking at
between
it.
the two boats?
I'm not looking at it because I'm cleaning my pool. But I would have to say if he has an observer on a ball, drop would be directly down from that observer. If he places a second observer, then we would have to be really accurate as to which observer we're talking about and relation of drop to that specific observer. In relation to both of them, they are both technically within the globe model at the same elevation.
Drop is perspective based.
So then how, okay, what would block the view then? This is where you guys, flat earthers are not understanding. What would block the view then?
Bro,
The view would be blocked by the curvature of the Earth in between them. This is where I said, remember, if you place the ruler on top of the basketball, meaning this is the observer on the top, and their eye line, if they look straight, meaning perpendicular to plumb, that would go off into space. So if you want to talk about two observers not seeing each other, place two rulers on there. Those rulers aren't actually intersecting. It's not a straight line. So in order to have what you would call this hump, both observers would have to be looking slightly downward. That ruler would bisect or intersect the surface of the basketball, go through it in order to attach those 2 points. The part of the basketball that it's cutting through would be the obstruction in their model.
So there would have to be, so you're saying water is blocking the view, right? The water that's not elevated between them, right?
Correct.
But do you see where your fault lies, bro? Right there.
Nope.
You just said it.
Because what you said there, the water that's not elevated between them, they're on the same elevation. In their model, the elevation is a curvature, meaning 1 elevation, 0 elevation, the surface of the water, mean sea level, forms a sphere in their model. So when you
Correct.
say elevation, there is no elevation change between the two of them. The surface, the geometry of it is what obstructs them.
So there's no drop.
But that's what he's talking about. He's
And there's
talking
no
about
hump.
midway.
But water.
I was trying to
Go
straw
on,
man Yessie.
bro.
I was talking about the point midway between the two observers having a difference in elevation. If it's blocking their view.
Yes.
Look,
But
dude, it doesn't on their model because elevation is
understand that.
determined relative to sea level. On their
I
model,
understand that.
all bending relative to the center of mass. Dude,
I
there's a
understand that.
million ways to destroy the globe. It's not by strawmanning the globe, though.
I'm not trying to straw man the globe here. I'm simply stating that it's illogical.
Yeah, but if the if the level
That's
is
what
set
they
by
don't
the curvature, you can't then
see,
say
bro.
that
They don't see that it's not a straw man.
Yeah. So if the level is set by the curvature, you can't then say that the curvature is deviating from that level because that is the level.
What is level? What's the definition of level?
So where's
Yeah,
your drop?
they're saying sea level though, aren't they? They're defining it in a specific way.
Yeah,
But
now you're
Dyson,
attacking
that's
the
a
model
different
as
argument.
a flat earther. We're flat earthers, dude. We agree that level is actually horizontal in reality. They hijack that and pretend it's curved. That's not the point, though. The point is that you can't say elevation change and then accurately represent their model because the elevation of 0 is curving according to them.
But they can't have it both ways. They can't have a drop and a hump. Why can't you see that? This is where your logic gets broken right here. They want to have it both ways, but you can't even see that in their model.
First of all, I think you should drop those terms, drop and hump, when you're trying to do this argument to begin with, first of all. So it's a drop in relation to what? The problem is their model is illogical. Their level is curved, but you can't just say that the globe is wrong because X, Y, and Z and straw man their model. You can't do that.
You're basically what you're doing is you're strawmanning the
Not a
globe.
straw man, bro.
It is. You're treating the globe as if level is horizontal in the globe model, and it's not.
No, I'm putting water in reality in their model, right? And I'm using their terminology. They say that no matter where you are on this surface of this sphere, this constant curvature. And then I ask him, I put 2 boats on the water and I ask him, is there constant curvature between the 2 boats? They say yes. Then I ask him, what's blocking your view? And they say the water. So now if you guys don't understand that simple concept, I don't know what to tell you, man. 2 drops cannot make a hump.
Yeah, furthermore, their model would have to be logically consistent. Otherwise, they don't have a model. That's the whole point that I'm making. You can't call it a model if it's illogical.
But it is consistent within their model. This is so annoying to me. Dude,
These are 2 different arguments. It's 2 different arguments, right? Whether their model is or is not logical is completely different as to the argument of
I agree.
Straw manning their model to then say it's illogical.
Right. I agree.
2 different arguments.
It's not a straw man, man. Why can't you guys see that's their model?
Dude,
I'm
I've
explaining their model.
I've already boiled it down why it's a straw man specifically. You're saying elevation as in a distance above a horizontal, which means you're straw manning their level, which is not horizontal. So you can't use the word elevation. You can't say drop, built, and then build that upon the idea of elevation, meaning that on a globe the elevation changes as you go forward because it drops. No, in their model, the elevation doesn't change as you go forward as it quote unquote drops, because that level is the water curving and the elevation is a measurement above that. It's all relative.
For the sake of common ground, I agree with that. But in all reality, you can't have a model based on a logicalness that can never be substantiated. It's not a model by
we know
definition.
that. Like I say,
Okay.
that's fine. That's completely true. Like, and Napalm's been saying that since I got in here, right? So it's like if I say, well, I've got this model of a dragon and it breathes fire and blah blah blah, and then you say, oh, well, if it breathes ice, then X, Y, and Z. It's like, well, no, the model is that it breathes fire, right? You can't then say, oh, well, if it breathes ice, then X, Y, and Z. Well, now you're straw manning it, right? This is the whole point. Is no one's saying that the dragon really exists, right? None of the flat earthers are saying that the dragon really exists.
I got you.
But you're not getting it, bro. And the dragon analogy is this. Hold on, bro. The dragon analogy is this. That the dragon breathes both fire and water, right? This is the analogy
No,
here.
because it's my
They're
analogy.
having it both ways and you're not getting it. They're saying that there's
No.
both drop in between the two people and a hump. Now, you guys are not seeing a very elementary thing here. I don't know how else to say it.
How many flat earthers and prominent ones at that are you going to gaslight today, SE? Seriously.
I'm not gaslighting anybody. That's their model. Now, you either accept it or you don't. They say 2 drops make a hump. They say it over and over. We got it from Soundly. We got it from a whole bunch of people.
So you just said something that was incorrect. You said there's 2 drops between them. That's illogical. That's not what it is. There's a point in this where he's going to understand what we're saying. And I want to identify that spot that maybe it would become clear, because see, you've got this double drop hop thing, double hump drop, whatever, double drop hump is incorrect. There's nothing to that.
Okay, let's do a 2-minute thing, me and you. Okay, you want to do it on a canal?
Well,
a canal that's 5 miles long and it has 2 doors at either end. It's level. You want to go through it and see how your model will double speak? I think I can make you double speak within the next minute.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that conversation. Let's just stick with Bob and Alice. From Alice's perspective, the surface is falling away from her in all directions, and Bob is down the way. Right? You go to Bob's perspective. Now he's on top, and the surface is falling away, and Alice is below him from his horizontal. There's no contradiction there. Well, there's no contradiction there.
Look.
No, there's not. No, there's
I'll
not.
show it to you if you give me 30 seconds. Okay.
Yeah.
We're in the moat, right? We're in the canal. I'm on one side, you're on the other, right? It's very calm, the canal, right? Now, I'm on one side. I'm looking at you. How is the water behaving between us?
It's falling away from you, and I am below you. I'm below your horizontal.
The water is falling away from me, and you're below me, right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
So
you're
there's
on top.
no flow. So
no flow.
There's a change in elevation. If I was to look from the side, I'd see me on top and you, right?
No change in elevation. No.
So to be one thing here, below horizontal,
you see,
not below in elevation. Guys? Hold on. Let me say that again. Below horizontal, not below in elevation.
Exactly. That's what
so
I'm saying.
below.
That's what I thought that would clear it all up.
So you accept that, Winston?
You're basing it. I don't accept
you're with
the globe.
that.
I'm not in. Dude, SE, why do you keep reverting back to pretending I believe in the globe somehow? Like, no, I just know what the globe says. and then I know why it's wrong. And the whole QE paradox of two people looking at each other and it dropping away from both of them is retarded. This is not a good argument. I'm sorry. That's my opinion. Like, it doesn't, what you're doing is you're taking distances above or below a horizontal. You're like, oh, look at the distance above this horizontal. But on the globe, there isn't a horizontal. Okay, that's the difference. So what you're saying, drop and hump and all this is all relative to an individual person and their perspective, and it's going to be different for the other person on the other side of this quote unquote hump. Us looking in Muppet vision, like Fuzzy said, where we step outside and draw cartoons that are curving. That isn't how it works though in their model. When they're looking from person to
Sounds
person,
like you're still model afflicted, bro.
Oh my God. No, I
Sounds
just
like
know
you're
why.
still model afflicted, like for
I
real.
know why the globe is wrong, and there's things that go in the globe Earth basket, the flat Earth basket, and then the both basket. And technically, I don't even put this in the both basket because sea level is horizontal, but they're not saying that. So you can't use horizontal sea level to critique the globe because that's not what the globe says.
That's not what I'm doing, bro. You're not understanding the logic behind it, right? Because you're too far in the model, right? I'm going in their model. Their model both states that there's drop everywhere, right? Now, in order for that to happen, there has to be a drop between two boats. Now, if you don't understand
not
that's
between
your
two
mental
boats.
block, bro. That's
No,
your
Essie.
mental block.
It's not
you're
between
confused.
two boats.
Wait,
It's
Essie,
not
basically what
between
you're
two boats.
wait, let me do this. Essie, what are you basically saying is again the same thing QE said a few years ago when then the whole VC just didn't say anything. It's like, so we draw a picture of a ball, okay, and we see the curve. There's a boat on the left side and a boat on the right side, or a person standing on both sides. So for the person on the left side, the Earth's dropping down away from them, and on the right side, the Earth's dropping down away from them. So basically, that's a paradox because they would both be going down away from them into the center, right? You would be drawing a loop down in the center from both ways. That is not a good argument, dude. It's not. The drop is just relative to the observer. This is the same argument that QE brought up a few years ago. And I tried to tell him, dude, you got to stop. So this is not, it's not the move. Like, do you know, is that what you're saying? That if I draw a stick figure on the ball on the left and on the right, if it's going to go down from the person on the left and it's going down and away from the person on the right, then those are going to meet in the middle, sinking down. So they can't both be having the same thing. The globe paradox, as he called it.
Listen, dude, I don't care about QE's argument. I'm talking about my argument, right?
You're using the same argument.
In their model. No, that's my argument. I don't care about what QE said. This is my argument. I've been talking about this for years. It started off with the skateboard paradox, right? In their model, there's curvature. In their model, there's curvature all around you. From every person, there's constant curvature. Every point you are. So now, if you have two boats on the water facing each other, there has to be drop in between them in their model.
They're never facing each other.
Oh,
in their
you're
model.
saying no. You're going to say no. Hold on. You're going to show me a basketball, right? And there's a curve. Now the water flows backwards in those boats, and they say there's drop in between them, but there's not. There's a hump which says blocks their view. Now, if you guys can't understand that, that's not on me, man. That's on you guys.
Horrible with this, bro.
Stop throwing the you can't understand in there because, like, I'm trying not to just like completely shit on this. I'm trying to be chill, okay? But Napalm just answered you. In their model, they're not looking at each other. On the globe, the people are both looking up towards space. You can't draw a horizontal to each other through the curved Earth. Say it's dropping down away from them because they're looking at each other. Therefore, it's dropping down from both persons.
That's my whole point, dude.
Oh my God.
That's my whole point.
Let's see, maybe
oh
repeat
my God,
it again.
yeah.
Bro.
Usually I don't do this.
Forget
right?
it, man.
But
Forget
you've been
it.
doing it to everybody in the room.
Afflicted.
Essie, you don't understand. You don't understand their model.
Thank you, man.
Therefore, you are
Understand, man.
strong their model with a horrible argument
man.
based on your lack of comprehension. Sorry, don't normally do that,
No,
but I'm
that's fine.
justified here.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't care, bro. You can say whatever you want.
I mean, Essie, like if a
Are
bunch
you
of
even
people,
open to the idea of thinking like, oh, maybe I misunderstood it or something? Like, Because if not, then this is just going to go on all day, and we can just leave it be, right? Because like I can assure you that on their model, everything goes down, water goes down to the center of mass, therefore it's not moving. Level is curved, so elevation is relative to level, right? The sea level, a distance above that. So if you go from one person to the other, sure, there's a drop, but in their model, you can't classify that drop as having anything to do with what we call elevation, because they say elevation is distance above sea level that's actually curved. Okay? This is a fundamental part of their model. Sure, it's bullshit. They hijack all horizontal aspects of life and then claim it's actually curving. You just can't tell. That's the argument. But not to just say that their model contradicts itself. No, it just said it's
It does,
it's an
because
unfounded claim, but it's not a contradiction.
it's by putting people on their model here on Earth, right, in a canal, right, and they have to say the craziest things. Now, if you guys can't understand that, that's on you. Before somebody told me that the water drops in between two people and at the same time causes blockage. Now, if your brains are not equipped to pick up that information,
Right, that's enough,
that's not
dude.
my
Honestly,
man.
honestly, that's enough. If you're going to try to insinuate and sit here and gaslight people, insinuate that we lack the comprehension to understand your straw man. Seriously,
He just did that to
that's
me.
enough.
Why didn't you talk to him when he said it?
I just
Genius.
feel like
Why didn't you talk to Witsit?
if somebody's making a bad argument,
Can other flat earthers please jump in and
if somebody's making a bad argument, it's like and a bunch of people like call you out on that and they feel that way, you know.
He's wrong. All
I
right.
guess you could get insulted by that, but also, I mean, for me, I would rather hear you fucking be all about a ball than fucking strawman the wrong shit and make us look like we don't know what the fuck we're talking about. But that's just me.
Anything that ventures towards the straw man of the globe is like kryptonite to flat Earth, because the whole entire narrative is that flat earthers don't understand the globe. That's why I think it's flat. They're just a bunch of stupid people that think stuff like, well, water flat, and they just don't understand the globe model. They think we should fill the spin. That's the whole entire argument against flat Earth. So anything that ventures towards a straw man of the globe model fulfills that depiction of flat earthers. That's like, we should stay away from anything that strawmans the model like it's freaking the plague.
Right. Exactly.
Oh, you mean like nonsense of the space around us somehow makes the gyroscope turn, stuff like that? Witsit?
That's not strawmanning their model. That's accurately representing Newtonian mechanics. So I actually read what Newton said. So whatever, dude. That's a perfect example. Actually, I'm having to correct the Globers because they're strawmanning their own model because they don't understand Newtonian and Einsteinian mechanics. And Newton said that space was fixed, and if it's not, then they have to concede, according to Newtonian mechanics, that a stationary Earth is possible and it would cause the drift. That has nothing to do with this. That's not a straw man. You can go read Newtonian mechanics, read his physics, look at his equations, and that proves my point. Just like when they looked at the galaxy rotational speeds being too fast and it didn't match Newtonian mechanics because it's supposed to get slower as it gets further from the center. And then whenever you use F equals ma, it only yields 1/10 the magnitude needed. So Newtonian mechanics didn't work there. There's like Newtonian mechanics doesn't work. Their paradigm of shooting stuff into space, they say, oh, we use Newtonian mechanics for satellites. Whenever they use geostationary satellites, they have to account for a real centrifugal force. So they're actually having to treat it like the Earth is at rest and everything's moving around it to even supposedly shoot these satellites in space. That's a death blow to their model. That rips their little pseudoscientific heart out from the core. That's an amazing argument. That's in no way analogous to this.
Exactly.
You're kidding me, right? Water, the way water flows, the examples that I gave you, it's like it boggles my mind, man.
Bro, if I was on the fence and all I heard was SE, I would definitely be a Glober, dude. This is terrible. Stop doing this, man. Why are you hating on everyone?
I'm not. They're hating on me. I'm telling them that in model, the water
I don't think anybody wants.
explanation
No one wants
is ridiculous.
I think there's a
You're
lot of
telling
like,
us-
a lot of people like
hatred,
you.
dude. It has nothing to do with
I can
hate.
feel that. Okay, and no one's trying to hate on you. You know what I mean? I don't think I think that's.
I'm
I
actually
think
trying
that's.
to be very selective with my words to not hate on you. Like when I came in here, all I heard you was telling all the flat earthers that they lack the ability to comprehend what you're saying, right? So
Yeah.
it's you that's doing that. Like we can even agree to disagree. I would like to point out though, on a positive note, like the Globers should take note here. Okay, this is where flat earthers are not agreeing. So a group of flat earthers think another flat earther is making an
Beautiful.
argument improperly, and they're correcting them. You guys should take notes. That doesn't
Yeah,
What's
mean
it?
now what you
I'm
guys would do is all go on mute and sit back and watch them make the argument, and then jump in and white knight for them. Right?
yeah.
You
What's
guys
it?
should pay
Do
attention.
you know how
Two
beautiful
things.
this is for me? Do
Two
you know
things,
how
Walter.
beautiful this
I'm
is
not
to
a
watch
flat earther.
and listen to?
I'm not, I'm not collecting you. Don't
Yeah,
try to
my
play the
mic's
high
all
ground
messed
here.
up. I don't know where
I'm collecting you guys. That's the way I see it.
Yeah, wait. I'm glad you brought that up because I was actually going to say you can see the comments in the chat. Some of the Globers are saying stuff like "we're imploding," right, and all this kind of stuff. And it's like, well, they like to put us in the position where we can be criticised either way. And this is an exactly. I've talked about this before, but it kind of gets ignored or brushed under the carpet. They want to criticise us either way. When we all agree, we're just an echo chamber. We just all follow like our chosen whoever, right? But then when we disagree, we're imploding and we don't have a common understanding, right? So it's like either way, no matter what happens, they like to criticize, which in itself is dishonest.
Can I say something? Can I say something from a globe perspective? Since I've been in here, I've seen flat earthers fight each other a lot more than you've been arguing with me, for example. And a few times when I've engaged and started an argument with one of you,
You've been destroyed
another
every single time. That's why.
no, another flat earther has jumped in, and then suddenly it's turned into an argument between flat earthers instead of a debate between. Do you understand what I mean?
Well,
But that's
I'm,
my
I'm
point.
well,
That's my point, though. Listen
Yeah.
carefully. This is my point. My point is that when the Globers say stupid stuff, right, like mass attracts mass, and then I try to teach them that they don't even know what that means, and that that's not their model, and there's a reason why that can't be their model anymore, and that if you went with Newtonian mechanics, then here's what's wrong with it. Whenever the Globers say things that are wrong, all the other Globers don't say anything. They don't correct them. They just go on mute, and then they'll actually jump off mute to white knight for that person. Whereas opposed to flat earthers are just trying to figure out what's really going on, and if they think someone else on their side, because we're not in a cult, if they say something wrong, then we correct them. That's my whole point.
Yeah. And then I built on
Okay,
that
check this out. I
by saying that
posted
we're
something,
always
guys. Let's stop
in
arguing.
I see. Come on, man. I was talking.
I'm
Yeah, and
sorry,
then
I said I was. Go ahead.
right, yeah. So anyway, I then built on that and said that well, the Globers are going to always criticize us, regardless of what we do. So we can't take that criticism seriously because it's not honest.
It's ridiculous.
Okay. I posted a picture at 17 past the hour. Can you guys have a look at that?
We're not. I think we're well past that. If it's a picture about two observers, and some surface between them, I think we're well past that. I don't think we need to belittle the point any longer. I mean, literally, this all started because
Wow,
I
yes,
stepped
Your
in.
Highness. I salute you. Yes, ball master.
Well, SC, come on, man. Like we're trying to make it where it's not this big thing, but it's like you said. Napalm say did for 30 minutes before I came in here. I'm already just so far beyond over it. Like, yes, your picture shows an outside view of the Earth. Now, put yourself in perspective of each of these little things on the ball. Okay, it looks like it drops down. It's dropping down away from each person, right? And then it's gonna look like there's a physical obstruction of curvature. Now, not really for these things because they're way too tall on this ball. It's not to scale at all, but it doesn't matter. The point is that when you go into the perspective of each person, that's what you're not getting. That's the disconnect. You're stepping outside and looking at it from a holistic Muppet vision perspective, and then you're like, okay, look, draw these lines. Elevation changes. Elevation doesn't change in the globe model at sea level. Sea level is zero elevation everywhere on the globe. Now, if you want to step away and say, well, technically, if you looked at it from space, there would be an elevation change. If you started from one point and then it drops down, that's going below it. Okay, but that's not how we quantify elevation on the Earth. We measure above sea level. They claim that sea level is curving. So you can't draw horizontals from person to person, claim they're looking right at each other, and that it's dropping in all directions and there's elevation changes. That's not what their model says. Okay, and that's like the 15th time, bro. So, like, we'll have to agree to disagree if you want to go down with it. I would this is my good faith suggestion. Like, I would retire the argument. I'm not saying you took it from QE or anything, but I'm just saying it's the same argument. And I told QE the same thing. I'm like, why are you like I wanted to ask him if he was J-Trig, because I'm like, why are you sending this cartoon around as if that's what we think? So I just disagree like vehemently with this idea. I think that there are a million different ways to debunk the globe. If
Hold
you're
on,
like,
which way was
good.
what was the Alice and Bob one with the water dropping you're talking about?
Yes, meeting in the middle, like
Oh
there's like some
God.
abyss, and it's so bad, dude. It's like it makes us look bad. I'm not trying to be ugly. I'm just saying, like, that's just so retarded. If the argument here should be like, wait. So okay, and if what sea level really is horizontal, so we would have elevation changes. You guys are claiming that the sea level isn't horizontal, but you're treating it as if it's horizontal all over the entire earth to get your elevation, and you're taking that horizontal and extending it adjacent to land masses and then measuring a perpendicular vertical distance above that horizontal. So you want your cake and you want to eat it too. You want to use everything as if it's horizontal and then just claim, oh, it's actually curved. Like, that would
Well, you
be
know
the
what
argument.
happened
That is the argument. That is the argument. But you guys are not seeing it. That's the beginning.
Oh God.
That's how it starts. Yeah. Oh God. Yeah.
Oh man.
I still love you.
This is a good way to
They
distract
got you
and make us
believing
look
that
like
you
a
can
bunch of
have
total morons.
they got you believing that you can have a change from level without having water flow. This is what they got you believing. And you're affirming the model as well.
No.
They're
You're not
not
even
saying
willing
there's a
to,
change
No,
in
they're
even
not.
willing
water
to
level.
entertain my
Hold on,
argument that
I
in the
see.
model.
No, they're not. They're
I see.
describing
Hold
they're
on, my friend.
describing our
I know.
they're describing our model
Yeah.
accurately, but that doesn't mean that's what they believe is going on. I understand what they do.
See, they're not saying there's a change in water or a flow in water with they're not saying it changes level. I forgot what I was gonna say because left lane went.
I apologize.
Yeah, but you guys are not understanding. When I have this argument with them, I put him in a canal, right? I put him in a canal. And we all know that a canal is level and horizontal. There's no change in elevation there, right? And
Well,
then
that's
I
the
asked them,
argument. Then that's
tell
what you would
me,
have to argue with them because they're not going to agree to that. That's not their model. They're not going to agree to that. So you'd have to start there
but
with
they
the
agree.
argument.
I see
They
in their
do agree
model
to
there
that.
is no change of elevation in that situation. That is correct. But the no change in elevation still means curvature in their model.
That's
And
my
it's
whole
retarded.
point. That's where
All right, can we move on?
you guys don't understand. That's the whole.
Oh my God, dude. Don't say we
Yeah,
don't
we
Yeah.
understand.
Yeah,
no,
Seriously.
we don't
without
understand.
understand thing
No,
again.
I don't. Yep, I don't understand. And okay, so can we move on? Sorry,
Yeah.
this is just really redundant. Like,
Yeah.
did anyone see? Maybe no one saw, but in my stream last night, what I did was I went from their perspective, from their paradigm, and I showed that if you believe what they say, they claim that they use Newtonian mechanics to put satellites into orbit, right? And so then they have geostationary satellites that just sit there, as in they're moving perfectly with the Earth, right? What's so funny is if you look at the math they claim that they do. Now, I don't even believe all the story of satellites, but I am starting to find some very interesting things. You could put stuff in the sky, get it to go kind of fast, and then utilize the fact that the sky moves and you can stay up there, which is very interesting. Nothing to do with the ball. But anyway, this is very funny because whether they're actually up there or not, either way, they had to do this just to make the math work, like just to even in theory to claim that's what they're doing, or if they are doing it or whatever, right? And so they have to use real inertial forces in their math. They have to treat them as if they're real. Like, according to their paradigm, there's not. So this is why they can't use Einsteinian mechanics. They can't even do the rockets with Einsteinian mechanics. They use Newtonian mechanics. And again, not saying it's real. I'm just saying, like, even within their paradigm where these people believe in satellites, you can take away their belief that using their belief in satellite. They have to use real inertial forces in their math to make it work. They have to use centrifugal, Coriolis, and Euler forces as if they're real forces from the entire
You know
cosmos
why?
moving
Victor?
around.
Because gravity exists. That's why.
No, that's such a dumb
You
argument.
don't understand. You don't even understand it. Like, if you use Newtonian mechanics as if the Earth's a tilted, wobbling, spinning ball revolving around the sun, then you can't use F equals ma, or you would use F equals ma within Newtonian mechanics. You can't do that, though. You can't make the math work using F equals ma. You have to add centrifugal forces as if they're real. But your model claims that it's not. There isn't a centrifugal force out in space, hundreds of miles up. There's no centrifugal force. A centrifugal force is supposedly on the surface of the Earth. So then
The
why are we...
centrifugal force is from the orbit velocity, isn't it?
Yeah,
That's what
which
I'm
is in
saying.
free
To do the
fall, which
math,
means you have
exactly.
which is in free fall. Go ahead. What's that? Go ahead.
No, you're good. You're good.
When something is in orbit, it's free falling, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and there's a force there, or is there no force there?
It's a balance force.
This
In order
is
for-
over. This
in
is going
order
to be
for an
over a lot of
object,
their heads. I don't dispute this is going to be over a lot of their heads, but I don't care. I just did a stream. Go look at it. Relatively speaking, I break it all down. Okay,
It was
your
brilliant.
model wants your cake and wants to eat it too, and you don't get to do that. If you believe in satellites, then you are saying that basically all of these are proof of a geostationary Earth. Like, that's
they
the
are.
way you have to use your math.
They are.
Oh,
Well, in
wonderful.
calculating an orbit,
Bro.
in calculating orbits, we don't have to consider the fact that the Earth is orbiting the sun or any of that.
No, I know. You specifically have to treat it like the
And
Earth is not moving.
centrifugal and this, the centripetal and centrifugal force is balanced.
You're breaking up, Howard. Or is it me?
Yeah, Left Lane, you need to go watch my stream, dude, because I break this all down. So if you think that there's a satellite up above the Earth in your model, there's gravity. If you were to draw an arrow representing gravity, there would be an arrow coming away from the Earth towards the like, say, the ISS. I use the ISS as an example in the stream, and then you would have an arrow coming from the ISS down to the Earth. So there's two there. So it doesn't balance out. So you have to add an additional centrifugal force as if it's actual out in space.
So if there's not
There is
gravity,
no angular momentum of space. You guys claim that you're just flying through space on a ball that's spinning. But you have to treat it like the Earth's not moving and it's actually the sky that's spinning. Well, a real set of inertial forces, or you can't even make the math work.
so why does a satellite, when they launch a satellite into space, in order for a satellite to enter into orbit around Earth, it has to be traveling at 17,600 kilometers an hour in order to go into a geocentric orbit on the Earth.
No,
What do you
only at a
mean?
certain height. Well, it's all dependent upon height. So that's just for the ISS. It's not just a blank number for everywhere. It's based on your height.
The ISS is traveling very, very fast around the Earth. Have you looked at the orbital velocity of the ISS? The ISS has a very high orbital velocity because you have to in order to go in an orbit around the Earth. Otherwise, you
I'll
fall
just have
down.
to drop the pictures. I know you guys won't get it unless I drop the cartoons. Okay, but like, to explain why people are supposedly
Very well. The things fall down if they don't travel that fast. It's not. There's no cartoons or nothing. These are facts.
Oh, you're not understanding.
Told you the math don't work.
This is a higher level argument. I don't dispute that, but the point is that, like, say you want to explain how people are supposedly weightless and floating on the ISS, you have to account for real centrifugal forces, real inertial forces, not just centrifugal. So Coriolis centrifugal and Euler forces. According to your model, those are not real. They're just fictitious relative to inertial and non-inertial reference frames. But yet, to do the
Saying they're
satellite
fictitious
thing,
doesn't mean they're not there.
I just explained what that supposedly means. It's based simply on non-inertial and inertial reference frame differences. So yeah, that means they're not there. They're called fictitious forces. What's the difference in a fictitious force and a real force?
Something like if I push you,
Well, no,
I've evoked
maybe
a
left
force
lane
on
can
you.
answer. I was hoping left lane could answer that, Shirality.
Yeah. Well, I mean, no, chirality probably does it way better than I do.
No, but you're the one who made the initial comment, so because I was going to ask you, maybe you can explain what Witsit said in layman's terms.
Well, I'm not sure what he's saying. He's saying something is wrong with the
Well, then why are you
balanced force
opposing
of
it?
an orbit.
Then why are you opposing
And
it? Like, your rebuttal, like when you
because
first
it's
made
not
your
correct.
Well, yeah, but you don't know what he said. You can't even articulate it.
Yeah, it's confusing. It sure is because
Well,
I mean the
you're
orbit.
going against it.
Let me finish. In the orbit, the centrifugal and centripetal forces are balanced due to the velocity of the orbit, and so it's happy up there, and that's why they're weightless because the centrifugal and centripetal forces are balanced out.
Yeah, you're
Once
just
again, you're
missing his
invoking
point.
them as if they're real forces. That's my whole argument. You just made my argument for me. You have to invoke them as if they're real forces, but your model claims that they're not real forces.
They are real.
They are real
They
forces.
are real.
They're just depends
Oh,
on
really?
your
So
reference frame.
what's the difference in fictitious and real forces?
The word fictitious is not what you think it means, Witsit. Stop it.
He can't
Well,
answer
how
that.
about you explain it then, instead of just going nah and tap dancing?
How about you actually research it for a while instead of just coming on here and spouting
Why don't-
stuff?
yeah. Again, just avoiding misunderstanding and not addressing. This is all you guys do.
No, because
someone else jump in. This guy
you're
has
totally
nothing. He never has anything.
you're totally confused. You're using the word fictitious as though it means fake, and that's not what it means. It means that it's
No, what's the difference in real forces and fictitious forces?
depends on your reference frame. Thank you very much.
And that's the answer. What's the difference? Tell me what a real force is, and then compare it to what a fictitious force is.
You know what it is, Witsit. Don't give it.
Yeah,
Don't,
so you
don't,
can't
don't play this
answer.
game with me. Don't play this game with me, Witsit.
Yeah,
You
tap
don't know.
dance
If
more.
you don't know, look it up. Don't ask me. I'm tired of
I
playing
already
your
have.
game.
I know exactly what it is.
Tap dance more, bro.
Then you know you don't because you're playing the word fictitious as though it means fake, and it means emergent.
So here you go. Now,
No, he didn't.
Tell us what it means. If you use Newtonian mechanics, F equals ma. Okay, F equals ma. Force equals mass times acceleration. You guys claim we just use Newtonian mechanics to attain orbit. Okay, you can't just use F equals ma. It's defective.
Well,
incomplete. You have
like to do.
Equation.
Go
Stop
ahead.
pretending you're teaching me. This is the official model you believe in. You have to use an additional set of real inertial forces. You can't just use F equals ma.
Well, I was going to.
Even when they say they discovered Neptune, they did the same thing.
Yep.
So whenever they
same
say
thing.
people say they discovered Neptune, that's how we know that gravity is legit. That's how we know that Newtonian mechanics is right, even though it's not right in your paradigm, right?
It is right, actually.
What they had to do with that was also account for the inertial forces that you guys claim aren't actually there. They had to account for inertial forces to be able to even know the body relationship to supposedly discover Neptune.
It depends on your
Can I
reference
explain?
frame, Witsit.
Can I explain the difference?
That force you feel when you turn your car hard and that force to the outside, that's a emergent force or fictitious force, but it's a real force. It actually pulls you to the outside because of your reference frame. This is your problem with it. You don't understand this basic concept that they covered in fifth grade.
I keep asking you to articulate the difference. So if I'm in a car,
that's what I was going to do. Let me articulate it. Let me articulate it. If you're riding in the car with me and I push you against the door and I'm holding you there, that's a real force. My arm is exerting force, pushing you against the door. If I go around a curve and it pushes you against the door, that's a fictitious force.
Okay, this is super goofy. And also, let me address this. Any geocentrists or gravity deniers out there making comet path predictions, literally they have to do the same thing for comet path prediction. This is now I know that the ballers will never understand it because it's just going to short out their cognition. Okay,
they're not committed either.
For all your math, where it comes to comets and planets and satellites, all the stuff you believe in. Okay, the math doesn't work with the heliocentric
math
model.
Works quite well. The math
works
quite well.
No,
yes, it
no,
does.
even Newton,
Totally
even
works.
Newton. No, that's why Newton had to add fictitious.
Works.
Bro, that's why Newton had to add fictitious forces.
They're not
he
fictitious.
Had to account.
Fictitious doesn't mean fake. Stop it, Witsit.
No, he treats the fictitious forces as if they're real forces for the physics.
Yes, they're real forces on the planet. They're real forces. That's correct. Very good. Because of your reference frame dependent. Orbital
Yes, you
mechanics
need
is
to
tough,
stop flip
Witsit.
flopping between these two.
You have to understand basic
illegitimate
physics before you get
criticisms.
to orbital mechanics, because a lot of it doesn't make total sense unless you understand it. I understand your problem with it. It's tough.
No, this is just this. I'm just telling you guys reality, okay?
No, you're not. You're
Reality is
telling us what you
here's the
think reality
stop.
is.
You don't understand your religion. I am a positive,
It's
okay?
not a
So,
religion. It's a science. It is the
dude, you
opposite
know
of
what's
religion.
about to
Stop
happen
it.
is you're gonna get muted.
Of course, because I'm telling you, you're full of shit. You don't like it.
No, it's because you keep
No,
interrupting.
you're just straw manning him and then coming up with flip flop criticisms. You're not actually doing anything else.
That's exactly what he's doing. That's correct.
No,
He
no,
doesn't
that's exactly
understand
what
the
you're doing.
physics.
And then
He
you
made
just said no, you and no, this is
He
really
doesn't
remedial.
understand the physics. He really.
Oh yeah, whatever. Yeah.
Okay, so real fast,
Not
so
when
this
you
is what's
interpret
this was.
words.
So you know how the ballers always say, "Well, the Newtonian mechanics works perfect for the solar system," right? Like they think that somehow makes sense or something. Well, what you don't understand is that's what's wrong with Newtonian mechanics. Is Newton didn't count for anything other than the quote unquote solar system. Okay, he thought that the sun was the center of the whole universe, and he only accounted for the solar system within his equations. That's why Mach came along and was like, wait. But if you actually account for the rest of the distant galaxies and everything else in space, and if all that was moving, that will actually affect the solar system. So it comes down to something like this simple. It's as simple as I can put it. You guys would think this is the heliocentric argument. Well, according to gravity, this is me granting you guys gravity for intensive purposes, which is just pseudoscience anyway. It's actually electromagnetic. But you guys are like, okay, the sun is so much bigger, it has such a bigger mass, that's going to make the Earth tend toward it in orbit around it. So there you go, proof of heliocentrism, because the sun's so big, the sun couldn't be going around the Earth. But if you don't do what Newton did and just confine it to the solar system, which you can't, according to physics, you can't do that, because if you didn't account for the rest of the stuff outside the solar system, if that stuff was moving, it would translate force to the Earth and actually hold the Earth in place and then keep the sun going around the Earth, according to Newtonian mechanics. There's no
Well,
rebuttal to this.
yeah, there is. We don't, as far as like doing the math on our solar system, we don't need to consider the universe. All we need to consider is the sun and the planets that orbit that mass. And I mean, anywhere you want to look, where you see orbits happening, like the moons of Jupiter and our moon, it's the small masses that orbit the large mass. The large mass doesn't orbit the little mass. It doesn't work. That's the math that doesn't work.
You see how he just said what I just said he was going to do? And like he can't. Okay. So in reality, though, if Newtonian mechanics was correct, meaning that first of all, you have the kinematic relationship of like Kepler's laws and Copernicus model. That's kinematic. That's not dynamic. Newton comes along and introduces. Do you guys even know what the difference is? Kinematic is bodies moving in relation to one another. It's geometric. It's like I move around the pole. Okay. It's how bodies move in relation to one another. Kinematics. Okay. Now you get to dynamics with Newton. Newton took the solar system kinematics and then applied what he called gravity that he couldn't explain or define, but he said, here's how the math works. Okay. But what he didn't apply the math to was everything else, which means if you have this gigantic mass of the sun and you're using Newtonian mechanics, if you just exclude the rest of the universe, then you can have it going around the sun. But you can't do that in reality. You can't just take the solar system out of the universe and say, oh, my math works. That's incredibly remedial. This is what Mach pointed out. If you actually account for the rest of the stuff outside of the solar system, if you account for the rest of the stuff in the solar system, then it doesn't matter that the sun is bigger than the Earth. Okay? It would move around the Earth with the inertial forces coming from the rest of the universe. This is what Newtonian mechanics necessitates. I did go watch my
No, you haven't shown that. You haven't worked out the math and predicted the motions and all that stuff. No, he's not.
Yes, I did. I showed all the math. I have all the math. I showed it all. I've dropped it in here.
Go watch
No
it,
one can,
Esther.
no one can rebut it. There is no rebuttal. And by the way, even according to Einsteinian mechanics, you have to also concede this. So what a lot of people say, and I'll stop talking so much. What a lot of people say is like, yeah, well, when Einstein said that they're equally valid, he just meant coordinate systems. It's just kinematic, meaning like, oh, you can say anything is the center, right? That's the rebuttal. Now that's retarded. We see the circle, we see the stars, we see everything in the sky go around the Earth. So either it's because everything's going around the Earth, or it's just an illusion and we're spinning, making it look like that. There's no such thing as the center, and everywhere in the universe is the center. Okay. Now Einstein says, okay, well, the Earth being at the center or moving around the sun are equally valid coordinate systems. So you guys say he's just talking about coordinate systems. That's it. But what you don't know is actually it necessitates that it's also dynamically equivalent, meaning that it's equally valid dynamically, even with the actual mechanism that causes the motion, not just kinematically. Okay? And Mach showed this to Einstein, and then Einstein said, "You're getting criticized for this, but turns out you're right, because inertia arises as an interaction between bodies. So I must incorporate what you said into my theory. You are correct. It's in fact it's required for my theory." Okay,
He
that's what
later
he said to
refuted
Mach.
that. He
No,
later
no,
refuted it, though.
I'm gonna dunk all over you in every part of this conversation, Left Lane. So that was in
Okay.
1913. I know more about this than you, and you know I do. So this was 1913, Ernst Mach. So can you cite where Einstein refuted it later?
Well, I had to go find it, but it's been
You
shown
made it
in
up.
here.
No, you just heard
No,
another
it's been
baller say
shown.
it.
No, it's
No,
been
no,
shown in here.
no. Now here's the reality. What happened was many years later, someone else did the math and said, "Well, that wouldn't work." Many years, decades later, said, "Well, that wouldn't work." Einstein didn't do it. Okay, someone else did it and said, "Oh, because the stuff in the distance would have to be moving way faster than the speed of light." Are you with me?
I'm looking. I'm gonna see if I can find
That's
that Mach thing.
did you know that's what you're supposedly claiming right now? Like that's what Kosho and Bacon and all these people were talking about. That but turns out it wouldn't work because it would have to be moving faster than the speed of light at great distances. That's what supposedly refuted it.
That if the universe was actually rotating around the Earth, that the outer limits would have to be moving faster than the speed of light, according to the math.
Yeah, anything past like Neptune. Okay.
Yeah.
So then people say, so then therefore it wouldn't work in relativity. So no, it's not equally valid dynamically. It doesn't work in relativity because it had to go faster than the speed of light. And they think that relativity says there's a finite speed of light. Here's the death blow. So in special relativity, Einstein said there's a finite speed of light. There's a universal constant of light. That's what he said in special relativity, right? Which is on the electrodynamics of moving bodies. People call that special relativity. That's his first thing. Then you move forward. By the time he got to general relativity, he flip-flopped. So in special relativity, he said that there's no ether. He asserted the non-existence of ether, and he asserted a universal constant to light in special relativity. But then he was like, well, this only applies to inertial frames, meaning that it doesn't have any outside forces acting on it. And then on infinitesimal, really small scales of perfectly straight lines, that's the only place that this applies. So when it comes to the universe, this can't apply. So he was forced to end up making general relativity. And general relativity, to get all of his stuff to work, he ended up having to flip-flop and say, oh, well, I was wrong when I asserted the non-existence of ether. And there isn't a universal speed limit. I was wrong about that as well. He says in his own words in Relativity, Special and General Theory, that in general relativity, there is not a constant speed of light. There isn't a limit to the speed of light. And that's a necessity of the dynamics within relativistic application. Okay? And I have him saying it and explaining it in his own words. So that means that even according to general relativity, things in the distance can move faster than the speed of light. If they're within, quote unquote, if they're within the presence of a gravitational field, then both matter and light can move faster than the speed of the quote unquote speed of light. So general relativity removed the limit to the speed of light. So what's up with that? Did you guys know that? Did the ballers even know that general relativity says that there's not a limit to the speed of light?
I didn't. No, I didn't.
It's a contradiction. It's
Yeah,
no
he
good.
flip-flopped. So what he
Ballers.
addresses the contradiction too. He says, now this may look like on the surface that it buries relativity in the dust, special relativity in the dust, and thus all of relativity with it. But then he says, well, that's not true though. It just means it's only applicable in certain scales, basically. Like it's just applicable here but not there. So not necessarily refuting it. So Einstein himself acknowledges that there's not a finite speed of light in general relativity.
Yeah, I just got done watching it. I just finished watching it.
Nice.
It's brilliant.
There's no way to wiggle out. I'll even show you the screenshots.
No, they can't wiggle out of that.
Yeah, it's bad. This is him from special relativity, and then I'll show you the screenshot from this is William Rosser, An Introduction to the Theory of Relativity, 1964, which is a colleague of Einstein. And then I'll show you Einstein himself saying the same thing. Therefore, according to Einsteinian and Newtonian mechanics, it is equally valid dynamically to have the Earth at rest in the center and everything moving around it, kinematically and dynamically. Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of these arguments that were a friend of mine, no need to mention names, but he tried to get, professors to debate with him, and they would run from him. They would not answer his emails. Several. He did this for years. I've seen all the emails he written, no responses. They run. Similar arguments to what you're saying right now. Not the identical stuff, but there's a lot of questions they wouldn't answer. They would not want to debate him.
Yeah, here's Einstein right here.
Because of theology and cosmology, they don't want to debate him in any of those things.
Well,
here's Einstein right here. He says, in the second place, our results show that according to the general theory of relativity, the law of constancy of the velocity of light in the vacuum, which constitutes one of the two fundamental assumptions in the special theory of relativity, and to which we have frequently referred, cannot claim any unlimited validity.
Yeah, it's devastating. There's no question. But this is what we should be doing with our time. He's busy. He's doing all these things, but he's actually trying to, research these things. He has an ability to do that. It's incredible. I mean, he loves doing that. That's what his gift is. But there's a lot of us in here that have different gifts, different abilities, things that we enjoy, things that we're good at. Instead of arguing with these, these nonsensical claims, we should all be concentrating on what we could do to better improve our, our community.
I think that where this goes should be self-explanatory and why it's important and why I showed it, right? Because, okay, now we've gotten rid of the claim that it's just a coordinate system, it's just kinematic, but it doesn't work, and he later refuted that. No, according to his own theory, right, distant galaxies, for example, can go far beyond the speed of light, including the matter itself. Okay, so now we've shown that according to both Newtonian and Einsteinian mechanics, a stationary Earth in the center is dynamically and kinematically equivalent in validity. Okay, now let's go back and look at the evidence. Since there is no preferred validity with that, right? So let's go look and see all the evidence shows that the Earth is in the center. Now you guys claim that space can go up to it's accelerating 4 times faster than the speed of light at a minimum. It's expanding and accelerating out 4 times faster than the speed of light. They look at these galaxy rotations that look like they're going way faster than the speed of light. Right? And now
No, that's not what we're claiming at all. It appears that way. What they're claiming is that it appears that way because the galaxies are moving away from us, and basically the light moving towards us, but we're moving away from the object as well. So what they're saying is, at a certain point, the distance between the galaxies will be so far that the light will not be able to catch up, and therefore it will appear as though it's moving faster than the speed of light. It never says that the galaxies actually travel faster than the speed of light. It just relatively
I just said that. So
we must be expanding then.
So the observation shows that it looks like the galaxies are going faster than the speed of light, and then the current model says, oh, it's just an illusion. And they do claim that the universe itself is accelerating 4 times faster than the speed of light. Literally, they claim it's literally expanding 4 times faster than the speed of light, the universe itself. But that's just space, and so there's no information, and so it's just the space that's expanding, not the stuff. Okay, that's what they say. My point is that if we look at it from a geocentric position, all the galaxies complete a circular path once a year, and understanding even the relativistic approach, it can go faster than the speed of light. So what we say is, oh, well, the galaxies are just completing a circuit once a year, because everything is a giant cycle that's moving around the Earth. That's why it does that. Now that makes perfect sense. You guys claim it's just an illusion and that everything looks like it's going faster than the speed of light, and that the universe actually is expanding 4 times faster than the speed of light, but that doesn't matter. Somehow it's fine. Okay? That's what you guys claim. But in reality, what all the evidence shows is the opposite. Therefore, according to your own paradigm, which I don't believe in, of course, right? Then what we're seeing is that if these galaxies are moving faster, can move faster than the speed of light, according to both Newtonian and general relativity, and then that would create a real set of inertial forces that would then impose these forces onto the Earth. You would have a centrifugal force, and then you have a Coriolis force. The Coriolis force would be twice as strong as the centrifugal force, which would result in a net centripetal force. So when you have the centripetal force, that is the net, because it's stronger, that's going to act on the Earth, thus holding it in place, even within this fairy tale of the fact that the Earth's a globe and all this nonsense. In reality, the Earth is on foundation. So there's no way out of this. There's no way out of it. So you guys can't even claim anything.
Out of what? I didn't listen to the previous part of the conversation.
You guys have to admit that within your own paradigm, a geocentric stationary Earth is at the least equally as valid in every single way.
It's possible. It's possible. What you're saying, yeah, I agree with you. They did say that. They did say that both ways are possible, but it's not the way you claim it is. It can be, but it's not.
Oh, just because you say so?
No, just like because you say so as well. But you're right. Yes, I agree. It can be either way.
Well, what's the evidence?
Why do you think we're ridiculous then?
No,
what's
listen,
the evidence
listen.
that the Earth is not in the center?
So let's take, for example, the whole gyroscope thing. It could be that it's the Earth spinning and the gyroscope is measuring that, or it could be, and if you factor in, for example, an ether, it could be that the ether is affecting the gyroscope. Both things are possible. However, you can't prove that there is an ether doing it, but you can prove that the globe is affecting the gyroscope.
No, you can't. You cannot.
You literally just said you can't prove it, man. How did you do that?
It's so funny, right? It's like if we assume it, it proves it. And this is where it gets so much worse. All the details just get worse and worse and worse. So can you guys present any evidence that's exclusive and shows that the Earth is not stationary in the center of the universe? Can you give me actual evidence that's exclusive to the Earth orbiting around the sun in an ever-expanding universe of nothingness? Can you give me some actual exclusive evidence? Anything.
At which everybody knows we live on a ball.
Now, what's funny is you guys know I know everything that you could even say. Stellar aberration, stellar parallax, retrograde motion. None of those things are exclusive to the Earth moving. None of them.
And the silence is deafening.
Yeah. It's over. It's over.
Yes, it's over. You can quit calling it retards. You can quit answering.
You still haven't shown me the experiment where you completely isolate where you can't completely isolate electrostatics within a Faraday cage. Someone said that you said that there was an experiment. Is there? Isn't there? I don't understand.
He's just blatantly changing the subject.
Let's talk about Faraday cages now. I just wanted to know.
He ran away.
Who ran away?
Can any of the callers in here give me exclusive evidence that we're flying through space, please?
Maybe Al-Azma, right, isn't like an anti-flat earther. Maybe he just doesn't. Are you just unsure? You think?
No, he's a troll, dude.
No, I'm not a troll. Actually, I do start trolling when people take the piss or when people don't let me speak. But I'm not actually a troll. No.
You think maybe you think maybe you could be wrong? Like it could be wrong, and you're just.
What's its question still answered?
Here's the thing. If someone could prove to me that the Earth is beyond reasonable doubt that the Earth is flat, then I would believe the Earth is flat. It's as simple as that. I'm not a closed-minded person. I actually am open.
What about the fact that there's no geometric horizon?
What do you mean? There's no.
Well, if we assumed a radius that we're given for the thing that we're on,
right,
and we use geometry to see how far the horizon should be, it's never that far. It's always farther.
Because of refraction. You do realize that everything you see is always being affected by refraction. Even when you're looking down the street, the light is being slightly refracted.
Right, for sure. So then maybe the horizon's just optical,
So
and
then how do you have
and,
a? So
yeah.
then how do you have a like Plato or whatever his name is looking at ships going over the horizon when that's refraction? You just disproved your own proof.
No, I didn't say that. Didn't
The
say that.
horizon never is anywhere local. Can you pinpoint the horizon you yourself right now? Go to the flag right where it's at.
Yeah, like you can't
Or does
have
it keep moving?
you can't have ships going over the horizon if there's no actual geometric horizon. They're mutually exclusive like positions that you can take. So either you have some other proof that you live on a globe that is not the horizon. I mean,
have you ever had a ball in your hand?
Their position has always been there's overwhelming evidence that the Earth is a globe.
Well, it should be physics. It should be two blocks that you can make touch each other anywhere on water just by letting them go together.
prove going over the horizon. If there's refraction, then you can't look at a boat going over the horizon and say the Earth is round. So that's one of the first proofs taken out of the water immediately.
Yeah, the mirroring. In reality, the mirroring from the water will. Yeah, in reality, the mirroring, like on the surface of water, water is like a mirror, right? Like if you want to check out your reflection, you can look at a lake and a pond. So the mirroring over long distances, in reality, would obscure the bottom of ships. I mean, we can demonstrate it. You can all demonstrate
the
it.
Mirroring would be on a funhouse ball, but it's not. It's a flat plane. It's flat water. That's what the mirror image comes out to be, perfectly flat. Physics will state that you're on a horizontal plane and not a sphere. If you can get two blocks of wood to make a V in water anywhere instead of touching perfectly, we're on a globe. Do you have that? Two blocks of wood or two buildings or two perfect rectangular or square things cannot touch the whole sides while the bottom of the square is on the circle, both its bottoms. They can't. So you'd have a V between any two squared objects that are together. Where the points meet at the bottom, two corners meet, you'd have a V on a globe. So everywhere in water you can put, no matter how big or how small, on a sphere of water, two square blocks cannot touch the sides while the bottom bases of the squares are on the water. If you're on a ball.
I found Einstein's deal with
Did you hear
Mach.
that
In 1913, I think it was, Mach wrote a letter to Mach offering him some credibility and consideration of relativity. However, in 1917, Einstein wrote, "In a consistent theory of relativity, there can be no inertia relative to space, but only an inertia of masses relative to one another," and blah, blah, blah. So he kind of refuted Mach in 1917.
No, he didn't, because nobody did anything but said story after story, theory after theory. I got a theory, your theory's wrong. My theory says two squares cannot come together unless you're on a horizontal plane. Now, show us your theory of globe with two blocks on floaty water.
Okay, 2 blocks and relax.
Yeah, my hypothesis is no glober can ever show us where two blocks don't perfectly touch each other on water or anywhere
We
else.
heard it, man. We heard it.
Yeah, so when are we waiting to do it, man? Son,
In a
pal,
bucket.
friend,
Do it
buddy.
in a yard. In a bucket.
No, in your mud puddle, in your bathtub, in a pond, in a river, in a lake, in the ocean. Everywhere it should do the same thing on a sphere, unless you got magic spheres. And why do you guys gotta horizontal out the whole world if gravity's real and it arcs and it works in arcs? Why do you gotta make a whole bunch of square platforms? How does gravity work on square platforms if it's supposed to be working on a sphere? That's kind of odd in itself. And if you lined up a million little squares in the water, guess what? You'd have to see when one falls away to see a curve. wouldn't you? It's fucking funny how nobody can do a penny trial and error thing, but they're so smart and they're on a globe. You know, all you had to do is just keep putting blocks in your little mud puddle and then show us which block breaks away from the little duckling line of blocks that touch each other. Which one can't touch? That's the curve. So simple.
All right. Were we at anywhere before this started?
So do you have any blocks of wood, Jeremy?
Shut the
You
fuck
need
up, dude.
$10,000. You need some buddies. You need a truck. What do you need?
All right, where were we before all that?
I think Witchett's argument stands until there's an actual answer from the globe side. I think that stands.
Yeah, Left Lane was trying to refute Witsit about some sort of mocking principle, I think, was where we were at. I'm not sure if he wants to continue or not.
I think Left Lane just read something out of a book, but like Mach was the guy who made it so that Einstein couldn't prove anything because he would have to prove an absolute reference frame, and you can't have one. But I don't know what you're reading off Google, Left Lane.
If you haven't
Wait!
seen,
I didn't hear what Left Lane said. So you have the 1913 letter, which is before general relativity. You have the 1913 letter where he says, but he thinks it would be immeasurably small. But that's saying there was no ether. The easy refutation of that is like, oh, actually, if there's instantaneous action, which he called spooky, right? Which is one of the paradoxes in the heliocentric model. How does all this stuff interact immediately, right? Like if there is an ether, which there is without assuming the Earth is spinning, right? Then you have an instantaneous action at a distance. So it would be great. It would be a much stronger magnitude effect. So what exactly did Einstein say after 1913? Now, what did someone else say? I want the citation of where Einstein said it and what he said.
In regards to what you want, what he said to refute what?
Well, the Globers are trying to claim that Einstein ended up saying that it wasn't possible and refuted it. But in reality, the only reason he ever claimed such a thing is that he didn't even claim it. Someone else said that it would have to go faster than the speed of light. But according to Einstein himself, in his own words, in his 1920 paper, Relativity, Special and General Theory, that you cannot claim unlimited validity of the constancy of light. There you go. See, it's someone else. That's not even Einstein. Wait, I thought you guys said Einstein did it. So it comes from a book by someone else. So where did Einstein refute it? You guys keep on repeating that over and over. Einstein refuted it. Einstein said it wasn't true. Where do you say it?
Jason said something in the text chat that I thought was I guess valid to be brought up into the voice chat. He said the constant c speed of light is only valid for an at rest reference frame, whereas if you're in like an inertial reference frame or something, the fictitious forces allow for beyond c speed of light or something. I thought that was, you might want to expand on that. What's it?
Okay, yeah. So
Hold on, hold on, real quick before the fictitious forces appear in the non-inertial reference frame.
Oh, do they? My bad. I might
yeah.
words.
So special relativity only applies to inertial frames, meaning it's not being acted out by outside forces, which is where that's why you can't evoke it anywhere that gravity is supposedly acting on something. And it's on infinitesimal straight lines, really small straight lines. So according to Einstein himself, in order to try to make his theory work or even be somewhat coherent, he had to claim that that matter and light can move faster than the speed of light in the presence of gravity. He had to claim that. What that means is now you have a real set of inertial forces if the cosmos is moving around the Earth. And even according to relativity, which is obviously pseudoscience, it would act on the Earth. So there's really no way. There's no way around it. Everyone just keeps basically claiming that Einstein refuted it, but then come down to it, you guys have nothing. Is that what happened? Seems like that's what happened. Yeah.
I've noticed that there's a lot more crickets these days. Has anyone else noticed that? That it almost seems like the Globers are giving up.
Yeah, like where is this like crazy amount of evidence for the Earth whirling through space? You guys have a chance right now to give it to us.
Definitely giving up is a strong word, right? But they're definitely giving up, right? And their new argument is, where is your flat Earth evidence? And that's not an argument. That's just like them pretty much somewhere deep inside, while still remaining a man, saying, "All right, fuck it, let's just move forward with the flat Earth stuff because it makes more sense." You know.
Wait, Left Lane, where'd you go? You told me that Einstein refuted it. What's up with that? And you called on Jace to help you. Jace told you that it came from a paper written by someone else, not Einstein. Which goes to show this guy doesn't even understand Einstein's relativity, because he says there's not a speed limit to light. So, I bet you guys didn't know that.
There is a speed limit to light. That's like the bait. That's fundamental to his theory.
No, that's
What?
fundamental to special relativity. But then in general relativity, he had to flip flop and say that he was wrong when he said there was no ether, and he was wrong when he said that there was a universal constant speed of light, and that things can actually go faster than the speed of light. He had to flip flop to propose general relativity, but no one knows that. Like almost no one knows it.
Yeah, I don't know enough about general relativity to really speak on the subject, but from what I know of like electromagnetism and special relativity, I was under the impression that it was supposed to be claimed to be constant, like a product of an equation that's like always constant.
Yeah. So for special relativity, which is the on electrodynamics of moving bodies, is the name of the paper. He attributes a constancy to this velocity of light in a vacuum, but he had a flip flop in general relativity. And so then I dropped another picture here from William Rosser, An Introduction to General Relativity, 1964, a colleague of Einstein. And he points out that actually, according to relativity, in the presence of a, quote, gravitational field, then both light and material bodies can go much faster than the speed of light. And in fact, there's no limit to how fast it can go.
Yeah, I can't even imagine something being constant, right? That unless it's always there and already there. I just can't imagine. How can something be constant? How can something be all of a sudden there but constant? It had to always be there. It doesn't make any sense.
Like the permeativity and shit like that.
I'm just saying, for something to get here, it had to accelerate to get here, or if it's constant, then it's already here. It just doesn't even make sense.
It's
Yeah,
literally devastating to the globe.
The permeability, like the speed of light, is directly related to the permeability and permittivity of the medium it goes through. And so, like, the vacuum has a permittivity and permeability. That's a constant. Therefore, the speed of light through that medium would be a constant. And that they like measure it or something.
And what's so funny, it's like, oh, well, I just now showed you guys a paper written, right, by one of his colleagues explaining that there is no limit to speed of light, which means that you must acknowledge validity in the Machian principle. So, we're just going to stick with other physicists writing books about relativity now? Because, okay, there you go. And this is actually not even a debate. It doesn't matter what Einstein said. It doesn't matter what anyone else said. If you actually look at the theory, it necessitates this concession. It's very simple. I wouldn't say it's very simple, but
No, it's not simple by any means, but I mean, they make up so many lies. I mean, there's no way for it to be simple. I mean, they're going 17 directions in every other direction, making up, what was there, heliocentrism, special relativity, virtual particles, all kinds of magic stuff, all kinds of crazy nonsense. But when you start with a lie and you just build on it, I mean, they blatantly ignored experimentation that was done on the Earth and then just started making up stories to refute that rock solid experiment. No movement, rotation, orbit around the sun, and length contraction. So when you're talking about the speed of light isn't constant, and you can go way faster than the speed of light. In their model, the material would contract as it approached the speed of light, right? Mass would contract. Eventually, if you got fast enough, it would just disappear.
Yo, what's it? Are you here?
Yeah, I'm about to have to pick something up though. What's up?
I was listening to this thing that I found on YouTube. It was like about Tesla and his experiments with ether and shit, and it sounded like fucking ridiculous. He was saying that he was like basically that electricity and ether flow together, but somehow he figured out a way to like separate the electricity from the ether. And so like if the electricity is going in a straight line and then it's somehow separated, the ether keeps going in a straight line as to produce like a beam of this like ether ray or some shit like that. And it was like describing the experiments he was doing with this like ether ray and shit like that. I don't know, bro. It was pretty crazy. Like, and then yeah, I don't know.
I think
Yeah,
there
I'm
should
not
be
sure.
funding for both sides. I mean, if they're getting millions and millions of dollars to, create their model, whatever, we should be able to investigate what's really going on. We should be able to have the same amount of funding.
Well,
if it's equal on both sides, they're saying that there's no way to prove either model, right? So they equally can exist. Then we should get equal, funding to figure out what Tesla was doing and all those things. Find out what's really going on here.
Yeah, I was listening
Instead of
to a
wasting our
podcast.
time, talking about some model that they say is unrefutable. That they come to us with their position that there's overwhelming evidence that the Earth is a ball of water spinning in space.
I was listening
And
to
we
a
just know
podcast.
that's not true.
Okay, I was listening to a podcast the other night about David Weiss was doing a podcast, and he mentioned something about cargo ships being tracked in the middle of Antarctica. Does anyone know anything about this?
No.
Yes. If you look at them tracking the ships, it shows them going up into the ice.
Yeah, that's really interesting. So I'm just wondering, like, where can I find? Because I tried looking for that. It's like impossible to find. Like, where would I go to find this?
I can get it. I can get it for you when I get back to the house. I don't remember what it's called.
Oh, thank you, sir. I appreciate that. I'm signed, by the way. I appreciate that.
Yeah, maybe just message me to remind me.
Word, brother.
That sounds interesting.
Yeah, it shows multiple ships going up to Antarctica and then just cutting through the ice.
It sounds to me
Even
like
more
they
interesting.
didn't. It sounds to me like they haven't worked out all the kinks.
What are we talking about?
Well, we're
When they
talking
track
about
different cargo ships in the south, it actually shows them going through the ice in Antarctica, and specifically, I think it happens in the summertime.
I think that's them going into the part of the Earth that they don't release maps for us.
Yeah, well, they
Can you
say that
show
there's
where
something
this
called
is?
Summer's Gate. There's something that's called Summer's Gate, supposedly, right? That
Where-
Yeah.
the ice opens up. Yeah.
Then you can travel further south.
Yeah, on a boat. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll drop the information for in a second. So whoever just asked, I just said I'll have to get back to the house and drop it.
Yeah, I appreciate it. You can even just drop it in general chat. That'd be great. I appreciate that,
Cool.
man. Yeah, that's super interesting. I mean, I don't know. It sounds to me like there's little things like that can give us huge clues. Because I mean, if it's either some kind sort of error.
I think it was dropped in a chat by Rayon.
Now that's worth your energy. That's something worth investigating. That's something. It's productive. Trying to move this forward. We all just need to start We just need to basically ignore them now that we've had, that I don't know. We're gonna have to let people come to this themselves, man. But we've got to just move forward and start using our talents and our abilities and what we were given to move forward. Because this talking about this nonsense stuff is just not doing any good whatsoever. We should come with new things to this argument. We should come with, try to expand on what we've already discovered. And quit arguing about lights in the sky. I mean, they have a lot to do with this, this ideal rotation and all that stuff and the forces. We need to learn all that stuff. 100%. I'm going to be the first one to tell you that, I don't understand all of it. But I know the other side. And yeah, I'd rather try and investigate and really try and find out what the truth is. That's all. But yeah, that sounds interesting. I'd like to look into that myself. I do believe there's more land south, but that's why I want to have a race, but it'll all come in due time. Thanks for all your hard work, Witsit. Appreciate it, man.
Yeah.
And really, you don't have to be Witsit to make a difference. You can, you can just do a lot of research for yourself.
That way you can prove the Earth isn't flat.
Look, I'm not out to do that anymore. I want to figure out the whole situation that we're in. Reality. I don't want to rely on cartoons or, math problems.
Can we unmute the mod?
I would start off with water if I was you, bro. I would start off with water and how it flows.
I know you would, Essie. All right.
Don't start off with water and how it flows, because that's straw manning.
Let's not get
Well,
into
that's
that again.
exposing to the
There's
core.
better things to
Exposure
talk
to the
about.
core is what it's called. You can talk about stars, gravity, rotations all day long. When it comes to water, there's no way around it.
But it is pretty funny that the Globers picked up on what us flat earthers saying that it's a straw man, and now they just adapted that as their argument.
It could be used as a tactic, so
Well,
I'd be
the
careful.
flat earthers made it a problem. Yeah. It's not the
It can be
ballers.
used
The
as a
flat earthers
tactic.
assisted the ballers and
You really roboted. I didn't even hear what you said.
well, I said it. It's the today the flat earthers assisted the ballers in making water a straw man.
No, you're making water a straw man.
Hold on,
Water doesn't flow.
feed the
Water doesn't
monster,
flow
man.
in the globe
Stop
model.
feeding the monster.
I like to just point out,
We
so they
with
all
that.
want to talk now, but they didn't have anything to say a second ago. They got nothing to say whenever I made my argument. You guys got nothing.
Zero.
What is your argument? I wasn't even listening, man. What is your argument?
The argument is, give
Don't
us
repeat
an.
it. Just refer to.
Which part? Which part?
He was about to tell you what the question was.
Okay.
Yeah, give us your evidence for the Earth whirling through space.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Crickets? It's comical at this point, man. But that tactic of us defending their straw, one of us defending or going after them with the straw man, and then us defending the Glovers model, that's like retarded. That shouldn't even be going on.
It's
Not
not
on
a
no flat
defense.
Earth, not
It's
on the
not a
flat Earth
defense.
server.
It's not a defense of their model when you're just properly articulating their claim to steel man it to then completely destroy it. That's not defending it.
Yeah,
I know, but from the outside, people looking in that don't know nothing about this, yeah, it's
Well, from the
it could be
outside
used as
looking
a
in,
tactic, Napalm. That's all
yeah,
I'm saying.
if people don't know anything about it, at least they're going to get the proper information instead of incorrect information.
Yeah, it's You're
like, they
exactly
got
right.
nothing, dude. Like, look, even in the chat, this guy's like, until you take the time to fully understand relativity, then all your opinions are completely worthless. Stop embarrassing yourself, honestly. Like, they can only posture, just like even JC just posturing. He's like, all experts know. They laugh at you guys. But then I dropped like an expert in relativity. I dropped even a guy from 99 with relational mechanics showing all the math regarding the pendulum and the gyro, the precession. Right, I've shown from their own paradigm accurately applying either Einstein or Newtonian mechanics exactly what all this is and what it means, and they cannot even like articulate any type of illusory rebuttal. All they have is gaslighting and posturing, and then we get crooked, which is of course.
What is Jay saying? Is he saying that he knows for a fact that the top guys are actually listening to flat earthers and looking for insight? How are they
Well,
laughing at us?
he claims that we're so stupid in here that he goes and plays it for all the colleagues. He goes and plays flat Earth conversations for his colleagues, which is hilarious and kind of shows that he's like obsessed with this. But like what's even funnier is that they can't even articulate a rebuttal. They can't. Like, all they have is just gaslighting and insults. Like this Feynman rules guy, that's all he has. So all Jay says is to basically assert victory. He says that Einstein refuted it. I'm like, okay, what did Einstein say? He said that he said he didn't agree with it anymore. I'm like, wait, what quote and what? Like, just say the general premise of why he says it doesn't work. Nothing. Just stopped responding. Like, it's hilarious. They have nothing. And like, to all the flat earthers that are like, or flat earthers that are like triggered that I'm doing this, it's like, do you not understand the point of doing this? Like, I'm taking their own belief system, I'm correcting their misunderstanding and showing why they have to concede that a geocentric Earth is equally valid and viable, even in their own paradigm, dynamically and kinematically. It's a freaking death blow to all their claims. Their claims of rotation, debunked. Their claims of orbit, debunked. They have nothing. They literally have nothing. Even within the presupposition that the Earth is a ball that's moving, even that doesn't actually show evidence in any way. Like, they can't even claim exclusivity within the presupposition. This is like an absolute death blow to their talking points. This is completely removes motion from them in all regards, and they have nothing they can say about it.
Remove motion at all. All it does is suggest that it could be two different ways. It doesn't remove motion at all. It just says, yes, it could be this other way as well. Don't extrapolate.
So it means you have no actual evidence that the Earth is moving?
You have no actual evidence that it's standing still.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. Absolutely. When we make like really precise interferometry measurements, when we make really precise interferometry measurements that are supposed to detect the orbit, it showed that the Earth was stationary. We do everything on the Earth as if the Earth is stationary. So all physical use cases, such as like technology engineered as if the Earth is stationary, when they work, it's evidence for the fact that it's stationary. All empirical evidence shows that the Earth is stationary. You're claiming that's just an illusion and that actually it's tilted, wobbling, spinning, and revolving. So now you have the burden of proof, making a claim antithetical to the empirical evidence that establishes the default empirical position. So if you want to provide some actual evidence of exclusivity that shows that the Earth is in fact in motion, that would be cool. Until then, you have nothing.
Solid. Absolute word salad.
Okay, can you define word salad?
For you.
That is just the word salad, guys.
Can you define word salad? Why are you accusing me of something that you can't even define?
Are you going to pretend it's not a word salad because the words you use have definitions?
Can you define word salad?
I can try to restate what you said in layman's terms. The Earth doesn't seem to move. It doesn't seem to bend. You're making a claim that it does. opposite of what we all experience. So go ahead and prove it.
Well, even what opposite of what measurements show. But okay, Ed or the other guy, can either one of you even define word salad?
Yeah.
We're not playing the definition game. You know what it means.
That's
So
a
you
word
guys,
salad, Ed.
yeah, that's just word salad.
That is word salad.
Yes, yes.
Right.
You put word in bowl with a bit sauce and some salt and cheese. Then you make salad.
You can't even like articulate what word salad is. Like this is what frankly intellectually inept people do. Whenever the conversation's over their head and they can't actually articulate a rebuttal because they can't even comprehend what was said to them,
I know
they just
exactly what word
respond
salad
with
is.
they respond with posturing and gaslighting by trying to claim it's word salad. And
I
you don't
was
even know
outside
what word salad
walking.
means.
I've come in. I know exactly what word salad is. Word salad is when you just come out with a lot of fluffy
Not
words in order
everybody can talk
to
at
talk around the topic without actually saying anything. That's
That's
what
not
word
what
salad
word
is.
salad is. No, you don't even know what it is. See, that's
Okay,
my
no
point.
problem. No problem.
All
Just
right,
because I
I'll
didn't
help
say
you
the
out.
dictionary definition of it, I explained exactly what it is.
Two
You
of
always
you
want
cannot
to
talk at the
argue
same
word salad
time.
or not
Hey,
with
hold
each
on a
other. Hold on
second.
a minute.
DMOC, hold
You
on a
guys are both
second.
word
DMOC,
salad.
DMOC.
Hello, where do physics come into play? Word salad and
You
fucking
just
flat
got
earth
unmuted.
bubbles.
You can't
Hey,
overtalk
well,
people.
did you learn anything from the last?
Thank you, whoever did that. Yeah, no. At least
Well, let me help
everybody
you
can't
guys out
talk at
with
the
this.
same time.
Come
Give
on.
enough space for everybody to respond, right? If you have something to say, Azulmuth or whatever your name is, if you have a refutation or response to what Witsit said, go ahead and say it. Or if Ed has something to say other
I kind
than
of lost
just
my train
projection.
of thought. I lost my train of thought when everyone started talking.
Yeah.
I said,
Yeah.
oh yeah, sorry. I said I didn't give the word, the dictionary definition of word salad, but I explained exactly what it is. It's when you give a lot of fluffy talk. So say, for example, I ask you a question, you give a lot of fluffy talk with a lot of fluffy words instead of, you don't actually say anything, you just talk around the subject. That's what word salad is.
That's
I mean,
not what word
he was
salad
super clear.
is.
It doesn't even matter. You were super clear with it. You said you were very clear. Like it wasn't word salad. You pretty much said the Earth looks flat, and they said word salad.
Talisman,
Word
can you
salad,
go?
Off.
word salad is incoherent rambling, typically associated with schizophrenia. Which means if you're claiming that I use word salad, then you're claiming that what I said is incoherent, as in it doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, that's correct.
As in the words together don't even make a coherent statement. And I didn't
That's
know
correct.
now specifically say what I said that was incoherent.
Everything. And you talk so fast, nobody remembers exactly what you said, and you try to use that as an argument, but it's not. It just means you're spouting out word salad even faster.
Dude,
Yeah, you got nothing.
specificity.
Come on, give it a good, intellectually honest attempt at explaining how he was using word salad.
Yeah, what specifically did I say
Just
that was
did.
word salad? What specifically did I say that was word salad?
Again, you talk so fast, nobody remembers what you say, and you use that as an argument. Well, you don't even remember, so therefore it's not word salad. Yeah, that's not how things work. It's still word
That sounds
salad.
like a personal problem, man.
I'll just say it again really, really slow. Okay, so this guy claimed that I have no evidence that the Earth is stationary. I said, actually, yeah. I said, actually, yeah, I do. We did really precise interferometry measurements, and it showed that the Earth. It showed us exactly what we would receive or observe if the Earth wasn't moving, right? And actually,
Where are those measurements?
no way. I thought it was word salad. Why are you responding as if it was a coherent point I made? I thought it was incoherent.
So you don't have the measurements?
Yeah, Mickelson Morley get dunked on 500 times to pretend it didn't happen. So I'm gonna finish what I'm saying now.
Morley disproved the
There you go.
Mickelson Morley experiment
There's the
disproved
low
these.
IQ robot phrase again. So first of all, you guys claim that what I said was word salad. Now you're trying to rebut what I said, which means it's not word salad, or you wouldn't be able to understand it because it'd be incoherent. The second thing that I said was like all physical use cases that treat the Earth as if it's stationary. So the technology that's built upon the Earth as if the Earth is stationary. Whenever the evidence works, when the technology works in real physical reality, that's physical evidence for a stationary Earth. You're claiming that actually the opposite is true. So if you're going to claim the antithetical position, then you have a burden of proof to then combat the default empirical position built upon the empirical evidence that the Earth is stationary. So if you can now substantiate your burden of proof which is claiming the antithetical position to empirical evidence, then please provide the exclusive evidence that you claim exists to demonstrate that the Earth is in motion.
Crickets time.
Now, now you can slowly say you got nothing. Like, guys, like, why would you talk shit? They just want to have like a philosophical debate, like, or like, I don't know, just a sophistry like battle. That's all right, but
Projection. That's just
yeah.
a word salad of
It's a
projection.
word salad, guys.
That's all
It's
right
like
if you
they
just want to have
so weird,
that
so
kind of
weird.
debate, but just give up the globe in the like while you're at it. Just be like, all right, fuck it. It's not a globe, but let's just argue. I like to argue.
Or
Dude,
just be
Alisma,
intellectually honest and say you don't have exclusive evidence.
yeah, and Alisma said if enough evidence was presented to him beyond all reasonable doubt, which it just was, he would be a flat earther. So welcome to Flat Earth, brother.
Yeah. Like, it's so funny because you guys have no empirical evidence that the Earth is moving. And in fact, your current model is the result of so much discrepancy, so many discrepancies, and so much like convoluted nonsense that now it's just an unfalsifiable claim that the universe is like some magical wizard that waves its wand and causes constant illusions to deceive you into thinking that the Earth is stationary. It's hilarious. Like, you guys have nothing. I'm just asking you guys to present any actual evidence that's exclusive to the Earth moving, and you guys can't even say something out loud. Moment of silence for the heliocentric
Well,
model.
that's a straw man because their model says it's either way.
No. Yeah, but my point is that that means that they can't claim they actually have evidence that the Earth is moving. That's the whole point. So then we're stuck with the default empirical position, which is that the Earth is not moving. Right. So
They don't even make good ballers, man. I can come up with better arguments than that.
yeah, it's funny. And then like here's Coffee talking about the comet path prediction, which they use Newtonian mechanics. And it's funny because Newton himself in Principia, he says the motion of the planets and the stars and the comets can all be explained within a taconic system of the Earth at rest and in the center, if there is quote unquote gravitational forces and an equal and opposite force akin to gravitation. Well, according to his own mechanics, if the entire cosmos is moving around the Earth, then that would set off real physical inertial forces, which would satisfy the parameters he laid out. So to even supposedly predict these paths, you guys are using the actual math and physics of a stationary Earth to do it. You're actually invoking an angular momentum of the sky, creating inertial forces, then claiming that it's not moving and claiming that it's a fictitious force. And then you're claiming that's proof of heliocentrism when you had to use geocentrism to even do it.
Have you heard of their other fantasy? I was telling them before that they have another gravity within Einsteinian gravity, which is a repulsive force. Have you heard of that one?
Yeah. Well, there's different arguments about it. Like some say dark energy is basically like a repulsive force counteracting gravity.
No, not the dark energy. The argument is that there's like how do they say, not a wave, forgot how not a force. It's gonna come to me, but it's not matter, right? And if there's enough of it, that it becomes a repulsive force. We have our boy Green talking about Brian Green, and this is an Einsteinian mumbo jumbo.
Yeah, well, they have to have. They're gonna, especially because of quantum and then different stuff they're seeing in the sky. They have to try to figure out some type of repulsion force, and if they do that, dude, they just conceded geocentrism. Because if there's an equal and opposite in their own paradigm, then that means the Earth is stationary. It's so funny. They have no idea. Like the typical baller doesn't know any of this.
Yeah, they have no clue because it's like a double speak. It's insane. They say gravity is both an attractive force and a repulsive force under
The
certain
mainstream model of
circumstances.
gravity makes no sense. The mainstream model of gravity makes no sense, but that doesn't prove that the Earth is flat.
You can't, dude. Without gravity, you can't even have a.
That so you're right. The Earth is not flat. You're correct.
How about we just
It doesn't mean it's a ball either. Yeah.
Right. The person who said it doesn't prove that the Earth is flat. Okay. Just proves it's not a ball.
Yeah, exactly. No gravity, no ball.
I didn't say gravity doesn't exist. I say the mainstream framework to describe gravity is incomplete. It's obviously incomplete. The problem is that when you say, oh, most globers don't know, yes, because most people are fucking idiots. Just like most people in the flat earth community are fucking idiots. There's idiots everywhere. But if you actually look at the science, you know that neither Newtonian nor Einsteinian gravitational framework is a sufficient way to explain what we call gravity. Gravity is still there, whichever way we explain it. And all Newtonian and Einsteinian frameworks are ways to explain the force that arises from gravity. Gravity isn't a force, but it exerts a force. It generates a force. I know that the mainstream model of gravity is incomplete. I know that because it doesn't work on the quantum scale.
So is gravity the force or what exerts the force? Because it can't be both.
That was
No,
just word salad, man.
I didn't say that. I said gravity whatever gravity is, whatever's causing gravity exerts the force that we call gravity. So what I'm trying to say is when you're on the Earth, something is exerting a force on you, which is pulling you down towards the Earth. Do you get what I mean? We don't actually know what gravity is. No one knows what gravity is. We just know that the force is there, that there's a force being exerted. And I know that the model is incomplete.
Do you think it matters that we have 100 volts per meter as we increase in altitude?
Say that again.
Doesn't it matter then that you would take into account the forces going up, like the fact that we have 100 volts per meter going up in altitude?
Depends what are you measuring? Are you measuring
your boy Green? Sorry, bro. Go on. I think we spoke at the same time there. Go on.
What are you trying to measure? You said you go up in altitude. What are you trying to measure? Are you trying to measure electrostatics? Are you trying to measure gravity? What are you trying to measure?
Measuring forces.
Which forces?
Ones that go up, because what goes up comes down.
Okay, I don't understand your argument, bro. Like, can you explain, like, what?
I don't really understand it either exactly, right? But like, it sounds like, I mean, what I would do is the same thing as you, right? Just measure anything, like, right? Anything around you, right? Like anything that shows itself to be true. Don't make anything up, but just do data collection. And upon data collection, yeah, we have 100 volts, as you increase in altitude. Yeah, I mean, that's just something to measure, density of you can measure, right? All these things, right? But where do you measure gravity? I don't know.
There's different ways to measure gravity. So one way you can prove that the gravitational force is there is you can go up on a building that's 100 meters tall, and you drop an object, say like a heavy, I don't know, like a bowling ball, something that's not going to be too affected by the resistance, of air, and you drop it. If you're 100 meters elevation, that ball is going to take 9.8 seconds to hit the ground. Do you get me? So in about 10 seconds, that ball is going to hit the ground. So that's a way to prove that the gravitational acceleration.
Why? Yeah, but why did you? Right. So, but why did you ignore air resistance? Like, what does that have? Why is there air resistance present
Because
at all?
you're dropping it through air. You're dropping it through atmosphere. And if you drop, say, for example, what?
Right, but with an open mind, like, what's holding the air in that place? Like, how's the air there? With gravity. What's air have to do with it? I mean, what's air have to do with gravity? Like, what? Like, it just decided to join the party and was like, you know what? Gravity's here. I'll be here too. Like,
Because if you drop a ball, let's say you drop a ball from your window, the air in the atmosphere acts as a resistance towards the ball as it falls down. If you drop something in a vacuum, there's no resistance. That's why if you have a bowling ball and a feather and you drop them in a vacuum chamber, they'll fall at the exact same rate, 9.8 meters per second squared. So for every second, they will accelerate 9.8 meters.
What you're saying is you can manipulate the medium and change the so the medium and the air resistance, et cetera, is what's at play here. I mean, just without any kind of words of like saying the word gravity or anything, right? The things that you can measure are the air resistance, right, and the medium is changing the outcome of what your experiment. I don't think there's like a 2-story tall vacuum chamber. Have you tested that out? Like, what happens in a 2-story tall vacuum chamber?
What's gravity but a sweet old-fashioned notion?
He had to go feed his dog.
That's all right.
I have done a vacuum chamber with that same experiment he's talking about it was Brian Cox. And he dropped a bowling ball. They released a bowling ball and a feather at the same time in the vacuum. And supposedly they both hit the ground at the same time in the vacuum.
Have you ever dropped a chain link?
There was editing done in the experiment. Okay. It's been completely debunked.
Either way, what is measuring an effect, right? The ability to measure an effect. What bearing? Go ahead.
Sorry. Go ahead. I didn't mean to over talk you.
So the measurement of an effect, what bearing does that have on the alleged cause? Just because we can measure and see an effect, how is that substantiating the alleged cause? Because this is where the conversation always goes, right? You point out that they don't have a actual causal nature to what they call gravity. They just want to assume that they know the cause based on their theories, right? Mass attracting mass or the bending and warping of space-time, neither of which have been substantiated to be the cause of the effect that we see. And since they have these two ongoing things, they flip-flop between both of these as their alleged cause of gravity because they can measure the effect. So then they constantly go back to the measuring of the effect as proof of the cause, but they don't actually substantiate a proof of the cause.
So you got a bowling ball, right? And then you got the air and the resistance, right? So which one is the dependent and which one's independent? The bowling ball or the air?
Yeah. What is the cause of the downward acceleration within dropping an object? What is causing it to fall? We know that both of those objects were residing in their equilibrium on the ground. We imparted an energetic force to remove them from their equilibrium when they were residing on the ground. And now when we release or take away that force we imparted upon them, they tend back towards their equilibrium.
So if we applied a little rocket booster on the bowling ball going downward, it would accelerate at a greater rate than it would be if it had no booster on it. So one case has the booster, one case doesn't have the booster. Both needed a force, and that we can prove by that experiment. Now you want to know a completely different cause and effect relationship. You want to know what causes the gravity rather than the fact that we know that gravity is causing this. We're just calling it a name. It could be called electromagnetism, whatever you want to call it. But we know that this is a force that's applied to accelerate objects downward. So that's easy to
hold
show.
on. So now your claim is that gravity is a force?
Gravity causes a force.
So gravity is the cause of the force that we measure?
Gravity is a name for something that can cause this force that we can measure, yes.
What is gravity then?
Something that imparts an acceleration in mass.
So anything that
Sounds like
imparts
an
an
effect.
acceleration into mass is gravity. So when I push
No,
something,
I didn't say that. I didn't say anything. I said something.
Something. Okay.
Something.
I
Other
am
things.
something.
Hold on, real quick, Napon. I don't want to argue with that. I really want to talk to you because it's a little bit of a semantic argument, as you know. And we should first clear the air and say the experimentation has the independent variable. The hypothesis might be a little different as far as the cause and effect relationship. Number two, only two items here. Number two is we can have multiple things. Some things. The word I used was something that can cause an acceleration object. That would be a force. Many things can cause a force. Magnetism, I can have a rocket engine, explosion, whatever. So that's just what I was want to make clear. Thanks.
Well, based on your conception, there is actually no force and there is no acceleration when we're talking about the objects.
I wouldn't trust Zanuck, but it does sound like he's trying to just have like free thought for a minute and and try to explore.
I am. I'm trying to be very amicable and understanding to your question. The force is what causes an acceleration. A force. Now, what that causes that force is another discussion. Each one of these can be a scientific experiment if you want, or any type of experiment or observation.
So you say the force causes an acceleration. So let's go back to a bowling ball and a feather. So in your idea, your understanding, are either of those objects accelerating?
When we drop them?
Yep.
Yeah, there's an acceleration when you drop either one of those objects.
Is the acceleration with the bowling ball and the feather?
Yeah, a bowling ball dropped and a feather dropped. They're both accelerating.
Okay, so there is an acceleration.
There has to be because there's a force acting on these objects which accelerates them.
So the force is acting upon these objects. They're not in free fall?
Well, now we're getting into the cause of gravity. So now let's stay focused on one thing. Well, no. So, if we talk about Newtonian, we can't, as Newton even says, he can't imagine this magical interaction between these objects. Why would there be some type of attraction to these objects? So the mainstream idea is that the bending and warping of space-time allows for this apparent acceleration and apparent attraction from mass to mass. And that's caused by this bending warping of space-time. And these objects are in free fall. But we know with respect to the ground that it isn't in free fall because it's accelerating. So something has to explain that. Now, I am totally open to other types of ideas, but the one that makes sense, I mean, even if it's not true, it still makes logical sense, is that space-time is bent, and that's showing this apparent acceleration. That makes sense? Hello?
No.
Let's say I don't know if I believe in these type of fairy tales called bending and warping of space-time, but it's something that would explain perfectly well the paradox of something being visually seen to accelerate, yet there are no forces acting on these objects, thus they are in free fall. So there's a paradox there, and one way to explain it, make up something. Let's say I make up something, bending and warping of space-time. It's fabric and it looks like it's accelerating with respect to the ground, but it's really not because it's in free fall. So there's my answer. Just made up. Cartoon.
I'm glad that you have perfectly illustrated for the room that what you think and what everybody thinks gravity is nothing more than a made-up fairy tale that has no actual ties to reality.
I don't think being intellectually honest would allow you to say that. If you're just making fun of me or making fun of everybody else that says it, because it's off topic. The topic is, for the sake of argument, in the discussion, we just make it up. So what? Totally made up fairy tale. Gravity is caused by the bending orbit of space-time. It causes apparent attractions, apparent forces, pseudo forces, Lambert forces, inertial forces. All these things are just made up, but this is what we see. So the paradox is explained perfectly well logically with that idea. And by the way, it has predictive qualities that works everywhere that we see so far. I mean, there's some exceptions, but a lot of exceptions actually, but enough to where it's, fairly, accurate.
And that works on both models because relativity itself states, right, that you can either choose to depict the Earth as in motion or the sun as in motion, right?
Well, yeah, to a certain
no,
extent.
not really, but okay, go.
Yeah, I mean, I know what you're saying with that. In fact, if you watch that video, it's very interesting that they talk about not the local scale. In fact, they talk about if you put this Cavendish experiment on the moon, they say, oh, they haven't done that because if it did detect this ether, then all physics would fall apart. And they're right, it would. But they're not going to detect the ether because it's the ether. We don't believe it exists.
Yeah,
all the tests are done. But let's say they did. But the fact is, we could be rotating. The moon could be we could be detecting real motion because we see the moon revolving around the Earth. But what happens is with the gravitational problems and dark matter, dark energy around the universe, we might have the entire universe rotating around us. But us being the moon and the Earth and the sun, all those solar systems still could be having rotation around each other. So that's a whole other, I mean, let's not divert into some other completely different discussion.
I'm having Billy Madison moments over here. I apologize.
When Einstein proposed relativity, did he know the sun was moving around the great attractor? Zanuck?
I don't think he talked about his experiments being able to detect relative motion. So he said by strictly observations, we're unable to determine whether, with the mathematics behind it, whether we're moving or the Earth is sun's moving.
So then why would you bring up the whole galaxies around it? It would mean that the Earth is stationary as one coordinate system with the moon, the sun, and everything in the sky going around it. Or the Earth is revolving around the sun, and there's just two different coordinate systems you would use, but they're both valid.
So the universe rotating around us, meaning that we're at the center, would explain a lot of the gravitational anomalies for galaxies and dark matter, dark energy, things being held together, the rotational rates, expansion, all that seem to work out better. But locally, no, we can do observations and then back that up with other types of tests that determine that we're revolving around the sun.
What's an observation? Can you give a specific one?
Which one, for the moon revolving around us, for example?
Sure, you just said, there's observations we can take, and locally that doesn't work when both coordinate systems are equally valid.
Well, you can transform these coordinate systems to make anything work. The problem is if you see we're not rotating, then we can do things like a full pendulum and show that we are rotating. That's an observation.
Yeah, but what in the explanation that if the Earth was... I'm sorry, you're breaking up.
Yeah, Copernicus showed certain motions It all works out mathematically. They don't make a lot of sense why they would do the things they do, but it does work out.
According to relativity, the pendulum precess, if you took the reference frame of the Earth is stationary, would be caused by the galaxies rotating around it.
No, they move it, make things change their motion. There's no gravity that would make gravity of the universe would not make the pendulum change its swing plane. The swing plane would not move. We can't even say
So
that
you're telling me
on the Earth. Try to find a swing plane and make a flat swing plane stay flat and move it. See what happens. Doesn't
I'm
work.
sorry, you're breaking up so much I couldn't really understand what you were saying.
A flat swing plane is not going to move with forces acting on it, because unless you can actually have something that move the actual object that's swinging. But the plane is something that is fixed in space and will not rotate unless there's forces acting on it.
If the Earth is rotating, when you set up that pendulum, it wouldn't sit plumb, right? It would just precess over a little depending on where you are on the Earth. Like if you didn't move it, if you just sat it there.
It wouldn't precess at all. It would rotate with the Earth.
Would it be plumb to the top, or would it drift off a little of plumb because the Earth is rotating?
Or something. Well, you're saying something hanging is going to have a different angle due to the centrifugal forces? Yeah, there'll be a slight centrifugal force acting on objects that are hanging, just like it's a balance of forces. So there will be a net force that will have a vector.
So how do plumb bobs work?
They follow a nickel potential line, just usually straight down to the center of the Earth.
But I thought you can't. It would be off a little bit. I thought you just said because the Earth's rotating that you couldn't hang something straight down.
Depending on where you are, yeah. If you're on the equator, where would it lie? Where would it go?
If you're on the equator, it wouldn't, right? It would just go plumb, right? So do we only build things on the equator?
No, of course not. This force equates to 0.3% of an object's weight. If it's at the North Pole, straight down. At the equator, straight down. Anywhere else, there'll be a slight tilt to it due to centrifugal force.
Yeah, little slight tilt when you're building something as tall as, like, say, the One World Trade Center, you would notice it.
No, how would you say you notice it? But what is the value? We're talking about something that's insignificant as far as the value.
I don't know. Get the height of the One World Trade Center and take 3% off.
No, it's not 3%. See, you're getting it wrong again. You're talking about a vector change. It doesn't matter if it weighs less or more. We're talking about you build something plumb, then all your forces are in line. Doesn't matter whether it's spinning or not. If it stopped to spin, then the plumb line can change slightly. And then you can see whether that slight change in the plumb direction, that vector alteration, would have an effect on the structure. And it could. I mean, depending how fast we're spinning. But if we're spinning and we already take it into account because you drop a plumb, then everything built to plumb is plumb. So all those forces are in order. So there'll be no problem.
So that building isn't technically plumb, it's just perfectly situated because the Earth is rotating, and that's plumb. If the Earth was a ball and rotating, that is plumb.
It is plumb. It's not whether it's rotating or not. It is plumb. If it's not rotating, you'd be plumb. If it is rotating, you'd be plumb. Now, if it stops to rotate and changes, then one plumb would be different than the other plumb by some minute amount. But nonetheless, it doesn't really matter because we're building things to plumb.
So doesn't the Earth have an elliptical orbit and speed up and slow down?
It's in free fall.
So it doesn't speed up or slow down.
And the difference between the circle, it's basically a circle. You couldn't tell the difference. It's like 0.01%.
Right.
So what is the analemma showing us?
That's the tilt. It's the effect of the tilt in the rotation.
Nothing to do with speeding up or slowing down.
And the elliptical path. The tilt in the elliptical path.
I just
When
wonder
you
when
say,
we're going to get
what
the
are you
globe
inferring?
evidence up in here.
What is your contention or question when it comes to the elliptical path, the speeding up and slowing down?
You guys have had
made a
years,
point of
man.
that.
Where's the globe
What is it?
evidence?
Is it actual?
Okay, nice.
Is it actual or apparent?
It's actual.
Actual. Okay, just curious.
So when you talk about this speeding up, slowing down, what are you actually getting at? You think we should feel some kind of acceleration change?
No. What you were just saying, when we build something, you're saying as long as it spins at the same exact speed, it's obviously going to be plumb. But I thought there were certain times of the year that it speeds up and slows down. So I would suggest not building at those times of the year.
No, that's those centrifugal forces is different than the speed that the Earth would be rotating around the sun. And even if that speed did make a difference, which it doesn't because we're in free fall, that wouldn't make an effect on a plumb.
And even if you did feel it, I did the calculations once. It's like the difference of getting to the top of the interchange, slamming the accelerator to the floor, and going from 0 to 60 in a day.
I didn't say you'd feel it. I'm saying we were specifically talking about if a pendulum was hanging down or a plumb bob, would it measure it?
No.
Remember the pendulum swings and the plumb bob hangs. So they're two different
Before
situations.
you swing the pendulum, is it swinging?
No, it's not swinging.
Would it be considered a plumb bob at that point?
Well, if it's a plumb bob, yeah. If it's something hanging off a wire.
What do you make your pendulums hang off of?
Well, sometimes pendulums are made out of wood and a big medallion at the bottom, and some are plumb bobs that are swinging.
If I were
basically.
to set up the experiment in a 3-story hallway or in a 3-story like stairwell, what would you suggest I use? A piece of wood or a string?
I would use some type of string, some type of connecting cable, and the cable would be tied to something that looked like a plumb bob with a pointer on it. Big, huge, massive, cone-shaped metal object.
So before I started moving it, it would be considered a plumb bob, correct?
Yes.
Now, if the Earth speeds up and, slows down, you even said the plumb bob doesn't sit perfectly plumb, but it does according to our reference frame.
No, it does. It does. I said specifically it does sit perfectly plumb.
If you measured it outside the reference frame.
What do you mean measured outside the reference frame?
Why would you do that? Why would you want to know plumb outside the reference frame? That's dumb.
It doesn't make any sense.
Well, I know that you were just said before that the pendulum does, like when you just set it down, it's obviously 3% off. Isn't that what you were saying?
No.
Like at the North Pole, it would be straight down. At the equator, it would be straight down. At the South Pole, it'd be straight down. But then anywhere in between that, it wouldn't be exactly straight down, correct?
Incorrect, but nice try.
Oh, I'm sorry. I must have misunderstood. My bad.
Without the world telling us such, we're just trying to figure out what you ballers believe.
It's not a belief system. See, the flat Earth is a belief system because you have no evidence.
What's your evidence of Earth whirling through space?
Well, that was some deafening silence right there.
No, it's a dumb question because you know the answer to it. That's okay.
Yeah, there is one. Exactly.
Yeah, we're still asking because you haven't provided any. The reason we're still asking for globe evidence, we're still asking for globe evidence, young man, is because you folks haven't provided any yet.
No, there's tons of evidence for the globe. Tons and
You
tons
might
and
believe
tons.
that, but see, the fact that we're still here asking means there isn't
up,
any.
No, the fact that means is you have your head up your ass and ignore all the
You
evidence.
don't need to get personal. It doesn't have
no,
to
it's
get
true.
it doesn't have to get so emotional up in here. We're just looking for scientific evidence.
No,
partner.
you're not.
You got
You're
any?
not looking for scientific evidence because you've ignored it all.
Oh, so I just lied to you?
Yes, you did.
Wow.
Because you
Jeez,
can get
men are calling us liars, guys. What do we
yes,
do?
correct. You can get to because you can go do the Eratosthenes experiment in your backyard. tomorrow or
Eratosthenes
afternoon.
experiment.
That
What
proves
experiment?
that proves I'm whirling through space.
And
I
that
guess
proves
so.
that the Earth is a globe.
How does it do that?
You looked into it. It's very simple.
I've looked into it for was it now 8 years, guys?
No,
How
you
long have we been doing this?
Okay, so do you think a
2,500
1 degree per 60 nautical mile is a spherical relationship to the surface or not? If you've
I
researched
think
for
it's
8 years. Oh, I asked him a specifically a question. Can you let him answer real quick?
Oh, sorry, I'm a layman. I don't need to look into those things for me to be convinced.
Gotcha. You
Right?
don't need to look into facts. Who needs facts? I'll just leave
well,
it
you'd have to
provided.
you'd have to present some facts first, sir.
We do have facts. The
Okay,
Eratosthenes measurement.
post it right now.
The
Post your fact
Eratosthenes measurement.
right
Yeah.
now.
The Eratosthenes measurement. Look it up.
Post. It's called posting it.
Look it up yourself.
It's called
2,500
provide
years old.
evidence for your beliefs, or you
25
don't
it's not
have
a belief,
them
it's scientific
justified.
evidence.
Your
Hey,
beliefs
but-
aren't justified unless you can give us evidence for them.
2,500 years of experience in the Eratosthenes.
You've been alive for 2,500 years. Holy shit!
Yeah.
Hey, before I do that experiment, do I have to make any assumptions like
Nope.
the sun's really far away and there's
Nope.
parallel rays coming down, or
Nope,
no?
because you can also demonstrate that.
I mean, as long as you say you can demonstrate it after we ask where's your evidence, I feel like that's a win for you. I feel like you feel like that's a win for you.
It is, actually, because the Eratosthenes measurement has been done for 2,500 years.
Yeah, you've been alive 2,500 years, so you'd be able to say something like that. Good for you.
Well, we have historical evidences.
Well, no, we don't.
Yes, we do.
You
The
think you
Bible,
do?
the Bible is an accurate historical account. You
The-
take that
No,
as
it's
evidence.
not. Don't do that.
The Bible is not a history book. Sorry.
History
it's
books,
not.
just like Wolverine comics, just like Bibles. It's all the same stuff.
I'm just saying, if you're going to invoke Eratosthenes, you might want to think about invoking the Bible as well, because
the
there's
Bible's
similar
not a history
evidence.
book. The Bible is not a science book. Sorry, but nice try.
What book did Eratosthenes write, please?
I know. I was wondering the same thing. Where's Eratosthenes' book?
What was the first book that Eratosthenes appeared in? That name, including his alleged experiment. Where's the documentation first found?
Don't say they burned it. Like in one of those book burnings.
We have plenty of evidence that Eratosthenes was alive.
Can
and he did
you
this experiment.
can you provide me with the first documented evidence
look
of this?
Look it up yourself if you're that interested.
So you can't provide it then?
Do some real research.
Hey, did anyone
provide
ask
evidence
me?
for your claims?
You think that I can? You think that I can at just a snap of fingers provide you with proof of some stupid theory you guys
Hey,
got?
Peyton, ask the show.
I haven't. So
No,
here's the thing.
Eratosthenes
It's
is your
not-
stupid theory.
Eratosthenes
Yeah.
is not a stupid theory. Eratosthenes is well known and very historically documented for 2,500 years. The fact you're
NASA.
laughing at. See, the thing about it
NASA.
is, you could do this tomorrow in your backyard, but you refuse to because it'll blow away your little belief in the flat Earth.
First of all, it doesn't prove one model over the other.
Actually, it does.
Everybody
actually, it
has
does.
already. Dude, don't talk over me.
Well, you're wrong. You are totally.
I don't
100%
care if
wrong.
you think I'm wrong. That doesn't.
No, I don't think you're
Based
wrong.
on
I
upside.
know you are wrong.
You're done.
Regardless of what you think you know, that doesn't mean you can just incessantly interrupt.
Well, if you're going to tell a lie.
Yeah. So
That's what happened. Sorry.
yeah. So the thing about Eratosthenes is I have done research and I've tried to go back as far as possible to figure out where this alleged claimed experiment took place, the first documentation of it. I personally have not been able to find anything past the 1980s. If somebody else has documentation past the 80s, maybe into the 70s, 60s, 50s, I would be willing to look into that. If somebody has the documentation, that would be awesome. I haven't even found it past the 80s, me personally. Maybe somebody else has, I have not. And the claim that his alleged experiment proves one model over the other has been completely disproven. You can't have 2 points unless you make wild assumptions about the distance to the sun, parallel rays, all of that stuff. We've had this discussion many, many times.
So you're the 1980s, then you haven't looked very hard, because the documentation, it goes at least 1,000 years, 2,500 years. Second of all, if you with 2 points, you are correct. With 2 points, you can fool yourself into thinking the Earth is flat. Add a third point on the same line of longitude, and it falls apart. See, Eratosthenes was smarter than you. He knew the Earth wasn't flat.
So when did you do that?
So here's
on the last equinox, I measured the Earth within 5% of
Where's your data?
Where's
But
my data?
did
You
you-
can do it yourself.
Oh, so you don't have data.
Here's the thing, though.
So you didn't do it then.
Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Stop. What do you mean? Why do you want my data? I thought you
I want
guys
your
were
data. You're the one saying stuff.
Stop. I thought you were of the. You can only believe things you do yourself. I'm telling you to do this experiment yourself for a change. Actually, do something to prove it. Have you done it?
Yeah, I've done a lot myself, and I'm still a flat earther. Uh-oh.
No, you haven't done it.
order
Then
to
you haven't done the
okay.
experiment measurement.
Sure,
In
because you're
order
me
to-
and you know.
In order to properly do the experiment, you would want to do it with the least amount of assumptions possible. So, Payden has to show when you did this experiment, did you assume that light rays hit the Earth from the sun parallel, and did you assume any particular distance to the sun?
You don't need to. The distance to the sun is immaterial for this experiment, and you can demonstrate that the rays are coming in parallel simply with a ball and the moon visible in your hemisphere.
Immaterial. So if the sun is 10 miles above...
No. What do you mean
You said it was
immaterial?
That's
What do you
what
mean
you
immaterial?
said.
What
You
do you
said
mean
that
immaterial?
Dude, you gotta let me fucking respond.
No, stop. You said it's immaterial, and then you go off. What do you mean
No,
immaterial?
you said
I was
immaterial.
responding
I didn't
to
say
your
immaterial. You did.
claim, dude. I was responding to your claim that the distance to the sun is immaterial. Do you retract that statement?
No, the sun is not important for the Eratosthenes measurement.
Okay, so the distance to the sun, if the sun is 10 miles above the surface of the earth, would that play a role in how you are measuring shadows in your experiment?
And that's, guess what? If you have 3 points on the same line of longitude, you can demonstrate that the sun is not 10 miles away. In fact, you can demonstrate that the Earth is not flat with 3 points on the same line of longitude because the angles don't line up to a 1 point. They only do that on a sphere. Sorry.
Why would you expect them to line up to 1 point?
Well, they have to. Is the sun in multiple points at one time?
Do you expect?
Oh, stop! I ask a question. Is the sun a physical object? Is it in 1 point at one time?
I was driving down the road like a little earlier, and the sun was reflecting on like all 100 cars, and so it was in multiple positions at once. Yeah.
Stop.
The sun's position is relative to the observer.
So the sun is not in one spot at one time?
The sun's position is relative to the observer.
So if you have two observers looking at the sun, is it a different place?
It is relative to each observer.
Is the sun a physical object?
I have no idea.
You should, because it is. And
have you touched it?
Because you say so?
No, because you can figure this out quite easily.
Third assumption.
Are you guys really this dense?
Do you just go assumption after assumption after assumption?
I go after assumption after assumption. We have data for this. You can do the data for this.
If you're gonna overtalk, you're just gonna get timed out. That's your last warning. Next time you're gonna be timed out.
Well, you see, you're overtalking me too, but you never mute yourself because you guys have special priority on this thing.
I'm literally not over.
If you're going to continue this, then fine. I'll let you guys sit here in your little echo chamber. You don't want to listen to reason, so have fun.
Good job,
whatever.
Echo chamber if I can't overtalk you guys and then call you idiots and then name call, which is against server rules.
I mean, it's just. I mean, the thing that I have an issue with what he's stating is that he's like an atmospheric refraction acceptor, but then a denier. So like, how can you be at the same place at once at noon, right? So you'd have to do it at noon where there's no atmospheric refraction that would then, put the sun in an apparent location rather than its actual location. So you'd both have to be there at noon at the same exact time. So what are you measuring at the same place at the same time? I don't know.
He because what he can do is hold as many contradictions in his mind as possible to support his preconceived idea that he's trying to prove. Period.
But also, it's like he gets all up in his feelings and then leaves, and then accuses us of being in an echo chamber, which implies that he's leaving our echo chamber to go back to his echo chamber. So how is that better?
He's literally the worst.
It's just all a bunch of literally everything that comes out of his mouth is propaganda.
Yeah, I don't understand why he's still around, but whatever.
He also presupposes latitudes to be whatever he wants them to be. I mean, there was a bunch of.
If we presuppose that everything that we're ever going to do will prove a globe, then therefore the Earth is a globe. Like literally the way they operate. or at least
if we presuppose the Earth is a globe with latitudes according to a globular model, and then verify that against the presupposition of an infinitely far actual object in an apparent position, it's just fuck off. I don't want to go into them, but. Yeah, I mean, I don't observe many parallel lights. I guess, and light seems to diffuse everywhere I experience it.
Well, if the Eratosthenes thing is an actual experiment, then I'd like to hear about the dependent, independent variables, control variable, all that kind of stuff. I'd like to actually hear about the experiment part of the experiment.
Time.
Oh, time. They're going to say time is the independent variable?
That's what it would have gotten to. Yeah.
All you got to do is just wait, and that's you manipulating time. I
No,
see.
no. These experiments can be done today. The same experiment conditions that you've had today, they would have then.
All right. Go ahead and do it. Bring it back, and we'll laugh at you when you come back.
Hold on, I'm still talking.
I don't care.
The independent variable would be a distance. Change the distance. That would be an effect on that shadow.
Are you changing the distance?
You are changing the distance.
Are you changing anything in that experiment?
Yes, you're taking a measurement from one spot and then moving to another spot. That's the change of the independent variable. Sorry. Do you not know how experiments work?
So wait.
I want to know
independent variable, dependent variable, and control variable.
Yeah, the control variables will be nothing else changes. Like we do at the same time. We do it at the same kind of same temperature day.
And I don't want your verbal response, your knee-jerk response. Why don't you give us some data
you asked me a question, I'm responding. Stop talking.
Yeah, where's the data on the...
I will explain.
It's called an experiment, so I'd like to know when it was proven to be an actual experiment, right?
What is wrong with your diarrhea mouth? Stop it. So anything you want to control...
You're having a bad day today.
Okay. You are...
It isn't working
by the way.
Hold on for a sec. Just a sec, Zanik. It's not working if you're both going to talk over each other.
He doesn't deserve to talk, dude.
Dude,
come on.
I get you, but that doesn't mean you overtalk me.
All right.
So yeah, Zanik, just be pithy.
Yeah. So
in your statement, and then if he goes to respond, just allow him the space to respond. Okay.
Yeah. The only thing I was responding back is the independent variable is something that actually has an effect on the dependent variable in the experiment. So if anything you do all that it invokes or causes a change in the dependent variable is a valid experiment. And you take those experiments, multiple, and then you will have a relationship between all these experiments to support or not support, provide validity to your hypothesis. It's that simple.
Congratulations.
Right, so can you show us the data that says the Eratosthenes experiment is an experiment because of dependent, independent, and control variables A, B, and C? Can you show me with a breakdown of that?
Of course.
Okay, thanks.
All you have to do.
No. You find it because it's your claim.
Your body, the sun, whatever, and measure the angle to it from one spot. Drive 60 miles and see this 1 degree relationship. That 1 degree relationship is, in fact, the Eratosthenes experiment. That gives you the 1 degree for 60 nautical mile, repeatable as you continue to go 60 nautical mile to show what the diameter of the circumference of the Earth is. The 7.2 degree relationship gives you that 60 nautical mile or 1 degree relationship. That's all it does.
Great. So go ahead and show us the paperwork. Sorry, I'm almost done. Show us the paperwork, please, on that. Somebody sat down and did the experiment and said, here's the independent, dependent control variables. Where's the peer review on that too, please? Thank you.
He just explained the sun is at different angles in the sky for different people. It doesn't have anything to do with what the ground is.
Or an experiment, or a scientific experiment, but I digress.
I heard him say that he stops the sun, holds it there, travels 69 miles, and figured out the Earth is a globe or something.
Yeah, that's true too.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to know why it's called an experiment, that's all. That's my thing.
I mean, it's remedial.
It's like an activity. I mean, listen, I like activities. I have nothing against it.
It for sure is an observation. That's for sure. Now, what you
Right,
do
you
with
got one step of the scientific method in there. Yep, observation.
No, the step is you have an independent variable, you have control variables. You make a change in the independent variable. See how it affects the dependent variable. The dependent variable will be shadow length or angle to the sun or angle to the star. They're all the same
Talk
tests.
all you
They're
want.
all
Just
the
show us
same
the paperwork, dude.
Sensei, hey, they're all the same test, so you can do it yourself. In fact, there's one that did a very nice, concise, video backed up a set of experiments on this exact topic. And you can see what he's done. Now, if you want his paperwork or peer review or authenticity of what he's done, so it's not CGI, that's a different request. But generally, you have everything you need there to say, okay, wow, the experiment was done, showed there's a 60 nautical mile, 1 degree relationship. And let me see if I can disprove that. That's what science does. So now you do the same experiment, find that there's not this relationship, and then maybe you're onto something. But until then, you're just blowing smoke.
So it just reconfirms your coordinate system that you base off the sky and turn it into the ground into a globe. Okay.
Unless you got a better explanation for why you see 1 degree for not 60 nautical mile relationship, that'd be fine. Please come forth with it.
Well, what is the relationship? Is it like a spherical relationship, or?
Well, the relationship doesn't actually follow from 0 to 90. Zanuck knows this.
Exactly.
But yeah,
Have
he
you?
brings it up every single day, and then we'll argue about it. And yeah.
I wish Eratosthenes was in Antarctica when he did his experiment.
And how would that change?
I guess we'll never know, bro. You've got mathematics that tell you exactly what would happen. So yeah, we don't even need to do the observations down there.
Can you give me one documented case where a star has been measured at your claimed mileage distance per degree from 1 degree above the horizon to 2 degrees above the horizon?
Every sextant manual that's ever been written for the last 300 years.
I didn't ask about a manual. I asked about documented measurement. 1 degree, 1 degree above the horizon to 2 degrees above the horizon for a star indicating 69 mile. Do you have any documentation for that? Do you have any documentation of this same claim from 2 degrees to 3 degrees?
It'll be really good globe proof to keep that relationship the entire time, which would like disprove in a way that it's an optical. It would have to speed up if it was due to perspective, right at the horizon. But if it stayed steadfast, yeah, it would have to like or slow down.
In order for your claim to be true, Zanuck, that would your claim would have to be from 0 to 90 degrees. This change is consistent. Do you have any documentation like I asked for?
Documentation? Yeah, the sextant works like that. In fact, there are errors from 0 to 1 to 2 degrees, and it progressively gets closer to the rate at which it changes from that point forward. So why go to the areas where there actually seems to be errors and go from 5 degrees to 9 degrees and see that it's actually pretty spot on within a very, very light tolerance of any kind of errors.
So when you say that these are errors, could it just be a refutation in the claim? I would say it's a refutation in the claim that with every 69 miles that you move, there is 1 degree of elevation change to a celestial object. If that doesn't hold true, then is that an error in your measurement or is that an error in your claim?
No, because
your claim is going to be substantiated regardless, right?
It's repeatable, and it is 60 nautical miles per 1 degree. And it stays in that range for, let's say, 45 degrees to 90 degrees. Your co-altitude angles, if they're in the 45 to 90 degree range and you only use them, and you move your position 60 nautical miles and see that 1 degree every single time consistently without change, then you can say that measurement is error-free.
Yeah, then please always indicate that caveat when you say that it's 1 degree for every 69 miles, because it's only within those degrees of elevation that rings true, which means it doesn't necessarily have a linear Euclidean, pure trigonometric relationship.
It's not Euclidean because that 1 degree for 60 nautical miles is not Euclidean. It's non-Euclidean, which means we're on a spherical surface.
No,
that's really the only option. It's the only option example that I can give you where you would say that that surface has got to be spherical. Otherwise, the math does not work because it is non-Euclidean. It is non-Euclidean. It is a spherical surface that allows for that to happen.
To what? How are you? So when you say the math doesn't work, what are you taking into account?
Trigonometry.
To what are you taking into account when you're talking about perspective and how perspective affects where things are placed within your field of view?
There's no accommodation for that because it doesn't have any value to the analysis. Your perspective only your perspective only says that things will change angular size as they go away, or if things are above your eye level and we're farther away, they will go closer to your eye level as you get further. And things at the sides will also come to the center, or things that are below you will come to the center.
Right.
So it has nothing to do with this angle measurement. All we're doing is looking at an object and measuring to see the change in the angle of that object, the co-altitude angle, as you move across the surface. That can dictate what the surface shape is.
From 45 to 90.
If it's not following Euclidean geometry,
He's going on and on and on and on and on.
Then you know that it has to be a
You're
square.
losing it,
And that
man.
really
You were doing
sounds
good
great
for
for
a
everybody.
minute.
Stop,
You were all right, buddy. You were doing all right.
Hold on. You're
The
monologuing.
Earth is Euclidean, Zanuck. It's,
if
you know, LiDAR, right? 600 miles of LiDAR.
That wasn't the space for you to come in. Jesus Christ.
Oh, there's a space there.
What's the problem? Yeah, when you hear me trying to get in and me having a conversation with him, literally the minute he stops talking, you think that it's your whatever.
Don't complain, just talk, man. Just talk about it.
So Zanuck, when you're talking about things moving closer towards your eye level within your field of view based on the distance, how are you taking that into account with your elevation angles when your elevation angles that you're measuring are literally measuring to something optically based on how you're viewing them within your field of view?
Because perspective follows trigonometry precisely. So we can do that if you want, but we're not measuring 2 different points. We're measuring 1 point and measuring the ground position change. That ground position change will change an angle. That angle follows perspective. It has to, because perspective just means trigonometry. And when you look at the object, we measure the angle to it. We say either 2 things happen. Either the Earth is curved or this object has moved.
Yeah, the object has moved. Right. So if we move and that object moves within its relationship up or down in our field of view, why do you think that has something to do with the surface of the Earth curving when we can demonstrate that this takes place on a flat surface, meaning that as we move further away from something, even on a flat surface, its position in our field of view changes?
The object like a jet moving, flying around, a helicopter above your head flying around.
You can do it with
whether we're moving or the airplane's moving. So we can do tests. And if it moves back and forth the same as us, then we know that that object either knows and reads our mind and knows what to do, or we're actually measuring an angle to it. Perspective is strictly trigonometry. You're conflating the two.
It is not. Do you have any substantive stuff that you can drop in the voice chat that backs up your claim that perspective is strictly Euclidean?
Yes. An object that gets further away changes directly inversely proportional to the distance away from you.
I didn't say verbally.
That is all you need to know in trigonometry. That does that, because that angular size does invoke a inverse tangent relationship between the distance divided by, the height above the surface divided by the distance to the object. That is the trigonometric function called tangent, and you inverse tangent because you don't have the angle. All you have is the 2 sides.
Cool. So when we're doing this application to celestial bodies, what is the height of them above us?
Well, we have an angle, so we just do a tangent, and that would give you a value to the object. And either is 3,000 miles high.
How is measuring this angle different than measuring any other angle? Can you explain to me that when we measure an angle to the star,
You're really not
that
thinking
is
this through. Your
somehow
questions
going
are
to
not
be
thought through.
different? So can you explain to me how when we measure an angle to the star, that is somehow different than if we measure an angle to a street light or to an object that's very high in the sky as it travels away from us in the distance?
No
Can you
difference.
explain to me? Oh, okay.
No
So
difference.
there's no difference. So the height relationship has something to do with it. So when you're doing celestial navigation, what height is indicated for the celestial sphere?
We don't have the height. Remember, we don't have the angle.
So you don't have the full equation. Is
We
that what
have
you're
the full.
saying?
No, trigonometry. That's why I said, you know what inverse tangent means? What does inverse tangent mean, Napalm?
So what you're saying,
Answer the question to show that I communicate with someone that understands the terms I'm using. What does inverse tangent mean?
You told me previously that it's a relationship
mean?
to the height.
What does it mean?
You said it's a height relationship, and I asked you,
what does it
is the height of
mean?
the
Do you
star
know
that
what
you're
it means?
Dude, this isn't a fucking
I
quiz.
gave you the answer, but you can't even repeat the bit. So how can I speak to you about something that you don't understand if you're not even able to?
It's the other side of the triangle. Relax, man.
No, it's not the other side of the triangle.
Yeah,
What
it
is the inverse tangent relationship?
What do you mean? What is the inverse tangent relationship?
Question. What is it? What is inverse tangent mean?
It's just finding the other angle in the fucking triangle.
Inverse tangent has a meaning. It means you take a distance, two distances, one observation above the surface, and then one to the distance to an object. You take that ratio, one divided by the other, and you take the inverse tangent of that ratio to get an angle to the object. You understand that?
So what is the distance to the star that you are measuring?
We're not measuring a distance to a star, measuring an angle to the star.
How did you get the angle, Zanuck, without the known distance?
We take a plumb line, and then we measure the angle from plumb to that object. Now we have an angle.
If you're claiming trigonometry is based on ratios and it's based on the distance to an object, there has to be a known distance to get the angle.
No, I'm not using trigonometry for that. I'm
I
using
thought you were.
trigonometry
Oh,
for the
Jesus, you're double.
if you listen, you'll understand. You're just not listening. This is, guys, basically
Not an argument, Zanuck.
This is right above grade school trigonometry. Okay, so I'm giving you real simple information here. We have an angle to an object in the sky. We don't know if it's a street light or a star.
I would just vote that like Xanax be muted now.
I'm going to walk you through.
I don't even think you should walk anybody through. I think you should be muted now because you're just going off into like non sequiturs.
It's not
from
an
the original
argument.
argument.
Zanuck, all of those ratios that we get, all of those ratios and angles we get are based on distance to an object and how we perceive that distance. Without that information, you wouldn't get. Let me finish. Without that information, you wouldn't get any information. So there has to be a height, a known distance to it, a known angle to it. There has to be something.
Nope, it doesn't have to be anything. All I'm telling you is that we have an object. We don't know whether it's a street light or a star. We just don't know. Okay? We don't care.
Rise over run is exactly how you get the degree of the angle.
Okay, so
if you want to look at rise over run, Zanuck.
If I can't allow to be finishing, I'm not going to speak to you.
Without rise over run, you can't get a degree. Thank you.
No, the degree is not, we're not talking about the triangle. We're talking about a co-altitude angle. A co-altitude angle could be given to anything, a street light or a star. That co-altitude angle only is equal to the angle deviation from a plumb. If you have a street light that's in the sky and it's 45 degrees away from you, angularly, it's no different than the star 45 degrees angularly from plumb. No difference at all. You don't need to know how far it is. You don't need to know how far the star is or the street light. You can calculate it once. Hold on. You can calculate. Here's the punchline. You don't want the punchline because it's going to hurt. It's going to sting. The punchline is this. All you do now to get the other value needed to make other calculations is to move. You move closer to it, further away, and see what that angle change is. That's how you do it. All right.
If I want to measure
That
the
gives you the
ground,
value. Now,
I
by the
don't look
way,
up,
you
dude.
then can figure out how far
We're
away
weird.
the object is. And for one value, it might be infinity for a star, or you might find out it's 100 feet high for the streetlight. But you only do that when you make a move, a change in your ground position. And that distance is the value you need, coupled with the angle you have measured.
So
Why
what
is this
Danik is
important to
saying is
understand?
that he's saying that
How
the
do we get
stars
the
are
distance?
69 miles away. That's what he's
Yeah,
just
how do
saying.
we get the distance to the star, right? If we want to understand all of our distances, all of the sides of our triangle, if we make that movement, right? And we move 60 or 69 miles, right? And we get a 1 degree change, what value is that then going to give us for a distance that we're lacking?
Yeah, is that true that the stars are 69 miles high according to your math?
Okay, so for that one change in distance, that could either mean the object is, let's say, we saw the 1 degree for 60 nautical mile. We can do the trigonometry for that.
Mm-hmm.
We could say that object is 3,000 miles away. If we're on a flat surface.
3,959 to be exact, I think, isn't it?
Something close to that.
Oh, that's weird. That's
Well,
an interesting number, isn't it?
Yeah.
Gee.
Well, of course
It's
it
like
is.
the
It's something
radius
we
of the
measure.
celestial
We
sphere.
measure it. So the
Claim-
star is 3,000 miles away. We can obviously measure that very easily. That it's not 3,000 away because that is easy to confirm. Deny.
We just
But
measured it.
now,
Due to
can I
trigonometry,
finish
we
part
just
two?
measured it. Hold on. We just measured
Hold
it
on. No,
trigonometrically.
no.
Math
You
works.
can't go there.
3,959 miles.
You can't. That's not how you don't have that information. So now you make one more 60 nautical mile movement across the surface, and then we get the same angle change. That doesn't work for an object that is 39.59 miles away. It can't work because
Right,
trigonometry
because
precludes
your
it from
perspective has
working.
updated. You didn't take that
Prevents
into
it from
account, did
working.
you?
It does not work.
Oh,
No
that's weird. Because your
working
perspective
does
is
not
based
work.
on your movement.
Not perspective. Perspective includes and is caused by and determined by and is measured by trigonometry. That's how perspective works.
Yeah, you have a perspective dome that is 3,959 miles of radius. The half sphere that is above you, that is your perspective vantage point, and as you move, that updates accordingly.
So either are being just willfully ignorant here, or you're not really understanding what's happening.
Nope, that's
We have a
literally
measurement.
how your ball was created. The
No,
only
it's not.
difference is you
Yes,
took that
because
celestial
we
sphere
made
and you dropped it below your feet and claimed that that is the surface shape when actually it's just a measurement to your perspective, quote unquote, dome or celestial
Danik, are you
sphere.
getting paid more than Kosho right now? Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, so that may be true if you had one measurement. You would not know whether it's a flat surface or a spherical surface. You wouldn't know at all. There'd be no difference. Mathematically, they both work. Now you make one more 60 nautical mile measurement and then make that determination. You'll find that it cannot be, you go, oh shit, it went for another 1 degree. It was a linear relationship. That absolutely cannot work on a flat surface because that is not how trigonometry. And then we are
certainly does because
now we're stuck with a paradox. We
only
think
works for a
the
certain
Earth is
portion
flat.
of
Hold
your
on,
angle.
let me
It
finish.
only works from 90 to 45, and then it starts to fall apart in your model. It's cool. It's obvious. I mean, most people have figured it out. The okey doke that took place, where it's like, hey, we have this celestial sphere that we measure everything to so that we can get our coordinate system. And the celestial sphere is based on our perspective, how we perceive the world around us, the way that it's presented to us as far as the celestial objects. And then we take that celestial dome, drop it below our feet, and claim that that is the surface shape when really it's just an actual measurement to our perspective viewpoint of the celestial objects. So therefore, any mapping claimed to be mapped based off of measurements to the celestial objects, when mapped to a sphere below, is going to match 1 for 1. That's the okey doke. And you fell for it, but that's cool. A lot of people do.
Dun dun dun. Well done, man.
Indeed, very well done. Hey, so Zanuck, would it piss you off to know that Kosho still gets paid more than you to be here?
Yeah, it would be. I'd be very envious. You get more than I do.
Suck, yeah. Suck, especially because he drinks.
Wax just sitting there with the salt pouring in, huh? Napalm opened up the wound, and glass just falling up the salt in there.
Hey,
what else are we
Napalm,
gonna
just out of
do?
curiosity, Napalm, did you reinforce the idea? Because I didn't hear, I had to step away. Did you reinforce the idea that the 1 arc minute is conflated to be proportional to 1 nautical mile, but it's not? And that the claiming that 1-to-1 ratio Euclidean will break down over larger distances. Did you say that to him? Because I heard something you got him, but I don't know what you got him.
I didn't necessarily drive that home. Their claim is really only holds true somewhat to measurements that are really close to 90, particularly between 45 and 90 degree measurements of the sky. And it completely falls apart as you go 45 to 0.
Breaks down, yeah. That's why calculus was apparently invented, for that reason, or for one of the reasons, anyway, is to correct Euclidean geometry.
No, I just tried to drive home the idea or the understanding that this 3,959 mile radius is really actually to your celestial sphere, right? And then they take that celestial sphere, drop it below your feet, because they take the measurements to the celestial sphere, which is really just a sphere of perspective. And then they apply that to the surface below to get their coordinate system. So they have somewhat of a one-to-one, for the most part, relationship between their mapping coordinate system, and they have the ability to map that onto a globe because they're actually taking the measurements from the sphere or the celestial dome that is presented to us due to our perspective.
Yeah, it's inversion, right? So you can do it both way, either 4,000 to the sky or 4,000 to the center of the Earth. They're both equal coordinates.
Exactly. Which, if you notice, their GPS is based off of an alleged center of the Earth, right? So they map their coordinates based off the center of their three-dimensional space being the alleged center of the Earth, which is how they can map out that same thing, that same coordinate system. So it works the exact same way.
Well, I know they didn't go to the
I
center
told
of the Earth.
Zanuck, I said, if you move anywhere along a radius line and you get a degree change over a known distance, you then, by easy Euclidean geometry, can determine the circumference from that little radius that you've moved. He denied that for so long.
What?
Yeah. So if you move along, let's say you draw a circle, you have a piece of paper, you have a known distance between 2 points and it's a degree change. If it's 70 miles, you can determine the size of that circumference based on the known distance between 2 points and the degree change. Basic Euclidean will help you determine the size of the circle. So if you're moving along one part of the Earth and it's 70 miles and it's 1 degree change, well, 360 degrees at 70 miles, you got a circumference. That's how big it is on a 2D surface, right? And you can apply that circumference at all avenues, in one locale, one position. His argument was, well, you throw in another observer in another location, it doesn't match up. And I said, no, that the point is you're devising the model and compartmentalize the model off of one observer. When you throw in multiple observers, you re-emphasize the idea that it's you're calculating angles and perspective and refraction. And of course, you're not going to get the same exact measurement between 2 points because you're going to have all those elements come into play, right? So it's the idea is that he's trying to refute that, but the claim was nonetheless basic Euclidean. You move along one distance, known two spots, one angle. There you got the circumference of that circle.
Yeah, and then to Napalm's point earlier, right? Like not being able to measure the stars at 1 degree above the horizon, right? There's evidence, video evidence, right? So what would be required if it was due to perspective is that as it gets closer to the horizon, if that light was close, it would then due to the inverse square laws, right? Inversely. From that point where you're seeing it at that distance, it would dim. That light would seem to recede faster and faster. And in reality, we have that on video, and very seldom with stars, but with the sun showing that it is a more local light. That due to perspective, the light seems to recede much faster at the horizon. It doesn't keep that that change of an infinitely small point somewhere in outer space on a globe. It doesn't hold true. Yeah. Yeah, like if P then Q, like if the Earth were a globe, when the star and sun are at 1 degree, 2 degrees off the horizon, they would not they would never seem to recede away faster or slower, right, with the sun, right, depending on what you're looking at, right? But they do, therefore it's not a globe.
Hey, so if the Globers believe the Eratosthenes thing, do y'all Globers believe in Joan of Arc and stuff too? That those are all real stories? So, like, if you can believe Eratosthenes, why don't y'all believe the Jesus stuff, Globers?
Because that,
you know what I mean?
That book is still around. Like the Eratosthenes book is gone. Like I think it was like the Great Fire or something.
I know. Just listen to the logic though, because see, I'm you could call me agnostic, right? So I don't give a fuck either way. But the thing is, yeah, so we got people who believe stories that defend a globe narrative, but if it's other stories, why then it's just stories. You know what I'm saying? So again, Jesus is in the Bible. The Bible's a book. It's supposedly been around for a long time, right? And then we've got Eratosthenes, who apparently helped us understand the shape and makeup of our entire fucking world, right? That's close to as important as the Jesus thing, right? Pretty close, I'd say. But you're going to believe that one over the Jesus thing. But so what do you call Christians then, Globers? Do you think that they're just story believers, or is there something to it? And I don't want to get into the religious thing. What I want to do is make a comparison. If you can't accept Jesus as the thing that could have happened, why would you accept Eratosthenes as the thing that could have happened? That's it. That's my long-winded bullshit.
See, the thing is their logic states that it's written by man. That's why I do not believe the Bible.
We can replicate
But
Aristophanes.
at the same breath, Aristophanes is also written by man. So please
We can
conclude.
replicate Aristophanes. We can do it today. You and me can do it today.
So you're putting sticks in the ground. Shadows prove the whole size of the Earth, or the apparent size of the Earth.
The size of the Earth.
No, Zanuck, it's the apparent size. Remember, it was 25,000 miles in circumference, which isn't the actual measurement now, is it? So you don't get the actual size; you get the apparent size with sticks and shadows. But again, it's just a circle, Zanuck.
It's just a circle. How does that work? How do you get these? How do you use a sextant and actually navigate yourself around the ocean's notosphere? How do you get this 60 nautical miles for 1 degree relationship? How does that work?
That's how they made them.
You don't. It's not a one-to-one, Zanuck. It's not a one-to-one.
It's linear. It's
not a one-to-one.
It's relatively linear.
Zanuck, reality.
Why do you keep saying the same thing over and over? Yes,
because you think you're assuming that basic trigonometry, a arctangent or a rise over a run, is attributed to the surface of the Earth. Well, they tell you that the surface of the Earth isn't 1 nautical mile per 1 arc minute. You're going to have a 1.0018 nautical mile due to 1 arc minute.
But it stays consistent for
the larger the degree. The larger the degree, the more off you get. But not only that, you also have instrumental error. Plus, when you're going to measure something in the atmosphere and you have a focal length of the human eye the angle at which you're measuring is not always going to be 100%. That's why when you get a greater optics and you zoom in, you're going to have a greater degree of an angle. So the sextant is limited on how accurate that degree is. That's why, on average, most people who use a sextant, if they're really good and do quite a bit of math, they'll still end up about a mile away from their target.
Of course, every measurement is going to have inaccuracies. I'm never going to question or challenge that contention at all. But what we do notice within a very high level of confidence that the surface is spherical due to the fact and how the sextant does work. Not using it marine sextant, but using an aviation style sextant to be able to determine, just because we're not determining where we're going. We're seeing what the shape of the Earth is. So this 1 nautical mile, this 60 nautical mile per 1 degree relationship is relatively constant, and it has variances because the Earth isn't perfectly spherical. You're right. It is an oblique sphere. It is slightly pear-shaped. It is a little wider at the way. I'm still talking. It is a little wider. We know all these.
What are you saying?
I let you talk. I didn't say a word. So we know all these things, these errors exist, but the errors are so very small. It gives us a very high level of confidence that we know what the shape of the Earth is. Generally, it's a sphere.
You don't know what the shape of the Earth is. It's outside of your senses, and you infer that it is based on what you think your calculations are determining. When I can show you the calculations are showing error based on the idea you're measuring it from perspective. And when you change your perspective, your angles change, which then your math changes. That's what I can show you.
You can't show me that. So go ahead, show me how a dome would work and how you can use a sextant and have it be on a flat surface and how the errors that you think you understand would somehow influence those values. Go ahead, I'll wait.
Wait,
So
I
it's
want to
based
know,
on
like,
the
wait,
tool.
is the Earth wider below the equator? Like a pear is wider at the bottom.
Yes, it's slightly wider at the bottom.
Isn't that convenient that the south is slightly wider?
Why is that convenient?
A little
Hey,
chubbier.
well, on a flat Earth, is the south bigger?
The only education that you will get is of the relationship of the arc minute to nautical mile in the north. You do not get a relationship anywhere written of what 1 arc minute is in the south. That's what the claim is. Oh, it isn't. Okay. So
No,
if you
it's
can
not
show
true at
me,
all.
if you can show me where they're equating for the pear-shapedness of
it's so very.
Let me finish. You're interrupting me. So in the model that you just ascribed to is stated that 1 arc minute is not exactly 1 nautical mile. That is what's written. There's not a perfect linear exchange between the math and what's observed for the arc minute. When you conflate that it is, and you're claiming that it proves a sphere, I can show you a succession of errors that you need to account for before you even assume that it's a sphere. That's number one. Number two, there is nothing arc-minute relationship that I found that is relatable to the surface of the Earth in the south. It's only due to the flattening of the pole, which is the north. So if you can show me the pear shape due to the south and the arc-minute relationship, I'd like to see that.
Again, you just restated the exact same thing you stated earlier. We know there's errors. That's not a problem. So very small.
That is not an argument, Zanuck. Address what I just asked you, please.
Would you restate the question again so I can understand what you're asking?
Can you show me an arc-minute relationship to the pear-shaped of the Earth surface of the Earth due to the south? Or so the south is the pear-shaped in the south. Can you show me a 1 arc-minute relationship as described in the flattening of the pole in the north and giving you an arc-minute relationship
Yes,
to
they've
nautical?
measured. Satellites have measured this very accurately. They can measure within a close to a millimeter.
Awesome.
Okay.
What is the one?
Are you gonna let me talk or not? Okay, so you're not gonna let me.
Well, you're not answering. 1 arc-minute relationship to 1 nautical mile in the south. In the north, it's 1.0018. What is it in the south?
It'd probably be slightly larger in some areas. It's not completely uniform either.
Thank you, Zan.
Yeah, it should be symmetrical. If there's a ball, it should be symmetrical. When you look into it, they always teach you based on the northern relationships, and even that has discrepancy. And when you look into when people actually tried to use this back in the day, as recently as the 1930s, As you get to the south, it gets all wonky. And they're like, the assumed symmetry of the sphere with the celestial navigation model based on all the nautical charts is actually not working in the south.
Well, they didn't have they didn't have satellites back then.
I'm
So
just glad you.
the ellipsoid can be measured fairly accurately with satellites, like not fairly, incredibly accurately with satellites, and that would show the actual shape of the ellipsoid. Gravitationally, as we've always talked about, the geoid is slightly different, obviously.
I'm just
There
glad that
you
you
go.
admitted, based on your own like little inverse tangent thing, that would put the radius to the celestial sphere at 3,959 miles. I'm just glad you admitted that.
Well, why wouldn't it? That's basically what it's showing. That you get a 7.2 degree change for 500 miles, then you know that this 1 degree per 60 nautical mile relationship will roughly scribe out a sphere that is going to be about 3950 in radius.
So then our celestial sphere, we have a limited field of view that creates a sphere around us.
Yep. And then they transcribe that celestial dome or celestial sphere
Objects
to be
can't be
below
only
your feet, because then they claim that there's a one-to-one relationship to the celestial sphere to their mapping coordinate system, but really all they're doing is they're mapping that based on perspective as to the actual relationship of things on a flat plane.
Flatsoid mentioned that once, but
phenomenal.
that doesn't work either. So I can show you why that doesn't work.
Yeah, but you're just saying things. Like Xenix's MO is just to baselessly assert things and then somehow conflate that to being victorious in intellectual exchange, which is pretty laughable, honestly.
Well, he was trying to quiz me on the inverse tangent thing, and then when pushed on it, all that does is expose that the claimed distance to the stars, even though you guys say that they're at infinite distances and that the light is coming to us parallel, actually the inverse tangent that you're trying to push on me and say that this is only how it works and this is what we have to use, that actually gives you the 3,959 radius, which you guys falsely prescribed to this alleged ball Earth, even though it's just the celestial sphere.
Yeah, and the inverse tangent also just builds the other side of a triangle, which tells you they're getting that 3959 from a flat plane. Yeah, so it's a fun thing.
No, it doesn't get that at all. You can't get that from it.
Yeah.
I just got to tell
There
you
he
that
is
it
again
doesn't
with
work.
the baseless assertions and not-ons. You see, like that's literally all that he had. It's super funny. So, like, what we've covered today is that they hijacked perspective whenever they actually tried to use this relationship to navigate. It didn't work in the South. It even has discrepancies in the North. Completely falls apart in the South. So then they just say satellites and GPS, which of course assumes the actual thing that you're claiming that it's evidence for. They've also verified that they can't even provide any type of exclusive evidence that the Earth is in motion. That according to Einstein and Newton, that geocentric stationary Earth in a central position is dynamically and kinematically equivalent in validity. So basically, you guys have nothing. You have nothing for convexity. You have nothing for movement. So what do you have? Because now you're making a claim antithetical to all the empirical evidence, and you have nothing. You have no evidence of exclusivity at all. So this is awkward.
Not at all. See, the horizon drop with altitude is something that can be using differential calculus for refraction, and not even using that, just using basic measurements at high altitude, little refraction, immeasurable refraction. We can then figure out that the shape of the Earth is curved. Now, the rotational things is a discussion entirely, but the rate of drop of the horizon, it comports with a surface. That is clear.
No, it doesn't actually. So for
It
one,
does.
this is something else.
You
This is
have
something else
no
that
mechanism
ballers.
that.
No, I'm talking, buddy. So something else that ballers do is they strawman the flat Earth like Jesse and Walter Bislin and Soundly, and they claim that on the flat Earth, as you go up above it, the horizon should be at eye level.
Which it never is.
They don't even, and there he goes. So he doesn't have basic understanding. What's even funnier is I've cornered Xenix on this before, and he's conceded multiple times that actually it wouldn't rise to eye level. But here he is again pretending it will. Then we'll go back through and he'll say, "Oh, well, yeah, it wouldn't, but it would just be more on a globe."
So you just incessantly double speak.
I'm not double speaking. No,
More
you say
importantly,
you wouldn't be
though,
able to
more
see
importantly is when you're doing those kind of observations, the land does slope upward and slope downward. So if you make an observation that's 4 or 5 miles with a 30 times zoom lens, and it's over land sloping to a body of water, you could see that it's not going to line up with the line of sight as the land dips away. So there's many multiple.
but the horizon should, though.
There's many multiple ways to distort the conversation. The idea is will always be a convergence. That convergence is always in the neutral point. So whether the land is rising or falling based on perspective, the idea is you can never remove the convergence.
You're talking about the over water data.
Also,
talking about looking at over 200. Hold on, 200 miles over water at 35,000, 45,000 degrees of the horizon.
So
now you can say we just can't see. Hold on, we see the sun, we see the moon below level also. That just in total stark contrast. Let me finish. I know you don't like what I'm saying. This is where you start panicking. You start calling me out on things I'm going to call you out.
It's not,
there's no panic.
Let me finish my sentence, and then you can interrupt me after. So we see these observations. We can see the sun and the moon below eye level. That's a problem for you. Okay. We also have a situation to where we can see a half illuminated moon, quarter moon, with an angle to the sun of 89.7 degrees, which shows it to be between times further away. That's also a problem. These are actual measurements. Now, your comeback is, well, we don't know what the sun is, we don't know what the moon is, and these shadows and holograms. That's weak. That's weak sauce.
Oh my God! Shut up. Okay,
I can take the number 108. Hold on 1 second. I can take the number 108 and times it by the diameter of the sun and get the distance, and that's not using science at all.
So this is the thing, right? So we're in the process of about to send up a balloon roughly 25 miles. We're gonna have a camera that's looking at the stars. I would love for a baller to enlighten me as to how do the stars disappear as you go higher. And in addition, we're also going to have an infrared camera on there.
Why would the stars disappear when you go higher?
Yeah. Does that work on a globe? How does that work?
Well, no, tell me how the stars disappear when you go higher.
I'm telling you that when you go higher, the stars disappear.
Who says that?
The actual observations. So okay,
well, give me an example of one.
Okay, then you agree it doesn't work on a globe.
No, I didn't know what you're even asking or saying. Are you talking about a picture?
I'm in the middle of talking.
Are you talking about what picture?
Shut up.
My God.
Okay.
What's it?
So what else we're doing is we're gonna have an infrared camera on there, right? And so 25 miles up, we have an infrared camera, and we're gonna see thousands and thousands of miles. We're gonna see land masses that are thousands of miles away. So this doesn't work in your little paradigm of the Earth being evolved. Thousands of miles. In addition, if we look out and we see the horizon. When we throw an infrared on there, that horizon should change position. Specifically, it should drop down because according to you guys, it's limbed up. So then it should drop down when we use infrared. Right?
Those are good tests. Yep.
But it's not going to, of course. It's not going to drop down when you use infrared. Just like whenever I look out the water and you can look and see like boats look like they disappear, right? Things in the distance, and you see the water looks like it's coming up. And then when you throw an infrared on it, the horizon changes position. The horizon changes just by changing the spectrum of light. So that's not a physical obstruction. Why can't I start to see the boat again once I pull out infrared? Oh, did the infrared X-ray vision through the Earth? Okay. We also can take lights across bodies of water, put them right above the water. There should be dozens of feet blocking the little light source on the right above the water. Yet we can see it across the lake, completely calm lake, and you can only see it when the lake is really calm. Oh, well, I guess refraction just happens to coincide with the calmness of the lake. When the lake is calm, there's refraction. When the lake is not calm, there isn't refraction, and that's physical Earth curve blocking. Or, of course, when the lake is calm, you can see across it, and whenever it's not calm, you can't because the water's not as flat. Wow. And then we see the light across the body of water that should be obstructed by dozens of feet of curvature. And what we see is there's all kinds of lights behind the person holding the light, and all of them are reflecting off the water in a
Do you ever
symmetrical
stop?
reflection. This all debunks the globe. There's no you don't have a rebuttal for any of that.
He did stop and give you a time to respond. You didn't, so he was like, "Well, fuck it, I'll go on and name the next thing."
Yeah, pretty much. Can you rebut any of that? Like,
Oh,
claiming
if you take it in small, you talked about being more concise and in small chunks and letting people interact, and now you're talking over me. Now you're talking over me again.
Yeah, because we don't want to hear you just skate past what I just said. Answer this question specifically. Do you think that refraction just coincidentally coincides with the calmness of the lake?
It is absolutely a factor because it has to do with the air. Has to do with the density gradient and the inverse relationship of the temperature normally be seen to what it actually is. So the point is there is a direct relationship between the temperature, the density with respect to the density of the medium, and then the angle of incidence through this medium and the surface shape. So those things will affect refraction. Refraction generally will show you a light will be bending down, which is up, and by going to an infrared camera, you change it ever so slightly. You can start seeing some of these objects' shapes and visibly reflective of it start getting blurred sometimes and being more sharper with a infrared. But the movement, as far as something measurable, almost immeasurable. We're talking about a 500 nanometer to 400 nanometer variance between the wavelengths of light between visible and infrared. It's not going to be much. It does help because it's reflected less, but it's not much.
Okay. So, like I said, the horizon changes position. We see things further whenever we use infrared. Okay. So anyway, that's the opposite.
One question for you.
Okay. According to you guys, we see further than the curve allows because things are refracted and lifted up. Yet whenever I cut out more refraction by using infrared, I see further. That doesn't make any sense. I should see more obstruction when I pull out infrared. But no, I see further. So you can't rebut that. And secondly, you're not even answering the actual point. Well, you just basically said, yes, it'll have something to do with it. Okay, so you're claiming that when there are waves and the lake's not calm, that's going to actually decrease refraction. And when the lake is calm, that's going to increase refraction?
Generally, that can happen. The point I was trying to make to you and ask you a question of, you said you get up to 25 miles, you're going to see thousands of miles. Why do you think you see thousands of miles at 25 miles up?
We've already done it. We've already seen
Who's done it?
thousands of miles. We've seen landmass. We've seen Hawaii from like just under 4,000 miles away.
Nobody's.
But hey, can you respond to the actual dude? Jamie,
No, you brought it up.
You're not just
you brought it up.
Past what I'm saying. No, dude. We're now going to.
You brought it up. You can see Hawaii from where?
Hey, buddy, we're going to take it one at a time. Okay. So whenever I pull out infrared, I can see further. But infrared cuts down on the refractive effects. So how am I seeing further whenever I cut down on the refraction when you're claiming that the reason that it looks like we can see further is because of refraction, which means when I control refraction and make it a smaller amount, then I should not see as far. I should more clearly see the physical obstruction. Yet when I use infrared, I can see further. So meaning I cut down on refractive effects or the refractive index with infrared, I can see further. So that's directly opposite of your claim that refraction.
You said it 5 times already.
That's a great point. It's not a great point.
It's a horrible point. I'll explain why. I will explain why. So infrared does allow you to cut through a lot of the visual disturbances, like the some things that are in the air. It gives you a clearer picture of what you're seeing. That's why you can see the position, the angular position of things in your field of view doesn't change all that much. That's not, even though you're saying that we have less refraction with the infrared wavelength, which is true, it's not a measurable amount to actually move something angularly in your field of view. However, we can see quite a bit further through a set of optics that has an infrared filter or an infrared laser system, which is actually emitting infrared laser light out in a distance and having it a return signal of the infrared, which would be refracted less. So you're conflating you have to admit, you've conflated 2 topics and merged them together very gracefully, I might admit, but they're really have nothing to do with
so gracefully that I understand his point and can't understand yours at all.
Well, because
he didn't even make a point. He just said no.
The point is,
first of all, you said that it's not even a quantifiable amount. Actually, it can be shown that infrared can cut up to 20% or more on the refractive index. So you're just wrong again.
no,
provably
show me where it's
Yeah,
20% of refractive
okay,
index.
why don't you look it up? I'm in a car. How about you look it up? I've already read
Go ahead.
plenty of papers about it. That's how I know you're
Okay.
making stuff up.
No, I'm not
This is the
making it
point,
up.
dude. And
I'm not making it up.
Notice that no ballers are going to be able to rebut this. So when we look out over the water, okay, and we see further than the globe allows, they claim that it's because of terrestrial refraction. The light's refracting, and then therefore it's bending down to the more dense medium, thus lifting the objects up optically so that it looks like we can see further than the globe. We can see further than the globe allows. Wait.
Right.
That's what the globe claims. They claim refraction allows us to see further. So when I use infrared, which cuts down on refraction,
right,
I can see further, which
Okay,
debunks your claim.
Okay, you just said the same thing twice that I already addressed. Two different topics. Seeing further due to infrared, which cut some of the, let's say, let's call it the visible noise, and refraction, which is the bending of light. Yes, it can change the refraction value, the refractive index by 20%, but we're talking about a refractive index that is 1.03 or 1. So that's a very small number of the refractive index being changed 20% is not going to change the angle in which you will see something, or the angle that the light will be bending all that much, or even measurably for that matter, for what we're looking at. Now, we can change, hold on, we can reduce refraction slightly, which we're talking about, and still have light bending downward and lubing things up. Just would be a little bit, slightly less, almost immeasurably less.
But it's
still,
more.
okay, can I just finish that sentence? I've addressed it very, very clearly. Seeing further is one thing, he's right, but having something change, whether it's being loomed up or not, would be the matter how much it's being loomed up. It still would be loomed up, but maybe not quite as much if you're using, if you're using less or more infrared for the measurement.
But you see further with
you don't even understand the basic argument.
I understand. I'm trying to explain to you. You're not understanding.
Stop, dude. It doesn't matter how much you want to dismiss it. The Globers always want to dismiss stuff saying it's not a lot. That doesn't matter at all. You're claiming that we see further because of refraction, which means if I cut refraction by 20%, then I should not be seeing even further.
No, because the refractive index is only part of that equation, Whitsitt. Should I post the equation for you? The refractive index for air is what? 1.00, right? So 20% greater would be 1.0046 or something.
Can any other caller address the argument, because he's not seeming to be able to do so. So again, I'm just going to repeat it one more time. So when we see too far, the globe claims that it's because of refraction, meaning that refraction allows us to see further according to you guys. Therefore, whenever I use infrared, which cuts down on refraction, I should not be able to see further. I should be able to see less distance. But in reality, when I pull out the infrared, I can see further.
Xanix's agreeing that it cuts down the refraction, but he's saying it would only make a small difference. Well,
thank you.
We're still seeing farther, Xanix. So
I know we're still seeing further because refraction is slightly less. We're still okay. Regis, you said it perfect. Thank you for that, by the way.
Desperate.
Whitsitt, I don't want to say it, and please don't. Let me just finish.
Oh boy,
promise. Whitsitt, I understand what you're saying. Yes, we have refraction that is reduced slightly by infrared. Doesn't mean that the things are not still being loomed up. They'll be being loomed up slightly less. So you plug the refractive index into the equation using infrared rather than visible light spectrum. It will change to a small degree. It doesn't mean that now suddenly things that are loomed are not on. It doesn't mean that things are being not loomed anymore. It means they're loomed less.
But we see farther, so they would have to loom more. What are you not getting?
No, we are seeing further than we should, but it's still less than that.
Xenix said there's less refraction, so we see further.
Yeah, what?
We still see further, but we just see a little less far than we would if we had the visible light. Just like if we had, oh God, really? If we had ultraviolet rays or something even higher frequencies, we would see it be even more affected by refraction. which would be we would see even more looming if that was the case.
And he's
but
buying it.
we're still seeing looming. It's just not quite as much to an almost immeasurable degree.
So then we wouldn't see farther with infrared.
Seriously, really?
Xanic, we wouldn't see
Refraction
farther
was such a
with
problem.
infrared then, would we?
How far we listen carefully, please, everyone. Listen. That means that how far we can see would actually decrease in distance.
Yes,
But in
that's what Xanic's
reality,
saying.
it increases. It doesn't matter how much.
Yeah, Xanic, you're saying it's cutting down on refraction, so it's only going to make a little bit of a difference, but you're saying that difference is in the other way, where we pull out infrared and we actually see farther, not slightly less, like you're claiming.
I'm not saying it's the other way. I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying that.
No, you're not. Your argument is not saying that.
Regis, I am agreeing with you. I said exactly what you're saying. We have refraction.
No, you're not.
Listen, we have refraction. It causes, in our model, it shows that 50 feet of the platform is missing at the bottom. Now we go infrared. Now only 45 feet is missing. We just gained 5 feet. It's in the direction you're talking about. We just see slightly less refractive effects. Does that not make sense? How does this not make sense to you guys? I'm talking to an insane asylum.
Xanic,
what are you doing,
to see
Xanic?
less
What are you
of
doing?
it, you would need more
Someone save
refraction.
this man. Someone save this man. This is what's so funny too. It's like, so he's saying that it cuts down the looming. Okay, so if there's less looming, can I see further or not as far?
Oh, Jesus, Xanic.
If
You're
there's
you're going to see further.
No, answer my question. If
You're
there's
going to
less
see further with
looming-
less refraction.
Holy shit.
This is
Holy
No
shit,
Tank
Xanic.
speaking.
Oh, sorry. I'm backward.
hold
No,
on,
you got
hold on,
me
hold on.
talking over myself. You're right. No, sorry, I misspoke.
I just wanna-
You're seeing less far. You're seeing less with more refraction. You see less far.
Xanic, you're
Why
saying
is
it
this so hard
backwards
to understand?
because your
You're
argument
making
is
this into like
backwards.
a riddle.
I
We
know.
have
I just
refraction.
wanna
Your
make.
argument is
We
Xanic,
have
can I just-
refraction. We
can I
see
get in for
50
1
feet of the
second,
boat.
Xanic? I
50
just want my
feet of
name to be
the.
heard here.
Can I
My name is
finish?
my name is. I just want to get this out.
Tanks.
No text. All right. I just wanted to make sure I was
Hey,
present.
no tanks.
for
Let
this
me just hold on.
conversation.
So we
Xanic,
have
let him fucking finish.
we
No, I
have
just,
the.
I just wanted it to be known, like in the future, that like here's my voice and I'm part of this moment.
I got your
Continue,
voice.
Xanic. Yeah.
This is
So we have the platform. It's missing 50 feet. Okay. Now we're looking at it through infrared. There's going to be less refraction, so it won't loom up as much.
All right, everyone just give me just a couple minutes with him, okay? And then we can put this up.
I'll mute anybody that comes in, all right? So don't interrupt.
All right, Xanic. Does looming allow us to see further? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so if there's more looming, I can see even further.
Correct.
So if there's less looming, I can't see as far.
Correct.
Does infrared cut down on refraction?
Yes.
Is looming refraction?
Looming is caused by refraction.
So if I use infrared to cut down on refraction, thus decrease the amount of looming, I should not be able to see as far.
Correct.
So whenever I use infrared to cut down on refraction in real life, I can see further.
Is it clicking
No.
yet, Xanic?
You got it backward.
Your argument is backwards, Xanic.
You
That's why
see
you're
further.
not seeing it.
You see further because you're cutting through the noise, the visual noise in the line of sight. When you cut down the refraction, you have less looming. Less looming means you don't see as far.
Exactly. Holy shit, Xanic. What is wrong with you, bro? Your brain is broken.
It's you're talking about two different topics. Talking about seeing further through like a medium and seeing further because of looming. Greater looming allows you to see further. We're going to have less looming.
And
we're not going to
infrared
see
cuts
quite
it
as
down.
far.
And
I was
then
very
when we
clear about
But
this.
that's not what we see in reality. When
We
use
do see that in
infrared to
reality.
when we use infrared to cut down on looming, we see further. In reality, when we use infrared,
Okay.
we can see further.
Okay, you're again conflating two completely different topics. Cutting through the atmosphere the noise, the visual noise is one thing.
You're confusing
Let's talk about
reality for,
angular position change of objects in the field of view. The angular position change, this angle, which is the net result of refraction, will change due to the frequency of light very slightly. You said the refractive index changes by 20%. That means it goes 0.1.00 to 1.005 or something like that. That will have a net effect on this angular positional change, completely unrelated to seeing further through the noise of the atmosphere.
Look, if infrared cuts down on refraction, and the globe claim is that we see further than the globe allows because of refraction. If I then pull infrared out and I can see further, that goes directly against the claim that more refraction allows me to see further, because whenever I cut down on refraction, which means I shouldn't see as far, in reality, we see further.
You got to be kidding me. Now it's like, this is serious. Like, we got it really clear. Two things, Whitsitt. Seeing further through the noise of the medium is one thing. That's what you're talking about, seeing further. Refraction for the bending of light, which is what refraction is. Looming is caused by refraction. If you reduce the looming by a lesser refractive index, that still means you can have looming. It just means you might not have as much. Why is this so hard to understand?
But we see farther with the infrared, not slightly less.
Right there. You're just
that's
getting
dumb as hell.
It's just because of light waves. I can't deal with stupid. This is being ridiculous now. I'm sorry.
Dude,
there's different frequencies
You
of
got to
light.
listen to this back, bro. You got to listen to this back.
I rest my case, dude. Thanks for playing.
Well, here's one way of looking at it, Zanuck. If the shorter wavelength of light is higher energy, it creates more refraction. And 700 nanometers is infrared, or beyond that point is infrared. Then it would mean that what, Zanuck, when it comes to refraction?
You think 700 nanometers is infrared?
Beyond 700, I said. Beyond
What
790.
What is green? How many nanometers is green?
You're sitting around 450, 500.
Now, is infrared a longer wavelength or a shorter wavelength?
So if you have the refraction of light due to the shorter wavelength of light, if it's infrared, it would be a longer wavelength of light, right?
Yes.
There you go. So if you can see, if you have a infrared and it's allowing you to see that wavelength of light, well, I guess you might have to consider what the implications are. If you're
telling you, your refractive index changes. And I'm taking Witz's word for it. He said 20%. So if your refractive index is 1 point visible light spectrum, and you're now rolling into the infrared spectrum, which is 700, 800 nanometer, I guess. So what would the effect on the angle be for of a light path that's going through a differential medium at a certain angle of incidence with the wavelength of infrared?
So it has nothing to do with necessarily angle, but the visibility of light. And if you're going to see a different visible light,
it's caustic.
It's going to have implications on visuals, and this is particularly why you use infrared, is because you're allowed to see farther due to the wavelength of light that you're allowing to come through the lens.
Fine. So it can see through things like dust and fog easier with infrared. That's why they use infrared laser.
Well, no, it's because you're cutting out the blue. It's because you're cutting out 450. Yeah.
Light, yes, they're cutting out all the
what happens,
visible
right?
noise.
You admit that, right? You understand that, okay?
Because it refracts less, and it also has it's a single beam. So we have infrared lasers. You know that they're called LIVAR. LIVAR systems allow planes to land in fog or see through trees, or combat soldiers to see through bushes and stuff, because it only responds back to a certain frequency and a distance timing of this laser. They use that's very, very effective. So we're talking about seeing further because of the nature of the longer wavelength of light. That is not in dispute here. I'm talking about an angular position in your field of view. When we see them loom up, they are angularly changing up in your field of view due to the bending of light. That looming of the light bending downward looms things upward. That relationship is completely different than seeing further just out in the distance through fog or dust or smoke or something. You're conflating the two, and it's making a very difficult conversation.
You don't understand what you're talking about.
I do. You see further with infrared. Like I can see the top of that ship.
Can you tell us why
I
for
couldn't
real
see
though?
before.
Can
Now,
you explain
we're not
why
talking about
though?
the angle. We're not talking about the
Does
angle
the
where that.
infrared refract?
Hold on. Can I finish the sentence?
That's
We're
what
not talking about the angle of position in our field of view of that smokestack. We're saying we can see it, though we couldn't see it before. However, the bottom of the ship is hidden. Now, with the infrared, how much of the bottom is now hidden that we're using infrared? Maybe a little less will be hidden. So we do see further because of the nature of the infrared, but we also have an angular position thing, which are keeping things from being hidden by the surface, which is the
So
horizon.
you don't want to.
Okay, so you don't want to listen to that. That really
I
gets
heard
you.
you, Zanik. You said the bottom of the ship is hidden due to refraction. Yes, I can
No,
agree
bottom of the ship
sometimes.
is hidden by the horizon. I said horizon very clearly. Less of it would be hidden when it bends less, which would be a reduction in refraction due to the fact that we've got a longer wavelength, which gives you a less refractive value. I've been very clear about this. Play it back if you'd like. I misspoke one time in the middle there, only because you guys were freaking drive me crazy. But this is very clear and concise way of explaining what we were talking about.
if you're defending the globe the whole time, that's misspeak.
Seeing through dust in the air, think through is one thing, and
Zanik.
seeing where the angular position
Zanik,
change.
quit talking, dude.
He's driving it. Maybe the guy with the car.
Here's
Quit
the thing,
talking,
Zanik.
Zanik.
If I have two cameras, Zanik, and one has infrared and one doesn't, we're shooting the same scenery. Which one is reality?
The infrared will show a better representation of things, angular position truer to where they would be if there was no atmosphere, less refraction.
If I have a private perspective, an individual perspective, and it's just mine, I don't have an apparatus to determine anything other, but I'm devising a model and a system based on my private perspective, could then I conclude that there may be a position where I have to ask myself, knowing that there's new technology, and I have an apparent position due to one and another apparent position due to another, then I must ask myself which one is reality, right?
We've already gone over this. We already agreed that refraction, there is less of an effective refraction. We're talking about angular. Please separate the angular position change of object with seeing further. That's two different topics. And we're claiming that the horizon, because we're on a sphere, is blocking the bottom of objects, and looming causes us to see more of those objects. Not further, but seeing more of them angularly. There's two different topics. You guys are conflating the two.
You got dunked on. That's brutal, man.
Yeah. Can you guys hear me?
Is he roboting? Or? Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
I think you're breaking up.
If you're speaking now, nobody can hear you.
By the way, Zanik, you didn't just say the wrong thing. You were slowly walked through the severe contradictions in your model and your refraction concepts.
Did I not end on the same thing I've been saying the entire time? The looming is less. You will see more of the object. Seeing further is due to the effect of using infrared for, as you see in the distance, via the noise, perturbations, dust, smoke, etc. in the atmosphere. But when you have less refraction, things are bent down less. So looming is less. So you see more of the object due to less looming. I think I was pretty clear about that.
Further,
There was no,
when there's
no
less.
circle talk. There was no mistakes in that particular sentence. Exactly what I said along the way. One time I think I had a reverse.
No.
You guys would drive me nuts.
Zanik, your whole argument is reverse, bro. I don't know why you can't see it, but it is.
Light bends, let's walk through one more time. Light bends down due to looming. You see more of an object. Angular position in your field of view is changing upward. So if we have less looming, we'll see more So we'll see less looming, we'll see less of that object. Less looming, less of the object.
And it's the opposite in
Yeah.
the real
So
world.
with infrared, there's less refraction, and we see farther. But that shouldn't happen.
Yeah, all of our understanding is coherent, meaning whenever it's clear outside, we can see further. You guys claim that when it's clear outside, there's more refraction, coincidentally. And when we use infrared, we cut through a lot of the Atmos effect on what we see further. You guys are claiming, though, since we're decreasing the amount of refraction, we shouldn't be able to see as far. But the exact opposite happens in reality. So, what flat earthers should do is go out.
Again, we just talked about.
Stop
We
interrupting.
said that if there's less looming, then things will be more hidden.
Stop. I'm about to do my next set. I'm just trying to say something. What flat earthers should do is, like, say, go out, make an observation where we see much further than the globe, right? Do the math and be like, okay, the globe necessitates that there's this much refraction happening right here. Okay, document it all, then pull out the P1000 with infrared and show how much further you can see, compare them, even videotape with two cameras, right? Like a P900 and a P1000 without and then with infrared. Or even make it where you can swap between the two and show, ideally they'll be exactly the same time, right? And leave no wiggle room out and show that when you use infrared, I've done this myself, so I know it happens. When you use infrared, you see further every time. Every single time you can see further with infrared.
Well, even in their own understanding of infrared or visible light, the higher the energy, the more refraction. So the idea is that you're seeing through that field based on the way that the lens obviously is designed to filter out this apparent vibration through the medium that it's traveling from the position of the object and your spatial relationship to it. So the idea that you're reducing the effects of the energy in the medium, whether you call that refraction, it still holds true that you're going to see farther beyond the boundaries described in your model. And that has to be concerning for you, Zanuck, because how do you then calculate an apparent position due to curvature?
Yeah, Zanuck, do you get it yet?
We can do experimentation here very easily. Like I said in many discussions prior to, you take an observation, you take a measurement to an object angularly in your field of view, and start raising the elevation from the surface, above the surface, to that object, and measure those angles. And then you'll get a curve, a statistical amount of plots, data points, and you'll find a curve that's plotted. And through that curve that you plot, using a little bit of calculus, you can figure out exactly what the error position would be, any altitude based on that curve, and determine what the refraction value is absolutely is at any value. So that's not hard to do.
So yeah, that's not hard to do. So there is an already measured arc, if you will, in perspective. For instance, there is this egocentric relationship that you have to objects in your spatial field. And what happens is there's this apparent rising, like you call looming, and this is the effect of refraction. But you see, this is an optical effect. And so in the translation of the data, it's showing the arc that you describe based on optics and not the physical properties of the Earth. But the spatial,
because using the same optics.
But it's based off of the spatial relationship of the person and the object in that person's space. They account for the slope effect due to optics, not the arc or the sagitta or a feet inches value due to sphericity of the body in which you're standing. So there has to be, again, an inversion to that. So if you're going to say that if I'm going to raise an elevation, are you measuring optics again or actual physical space on the surface of the Earth?
Physical space on your surface of the Earth, because you're actually measuring where that object is, where it should be. You know where it should be if they're flat. So that's your baseline. No pun intended. You have a baseline to the object. You know where it should be angularly. For example, when I measured that my experiment to Huntington Beach from Mount Baldy at 5,000 feet, I got 1.8 degrees. And in actuality, if it's flat, it should have been 1.5 degrees. So why is there a difference between what I measured at 5,000 feet to where it should be if the ground is flat, to where it actually is measured at a pretty steep angle? Well, not that steep, but steep as far as optics go. 1.9 degree measurement to the beach, which you can see very clearly through any kind of theodolite or a telescope or anything, any rudimentary measurement you can make. So that shows me there is a discrepancy. That discrepancy is not looming, it's not refraction, because our angle of incidence is far too great for that to be a problem.
Did you account for the optical illusion of convergence and what that plays
What does
into
that
position?
mean? What does that mean?
I'm glad you giggled. I'll let you know. So as the apparent convergence happens, which means it's an optical illusion, means that nothing of the sky and ground is coming together, and none of that mountain that you're actually measuring is changing size, but your spatial relationship to it does. Now, did you account for that?
Yes, trigonometry accounts for that perfectly. That dock that is 100. Hold on. That dock that is 200 yards long, it has angular size and angle distortion due to perspective that makes it look as a little. There's some stooping going on as well, but you can measure all that using trigonometry, and everything works with reality using trigonometry. No problem there whatsoever.
So you're using trigonometry, but optics is non-Euclidean in the sense that you're seeing a convergence of parallel lines that's not actually happening. So do you know how to separate the two?
It does. They do actually happen. Trigonometry dictates. Hold on. Trigonometry dictates that when I look at something at a and I take an angle to it, even though that angle, that distance from that point is still, with respect to the ground, the same exact distance as it is when it was at my feet. The angle change is trigonometric. There's no question about that. And if I go out a mile, I'll have an angle to it as well. That is still an angle. That still is perspective. That's why it's more of an acute angle with respect to horizontal, but it still makes sense due to trigonometry. That is perspective. That is perspective uses trigonometry. And you know this. You've talked about rise of a run.
There's a limitation is what I'm going to suggest to you here. And the fact that your work doesn't account for that limitation, and this is hence why you claim calculus and so forth later on, is because there is a limitation to accuracy when it comes to Euclidean over larger distances. That is well established and well known. So if you want to use it in proximity to a human limited field of view, there is a limitation to that field of view. It's because you're actually using Euclidean when eventually over a spatial limitation, it turns into non-Euclidean where there's an optical illusion. So the apparent size changes and all those effects, while they may be ratio-based, they're not 100% bulletproof when it comes to perspective. On a sheet of paper, if you're building length, width, and architectural things, sure, you actually are working within the parameter of exact ratios when it comes to distance and vertices. But in reality, you have an optical illusion, Zanuck, of convergence, which is non-Euclidean.
No, train trust convergence is not up due to anything other than trigonometry. Those are trigonometric values that are it's not an optical illusion. I mean, it's actually what you see. And it's not meaning say, things aren't, you can't say, that train track didn't go to a point. It's still 5 feet apart. Well, yeah, it is 5 feet apart. It's 5 feet apart, a mile away, but it still has an angle that should be converging because that's how trigonometry works, both in a lateral and vertical sense. There's no problem with that whatsoever.
If you're to measure over a larger distance the height of a building, and you're trying to get its exact height, and you're using ratios over larger distances, the error increases as far as your accuracy is concerned.
Sure, accuracy is always going to be an issue.
Kind of measurements, in reality, you're not taking long distances into account because the error increases. This is well established. So in your examples, when you're claiming to measure a distance between 2 points, and you do not take the optical illusion effect into account, and it's just straight trigonometry, that's not a proper argument, because it's not highlighting the contention of the argument, which is the conflation of convergence is due to sphericity or a apparent drop position from vertical is only measured at longer distances, but claimed at 16,000 feet, boats go over the edge. So you have major discrepancies as far as how your model how your model is actually conveyed to somebody listening.
a good point. Now, also, so what he tried to say was that it's just cutting down atmospheric noise. That's what he's saying is when it's clearer outside and there's less atmospheric turbulence, you can see further. Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth. Whenever it's clear outside, for those of us who actually go outside and try to look at things, when it's clear outside, you can see further. You guys just claim coincidentally when it's clear outside, there's the most refraction. But you actually claim that the refraction is unrelated to, say, how clear it is outside.
No one's ever said when it's clear,
which is
it's
just
the most
retarded, of
refraction.
course.
We have the fog. In fact, the most amount of refraction I've ever seen. Can I say something? The most amount of refraction I've ever seen is the black swan. That is and I've been down there. It's down there just last month, and I was live with my video feed. You can see there's those platforms being hidden. It was a windy day. It just had stormed. It was a very clear day. There's still a little refraction, but there was which are blocking the bottoms of these objects. When we see the bottoms of the objects then appear, usually those days are not very clear. They're very hazy and very hot. Hot day, we have a temperature inversion near the surface of the water, which causes extreme refraction. That's what we usually see consistently. Consistently. Not always the case, though.
So when we go out in reality, what we see is like, say I go look at some mountains that are like 100 miles away. You can't really make them out, or you can't really see them. When you go back the next day, and if it's really calm and clear outside, you can see the mountains. Right. Now, this is obvious and common sense, and a 7-year-old would know this. If you ask a 7-year-old, hey, can you see further outside when it's clearer or when it's not as clear? They're going to say, of course, you can see further when it's clear. Well, this is what we see in reality. So say that these mountains are supposed to be obstructed, and I go out and I can see them when it's clear outside. You guys are claiming that there's actually more refraction.
No one's ever said that. No one's ever said that.
What you're claiming is that you have to claim that because I didn't see it the day before when it wasn't as clear.
No one said that. I've seen those situations with the looming and not looming, whether it be a clear or not a clear. Depends on temperature. We have pictures of the hidden oil rigs with you can see the chop of the day. We know it's a windy day. In fact, most windy days will be a little clear because that blows out any kind of, especially over the ocean, any kind of smog or dirt or anything, dust and fog in the air will be blown out. So it's very clear, and you can see very far. The furthest you can see when it's clear. But furthest doesn't mean things aren't being hidden. The mountaintops are clearer. You can see them with much more detail, but certain boats and things are gone. Half of oil rigs are gone, even though you can see further. So that's a stark contrast what you're saying with.
Okay, no, he's just not going to respond. No one cares. In reality, when you go outside and it's clearer, you can see further. I'm wondering if any other ballers can actually address the point, because Zanuck did a terrible job. Like, according to the claim that the Earth's a globe, we went out and we see hundreds of miles too far as if the Earth were flat. So we go out and we see these observations, and then the globe claims, oh, well, it's just an illusion. That mountain that should be blocked by thousands of feet of Earth curvature, you can see it, but it's just an illusion. It's refracted up over the curve of the Earth, and it looks like that. Okay, cool. So refraction causes us to see further because light bends to the more dense medium based on the vertical density gradient. The light bending to the more dense medium causes the objects to optically lift up via looming, and we can see further over the curve, even though it's kind of an illusion. Okay. So now if I go out there and I use a tool that cuts down on the amount of refraction, that means I shouldn't be able to see as far or as much of the object, because now it's going to be less loomed, thus less of it's going to be lifted up optically over the curve. Yet in reality, when I go out there on the beach and I pull out my infrared camera, I can see further, which is directly opposite to the claim that was just stated by the globe.
Again, you're conflating. You're conflating.
I second someone else respond.
Oh, okay.
I asked if someone else respond.
Before that, someone else responds. Can I ask you a quick question before you do that?
No, I'm about to do my next set. I want to hear another baller that can pretend to actually address the point.
Well, I mean, with this picture I just posted is stark contrast. Seeing further, we don't, and we see it clearer. And yet, calm, we don't see. We don't see as. But okay, you can do what you got to do.
Okay. Yeah, it looks like the bottom picture is clear to me.
It's calmer, and then you chop on the water. You can see the waves. day. In that
Oh,
that
so
oil
when the
well,
when the
second one.
when the water's more
Go ahead.
when the water's more calm, we can see further.
Well, in this particular case, because there's some looming going on.
It's not,
We know it's looming because it's higher up in your field of view.
like whenever gets white out to the lake and she went across the lake. He said they've tried the test many times, but when the lake's not very calm, you can't see the light. But they went out there and the lake was super calm at night, and then they could see the light. So you can see the
Oh my
light only
God.
when the lake is super calm.
You're the king of
You
diverting.
are yourself saying, no, you can say, "Oh my God, this is your belief system." Your
No,
belief
you
system
told me you understand how
is
perspective
coincidence
works.
that
Why?
more refraction.
Okay, Whitsitt.
I can't.
Whitsitt. Why? You said you know how perspective works. You know how things go down to the center field of view at the distance. Why is the back object, which is more illuminant as far as the bottom of the structure, it is at the same level as the top of this oil structure? Whereas that doesn't comport with how perspective works. Yet the top picture, where more of the bottom of the oil rig is hidden, does. Things are farther away. They should come down to eye level. That makes more sense. Obviously, the bottom in your field of view, it's up. That is an effect of refraction. I mean, why is this not apparent to you? You're a smart guy. Figure this one out.
So
Come
I'm
on.
gonna finish what I was saying, and I would love for you to not interrupt because I'm at the gym. So when I talk, I'm talking in between my sets. I don't have time to play this little game with you, or you interrupt me. Yeah, thank you. So this is what the globe claims. It's just a coincidence that there's more refraction, making the Earth look like it's flat. There's more refraction when the water's calmer, and there's more refraction when it's clearer outside. And they're just coincidences. We're not seeing further because the water's calmer and because it's clear outside. We're seeing further because of refraction, and just coincidentally, it coincides with when it's clear outside when the water's calmer. What a cool story you have there.
All right.
That's
well,
why no one can
there's
address the
your
point.
clear day.
If I cut down on the refraction, if I cut down on the amount of refraction, then I should not be able to see as far, according to the globe claim.
No, but I just posted another picture. I totally can contrast to that.
When there's less waves, do you think there is more energy or less energy when it's calmer? And here's the thing that's really gonna hurt if you get it. If the claim in your model is that the higher amount of energy would induce more refraction, how is it during a calmer day you're going to claim refraction when it's lower energy? Because it's a calmer day.
I got a calmer day where there's less refraction. I got 2 calm days where there's one and one's not refracted.
So
look
your
at the
model
picture I just posted. Hold on. Data. I just posted one. The oil rig is half gone. And it's a calm day. You can see the bird flying by there. The water has no. It's the ocean, by the way. And yet the bottom picture is also a calm day where it's a completely different position with the
It can be
habitat
calm and
platform.
humid. It can be calm and humid.
So you don't want to listen. You're just going to
Florida.
say things and just blindly go about your business without even paying attention to what the hell I'm saying.
Is it true the higher the amount of energy, the more refraction of light?
I don't even know how to even answer that question, Data. It makes no sense.
So is it true that if the energy in the environment that you're looking at has, and when it comes to visible light, you're going to have more refraction effects?
No.
Okay. So if your model says that the lower frequency you can see farther, that would be lower energy, and a higher frequency.
Wait. Energy in a system? You said about wind velocities and come on. You're talking about energy of light? You're talking about the energy of light?
Well, if you're using infrared versus visible light, there are different refraction effects between the two. And if you're claiming in your model that the higher amount of energy equals more refraction, a calmer day, you see farther.
I didn't say that. You can just the opposite what you just said. The refraction is caused by not only the refractive index data, but the angle of incidence and the differential medium. You have 2 major factors, which are almost more of a factor than the wavelength of light, just so you know.
Sure. Water's reflective. You have the angle of incidence.
Not reflective, refractive.
It's both reflective and refractive. It's a mirror.
We're not talking about refraction. We're not talking about reflection.
Internal
We're not talking about diffraction, refraction. We're talking about refraction, not diffraction, not reflection. Come on, get it straight.
Internal reflection is known at the angle of the observer where you're looking at it, depending where you're looking at it, you can see internal reflection. Water has a mirror effect based on the angle that you see it.
We're not talking about mirrors and internal reflections.
When there is more refraction, there has to be more energy, right? And the idea is that the infrared, you're seeing through that energy, seeing a different wavelength of light that's traveling at a different rate of oscillation, if you will. I mean, that's the idea of seeing these wavelengths of light, whether it's visible or invisible. They are oscillating at a certain rate. So if you have visible light affected by its oscillation due to higher energy input into the atmosphere, it's going to give you visible distortions. And being that water has a mirror-like effect, it has this internal reflection, even at angles specific to the height of the observer, you can get all these awesome effects, but they're all optical illusions. It's not actually taking place. Let me rephrase that. The energy exchange and all that stuff is real. That's where you can see the, with time-lapse footage of the Earth responding to that energy. It's the idea is that you're claiming that you can measure that energy and give it a Mercator point on sphericity.
Also, what I think's so funny how they don't understand about the black swan is like when it's clearing, you can see further, you can see it way further and way more of the bottom, and so you're seeing through more atmospheric obstruction, which is why, as you can see further through more atmosphere, and you're going to have more of an effect from the atmosphere because you're seeing through more of it. Duh. This is super funny, man. Like, where are all the other ballers? Where are you guys at? How come if you guys claim that we see further because of refraction, whenever I use infrared that cuts down refraction, I see further?
Because when you're seeing further, you're not really seeing further. When you're not seeing as far, you're actually seeing further. Than when you see further, that's an actual shortening of how far you can see due to the refraction. The looming looms things up so that you can more visually see them due to refraction, which causes you to see less, which causes you to see more. Does that make sense?
I guess less is more.
It's super funny. It's like
I mean, that's more or
refraction makes us
less.
see further. Hey, left lane. If refraction makes us see further, then how come when I use infrared, which cuts down on refraction, I can see further?
I don't know.
Isn't that like directly the opposite of your claim, right? Like,
You guys still think you can see Hawaii from?
No. Nice attempts to change the subject. So,
kind of like saying when I increase the flow on my water hose, it shoots further. But
No,
when
we
I
didn't say that.
decrease the flow in my water hose, it
again
actually goes further.
Again, you can see further because you're cutting through less atmosphere. Problems with the atmosphere. When you have less refraction, you have less looming. Looming allows you to see further, so you don't see as far when there is less looming, when there's less refraction.
yet when we use infrared, which cuts down on refraction and thus looming, which means there's less refraction and looming, we see further.
Right, but you're missing, again, I've said it 5 times now. Seeing further through the atmosphere is different than the angular position change of objects, which are being hidden by Earth curve. The Earth curve hiding is due to refraction as well. And there'll be less hidden when you have more refraction, more looming. If there's less looming, less looming means something will be more hidden. You won't see the bottom. Doesn't mean you're not seeing as far. It means you're not seeing as much of the object. Angular position versus distance. You're conflating the two, Witsit, and you're probably doing this for a reason. You're trying to be crafty, but I can see right through it very easily.
Hey, does
No
any of the
pun
ballers
intended.
agree with Zanuck? Because I know you guys are in a cult. So do you all agree with Zanuck? Before I dunk on him, come on, you guys.
You have a rebuttal or not?
I'm gonna write in the chat so there's no ambiguity, and you can then comment about it.
Yeah, you're goofy. So, this is the facts, right? If the object's being loomed up over the curve of the Earth, that means we're going to be able to see more of the bottom of the object when there's more refraction. Yet, when I use the infrared that cuts through the refraction, I can see more of the object and I can see further, which shows that when you cut through the atmospheric conditions and effects, you see further on Earth. And you guys claim it's actually just the atmospheric
No,
conditions.
I'm sorry, I couldn't have my tongue there, but you said more of the object. You had nothing to say about that earlier. You said see further. Now you're saying more of the object.
No, that's
That's not
incorrect.
the same thing.
That's incorrect. I literally explained earlier that when you see a boat look like it's disappearing from the bottom up, when you pull infrared out, you can bring the boat back. I
No, you
specifically said
can't.
that. I said that at the very beginning. So you're just lying about how I didn't say something. Or you're desperately trying to avoid. So now you're saying no, you can't. So then you agree if you can that it debunks your claim.
No, I'm saying that the less looming will hide more of the object, even though you see further because there's more ability to see through the atmosphere. Because there is less looming, you won't see as much of the object, very slightly, or almost immeasurably.
Can you explain how more things hidden allows you to see further?
I thought I did a good job of that before. I'll try again. You have looming. It's caused by refraction. Looming allows things to be unhidden by the curvature of the Earth. So if it's loomed up due to extreme refraction, it is being unhidden because of looming. If you have more, if you have less refraction, that becomes more of the object is hidden. But less refraction also on a calm, clear day might mean, and using infrared, not less refraction so much, using infrared will let you see further because you're seeing more through the atmosphere, greater distance.
Hold on a
Because
second.
there's
Hold on a
less
second. Hold on a second.
restriction
Hold on a second. Real quick.
through your line of
So-
sight to
so what-
objects that are maybe 20, 30 miles away.
So what are we
That's
seeing?
infrared. That's what infrared does.
So what are we seeing that is further? If more things are obstructed, but we're seeing further, how are we seeing less things but seeing more things at the same time?
Because, dude, you don't make it like a wordsmith game here. You can't see the island.
You
pull out
are
your
the
high
wordsmith.
power- Hold on. You
Please
asked me a
help.
question. I
Here's
get
this
two
flat,
words
Xanax.
and you cut me off. You can't see the island because it's light fog. Just can't see it. Is there two islands? Is there one island? Then you pull out your infrared camera, or you have an infrared laser system, which is high tech stuff. Boom, you see it clear as day. You've just changed infrared from visible light, and you see. However, the looming effect of an oil rig that is 100 foot missing, when you use infrared, suddenly there's more of that oil rig hidden. It starts sinking down a little more because it's loomed less.
That's incorrect.
So your claim is that there's going to be more hidden with so there's going to be more of an object hidden with infrared. That's your claim.
Less looming. I said that since the beginning.
So
If I
okay,
misspoke,
here's
so
the
say
thing.
it.
Let's be
then-
really
so then
clear on
you're-
this. Let's be really clear on this because if we
I'm
if we
writing it.
plot
I'm writing in
make
the chat to make sure there's no
observations, I want
ambiguity.
to make sure that we are really clear on this. Zanuck, just let me speak. Your claim is that if we are observing an object that appears to be obstructed from the bottom up with a normal camera, then we switch to infrared, we will actually see more of that object hidden with the infrared. Is that your claim?
Yes, more of the object hidden, more hidden,
Okay.
less of the object. In other words, yes.
All right, that's fine.
Okay. So then, if I go out on the Earth and I see an object look like it's hidden, and I pull out infrared, and then I can see more of the object, then it would debunk your claim, right?
No, because you're saying more. You're not talking the same language.
It's
An
literally
angular
the same
change in your
question.
field. Looming is an angular position change of an object in your field of view. It has to loom up. It has to go upward. If it doesn't change upward, it doesn't matter whether you're seeing more of it. You mean more of the bottom of it, or you're you're saying distance, or now you're saying
No,
more of
he
the
didn't
object.
say distance. Zanuck, can you
So
just
you
listen
would
for
see,
one
if
second?
you
I'm
use
going to put
infrared,
you
you
on
see
mute
less
so
of
that
it.
we can
It'll be
clearly
more hidden.
articulate this.
It'll be
I'm
more
going to
hidden.
put you on mute so that we can clearly articulate this, right? Because what I said is your claim is that when we're viewing an object and we have a bottom portion of that object hidden. When we view it with infrared, there will be more of the bottom hidden. Austin then said, so if we go out and make observations, and when we look at it with a normal thing and a bottom portion of the object is hidden, and then we view it with infrared and less is hidden, would that debunk your claim? It's literally just saying the opposite of what you said, and you said no. So this is kind of disingenuous to say this will happen, and we say, okay, what if the opposite of that happens? Then you say, well, then that doesn't debunk what I said. Did anybody else catch that, or is it just me?
No, that's exactly what happened.
So then which is it, Danik? Because you're going to need to be held to one specific claim. So if we're viewing an object that has a portion of the object hidden with a normal camera, and then we pull out infrared, what is your prediction as to whether or not more or less of that object will be hidden? Which one, more or less?
The infrared will have less of an effect of refraction. So that means there'll be less lumen. That means more of the object. Now, it can be measurable, probably not. But because we're talking about a wavelength of some object that's being hidden by the bending of light. How much less did it bend? Well, obviously, we already have the value. We can plug it in any Snell's law equation, not even a differential Snell's equation,
You
and figure out
can't
what the
answer,
angle.
can you?
Hold on. I'm almost done.
I
And
did
how
ask
much,
for an
how much that
explanation.
angle would change. It's not going to be measurable, especially optically. But yes, theoretically, if you have less refraction, there'll be less looming, more of the object will be hidden.
Okay, so your prediction is we make a long distance observation, normal camera, normal optics, we see a portion of an object hidden. Then we do the exact same observation with the camera that is an infrared. More of that object will be hidden. Yes or no?
Hidden
No
by
explanation
the
about refraction.
bottom,
Yes
correct?
or no?
No, but
I'm gonna
you had hidden.
I'm going to
Hidden
mute you
as
if
in
you don't say yes or
things
no.
can be hidden by clouds. Are we talking about the bottom, right? We're
Dude,
talking about
never mind.
obscured by the bottom.
I'm muting you
Yes, the
because,
bottom. If the bottom is being hidden by Earth,
dude, literally, how can we have a legitimate conversation if you can't hold to this simple of a specific claim? You can't just say yes, but no, then refraction. If it's up, down, left, right, and then when we're up downing it to the left and the right, based on the wavelength of the this, of the that, it's literally a yes or no question. Will more of that object be hidden with the infrared view? Yes or no?
you said hidden. You said hidden, and I don't know what you mean by
Yes
that. You mean
or no?
you're
Will you love
saying
me forever?
hidden. Bottom up. The bottom
Yes
part that's hidden will be
or
seen. You'll be seeing less of it.
no?
If the
Will
bottom
you
is
love me
hidden,
forever?
less of the bottom.
It's pretty telling, Zanuck, that you have to
Come
add
on, boy.
all this extra
Because he could
info.
say, "Oh, here's a picture of it's hidden by clouds, and now we see through the clouds with the infrared." That
You
would
know
be the
exactly what I'm
that would
saying.
not be
Danik,
what I wanted.
we're talking about hidden by the horizon, what the
Okay,
optical
yes.
effect
Then
that
why didn't you
we
say
see.
that?
Oh
Because
my
you know,
God.
crafty little wordsmithers will try to bend, push someone in
How?
a corner, and
I
ask
made
them
it
to say
very
yes or no, and
specific.
just talk
I
over me the
said,
entire time.
I was very specific. I said, if we see an object obscured from the bottom up, which doesn't have to do with clouds and fog and any of
That
that
you didn't
shit.
say. I was asking for that.
I literally said it.
You did, and I was
times.
asking for that clarification. Yes, that's the case. Yes, less of it will be seen. Technically, less of it will be seen using infrared because it'll be less refraction.
100% of all of us knew what he was talking about. Stop playing games.
But no, the games are when he comes back and shows me the pictures. See, I see more with the infrared.
Yeah,
Oh, but
because
that's like then I got to fight with him about that's
we're the ones who
fog,
do that,
or it's hidden
Zanny.
by waves, or hidden by something else.
Yeah,
I
we're the
asked
ones
for a
who do
specific
that.
reason.
The game is muting someone when he doesn't say the word you want.
Maybe Ed can answer. So if there's less looming, less refraction, what is hidden more?
Ed, you there?
Ed never says anything of value ever, and every time you ask him a question specific to the conversation, he just doesn't respond. He only jumps in to like color commentate and gaslight people.
Ed, you have anything to say about that?
What's that? Did someone ask me a question?
Oh,
Yeah,
come on, dude. Don't
restate
play
it, Data. Go ahead and restate it, Data.
So if there's less refraction, what is hidden by more?
What is what? I didn't catch the last words.
I put my answer in the chat, by the way, so it's there in writing. Okay.
Zanuck, if there's less refraction, what is hiding more?
If there's less
I honestly don't think
refraction,
Ed
there's
should
less
be
looming.
for the
If there's
conversation.
less looming, there'd be more hidden.
Zanuck is lying.
What is hidden when there's less refraction, Zanuck?
Data, you're letting Ed off the hook. We already played with Zanuck. It's Ed's turn.
The object is hidden by the horizon.
Okay, Ed, you keep jumping in, talking about how everyone's scared to answer, and you have all kinds of stuff to say. So are you going to ever for once pretend that you can offer any type of intellectual value to the format and actually respond to specific points, or are you just here to try to insult people?
Wow, poisoning the well and a false dichotomy. Incredible.
Okay,
So,
so
Data, what was your question? I didn't catch the last words. If there's no refraction, then what?
You claim, Zanuck's claim is that there is more to be hidden when there's less refraction.
I didn't claim anything about what Zanuck said. I'm not sure what you're at.
You agree with what
Yeah,
Zanuck
you stood by Zanuck's side.
Yeah. In fact, you said
I didn't claim you said anything, though, so I'm not sure what you heard me say.
rebuttal. You've never said anything. You've never said anything about
You own it. Yeah,
Ed,
you own whatever
Irrelevant.
Zanuck said.
Oh, I
being that
get
you
it.
chimed in.
Ed, can you answer this question? Does refraction make us see further on the Earth?
Could be, yeah.
Okay, so do you agree that when we see further than the globe predicts, it's because of refraction?
Well, refraction is included in the glow prediction, so you're just making up a straw man. Can you ask a genuine question, please?
So when we see further than the physical geometric horizon of the globe, it's because refraction is lifting the objects up over the curve. Is that right?
Could be the case, yeah.
Could be the case, or is that what your claim is?
Could be the case, or what?
Or is that actually what you're claiming? Like, what do you mean could be the case? If the Earth's a ball, it's going to block
Well,
our
refraction doesn't always have the same effect, so I'm not sure what you're asking me. You need to be more specific then.
Okay, I'm on the Earth. It's supposedly a globe. Okay, I look out in the distance. What I'm seeing is supposed to be completely obstructed by Earth curvature with no refraction. But we can see the object beyond the geometric horizon. So is that because of refraction?
Well, you specifically said it should be hidden by the curve of the Earth, and due to refraction, it's not. So you actually answered your own question already. I'm not sure what you want from me.
I said geometric horizon. You're always behind. Yeah. So then your claim is that because of refraction, you can see things that's beyond the physical geometric horizon or curve of the Earth. Okay. So therefore, you're claiming that refraction allows us to see things from further away on the globe.
That could be the case, yes.
What other case could there be?
Well, like I said, refraction doesn't always have the same effect.
Okay, but what else could make you see further than the curve of the Earth?
I see. Well, if you go up higher in elevation.
Nope, we're keeping the same height on the ground. Try again.
I see. I don't know.
Okay, so yeah, we all know that your model's claim is that when we see further than the curve of the Earth, it's because refraction lifts the object up. Okay, so therefore refraction causes us to see things from further away according to the globe. So if I use infrared, which cuts down on refraction, then doesn't that mean I should be able to see not as far?
When you say it cuts down on refraction, so there's still refraction then, right?
Yeah, but if I'm cutting down, that means I shouldn't see as far, right?
I don't know. I'm not sure how infrared works, to be honest.
You're going far versus angular position change.
Xanax, shut up. If refraction makes me see further, but I cut down on the amount of refraction, then I shouldn't be able to see as far, right?
Right, but I'm starting to think you're not actually talking about a genuine horizon, but like something else you can see through with infrared.
You're not actually addressing the point. So
No, but then can you be more specific? Because I just brought up something that makes me think you're not being genuine here. So if you could please clarify as to what you're specifically talking about when you say horizon, that would be great.
didn't even say horizon right there. I just said see further. So according to
You
you guys,
mentioned the horizons several times. Please elaborate.
I said geometric horizon.
You still mentioned the horizon. Please be specific.
I was specific. I said geometric.
Yeah, that's not what I meant. I said I'm starting to think you talk about some horizon you can see through with infrared. So what specifically do you mean?
Okay, listen carefully. So according to the globe, there's a geometric horizon, which is the leading edge of a sphere that blocks things in the distance. It physically and tangibly obstructs things beyond it. Now, you guys claim that we never see that curvature of the Earth, the geometric horizon. We only see the apparent horizon, which is where that geometric horizon moves around because of refraction. And when we see objects in the distance further than the geometric horizon, the reason that we're able to see them, even though they're physically obstructed, is because refraction lifts those objects up, and then we're able to see it, even though it's technically hidden by Earth curvature. Therefore, your claim is that because of refraction, we can see further than the physical obstruction of the geometric horizon, which means refraction lets us see further, which means if
Yes. Under specific conditions, it does, yes.
Okay, so if I cut down on the amount of refraction, which is supposedly making me see further, if I cut down the amount of refraction, I should be able to see not as far, right?
Okay.
Okay, when I use infrared, which cuts down on refraction, I can actually see further.
Does it actually cut down on refraction? Do you have a source for that?
Yes.
Like any evidence or something? Because you said it several times, but I'm not seeing anything.
You're not? Did you actually look it up?
No, it's your claim, buddy. You have to provide the evidence. Please go ahead.
You said you're not.
Well, no. Please hold on. You constantly push us to provide evidence. So you made the claim several times that infrared cuts down on refraction. Source, please.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm in the gym, but basically, what you're saying.
Oh, come on, man! You're always have an excuse for not posting anything. Come on, just freaking post it.
Hey, are none of the ballers going to jump in and say, Ed, everyone knows that refraction due to the spectrum of light that infrared is less. No one's going to say anything. They're going to pretend this dude is actually being legit and act like it's a good question or something to contend.
So no evidence then?
Shouldn't really act like a tough guy when the source is available. If you knew the source didn't exist, then you could act like that. But you're going to end up feeling pretty stupid in a moment.
I'm looking for a source that tells me how much more or less light, visible light, refracts compared to infrared light. I can't find anything on it right now.
Oh my God. Okay, so.
Yeah, infrared refracts a little less, Ed. It's just a little less. It's very, very slight. In fact, if you look at the equations, I could post that if you'd like, and I don't think the effort which it to go through any kind of calculations. But if you have a refractive value, a refractive index of something that is, air, for example, and you use this refractive Snell's law, and you put in the wavelength of light, you put in the angle of incidence, you're not going to see much of a difference. Something not optically.
That doesn't mean anything.
It does, because you're seeing things further because it's cutting through the atmosphere.
So in your equation for the
But you're not seeing things angularly change your field of view all that much. That would change whether something's hidden or not. But technically, if it bends less, it'll loom less, which means it'll be hidden more.
Okay, so just to clarify, in your globe-saving refraction equation, you have to account for the wavelength of the light?
It's part of the refractive index, and the refractive net angle. The refractive angle is dependent upon the wavelength, angle of incidence, and the differential medium.
So the shorter the wavelength, the more refraction?
The shorter the wavelength, the more refraction.
Okay, and so infrared is a longer wavelength than visible light, right?
Correct. Less is susceptible to refraction.
Right. It's less. Okay, cool. Now let's go back to Ed. Okay, Ed. So if refraction is less in infrared, then according to you, refraction helps us see further. If there's less refraction, then I should be able to see not as far. Correct?
You're talking about hidden versus far. Why do you keep on mixing up the topic?
Why are you jumping in?
Because I don't want to see you abuse somebody like you've abused me in this.
Oh, now you're a victim and someone's
You're brain raping. You're trying to brain rape me, and I'm telling you, I'm not. No means no. You can't tell me I'm seeing further because of the way you can see through atmosphere with infrared versus something being obscured from the bottom.
Dude, so wait. Again, to clarify, okay? So if say I'm looking at a mountain, I can only see so much of it. Then I pull infrared out and I can see more of the mountain towards the bottom, then that would debunk your claim, right?
Yes.
Okay, I have videos at the house where I literally at Cape Canaveral, where NASA is, I pulled out a normal camera, set it up 1 foot off of the water, zoomed in, you could barely see the big red rocket. It was blocked from the bottom. Then I put a camera right beside it in infrared, and I zoomed in, and you could see more of the rocket going all the way down to the ground.
Let's see it.
I just said it's at the house.
And what you need to here's a problem with your ad hoc experiments. You need to show the angular position change. So what we're talking about is the angular position change. If we see more of it, it should be higher in the other picture. I know you don't have anything referencing level. You don't have a theodolite there. You're just taking a camera and you're winging it, and that's fine. But you won't. Everything you do is ad hoc, and just like,
all right, you got.
Like, if I show you a picture, you're going to believe me. Then you show me something completely different, then you completely undermine the argument.
So you're not just going to jump in and keep ad homing. So basically, just to clarify for the Glovers, then you guys agree that if I can see more of the object when I use infrared, then that would debunk your claim.
Just pause the video.
Can anyone answer the question, please?
Yeah, just pause the video.
Hey, if we can see more of the object with infrared, would that debunk your claim? Yes or no?
I don't care. Just pause the video. You never post any evidence for anything, so just post it and then we'll talk. How about that?
All right, we don't need to repeat it, Ed. You said it twice now, so we got your point.
Right, we got his point as well, so he doesn't need to repeat it as well.
Nobody's answered the question. We're looking for an honest answer.
I'm looking for honest evidence.
It's the only thing he has.
Look, I don't have it right now because I'm literally at the gym and I'm about to pick up food when I.
And he knows you're at the gym.
Yeah, but this is what's funny. Let's just say I don't have it. Who cares? Let's say we're just talking about a test that we can go do. Okay, so we're talking about we're figuring out a way to go test the claim. Okay, so remove that I've taken the video. We're just going to go test the claim. Do you guys agree that if we go out and test the claim and then we pull out infrared and see more of the object, then that would debunk your claim?
Just show us the footage. It's that easy. Done, yeah, you can laugh about it, but I'm not going to answer anything until you show it. Because you never post anything, you just talk.
Because you'll never post anything.
So what if it shows less?
I post more in here than anyone else.
So no matter what happens, you could post a video of anything, right? And it would never debunk your claim. Is that what you're saying, Ed?
That's a cute straw man.
He can't even.
I'll wait for your footage. Thank you.
What would debunk the claim that something is being obstructed by Earth curvature? What would debunk that claim? How would we go about that?
Evidence for flat Earth. Go ahead.
He's asking you how you would debunk the globe.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, show me evidence for flat Earth. Go ahead.
We're asking you, what kind of evidence are you looking for, Ed?
Evidence that demonstrates the flat Earth.
How so?
Right.
What would that be?
I could just show you. Here's what I can do, Ed. I can just provide you any image of anything at all whatsoever based on any observation over long distance and just say it's evidence of the flat Earth, right?
Right, but you'll just claim it is, which doesn't make it actually evidence for the flat Earth. You need to have actual evidence, not just your words.
So if I did that, but the opposite, like anything I provide or anything that I show is evidence for the globe, would that be evidence for the globe?
No, you need more than just words. You
Okay,
need
so what
actual
would be
evidence.
evidence for the globe? What would be
Wait,
evidence
wait,
for the
time out.
globe?
Yeah, you keep saying actual evidence, and we're asking you,
Yes.
okay, what would constitute for evidence?
What's that?
You keep saying actual evidence, so we're asking you, what would be actual evidence?
Oh, you know, like some measurements. Not just your words with a picture.
Some measurements of what?
Of the thing you're claiming. What else? Are you
We're claiming
serious?
that we're claiming that the Earth is not a globe, right?
All right.
And we're trying to substantiate this claim. So how would I prove that it is the globe?
Demonstrate the Earth is flat.
What? That's how we would prove the Earth's a globe, is by demonstrating that.
Well, did you say evidence for how it is a globe or how it isn't a globe?
Yeah. So what measurements would I be making to give me some sort of definitive proof that there's curvature? What measurements? How would I go about doing this?
Why are you asking me? You want to demonstrate a flat Earth. That's what you guys just told me.
This is why.
You know how to prove a globe, though? I mean, because
Well, it's not about me. It's about you guys demonstrating evidence for the flat
Hey,
Earth.
dog.
So why are we
Yo.
talking about the globe exactly?
Yo, you're going to let me talk now. And that's going to be when I say that you just jump in here all the time, say like, oh, you didn't provide the evidence. But you don't even know what you would be looking fucking for, right?
Yeah, I do. I said it multiple times. Evidence that demonstrates the flat Earth. Are you deaf?
Oh my God, this
I'll
guy,
just
dude.
post any picture of an observation over long distance and say that it proves the flat Earth.
Yeah,
right?
we already went through that. That will be just a picture with your words and nothing more.
Okay, talking to you is pointless. Can any other baller answer the question? So Zanuck and I guess Ed are saying that if you pull out infrared, you're actually going to see less of the object because you're going to cut down on refraction, so more of the object's going to be obstructed in your view. So do the ballers in here agree that if I pull out infrared and I actually see more of the object, then that would debunk that claim?
So we're just moving away from the flat Earth evidence? Is that it?
They're not going to tell you what evidence would qualify because the ball is not.
Yeah, we're asking what your standard of evidence is so that we can provide you the evidence that you are looking for.
The globe
And according to you, it's
not science.
You don't want to actually make a claim as to what evidence would be substantial. You just want to say that we don't have it. That's
exactly.
disingenuous.
Because that way, no matter what's presented, you can just say, see, still no evidence for flat Earth. That's why you can't answer the question. Because you guys
Well, that's not true. I answered. I answered
No, you
specifically. I gave the example of measurements to back your claim.
Okay, we have physical measurements of the Earth being flat all over the place. All plane survey data assumes the Earth to be flat, and we physically measure everything to make maps that way.
What? What the fuck are you saying? You do realize that all maps are of a globe, and if they're flat, that means they're distorted, which is accounted into the map if you actually know anything about the map.
Wait. Does plane survey data measure the Earth flat? Yes or no?
That's what?
Do plane surveys measure the Earth flat? Yes or no?
I'm not sure what that profession is, to be honest.
You
So.
know what plane surveys are?
Sounds like they're just making flat planes locally to have flat buildings, and that's it.
Hey, do plane surveys measure the Earth flat? Yes or no?
I just told you I'm not sure what that profession does, so I don't know. Is any plane surveyor here to actually answer the question?
Okay, so you want me to drop you some information about how plane surveys measure the Earth flat?
Are you a plane surveyor?
Totally irrelevant.
So you're not, then?
I'm going to drop the sources from like engineering.com that says it.
I see.
Are you a scientist or an engineer, Ed?
Yes.
No, you're not.
Which profession?
Hey,
Science or
say with your
engineer?
chest.
Ed? Which
What's that?
profession?
It's none of your business.
Well, I don't want to provide any evidence to somebody who is not qualified to properly analyze it. So I'm trying to figure out if you want scientific
Okay,
evidence.
well, that's funny coming from a flat earther, but okay.
So which is it? Which
So what you're saying is, if there's an engineer that's a flat earther, then his opinion's automatically more valuable and correct than yours, right?
So weren't you going to drop some sources or something? By the way, you were earlier. You said you were too busy to post the evidence that infrared refracts less. But now that you're not busy anymore and can actually drop some sources, as you said, why not go ahead and post the evidence for that too? Thank you.
How do you know what he's doing?
I mean,
yeah,
like,
I just walked out of the gym. I still have to go pick up the food. But I'm saying, so if I drop the evidence for you, there's someone. Plane surveying is a branch of surveying and map making that deals with the measurement of an object from air. It includes the use of remote sensing satellites, photogrammetry, and radar, among other tools. Plane survey can be someone who uses these tools to create maps. Plane surveying is a typical method of determining land composition and topography that entails treating a specific area of land as if it were a flat plane.
Are you gonna post a link, or do I need to believe that you read something or somewhere?
It's in the chat. It's in the chat.
Wait, it's where? I don't see your name popping up.
The king of
I didn't post anything.
I tagged you, buddy. Take a look.
Oh well, that's not a link. That's just an image. So that could be edited. Please post the original source.
It could be edited.
Yeah, that's yeah, could be.
Oh my god, dude! And like, this is what's so weird. Like, there's obviously flat Earth measurements. We use plane survey for everything, and even to pretend to do geodetic surveying, you actually build that upon the plane survey data. So for all engineering, we use plane survey data for railways, for bridges, anything, right? For canals, we use plane survey data to actually build them, like literally. So up to 100 square miles, we use plane survey for all engineering, and then we combine those in segments. Admittedly, so.
Okay, so is anyone gonna post that source or not?
This is just funny, bro. And like,
We've already looked it up by now. You can see the website in that image. Are you that lazy?
So that could be edited too.
That could be edited too. Or you could just look at it yourself.
Yeah, if anyone posts the source, I will look at it.
Shit. Can you hear me, Ed?
What's that?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can now.
Okay, so I just Googled, does infrared affect refraction? I got a link here. It says dispersion and refraction cause infrared light to focus with different focal lengths depending on the wavelength.
All right, well, Dyslow,
So-
sorry I have to interrupt. Can you please just post the source and stop reading me all those things?
Yeah, I'm posting the source right now.
So you can deny it without any kind of dialogue. Is that what you wanted? Is that what
Yeah,
you want?
he just wants to be like, no, that doesn't say what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't allow
Yeah.
you to say anything,
So-
but then says
Ed-
it's not
but Ed-
saying what you're saying.
But
You can poison the well, but I'm still waiting for that source, please.
That's cool. You can poison the well too, Ed. But you can poison.
How did I poison the well exactly?
I just said you could. But listen, like if you don't really, it seems like you really never have an argument for anything. Only just
So I
that
didn't
somebody else
poison the
hasn't
well then,
given
just
you
to be
enough.
clear.
I don't know if that was
27 minutes after the app. 27 minutes after the hour, I posted the link, Ed.
Thank you. I will read it right now.
And what's going to happen is, like, when you look up plane surveying and stuff, what it tries to say is that, but over great distances, you have to use geodetic surveying to account for the curvature of the Earth, right? And he's going to be like, ha, your own source debunks you. But it doesn't, because we're saying that plane survey measures the Earth flat, which is exactly what the source says. He won't address that. He won't concede the source says it when you drop it. He'll just say, it says the Earth's a ball in here. So we
Well,
can just skip all the
you didn't even post a source, and you can stop poisoning the well now.
It's guaranteed that that's what you're going to do. Guaranteed.
Right, well, you can stop poisoning the well, thank you.
But weren't you the one that kept saying like, we took you never post anything?
And by the way,
Didn't you
if
say
that source does debunk you, that's not my problem.
But isn't that poisoning the well?
But see, that's
Okay,
the
so
problem.
listen,
You wouldn't
I wanna
understand
wait.
what that means with like the source debunking him. You first have to fully comprehend what the claim is, and then apply that claim to the source. Not look through the source to find something that you think is a contradiction, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
Wait,
that's going to be
here's the
very
question.
difficult if I don't have the source, because it's still
I'm about
not
to
in the
look it up. I'm
chat.
about to look it up. I just parked. I'm about to look it up. But I just want to point this out. This is what's going to happen, okay? So the claim is this. Plane survey measures the Earth flat. You ask for flat measurements. Plane survey measures the Earth flat. That's the claim. You said nuh-uh. So then we're going to provide a
No,
source
I asked
that
for
says,
evidence. I didn't say
stop
nah.
interrupting me. We're
Well,
going to
then don't
provide a
lie
source.
about what I said.
I'm going to provide a source that says that plane survey measures the Earth flat, like a flat plane. What he's going to do is read out of the source that says that
Oh,
over
come
great
on.
distances. Wait, I'm gonna show it because you're gonna just do it anyway.
Well, just post it then. Stop with this jibber jabber poisoning the
Do I have
well.
to mute you? Do I have
What's
to mute
wrong
you?
with you?
Stop interrupting. So what he's going to do is in the source, because almost everyone I've ever found, it says like, but over great distances, you have to use geodetic surveying to account for the curvature of the Earth, and plane survey would be inaccurate over great distances. So that's what he's going to say that contradicts it, when in fact it point blank
You
will
can't
say.
read my mind. You don't know the future. Just post the source. Stop this nonsense.
But I do know the future.
We all know that's what he's going to do. Every one of us.
Can't you just post it? Are you that intellectually weak?
I'm looking it up right now. Okay, here it goes. Now watch me. Watch me. I predicted the future. Here it comes.
In your way?
All right.
No,
Now what you got, Ed?
Thank you, finally.
You should get it under the table so they're not stepped on.
Someone hot miking.
There you go. You happy, Ed? Been nice and comfy?
What's that?
You got your source now. Y'all happy now?
Yeah, I'm gonna read it, so give me a minute.
I'm happy for you.
Okay, well, thank you, I guess.
Here's what the source says. In plane surveying, the land being assessed is considered to be a flat plane. Surveyors use a variety of tools to place points on that flat plane, known as the plane table. They will then use principles of plane geometry, trigonometry, and algebra to calculate the relative distance between points, the density of certain topographical features like mountains, and the depths of ravines and other land indentations. Plane surveying can also be known as plane table surveying.
Alright, so can you guys hear me now? Anyone there?
Yeah, we hear you, man.
Alright, awesome. So, Witsit, did you actually read the first paragraph?
Yes, that's why I said I knew what you were going to do, and you're about to do it anyway.
Alright, there we go. Because it's telling us that they're just considering the Earth to be flat, and it's not actually flat. So, you didn't quite read it, or you
Yes,
did, and that's why you kept poisoning the well for 5 minutes, because you knew that your own source debunked you.
No,
Good job.
it doesn't.
He did it. He did
It literally did.
Yeah, I did it, but it doesn't invalidate anything that you said it
this is
before.
so desperate,
It just
dude. This
means
is
you
all you
already
had?
knew. That's
You
how
had to go
dishonest
with
you are.
everything
You
that he
knew your
called
own
out.
source debunked you, but you used it anyway.
No,
Debunked him.
Ed.
Yeah,
here's
he had
the
no
point.
clue.
Here's the point, Ed. That his source does not debunk him because
Yes, it
he
does.
literally said his claim was that they use plane surveying data they measure on a flat plane.
No. He said they
That's
measure the
literally
Earth
what
as
he
flat,
said.
which is what they don't do. They consider it as flat for these measurements, and then specifically mention the Earth is not actually flat.
Okay, so in order
So
for it
good
to be
job,
debunked,
guys.
hold on, Ed. In order for his claim to be debunked,
Yeah, I'm
they
gonna do
would have
something. I'll
to,
see you
they
guys
would
later.
have to treat the Earth as flat, but
Don't
then
run
measure
away.
it to not be flat. So
Don't
within plane
run
surveying
away, Ed.
data, do they measure it to not be flat, or do they measure it flat?
Did he just run away? I think he
Yeah,
just ran
because
away.
he just got exposed. And then look, Doofus did the same thing.
Yeah, but
They're literally like
that's a
robots,
problem.
dude.
Yeah, that's a problem. Like, we need to have a rule for that. You can't come in here, engage in conversation, ask for evidence. When the evidence is presented, ad hom your way out of the room and say you'll be back. That doesn't work that way, dude. Like, we need to have a rule for that. He should be timed out.
They leave before
And-
you can do that. NASA Shield did it earlier as well.
And all of them, dude, all of them are sitting here doing it. Doofus is doing it, right? And like none of them call each other out. I explained all of this. That it's going to say, oh, but over great distances, that wouldn't work because the Earth's a ball. Just assuming the Earth's a ball, saying it wouldn't work. when the source specifically supports my claim, which is that plane survey measures the Earth flat. That's what it does. It measures a flat plane, right? And I even specified the distances used because measurements over that aren't accurate. And then they compile these in segments, right? And I specifically said that the source specifically supports it. And then they do it anyway. They just say the part that doesn't have anything to do with the claim anyway. And no one in here is going to call them out. They're all going to start saying it. Look, they're all so excited. They're like taking a picture and saying, "Look, ha ha ha!" Like remedial nonsense. It's so remedial.
Did they not understand what your claim was, how you stated it? Did they? I mean, to me, it was very clear.
I don't even think that's Ed's problem. I think Ed is pretty knowledgeable on like how it's not a ball, but he is not going to be able to accept it because it's bothering him.
Clearly, they think Whitsitt said that plane surveyors know that the Earth is flat. That's apparently what he thought the source was going to say. Like, are you serious?
Dude, that's fine. The more that they do that and the more it gets exposed, the more people understand what's going on and see which side is not being honest. Because you know what happens when a flat earther is not being honest? Other flat earthers call them out. I literally did it this morning.
It's so funny, dude. It's like, and they actually think they have intellectual high ground. They're like, ha ha, Austin, it's just, he cell phoned himself. Ha 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 ha. It says the Earth's not flat in here. Ha ha ha. It's, dude, that's so low IQ. It's like, I don't want to be ugly. It's just very, very low IQ.
Definitely a dishonest tactic.
Well, I think he's a more intelligent guy than he's letting himself be, because he's kind of constricting his mind. He's kind of contorting his mind to not listen to what he knows to be kind of logical and common sense arguments.
Dude, look,
don't give him that much credit.
I don't know. I'm
Ed
just
still
gaslighting
is
him.
under
Sorry
the
about that.
impression that waves are actually a thing. He hasn't even gotten past that part. Yeah, he's a very, very dishonest individual.
Yeah, but it's not just him. It's every one of them. Look, the whole entire, every single baller is doing it. Every single baller. Extremisys, Jesse, Doofus, Ed, they're all doing it.
The point
right
is
after I
if you
called
can,
out what they're going to do beforehand.
yeah. Point is if you can see further with infrared than you can in the normal spectrum of light, I mean, there's got to be an answer to that, and you can't just hand wave that away.
This just goes to show these people. How many years can you be in here? You should be like institutionalized. Literally, you should be like excluded from intellectual forum, like literally, because you're just not competent. And I'm not. I mean, that's a fact. You're literally incompetent. You cannot use logic. You don't understand how debate or intellectual consistency or logic works at all. You just don't understand it. So something's not cherry picking. Like, dude, this is called the all or nothing fallacy, right? Which is like either you have to believe everything in the article or you can't use the article at all. It's so stupid. It's so remedial. I mean, I know that sounds like I'm being ugly, but
you keep on using remedial.
Can you admit that they're being dishonest?
About what?
So I said, okay, plane survey measures the Earth as flat. He said, provide a source. I said, okay. Then I got out in front of him and said, okay, what they're going to do is say your own source debunks you because it claims that on greater distances you have to account for the curvature of the Earth, right?
Yeah, they're taking that you're putting out as evidence that plane surveying for over 200 square miles will treat flat, because the difference between a flat Earth or 200 square miles in a curved Earth is not is inconsequential to any type of measurement or effects of construction, road or otherwise.
Dude, that's not the point. He said that there were no flat Earth measurements. I said yes. We have plane surveys which measure the Earth to be flat. If you want to believe that actually over great distances is curving, that's irrelevant. We have physical direct measurements of the Earth being flat. We call them plane surveys. Okay, and then what we do is it's up to 100 square miles. Then you combine the segments of plane surveys horizontal to one another. That's how we do it. Now then he said provide the source. I said, okay, the source is going to say just that plane surveying measures the Earth as if it's a flat plane. Okay, and then what you're going to do is ignore that it directly supports exactly what I said, and you're going to just isolate the part that talks about something else, which is that over great distances, assuming the Earth's a globe, it wouldn't work. And then they all did it. All 7 of the people are doing it. You're like, is that dishonest, Zenik?
Wait a minute. Planar surveying doesn't measure flat. They just ignore curvature.
No, that's not true. It measures flat, and they have to add spherical geometry to it before they submit their estimate.
Yeah, can you show me that?
Leslie, what are you even talking about?
Well, you're saying that it measures flat, and that's not what they say about planar surveying. They say that they ignore curvature in planar surveying.
No, what it says is in plane surveying, the land being assessed is considered to be a flat plane.
Yeah, they ignore curvature, but they're not measuring flat.
Buddy, they're measuring, considering the Earth to be a flat plane, and then they measure topography above and below the horizontal flat plane, which means they're measuring flat.
No, they're not measuring flat. You can go across, a 10-mile stretch, daisy chain across through there, and you're just doing a segmented curve, basically. But I mean, they just everything I've seen on it, it just says that they treat it as if it were flat, and they ignore curvature, things like that. But they don't. I've never seen one that says it measures flat.
This is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. So, hey, Left Lane, is plane survey measuring? In plane survey, do we get measurements? Yes or no?
Yes. Elevation changes, and yes.
Oh, relative to flats. So if something is not curving, what is it?
Oh, it doesn't say anything about whether it is or it isn't. They just ignore Earth curve and just, do their elevation. They don't.
So they ignore Earth curve to make measurements. So if it's not curving, then what would it be?
Well, it would be flat if it's not curving, but that's the thing about it. In the language of saying planar surveying measures flat is not accurate. I don't think.
This is just like Odd at NASA, right? Like I'm doing this because I was at the gym and now I'm about to leave. So now I'm busy. I'm going to go back to Odd at NASA when I get home and stuff. But this is just like Odd at NASA. We have 2 options. One, we can listen to the ballers just make up intellectually dishonest and disingenuous nonsense on the spot and try to defend NASA. Or we can go straight to NASA. We do the same thing here, right? You could just call and interview tons of plane surveyors. They'll all tell you, yeah, we measure as if the Earth is flat. They'll say it all the time. Yeah, we measure flat. We measure over a flat. We measure deviation relative to a horizontal flat line. We're measuring flat. Plane survey. That's why it's called plane survey. Okay? So to then say that they're not doing that is just blatantly dishonest. To then say that the source debunks me is also dishonest. This is why you guys are effectively just a waste of time now. You're just like a vacuum that just pulls in all the time. All of our time.
Man, it's like a psychological roller coaster. All you guys got to do is be dishonest, and you keep the conversation
Nothing
going.
dishonest. Quit saying dishonest. Nothing I said was dishonest in my opinion. It's just the way I understand it. I'm not lying. I'm not trying to deceive. I'm not being dishonest.
You're saying that they make physical yeah, exactly. You say that they're making physical measurements that don't consider the curvature, but that it's not physical measurements of flat.
I'm just saying that the things that I've seen on it says that they ignore curvature.
which
Well,
means it
maybe
would be
we should,
flat.
put in context with it. Give us an example of something that a planner surveyor would do that does not measure it to be flat, but uses it to achieve whatever the ultimate goal is of that particular exercise. If you do
Okay,
that, then maybe we will understand your point. Because right now, I hear both sides talking, and you're a little bit talking past each other. We're saying, on our side, we're saying that planner surveyors is a real thing. It doesn't measure things to be flat, but it also doesn't assume that the Earth is curved either.
Okay, look at this. Yeah, it doesn't use curvature or measure curvature, but it's not flat. What a great point you made.
Right.
So
It doesn't matter to those measurements that it's flat.
It's unbelievable.
If I'm using plain survey
get away
over
with,
a
it's
body,
unbelievable.
yeah, if I'm using plain survey over, let's say, a lake, a 5-mile lake, and I'm going to use plain surveying, okay? Did I measure the lake to be flat? Yes or no? See, how is this not dishonest, right? You guys are using sophistry to try to pretend that somehow you're rebutting the point.
No, you don't. Give me an example. See, you're just being so ambiguous. If you use planner surveying over a lake, what are you actually trying to measure? If you're using it and you're assuming that it is, or don't care whether it's curved or flat, but you're making measurements using planner surveying, it won't matter whether that's what we're saying. It doesn't matter whether it's round or flat, but it's certainly not measuring it to be flat. Absolutely not.
Wow. So when we measure over a 5-mile lake using plain survey, we're not measuring it to be a flat plane.
No.
Really? What's the deviation from horizontal?
Well, it'll be roughly 8 inches per mile squared. You have a deviation.
Really? So when we use plain survey on the lake, then there's an 8-inch per mile squared deviation from horizontal on the plain survey data? Oh, do you want to bet on it?
Well, see, plane surveying works with reference to the equipotential level, i.e. the shape of the lake. So you're like comparing the lake to the lake.
Yeah, that's why it doesn't matter yet.
What's the deviation from horizontal when you make the plane survey measurements?
8 inches per mile squared generally, and it's just said. He just mentioned that when you look at the equipotential, that is what we're basically building across this curved surface, not caring what it is, because we don't need to know. All we need to know is that we're building to the equipotential, which basically means the Earth is round, but we're not measuring it to be round. All we're measuring is to be level. Everything's level, and level does not mean flat.
It point blank says plane surveys measure as if it's a flat plane.
Right, and plane surveying would work on a flat plane or on a globe Earth, and that's
not the point. That's not the fucking point.
That is the point. Don't swear. You're offending some people here in the audience.
You guys should be banished from here. I'm not even joking, because this is so dishonest.
You're losing it, Witsit. You're losing it.
Dude, I'm gonna ban you. Okay? Because you're just wasting people's time. Yeah, I'm getting pissed off because this is blatantly disrespectful and you're lying. What you're doing is lying because it requires intention. So you're taking the actual claim, what was actually stated, and you're changing it. You're changing it to now claim I said that this doesn't work on a globe and it debunks the globe. That's not what happened at all, though, which means you're lying because you can't be honest enough to address the actual point. Ed said there's no measurement of flat anywhere. I said that's incorrect. We have plane survey. Plane survey data measures flat plains. It measures the land, it measures the water as if it's a flat plane. Okay? He said, give me a source. The source specifically says it measures it as a flat plane. But you guys can't even think about for a second being intellectually honest. So now your response is that works on a globe too. Did anyone say anything about working or not working on a globe? Did anyone say that?
So we're in agreement then that it would also work on a globe?
No. Answer the point, dude. Does plane survey measure flat?
It measures it regardless of flat.
Oh, but it measures it as a plane, a flat plane, though.
It works the same on a flat plane and on a globe.
Non sequitur. Does the plane survey measure a flat plane? Yes or no?
It doesn't measure flatness one way or the
any
other.
Other caller that wants to pretend to be an adult, do plane surveys measure a flat plane? Yes or no?
They can measure area on a flat plane, and they can also measure area on a small portion of a sphere.
I said
and
another
He's
ball
not
would
asking about that.
pretend to
It's a
be
yes or no question.
exactly. Any other baller want to pretend to be honest for once? Do the plane surveys measure a flat plane? Yes or no?
They don't measure the flat plane. They're using it to make measurements. They assume they're building to the geodesic.
Okay, in plane surveying, the land being assessed is considered to be a flat plane.
Right. They're not measuring to be flat. They consider it to be, because it doesn't matter whether it's flat or curved. Like building a bridge
Dude,
or a building. It doesn't matter.
Point, dude. That's not the point. Okay?
That is the point.
If the earth were flat, we would have plane survey measurements that measured the earth as if it was a flat plane. So to claim that there's no oh really? So if the earth was flat, we wouldn't do plane surveying the same way?
No, they give the exact same answer.
Okay, so if the earth were flat, we would do plane surveying the exact same way that we do it. So to then say that there's no flat earth measurements is a lie. We do plane survey.
You're just not putting two and two together. Because you use flat plane surveying doesn't mean you're measuring it to be flat. It means you don't care. It doesn't matter. Regardless of whether it's flat or curved, the measurements are the same.
I'm letting you guys like get me upset.
Hold on.
I cussed and
Hold
stuff,
on,
and that's
with
my
it. Hold
fault
on.
because you
Why
guys
would
are
you
just
neglect? Hold on, brother. Why would you neglect curvature if it were there?
because it makes the math a lot simpler.
Thank you.
So wait, if I go 10 miles, how much drop is there?
Compared to the equipotential level reference that planar surveying uses, none.
Oh, so if I measure over a lake like it's flat, there's like over 60 foot of drop, but I can just ignore it and measure it like it's a flat earth?
Because planar surveying uses the equipotential level as the reference, and so since that's the same shape as the lake, there won't be any deviation.
Okay, so we have real physical measurements on the earth as if the earth was a flat plane, which means we have measurements that support a flat earth.
No, because the exact same procedure would work exactly the same way on a sphere as far as the elevation.
Said that. Why do you keep on saying that, Jesse? Why do you keep on diverting to a straw man as if I said it would only work if the earth is flat? Because you're dishonest by definition.
No, it's just not exclusively indicative of
They
either
can't
shape.
admit it, dude. Witsa, do you think you're ever going to get them to admit it, dude? Do you ever think that they're actually going to be honest? Yeah.
Well,
hey, Leftline, when did I say it was exclusive? Hey, Leftline, when did I say it was exclusive?
Well, that's the thing. You need exclusivity. It needs to be exclusively indicative of one or the other to rule the other one out and confirm the other.
That isn't the point, dude. He said there were no flat earth measurements. That's not true. We make physical measurements on the local scale as if the earth is flat all the time. In fact, this is what we use to get distances. This is what we use to make maps. This is what we use to get elevation. This is what you stitch together to pretend you're doing geodetic surveying. It all comes from the same foundation, which is flat plane surveys, which means we measure up to 10 miles as if the earth is flat.
And then they just add the calculations in afterwards, which is not a measurement. It's just a calculation to get a ball.
Exactly. But this is what I'm saying. Like, why they can't even be honest about it. Like, and Jesse was doing the same thing. He was saying that this source debunks me. When my claim is, in response to Ed denying it, I said plane survey measures as if the earth is flat. He's like, nuh-uh, give me a survey, give me a source. I dropped the source and it specifically says that in plane surveying, the land being assessed is considered to be a flat plane. And in fact, that they plot the points on a plane table. So that directly supports what I said, which is that plane surveys measure the earth to be a flat plane. Directly supports it. And then instead of being like, yeah, you're right, of course, they do that, you guys just avoid it entirely and then straw man me as if I said plane surveying you don't have an excuse for why it works on a globe, which no one ever said anything like that. So that's called being dishonest. And then you just get quiet, right? So every time it gets pointed out, where now you have the position that you're supposed to be honest, you just don't respond.
I was about to. I just didn't want to overtalk anybody. But I think we all agree that the plane surveying techniques would work up to 100 square miles on a flat Earth or a globe Earth. But the big question here is, why do they only work up to 10 square miles or 100 square miles in reality? Because if the Earth is planar, it should work at any size. But for some reason, the accuracy gets less and less as you get over 100 square miles, right?
And remember,
No, you're
remember
going
the
through more
difference.
atmosphere and more
The
perspective
200.
effects. This is stupid.
No,
This
the
is
200.
stupid.
I think it's 200 square miles, but
You guys
even
are
that's
still not
only
addressing the point. You're still not
but
addressing my point.
come on. Talking about 5 by 5, 4 by 4 miles, whatever, or 40 by 40.
Dude, 100 square miles.
Yeah, well, no, I think it's 200, but let's say it's 100, 10 by 10, right? What they realize is that is going to be not much different, which would be the flat surface to the curved surface, or or vice versa. It means that there's such a small difference between that circular path versus if there was a straight path that it's not worried about as far as like how many rocks will you need to make a road, over that distance. It doesn't matter. They survey for that reason. They don't survey to just measure whether it's flat or not.
Okay, nice, cool straw man and non sequitur. That was
No,
really
no, no.
cool.
It's applicable and completely
No.
pertinent to our discussion.
No.
There's a reason
so
why
like-
we do 10 mile curvature
Yes.
versus 10 miles of straight, and the distance will be very close.
You guys suck. I just objectively suck. Like, this is like when the guy calls the plane surveyors and he says, I was wondering, I'm trying to measure over this lake out by my house. And I was wondering, do you guys ever account for curvature whenever you do your measurements? And they say half and half. They say no, and then they say, yeah, you have to consider the Earth being globe for bigger measurements. He's like, okay, but like, do you actually account for it in the smaller size? Like, no, you don't have to. It's such a small amount. He's like, okay, well, did you realize that over this distance there would actually be this much curvature? Like there would be 66 feet over 10 miles. They're like, no, there's no way. That's way too much. There's no way.
Just answered your own question. They only adjust for it when there's a big distance.
You didn't listen. Then the surveyors, he says, okay, but did you realize that over 10 miles there'd be 66 feet? And they all say, wait, no, there's no way that's right. That's way too much. We do not see that. There's no way that's right. That's what they all say. Most of them say, we'll have to go back to the office, and I have the curvature calculations on like at my office. There's no way that's right. That's way too much. Oh, but no, the Discord anti-flat earthers have a different version of reality, so we must conform to them and let them run us in circles for hours.
The only person who's got a different version of reality is you, my man.
There you go. Can't respond to the point again. None of you guys can respond to the point ever, right? None of you guys can jump in and be like, Ed, you're being dishonest. No one can be like,
That's
Ed,
because
Jesse,
all you do is just insult all the
Ed,
time. Just calm down.
Jesse,
Stop whining.
left lane, extremists. None of you guys are in any way going to be honest about what happened, and that the source doesn't debunk me. It specifically supports my claim. You guys then avoid the portion invoked to support the claim, then go isolate another part of it, assuming the Earth's a sphere in the article, and claim that it debunks my claim, even though it directly supports my claim.
You're saying Earth is measured to be flat in planar surveying. Is that what you're saying?
We make measurements on the Earth of the Earth being flat. The globe claims, oh, well, it's close enough. You can measure it as if the Earth is flat. So the point was, he said there were no measurements. There were no measurements of it being flat. That is
They're not
incorrect.
measuring to be flat. That's the whole point. You saying we're doing these things.
This is so retarded.
Planar survey to measure it to be flat. They're not measuring to be flat. They're measuring to.
Witsit, are you saying that the measurements could work on a flat Earth, or are you saying that the measurements are actually producing results which indicate flat?
Well, okay, they do indicate it. You have a different interpretation of it, whatever. But to claim that there are no measurements of it being flat is a lie. We measure the Earth as if it's flat, then you guys have another interpretation claiming that you can measure it like it's flat, but it's actually curving. So to say that there are no measurements that exist of it being flat is a lie.
But if we're measuring its surface contour and we're using the shape of water at rest as our reference point, and our reference line is curved, then we would still measure flat even on a globe, right?
No, not over great distances. Only if you create small segments where it's like, say, less than a mile. So it's like, oh, that 8 inches is negligible, right? But we do it over greater distances than that. You can do it up to 10 miles. So if you stay
Not
with
in
your
one
level and go
shot.
over, if you go over 10 miles, that would debunk the globe. But that doesn't even matter. I'm not even talking about that. I want you guys to admit that the claim that there are no flat Earth measurements is wrong.
I disagree.
That's what I'm saying. That's why talking to you guys is literally pointless. There's no
I
point
just
because you
disagree
guys
with it.
can't be honest. No, you just can't be honest. You can't be honest.
I'm
You guys
honest.
want to
I
keep.
am honest.
You just want. You guys love the way it feels to say flat Earth has no evidence. Ha ha ha. Flat Earth has no measurements. Ha ha ha. You can't be honest and say, well, that's not necessarily true. If the Earth actually were flat, we would have these exact same measurements of flat plane surveys that we have on the real world. So technically, if the Earth is flat, we do have measurements of it being flat. But you guys can't even say that.
Well, tell me about this measurement. They don't do a 10-mile shot. They're still doing 100-yard, 100-meter, whatever hops along this area, right? They're not taking 10-mile single optical shots, right?
Yeah, why do you think they're measuring flat?
When do you think
No one's
one of
ever
the
measured
does
flat with
anyone in here
a
think
planar
people
survey.
are going to honestly respond to what I say, or am I going to be in there for 5 hours and keep responding? So
You're saying they measured
I'm going to say it
flat.
one more time.
Where do you show us the measurement of them measuring something flat?
I'm going to say all you guys have to do is be honest and say, if the Earth were flat, then we do have measurements showing that it's flat.
Where?
If the Earth were flat, then we do have measurements of it being flat.
Right. Where are these measurements? We don't have any flat measurements.
And
Oh
if it's
my God.
if it's a globe, then do those same measurements show that it's a globe?
According to your paradigm, you claim that it works on a globe as well. That's cool. The point is that if it were flat, then the flat plane measurements show its flatness.
Where are the flat plane measurements you speak of?
That isn't a measurement which assumes your expected result kind of circular, though?
You mean how you guys do? How whenever you go measure it like it's flat, then you just assume it's actually curving because
No, we
levels
measure
actually
it to be curved.
No, you don't. Not with plane
Yes,
survey.
we do.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Yes, horizon drop in altitude is a measurement of curvature.
There he goes again, right? So it's like you guys can whenever you say, oh well, yeah, you measure like it's flat, but it doesn't really matter. They're so big you can treat like it's flat, and actually level is relative to the center of mass. And
Show
yeah,
me.
it's gonna look like it's flat. We're gonna measure elevations from a horizontal sea level extending adjacent to land masses, and then measure a vertical distance perpendicular to that to get elevations. We're gonna measure it as if it's flat, but really it's just that it's so big it looks like that, and it's all bending to the center of mass. So you can measure it like it's flat, but really it's curved. But because of the way the globe model works, it just looks like it's flat. You can say that, right? Where if Jesse says, doesn't a measurement assuming the outcome isn't it kind of useless?
Well, no, because
not when it comes to the globe. When it comes to the globe, it's strong evidence.
Show me a measurement of flat. I have a measurement, so let me give you mine. Mine is
Yannick. How about the Indian Ocean? How you point out that in the Indian Ocean there's parts that are perfectly flat.
There could I assume I've never measured it, but I'm conceding that I'm sure you could find a flat measurement somewhere on the Earth.
So then stop saying where are these flat measurements?
No, but you find one. You have not measured one. You have not measured it.
Bro, you are insufferable.
So you're saying,
Right, like an honest
Xanax,
person
that
would
if you
just
found a flat spot,
honest person would just say, yeah, if the Earth is flat, then we would have plane survey measurements the same way we do where we measure it to be a flat plane. That's exactly what we would see if the Earth were flat. That's what an honest person would say. They would say, but I think it's curved.
It's not. It's possible.
See, so you guys are just dishonest.
Would a flat spot conform to the curvature of the Earth, or would it be separate?
Earth and on a ball Earth, it wouldn't change because locally the Earth is so big that it would be the same. But that doesn't mean that the Earth.
You guys are just going to keep repeating.
But don't.
Yeah,
What's
I
it?
wasn't
Don't.
sure if he was saying he found like a flat spot that was like, you know, at a certain specific height from the center of the Earth, right? Like the elevation change that showed it to be flat, like horizontal, like, you know, as measured from the center of the Earth, or if he was saying it's flat, meaning it conforms perfectly to the curvature of the Earth. I'm not sure
Yeah,
what
I'm just
no,
going.
what he
I'm
was
just going to
saying.
he
eat. I'm
means flat,
disengaging.
but he'll never admit it.
Uh,
He wants his out for later.
Don't we all agree though that any measurement needs to work on either without any pre-assumption of whether it's flat or curved, right? In order for it to
Yeah,
be
Jesse, except for when the Earth is
Both.
originally measured for the
Both.
first time, and you guys just assume that it's a globe, even though there's flat measurements.
We just said that that's not a flat measurement. That's you can assume you can use that whether you're on a globe Earth or on a flat Earth. So that doesn't make it an either measurement. It doesn't prove that the Earth is flat or that it's a globe.
You guys forget the arc of the parallel paper so quick. We just went over all this like 2 months ago, and you guys just forget it immediately and start talking your nonsense again. It's
No, I was
hilarious.
just talking about the planar surveying.
Yeah, the arc of the parallel. They did a whole bunch of surveying and then connected it later on and added the curvature. But we're just going to forget that for this conversation. We'll just
No,
ignore
I'm not aware of it.
everything that we
Enlighten
learned
me.
during that.
Enlighten me.
No, I'm good. It's a 900-page PDF. I'm not going into it.
No, can you not? No. I'm actually honestly asking you. Can you like give me a short version of what you're referring to? How does it back up your argument?
You said you like to read.
I do. Yeah.
Go on
What's it
McToon's
called again?
website. It's Arc of the Parallel. McToon dot
Okay.
whatever net slash ST, I think.
No worries. I'll have a little look into it.
So if you went around the world on a great circle doing plane surveying, at which point, at which distance would you have to stop and say, do we have to add curve in now? Or when do we add the curve? At which distance? Or do you just keep going until you've done the entire circumnavigation of the world?
I mean, you can measure it at a mile. You can measure the drop at a half a mile.
No, I'm saying like a plane surveyor doing 100 miles and then they stop there and they do another 100 miles. At which point do they go, do we need to add curvature in now, or does it just keep being flat?
Oh, they don't have to add it in. They're just following it. It doesn't.
Right, so it's flat,
You know,
flat, and then they just like
no,
add it
not.
in at the end.
They're just following the contour of the surface of the Earth. I mean, if you're going to like build a
Which is
100-mile
cool.
road, you're just going to survey out across through there. It doesn't matter
Right.
that you're following curvature or not. You're just going to have the road following the contours of the Earth, regardless of
Right.
it being curved.
So it's flat, and then CGI comes in afterwards, like with the
No,
rockets.
I wouldn't say flat. I would just say following the contour of the Earth.
Which
I
is
wouldn't
flat,
even
yeah.
consider.
So it's planar.
I mean,
It works planar,
but
but it's
that's
curved.
kind of like saying they're measuring curve. You know, that's not the way they do it.
Where do they end up measuring the curve then in planar surveying, my friend?
They don't care about Earth curve in planar
Okay, so
surveying.
how do we know it's there if they don't account for it?
May I explain?
No, but give it a shot.
Yes.
So the difficulty with planar surveying on a
Here we
sphere
go. Get your popcorn and coffee, kids.
is that because basically they're working on elevation relative to sea level and distances. And they're treating it as planar, which means they're using the trig and stuff for the corners and the angles as if it was planar. And when they start getting to cover an area of more than 100 square miles, that's when the spherical excess starts messing up their angles and their distances, because their distances, they can make us, let's say they survey out a 10 mile by 10 miles square, and then they survey out another 10 mile by 10 miles square with two corners touching. On a sphere, there's going to be a kind of slice between the two, a gap that didn't get covered by those two squares, because that's just what happens when you try to fit a square onto the surface of a sphere. Does that sort of make sense?
Yeah, well, it'd be good to know history, which is older, planar surveying or your surveying. I don't know. I think planar surveying outdates it. So, how else did they measure the world?
I thought planar surveying was like a subcategory of geodetic. I don't know.
I'd say it was the original surveying technique, and that's what measured the whole world, and that's how we got our maps.
But I mean, you can just get like a big beach ball or some large spherical surface and try cutting out like little squares of paper and lining them up. You can do it a little bit, but try a larger square and maybe get it wet so you can kind of morph it over the surface of the curve, and then try another larger square and do the same thing, but try to get it to butt up all along one neighboring, common boundary, and it's not going to work. And so then you'll understand why planar surveying works on small scale, but not on the big scale.
Do you know why that doesn't work? Oh, my bad. I thought you were done.
Oh, I was almost done, but I forgot. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Do you know why that doesn't work?
Why is that?
I'm asking, do you know why?
Well, because the geometry is different between a plane and the surface of a sphere, right?
Obviously. Because it's a non-developable surface. You can't transfer a sphere onto a plane. Because it's not 2D. If it was 2D, then you could do that, but you can't do it because the sphere is not 2D, the surface of it.
Right, but you can stretch a small flat plane onto, causing it to be non-flat, but it's still not that big of a stretch to put a small one onto the surface of a large sphere. But as you try to cover more and more, the difference between them comes greater and greater, and the distortion becomes unmanageable, right?
Yeah. That's awesome. You agreed with me on that sphere thing just now. Most Glovers don't. I'm sure you'll walk it back in 5 minutes. It's fine. Don't even worry about it.
The Earth isn't flat.
I don't know. I watched a really cool documentary about a company that makes custom globes, and it showed how they make the map, the paper, the prints of the map data in these double-end tapered strips, and then they soak the paper in water to make it soft so that they can then get it to conform to the glass sphere that they're making the globe out of.
Yeah, but look, listen to this scenario though. If I had a giant warehouse like Walmart or whatever, and it was empty, there were no shelves, it was just a concrete floor, and I wanted to measure two giant squares. I wanted to do two square swimming pools in the middle, and I wanted them to be butting up to each other. And I did my plane surveying in there. If you're out by 1 millimeter at the beginning and your angle is out by 1 millimeter at the beginning, how much angle is it going to be out at the other end? You're never going to get those two giant square swimming pools to butt up perfectly to each other. So even
Is he breaking up or is it me?
Even on a plane surface, even on a plane surface, it's almost impossible to get the boundaries meeting absolutely perfectly. So, you know, your idea is that because they're not going to work on a large surface, the boundaries aren't going to meet up perfectly. That you're going to get errors like that on a plane surface anyway.
Actually, personally put floors into Walmart. Can you guys hear me? 'Cause I don't know if he was
You're
breaking
breaking
up
up.
just now or it was me.
I think you might be breaking up a little bit, Jeremy, but go for it.
It's the scale of the error. It's going to be much different if you're just lining up flat, that kind of error compared to flat versus sphere. That error is going to be a very specific amount based off the size of the sphere.
And it's going to have a biased accumulation. It's not just like the random plus or minus 1 millimeter that kind of averages out to be an average error of 0. It's the excess due to the sphere is always going to cause an error in one direction, and they're just going to accumulate, and it's going to get worse and worse the more you expand out.
Yeah. Wouldn't that be the same area you'd get by measuring across a flat plane anyway? You'd get the same error.
You know, it doesn't average out to 0. I don't know where you got that from. I've put floors into Walmarts, and if you're a millimeter off, like Carlos was saying, you end up way off at the end. I've done it in small places, big places, all over the place. It's not just a random thing that averages out to 0. I don't know where you got that from.
But I mean,
Maybe
when
you
we're
made it
talking,
up like half the other shit you make up, and now you're about to not acknowledge that that's not true. I don't know.
I mean,
It's not important.
if you think about it, if you're measuring something, let's say you have a long railroad track to measure, but you've only got a 100-foot tape measure, so you measure out 100 feet, but you kind of accidentally measure a millimeter extra on one measurement. Well, the next time you might measure a millimeter under, and the positive error will cancel out the negative error. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but I was saying over great distances, and you were saying when it does get to those, then that's when those planar surveying measurements start getting into problems. But I was saying you're going to have exactly the same problems on a flat surface no matter what. So that's why they have to do it no matter what in smaller segments. It's not because it's curving, it's just because there's human error going to be involved. No measurement over distances can be that correct, no matter the shape of what you're measuring.
Because the terrain can alter so much. The terrain can be so different.
So they can't use that as an excuse and evidence to show that, that's because it's a curve and that's why you have the errors. You're going to have the errors anyway. So you'd have to bring up some other excuse.
Exactly.
I don't think because someone messed up on the form of a concrete pad.
I would
is
like
the
to see
same
a
thing
flat
as-
Earth model for gravity.
When they take the planar survey results and they turn them geodetic, when they make their corrections, they use the least square method, which essentially takes a bunch of data points and kind of imposes a curve onto them. So this is how they fixed all the errors that they had, and that's how they were able to match up all the plane survey data into the curve. They do this in many different ways. They fudge everything. They just make it work, and they compare it to the Clark geodesy, and they say, oh, we're here, accurate, we're off here. So they do like reductions to sea level adjustments on the west, but they don't do it on the east. It's insane. It's
But right,
absolutely
it's
crazy.
the size of the error that's what's important, not just the notion that there is an error. Of course, there's an error no matter what you do, but flat versus flat gives a different value and scaling for the error than flat versus globe does. And what Jesse was talking about is called random error. And random errors can be in both the positive and negative directions, and thus they can semi or completely cancel with each other. Systematic error, however, tends to be biased in one direction and thus accumulates, be it positive or negative.
You're talking about with the original
Are
measurements, right?
you sure it doesn't average out to zero like Jesse just said?
That would be random errors. Random errors can either completely or semi cancel each other because they're occurring in both the positive and negative directions. But systematic error
Yeah,
tends to be
the
biased
error
in just one direction,
averaging.
and thus it accumulates.
Yeah. Yeah, just said it averages out to zero.
How does
Yeah, but they don't cancel
systematic
each other out when it's random. That doesn't happen.
how
I don't
does
know how
you're breaking
much
up,
stuff
Jeremy?
you've installed in real life,
You're breaking up.
or if you've just done this as a math
You
problem,
know why his
or
signal's
if you've
breaking up?
just
It's
done
because you
this as
keep
a
talking.
math problem. But in real life, when you do it, fine. Good. I'm glad because it's starting to get frustrating to talk to you. Anyways, bye.
Well, he interrupted me to begin with. I wasn't done speaking, and he just cut all over me. But random error is a specific thing. There's different kinds of random errors, but most often they are due to the measurement apparatus itself has a error in it, be it positive or negative. And these errors fluctuate in both the positive and negative directions. Thus, they can completely or partially cancel each other. Systematic error occurs due to either human error or an error in the methodology itself. And that tends to be just biased in one direction, be it positive or negative, either the positive or negative direction. Thus, they accumulate and they don't. Systematic errors do not cancel out.
Yeah, that sounds awesome. Does anyone have like a presentation they wanted to present on anything neat or anything? No one's got no cool shit they want to present.
Well, I got all kinds of cool shit, dude. I just like chilling and hanging out.
I wish we could watch
Stepping
that
on anybody's
Eric
toes.
Dubé video, "The Earth is Not Flat," that I posted. It
I think we've all
shows
seen that one.
large sections. I mean, large sections that are completely flat. And the whole question is, how many completely flat, extended, humongous pieces of land, both dry land and in the bottom of the ocean, does it take to make a spherical Earth? And I mean, the whole listening to this last like 30 minutes it's frustrating for somebody that's woken up to the deceptions, because I know it to be flat now. And folks are fighting and arguing for the ball, which there's not a ball. It's not there, only in the math. So best of luck waking up. It's just not a ball.
You woke,
That was
bro.
excellent.
Well
Excellent
said.
presentation.
You know, they just released a press release here recently. I think it was the last couple days. Now they're saying that there's a solid piece of metal within the molten core of the Earth. They're saying they discovered this solid piece of metal because everybody's been talking about the Curie rate, the Curie temperature of magnetism, and there's no way you could have a magnetic center if it was molten rock. So all of a sudden, they've just discovered, just recently, just now, they just discovered, oh wait, there's actually a solid metal ball
That's not just
in the
now.
center
That's not just.
of
That's
the
not just
molten
now.
core.
It's also wrong.
I know, it's so like, oh my lord, dude, you guys just keep moving the goalposts. I mean,
Well,
that
what you
alone
just
should be like enough.
described, what you just described isn't at all close to how it
I'm just
is.
saying what they claim, and they keep changing what they claim.
Who is
and
they?
they keep requesting us to change what we see. We can go outside and we can see it's not what they're claiming. and then every
Who
time it
is
gets to this
they?
point, they have
Jace,
to
you
keep
got background noise and you're interrupting, Jace. Go on mute when you're not talking,
sorry, dude.
please.
I didn't know if it was me or him, but like I said,
No, it's you're
I'll
fine. It's Jace or
chill.
left lane. Somebody's got some background noise going. Go ahead.
Can we get specific on who made this claim about the
No,
cure?
man. Let that guy finish what he was saying before you start interrupting all over him, please. Are you gonna finish, guy, or?
Well, no, I was done. I just brought that up because it's just got out. Yeah, sure, they could make these claims earlier and later or whatever, but my point was that they have to keep moving it. So if your what you're presenting was valid, then you wouldn't have to keep changing what it is every couple of freaking. I mean, we should be able to go out and experiment. We should be able to repeat it. We should be able to verify it. But what they do is they just keep changing the way they present nonsense, I guess.
One, who is they? Who made this claim about the core
Oh,
and the
come
Curie
on,
point?
dude. Come on. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, so
I
you
could
don't
post the
you don't
video.
have an answer.
I could post
It's
it right
okay
now.
for
It's a
him to
13-minute
interrupt me
video
too.
that
Yeah,
goes
don't
through all the
I know I'm
sources.
about to say something right now. You can't interrupt
Yeah,
him either, though.
exactly.
No, not what do you mean exactly? You can't interrupt him either, dude.
No, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking to somebody else.
I'm talking to you.
I'll just shut up, dude.
He was talking. You interrupted him. Don't interrupt, please. We no one wants to be interrupted.
Well, I'd never know when he's done. I just try to wait for a silence.
He never stops talking. I know. But go ahead, Jace.
Okay, my bad.
He just goes on and on and on like the Energizer Bunny. Go ahead, Jace. I
Well, he
cleared the
was
floor for
asking
you.
for sources, and I was
Hold
trying
on,
to
man.
respond, but I didn't
Jace, I
hear.
cleared the floor for you. Go ahead, dude.
Oh, there's nothing else to say, Jeremy. Like acting like science is an investigation that's going to change when you find new information. It's just laughably silly.
So that was an awesome thing Witsit was talking about earlier with the whole infrared vision and that cutting down refraction, but being able to see farther when we're using it. It's weird. Doesn't seem like shit's adding up really with the whole refraction thing now. I don't know. I was on a phone call. I missed a lot of that. Seems to me though, if infrared cuts down on refraction and then we can see farther when we're using infrared, then what does that mean? We're seeing more looming when we're using infrared. What did you think about that? Hello? Did everyone leave or?
Yeah, everybody just got quiet.
No, I just don't want to interrupt anybody. I'm just trying to engage, and I dig this place. I think we got some of the smartest people in the world here.
Thanks, Flack. I appreciate that, man.
Sure.
So we are the Illuminati then. Right?
So what happens when we see too far when we use infrared that cuts down on the refraction?
More is hidden.
You get more on Discord.
The ball gets bigger when you use infrared. Magically, the ball all of a sudden gets really big.
Ball actually increases in size.
You're gonna get
Jeremy,
some diversion.
I think there's a couple of things that they were talking about with the infrared. I do know that you can like see through clouds and fog banks with infrared, like the forward-looking infrared stuff on helicopters. But there's another thing that is not as subject to refraction as visible light, but I don't know what that differential is or how much more or less you should be able to see with infrared versus
I mean, it sounds like we
visible.
can easily pinpoint it down. No, we can go somewhere, look with a regular camera, see what we see. Look with an infrared camera, see what we see. There should be we should see less is far always, right? With the infrared,
Yeah,
it's cutting down the refraction.
That'd be a great thing to set them side by side and see what each one sees.
Okay, well, we got to get our peoples at the oil rig. I feel like we need both. We need like 2 boats with this. You get out on some flat water, and you go with one boat with the normal camera, and then the other boat with the infrared camera, and then see which one's farther, or something like that.
Yeah.
So we need 2 boats and an infrared camera and a non-infrared camera. We got this or what, guys? This could be done today.
Because from what I've seen,
I feel like Rocky could do this today or tomorrow or some shit.
Yeah, I mean that's what's so funny about it is that's like a total bombshell. But anytime anybody tries to organize this event and to get it out there into a platform that a lot of people can witness the data that's presented, that's when it all falls apart. You get all these weirdos that attack, and then it comes down to money. Oh, you don't have the money, and it's hilarious. You can
Hold on, real quick.
shit.
Hold on, real quick. Left lane. If we go out and we see farther with the infrared, what would that do for your refraction claims?
See, I would think since the infrared is not as subject to refractive effects as visible light, I would think that you would probably see less of the object. I think there would be more obstruction with the infrared if that light coming from the object is not refracting. There should be more hidden in the infrared.
Yeah.
You could see it better, but it'd be more hidden.
So say we go to the Black Swan site and we can see farther. Say we got a Black Swan day where we're seeing it 9 miles out or whatever it is. Then let's say we use the infrared and we see farther. What's up, Kenny? Then we see farther. What would that tell you about your refraction claims? Or you guys have some ad hoc, excuse to throw at this?
I don't know. It'd be interesting. Be an interesting observation.
Well, that's clearly says something about what you guys think about refraction is wrong.
Yeah, if it works backward from what it's said to work, yeah, that'd be a problem.
You think so, or you think Zanuck or one of these guys will come up with some clever shit?
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm open to it, but
I feel like it'd be instant ad hocery.
Yeah, that combo earlier was.
Sorry.
No, go ahead, Mike.
It's gotten to the point, like I was putting in the chat lately, with modern optics, with the Nikon 900 and other optics that the common person can get a hold of. It's gotten to the point where they can't change the math, which is what they've been doing for the last few hundred years. They keep moving the distance of the sun and the size of it and the intensity of the light based on all this math and everything. It's gotten to the point where now we can go out on our own with optics we can get a hold of and okay, we're not seeing the curvature based on the mathematics that has been presented in the last few hundred years. So the problem they're having now is you can't really make what you're standing on, what everybody has access to, based on the globe map and all the maps that we've been presented in the last few hundred years. There's no way they can match up those optics with the distances we're seeing with the previous mathematics they've given us based on that map. So that's the big problem they're running into right now.
Hey, have you got
have to
a
make it all
specific
bigger.
observation that we could look at?
Well, yeah, it's simple
Which one?
trigonometry. The 8
No,
inches per
this
mile
is not getting
squared.
us anywhere.
No, well, I'm just talking about what they have been giving us and what's
Yeah,
happened
we
here
already
lately in the last 20 years. We can see that math doesn't add up.
we know the geometry doesn't work. Everyone knows the geometry doesn't work.
Exactly.
We're
Yeah.
onto this. We're onto this refraction thing. Yeah. So does anyone in here have an
a big
infrared?
problem.
We know, man. We know. Does anyone have an infrared P 9 million or whatever it is?
You need to take. Basically, there's like a. Somebody else gonna talk? Go ahead.
What's up? Snacks. Do you even own a camera, Snacks?
I own cameras, but I do not own a P900.
I hear you talking all this camera stuff all the time.
I do be doing that.
You got a disposable. You got one of those disposable Kodak cams from the 90s.
I do. I
Oh,
do
Lord.
actually have a couple of them. The mod though, right? That's a full spectrum mod. So basically, what it does is there's like a filter on the sensor, which you peel that off delicately, and then you place another IR cut filter or UV cut filter on the front of the lens. Right. So that's gonna what does that do now, ladies and gentlemen? What are we doing? We're emitting other spectrums, right? So what does that do? What does that do? Anybody? It makes a better signal, less what? What is it? Noise, less noise in the signal. Yeah. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be an asshole, but that's what like I've been wanting to say this for like hours, and everybody fucking snaps down to some kind of bit. They want to take that out, but don't we understand why the camera's working now and why it's able to see more? Like you're opening it up, it's letting more light in for one, because that other shit's slowing it down. But what's the only thing that you're getting into the signal is what's going to work best for the camera. So how is that going to like decrease the distance that it's actually seeing? I don't even understand how you guys could wrap your head around what you're saying sometimes. The Xanax thing before was just like an exercise in like, I don't know, triple speak. All right, that's my piece. I said it. Like you're seeing visible light. You're not seeing invisible light. You understand that? You're seeing the infrared spectrum, right? You get that, right? Left lane? How the camera works?
Yeah, the infrared. But
why does it work better though?
A real infrared cam is not
don't real
a
infrared.
regular sensor. A real like a FLIR on the front of a helicopter or whatever.
It's a full spectrum.
That's not the same. It's not the same sensor. It's completely different apparatus than a camera.
Wow. That is a bold statement, man. Okay.
And I think that, and what I understand, it just turning some switches on your P900 or putting a filter over the front is not actually allowing that camera to see the infrared spectrum. It's just making it look like a different color. Yeah, the infrared spectrum is a different wavelength, isn't it?
700 nanometers different, right?
Yeah,
different from 450 or whatever. But do you understand like phase cancellations go on, like different things interfere with each other? Hey, guess what? Do you know how the sensor works? Yeah, it's taking like samples of little color. You know what I mean? It's working. It's matrixing that stuff too. So the less noise in the signal, the better image it makes. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but what they're talking about, those snacks, is the infrared spectrum, that wavelength of light, not being as subject to refraction as the visible spectrum.
That's
It's
because
tighter
we're
signal.
omitting noise, right? We're taking out the blue. That's the poison in the signal.
Yeah.
You guys don't want to believe that. You think I'm full of shit when I say this,
But I don't personally. I don't think that it would have any different refractive effects
all
between the
right.
two
Well,
different images.
I'll let you be
I
the
think
expert.
no, I just would think that the refraction would be the same in either one.
I just think your opinion is probably good enough for me. Yeah, your uninformed
Well, no,
opinion.
I'm not claiming. I'm just
I don't mind.
talking about it, kind of. You know. I mean, but I heard like for a fucking hour, Witsit and Zanuck going back and forth, and there was nothing productive there. You know.
Well, that's not because Witsit was doing that. That's because Zanuck couldn't get his lies right, or he couldn't get his truth correct. I don't know. However you call it. There's no one else that really wants to chime in and battle me on this either. You know what I mean? And I'd expect like a Jesse Gordon to butt me. You know what I mean? But that's not happening either. And he didn't do that to anybody else, which means maybe he doesn't have that much information on this. But I'll tell you what, I'm gonna study up and I'll be ready for really explaining this next time. I think I did an okay job at explaining what's going on, but I'm sure that that's not sufficient. I need to do such a good job that like you have to be like, thanks for being a camera teacher, but that's not what I am. Right? I'm just a person, you know.
My bad. I'll sound like it. Yeah, bro. If we go out to the Black Swan site, both the cameras and see that infrared lets us see farther. I mean, dude, that's a no-brainer. It's not working like they say it is, obviously.
They use IR cut filters. They use other frequency cut filters for astronomy. You know, just for like little guys, regular guys with little telescopes. You know what I mean? To cut certain wavelengths of light out. What does that do? Helps them see it better. Why? What was the answer? Is it noise? That's the problem, right? That's what screws the sensor up. So when you just limit it to one spectra, like you kind of narrow it down a little bit like that, it's going to be helpful to providing a more clear image. That's the long and the short of the argument. There's no reason to have 2 hours of back and forth about that. You know, there's no reason for Ed to be like, provide me proof, how's the paper? You know, there's no reason for any of that shit. It's just, right? It should be simple. We're just kind of like trying to analyze how light's working. And if Xanax got to say it's the opposite way that it was, because like I drew that out, and it's like and I put that like IRL. There's like in real life, this is how it works, and then I had to like draw a different picture for how Xanax was describing it, and I'm like, that's funny, you know, and you know, he could come in here and put up another couple hours worth of the same valuable argument, right? Is it of any value to hear something bickered about back and forth, where the person with the information is not able to actually convince the Glober, who should have at least a good understanding, right? If whatever. Life ain't fair. Fuck it. But if you would believe that a FLIR camera can work, then the same technology would be available to create a setup to rig that up on the camera. This is a modification. This is not intended to work like this. A lot of other cameras can be converted in the same way. And yeah, you can see different color spectra. So like when you're like taking pictures of flowers, they'll look like meat or some shit because they're just coming on all pink, you know. And you get more depth and stuff like that because you get greater shadows, you know, just because of how the sensor is also calculating, right? So, yeah.
What are you saying, Snacks?
I don't fucking know, Jeremy.
What, dude? Are we supposed to see farther in infrared or what, or not as far?
course you are, and that's why people do it. So that's why, like the flat Earth people that I know that did the mod, is so that they could see further, so they could cut through the haze. Because you're not getting all that blue shit. All the blue shit causes the haze. It causes all confusion. It makes haywire for your sensor.
So infrared lets us see farther. You're saying that's how it really works.
That's how I think it really works. You know, yeah, because it does. That's what happens.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're gonna fuck around and find out.
Let's touch tips.
We're about to. Somebody's gonna touch them because we gotta get some people together for this. All it takes is like a couple people to do this. 3 people could do this. You get 3 people on a level thing, some kind of level surface. Should be good. The one guy's got an infrared camera, and the other 2 just keep going until one camera can't barely see him, and then another camera, and we'll see who's farther.
Oh yeah,
Easy
just like
peasy. I mean, this is like easy and this is like simple shit right here.
So do we need 3 pairs of eyes, or are we good with 2.5?
We'll be good with 2.5.
All right,
We'll be good with 3 eyes as long as every person has an eyeball. That's all we need. 1 eyeball per person, and we're good.
Yeah, we got 5 eyes in here, I'm sure. But that's a joke, son. Anyway, you know what I mean.
Gosho's mom's got a red eye. I don't know.
Oh, that was come on.
Might be pink eye. I'm not sure. All right, don't let that kill the chat now. Come on.
Oh man, I must not be that fucking wrong, because somebody should have just fucking tried to tear me apart. You know, with my bold statements about
Oh,
stuff.
if you were wrong, dude, they would have fucking ripped you by now. Yeah, that's how I feel. I just be throwing shit out there, like, well, if I'm wrong, somebody's gonna say something. That doesn't work for their thing though, because they if this was a great friggin' thing. If infrared cuts down on the refraction, and the refraction is why we're seeing so far, if you cut that down, we should be seeing less as far, not as far. Yeah, this is awesome. We gotta get some peoples on this
I know,
tomorrow.
right? It's a
Jeremy,
massive
wouldn't it mean
oopsie.
Shouldn't it work out if I use a red laser in my fish tank that it will you're saying that will refract less than that? I'm just playing devil's advocate because that person doesn't have the cajon. The cajon. Come on. Let's put some sugar in the atmosphere, guys. Put some cotton candy in this bitch.
It sounds like what they're saying is like, you can just do the simple experiment where you put a straw in a glass, and that's your refraction, the displacement of the line, the whatever, the measurement of the straw going into the water. Sounds like you could put on a pair of infrared goggles, and it would just straighten up. Right?
That doesn't happen, though.
Right? Well, that's what they say. They say that infrared diffuses the refraction, right?
No, it doesn't. It has a very look. Should I point to the equation for refraction? It's a very simple equation, and the wavelength of light, whether it be 500 nanometers or 750 nanometers, doesn't change the angle all that much for how slight that angle of incidence is over this distance we're talking about. So, although it sounds good on paper and it sounds good in concept and theory, it's not a real relevant discussion.
Well, there you go. Oh,
if you think about it, all these colors would have equal departure from those wavelengths. They would see this kaleidoscope of colors and rainbow effects from anything you saw, because everything is reflecting light. But the visible spectrum is so tight, even though the numbers don't indicate that, they're so relatively tight that you're not going to see much of a difference angularly position-wise. If you think about the difference between a red, a dark red, not infrared, but red, and then violet, there's a greater difference between those all the colors of the spectrum wavelength than there is from red to infrared. And so that you could say, in theory, that each one of those would have the same effect on the refractive angle. So we don't see this kaleidoscope of angles or this positional changes blurring, this wide band of blurring for optical spectrum. So why would you see it from only from one frequency at red to infrared? That's not some magical catch-all for this problem.
Nice try.
Yeah, that was a beautiful try. I mean, the whole point was like that the.
Well, I'm glad
made
you
the claim
appreciated the
that-
effort, at least.
Yeah, that was a great effort. I
But
mean,
it
I
isn't
had
true,
to know
though.
it was you. Like
Don't-
at first, I was like, "Who's this guy?" And then I looked down. I'm like, "Oh, okay."
Well, don't you
That
see
was a great effort.
how so the refractive index and refraction in general, if you look at those equations that have to do with temperature, the density gradients, the angle of incidence, there's all these factors involved, as well as the frequency of the light, they determine the net answer is this angle that's the light is deviating from. And if that's not going to deviate that much by whatever variable you change, why are we even talking about it? It's a whole different thing than what he was talking about as far as seeing farther. Seeing farther means seeing through all less shit in the air, and that's why they use infrared lasers. They wouldn't use infrared lasers if it didn't cause them to see further or farther. But has nothing to do with angular position changes, and that's that's discussion right now. That's the discussion, not how far we see. They conflated how far we see with hidden things by the horizon.
You said infrarazors. I think that might be a cool new invention.
Infrarazors? Infrarazors.
Yeah.
Just burn the hair off your face with infrared.
Gillette, the best the
Infrarazor.
man can get.
The infrarazor.
Might want to pitch the idea to him, dude. Never know.
I know, right?
Yep, I'll take 10%.
8%? What do you need 5% for?
10% for catching your fuck up, dude, which actually contributed to an invention.
So what's funny is the infrared optics would actually, I think I made this point before, it would have to make the ball even bigger. So it's like, okay, well, where's all the missing land? The ball's got to be way bigger. Let's go out and explore. Let's correct the maps. They're like, oh, no, wait, we got to save the penguins. There's got to be at least a half a dozen of you guys laughing right now in here. I mean, you guys got. I'm kidding. This is good.
Yeah, it's flat. Man, I must have put like $10, $25 collectible pennies out of rolls of pennies.
Is the VC just quiet? Yeah, I was on a phone call. I got back in that.
Yeah, it got real quiet. We killed the globe. We had a moment of silence.
No, it's not really. So
I know, right? Let's give them their dues.
I was gonna break out Ode to Joy some taps, but I forgot how that went. Tried to scat it, but failed miserably. Sorry, boys.
It's getting harder and harder because they just what's happening is they keep having to go back to the same thing. That's like we can just go out there and see that that's not the case. I don't need to be rich. I don't need to be a pope. I don't need to be a president. I don't need to be an astronaut. I can go out there and see that either it's way bigger or it's not what you're saying it is.
Yeah, but it would have to be way bigger, like massively bigger.
Yeah, it would have to be like 100 to 1,000 times bigger.
Yeah,
and that means there's a whole bunch of warped maps, missing land, and liars. Or
it's what humanity has thought it was since the dawn of time.
right.
Before these sketchy, this whole globe cult came in and pushed their cult. Yeah, their cult belief system to try to manipulate people into believing it to go along with their little world takeover fake empire thing that they've been pushing.
Yeah, those are your two choices.
It's like they've hijacked every part of it, like the financial system, the food system, the energy with the oil, the media, the school system, the military system, every single aspect, and then the cosmology goes along with it. It's like the interior of the body with the food and the medicine part, the energy with the oil and all of that, and then the cosmology, the media, the tech, the kind of technology companies, like so many aspects. So the globe just goes along with that in a sense. Globalism. It's even called globalism, and the globalists. Science. Did I forget science? The whole fields of science and the whole scientism and pseudoscientific takeover. spirituality and religion with atheism.
What do you think about that test? I don't want to change the topic. I missed the last couple minutes.
No, go.
Did you
Yeah,
hear,
I'm just talking about.
did you hear what I was saying before that, though? About the whole infrared thing?
If you're asking me, no, because I was on a phone call. I just got back.
Oh, no doubt. Yeah, we go. Two people go out, you know, and you use two different cameras, and you see if we see the infrared one farther, that blows their whole thing out of the water about how refraction's working.
Yo, sorry, sidebar. Geo Copal as well. Do you mind rolling up Globe Joker for me at the bottom of the list? That's my computer account, please.
Sure. Yep.
Thank
No problem.
you. Thanks, man.
But yeah, Jeremy, how many observations have people done with, you know, like a regular P900 or P1000 and then one that's infrared, and actually have them both like literally next to each other taking the same shot?
Same elevation, right next to each other. Yeah.
Yeah.
Looking at the same shit in the distance and see who sees farther. Yeah.
That would be awesome to do more of those. That would reveal.
I mean, wouldn't that tell us that the light's bending in the opposite direction than they think it is if we see farther with infrared? Like, what would we know at the end of that? That we see farther with infrared, but other than that, what else could we glean from that?
Their claim is that infrared removes the whole refraction thing, and that's why you think you see farther, right? That's their claim.
Well, they say it's reducing it. They say
Right.
it reduces it. It doesn't eliminate it, but it.
Yeah, of course, because they'll never be like, oh, well, yeah, this is absolutely what it does, because they're shifties. They keep moving the goalposts. They'll never actually claim anything's absolute. They can't repeat it. They can't replicate it. They can't. No, you just have to go off in this religion thing. Sorry, maybe I shouldn't use that word, but I mean, I'm a religious. I'm strong in my beliefs, but when it comes to science, what science is supposed to be is when you can actually. There's like a few steps where it requires physics. It's a physical contact. It's like you personally experimenting, and then you can share the information of your experiment with somebody else, and they can do the same thing. Right? That's what it's supposed to be. But when it comes to these equations that are supposed to prove all these shapes that nobody's actually ever personally witnessed. I mean, there comes a time when people should start focusing on what they can actually witness, right? And things that you can't, in my view, are religions. Anything you can't actually witness and experiment and experience, and then say, hey, you know, I walked over here, there's a big pothole, or, you know, I hit this huge pothole, you want to avoid that. That's a physical experience. You can share that information with people. They can go out there and see if it's there for themselves, right? But when you bring it into this realm of mathematical equations that you can't actually verify, and then when you try to present that as the basis of reality, I mean, I'm just like, well, you're going a little bit towards the religion side of the spectrum. You shouldn't have to have faith in science. Like, that's something.
Yeah, I know, but what do we glean after?
Right. The truth.
But what do we? Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
No, I'm listening. I'm all ears.
The question was, what do we glean after doing that? If we go out and we see that infrared lets us see farther, we know we can see farther with infrared. Now, what does that tell us about the whole refraction thing?
That it's bunk.
Does it tell us that light's
Love it.
bending in the opposite direction?
Well, they'll just say it's not. Like, they'll say the infrared unbends it, right? They
To be
won't say
fair,
that it's like, right? I guarantee they won't say it's bending in the other direction towards a
it's
level straight line, right?
to be fair.
They'll just say it's
I've seen
less.
experiments where the lasers, whether it's infrared lasers or the blue lasers, the green lasers, the red lasers, they bend, bro. Sometimes they bend upward, sometimes they bend downward. They really do. And I'm a flat
Well,
earther,
we're
bro.
not
I'm just
arguing
saying.
that. Like, we're not that's like density and mediums. That's the whole point of refraction. That what we're saying is, if we used an infrared camera or optics to view these lasers, the blue, green, whatever ones you're talking about, based on what they're claiming, we should see less bending. And I think Jeremy is saying, will they admit that it's bending the other way then? And
Well,
I'd
it
be like,
could.
ah, it's a
The thing is,
stretch,
it
dude.
could be.
They probably would never admit that.
It could be bending or bending less. That's why, like, I know infrared allows you to see farther. I've seen them. People have already done these experiments. You can compare infrared versus regular optics, and like, dude, like, the infrared clearly sees farther into the horizon or the vanishing point.
So
That's already
basically,
been established. But
Posts,
why is that though? You know, is it because it's bending less or is it bending up?
I don't know,
That's
but
what we have to see.
all right, but let's see the videos of this. I was talking about doing it, but if you already got them, yeah, let's see it.
well, there's a lot of people who have done it. The question is, are they going to admit? Now, either way, this is what I think is interesting, because either way, if they want to admit that it's unbending or you're seeing further because it's straighter with a removal of refraction based on some gradient and the lensing and blah, 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 fine. That still means that whatever we're standing on is much bigger.
I don't deny the
That's what they can't get around.
I actually don't deny the gradient density affecting the laser. I really don't deny that because at first I was like, yeah, right. And then I was watching independent experiments that actually do show that to be the case. Like the light does bend, bro. Like I didn't believe it at first either.
Do you
But
have
it really
that
does.
thing?
Yeah, I'm
You
gonna
have
have to
that thing
find.
though where they have normal can't.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to
All
find
right,
it,
yeah. If
bro.
you ever find that, so just DM it to me. Just DM it to me.
Yeah, there's a few examples that I've witnessed over the years, and one I think was in Nevada or Cali, in the desert. And there's a few flat Earth videos out there floating around with montages, and they show the infrared images on or videos on the montage. But I don't know where they sourced it from. But I've seen the flat Earth montages show it. But yeah, just to be fair, bro, like I'm really seeking truth, and I know that is a legit phenomenon where the lasers bend. And at first I'm like, yeah, right, like lasers will stay straight no matter what. But after a certain distance, they do start bending, bro. Like, and if the thicker the atmosphere is, the more they bend. That's why
No,
they've come up with experiments that I don't know if anybody's done yet. But if you could come up with like a tube or a tunnel, right, that would extend at least 60 miles, right, and then you would suck the air out of the tube or the pipe. You can get a pipe and run it out, as you know, just make segments of it, make sure it's straight, and run a laser through it. If the laser would actually help you keep it straight. But theoretically, if you suck out all the air out of it, all the moisture, so there's no humidity, there's none of that, just like almost a vacuum, and then run a laser through it. But
dude,
nobody's
I
done
was
that yet.
just about to say that. I was just about to say that. Like, hey, all the light is actually straight. Every observation is straight. It's the medium, and that's when vacuum chambers came onto the table. They were like, okay, all right, well, how can we actually, that's nobody's arguing about that. That's a fact. And that's what's cool, I think, about what Jeremy was bringing up as a point is it's a very simple experiment that could be done very easily. But what it would really show is that what we've been given as the metrics based on optics before we had IR optics, our maps are way off. Because when we go out here with our new IR optics, which we can verify it removes refractoral, what people see as the bend, what all that stuff. If we remove that, then all the maps and the size of the ball are way off, like seriously, like huge.
Oh, let's hear it from a glober. Is there any globers in here? Like, what would that say to you if we see farther with like, say we go to the Black Swan site, we're seeing the horizon at 9 miles, and then we go out with an infrared and we see it at 10. Like, what does that tell you about the way light's bending?
It's because of
Is there no globers here?
I don't think so. I'm sorry, Chair.
No, it's all good.
We got a couple in here. They're just either busy or chilling. Or maybe they're, I don't know. I thought they were. Maybe they're not.
I promise I won't talk. How's that?
No, you're fine. What do you got?
No. I'm being silly. I tend to be really dramatic yesterday, and somebody accused me of being emotional and shit.
I think
But I won't talk. I promise.
I think what Jeremy's trying to say is that we got 7/6R, and this is claimed why the horizon is not where we can solve it easily with this trigonometric function we all know, right? Like the observer height times, we all know this equation. But because of the air, we got 7/6R added to that, right? So if we would see farther with an infrared camera, this would invalidate 7/6R, right?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what would we glean from this. Like, okay, you say stuff's looming. That's why we're seeing so far. We go out on a day when we're seeing too far with a regular camera, but with the infrared, we're seeing even farther now. But if it was cutting down the refraction, it would make us not see as far because the refraction is why we're seeing farther.
I know, right? They can't. Yeah, I love it, dude.
So I don't know if Lion. I mean, even if Lion does have this, this is something that definitely should be. This is within our grasp right here. Where's Dan the Waterman at? I feel like he'd love this.
A way you could check to see if infrared has any effect, or like if you had an infrared laser and then you had the infrared camera or the infrared glasses that allows you to see the infrared laser and then shoot the laser through a high gradient to see if there's any effect on the infrared. Like if the infrared does not bend at all, regardless of the density of the whatever it's going through, whether it's a cloud of mist or even a fish tank, if the infrared laser is not affected by it, then that would show you that whatever you're seeing through the infrared camera is indeed accurate.
You're saying get that infrared triangle laser like the Predator had?
I guess.
So they'll never admit, like it's just like I think the last Clover ran out of here. They won't admit that infrared removes all refraction. It'll be just another argument, right? That's why I try to focus on the fact that, okay, if we just agree on what infrared does, that means that what we're measuring and the distances are way off based on the maps that we've been given for quite a while.
Oh no, we got to get on this though. This is neat right here. I like this because this refraction thing's been a dead end so far. Like there's nothing really has been any. There's never been any like conclusive refraction thing that I've seen so far. So this would be pretty neat to see.
I like it because it's based on their own accounts. Like it's based on what they've already presented as fact. So then if we go out there with these IR cameras and start doing some measurements and compare it to what they've already presented with the maps and the sizes and distances, there's something missing. Huge distances. So, I mean, what are they going to do? tell the peasants they can't use IR lenses? They're gonna go.
I mean, I've
confiscate
seen
all the IR cameras.
I've seen plenty of IR footage, but I don't know that I remember seeing one where they have both, where they're comparing. You know, like an IR and a non-IR right next to each other, simultaneously taking the footage. Has anyone seen that?
Yeah, that'd be good, side by side.
I really feel like Dan the Waterman
Yeah.
probably has something like that.
Yeah, man, I've seen it, dude. I want to say it was Nevada or Cali.
Yeah, but I'm not saying no one's done it. I assume that somebody has done the comparison, but I mean, it'd be cool to have like a lot of those or multiple in different environments.
This is going to be a problem, Gio, because you already have a lot of it. And according to
what
what's
about
grant
when,
today, we have a lot of video where it's instantly turned over to IR and nothing changes in the field of view. So if you are saying that that's going to be a problem, it's not.
Well, I would.
Sorry, you said you got this?
There's a part of what you're saying I might agree with in terms of like, see, I think what's actually causing a lot of the phenomenon is the atmos plane itself, the actual environment itself, meaning like a lens. For example, if you were looking through a magnifying glass, then the magnifying glass in front of your eye is what's causing the effect that you're seeing through the magnifying glass. So even if you were to look at a magnifying glass with IR or non-IR or anything, it doesn't matter. The magnifying glass is still going to affect it. So the same way that the environment is going to cause or be a part of why that refraction is occurring that day, or where the horizon is constellating, where it's positioned, etc. Just using IR, you know, but it still will change it though, and it does seem to allow us to see further. So there is a difference. So, but I know what you mean. I mean, if what you're alluding at is that the actual lensing of the actual status of the atmos plane in general is going to actually be the thing that is going to be causing the effects. So just changing the camera is not necessarily going to change that lensing effect. But it does, obviously, in certain scenarios, because it does allow us to see further. It does cut through a lot of the refraction. So obviously that is happening to a degree. So there could be a little bit of both in this, but that's why I'd like to see a lot of these compared in different regions. It'd be cool to see that.
Yeah, would you say, Zanuck, you already got this and it doesn't change it at all?
Well, let's take the Joshua Nowicki, the famous photo of Chicago skyline across the Michigan Bay and all that. So if he was using an infrared camera, because they told us the only reason we were able to see that skyline is because the bendy refraction, right? And infrared cameras are supposed to remove that refraction. So let's just go out there with an infrared camera and see if we see the same thing.
Yeah, exactly. You go out there with two cameras. Right? In that case, you wouldn't even need multiple guys. You could just go out on there on a day where you see Chicago. You get you get the infrared camera, see what that sees from the same height and everything.
That would go viral.
Yeah, whoopsie.
Well, I would think too. I just
like a massive whoopsie.
I just came in on this discussion, so I didn't catch all of it, but I remember that shot, and I think Rob Skiba, when he took it, he actually showed that it was even that guy, the news guy, said the atmosphere acts like a lens. So if that takes away refraction infrared, then that would take away any kind of magnification too. It would take it away. It should.
No, I think it just lessens it. I think it just lessens it. I don't think it takes it away completely because, like Gio just said, you know, we're still looking through the lens. So, but if it does, I mean, if it lessens it and we see farther, then that's. I mean, what do you think, Zanuck? What if we go out there on a day like that where we can see Chicago? You guys say it's looming refraction. We throw the infrared on, and now we can see even farther. What would that tell you, Zanuck? Zanuck.
He might be muted.
He's still calculating. He's still the gears are still turning.
I feel bad for Zanuck because he really wants to win. Like, he obviously has that thing. And it's like he's just on the wrong side of this whole thing. It's so tragic. Like, I guess he didn't win in his American Gladiators thing. Not knocking him for it. I'm not knocking him for it. That's a tough thing to win at. Those guys are huge, but yeah, just like he's
fucking Geo.
You're going up against guys named Laser and shit. Yeah, it's tough.
Zanuck, just make sure you don't forget to carry the curve in the mathematics, right? Carry the one. You gotta carry the curve. Get it?
He's
Just,
still
was
working
that a
on
dad
that
joke?
joust move.
Maybe that was a dad joke. Sorry.
Can I make a comment about the faith talk? I came in
Wait,
when the guy
one
was
sec,
saying,
Paul. One sec, Paul. Just to piggyback on what you were saying, shouldn't refraction then make you see less? Shouldn't it make you see? Because by the sounds of it, if we've all seen those observations with the infrared, Jeremy just said it. You see a bit further. So shouldn't it make you see less, not further? I don't. That's what it seems to me. Maybe I'm being
I
an
feel
idiot.
like I feel like that tells us that the light's bending in the opposite direction, or whatever they're saying is going on with refraction is wrong, because obviously if you can see farther with infrared, then that blows the door off their whole refraction thing. So
I fully agree with Andy.
absolutely.
Like, Andy makes a very valid point because of the fact that atmospheric lensing, which is a distortion that is held within the atmosphere when we're looking at something off in the distance, we should in fact see less. That's a very good point, man.
you got to get
Anyway,
a day
sorry.
where it's just looming hard.
Sorry, Paul. Go on. Interrupted you there, buddy. Whatever you want to say.
I thought I was talking. I forgot I had myself on mute. Yeah, just a side comment more than anything. When you said, should we have faith in science? Honestly, I think that's a bad way to say it. Because honestly, faith is actually more important than you realize in everything you do in life. Like, you have to trust your senses. That's a level of faith. You know, you trust. And the way I define faith is trust. It's not blind belief. It's actually a trust factor. And certain things have to be trusted. You have to trust your instrument. You have to have faith in, whatever the measurement device you're using. You have to. It's almost to say having faith in science is kind of like, science is just an investigative tool, but there has to be an element of faith in that. And when you're having a conversation with somebody, like when you quote an article, you have to kind of trust that the sources are giving you good information. So there's a level of trust or faith in that. So the whole point in this is just be careful. When you say faith or belief, a lot of what we believe or think or have faith in, we have very little evidence in, but we trust it anyway. So that's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, it's more like having faith perhaps in the results that you're given that you haven't validated, rather than just faith and just science blindly, or just, broadly, just to say, oh, trust the science. It's like, yeah, science is a tool, a method, a practice, a way of analyzing information and testing. You can't really just expect someone to just have some blind faith within that. It would just be having some level of faith with the results if you're not able to verify it, that you believe or trust that that person did it correctly.
Zanuck, you there? Can't believe I actually want to talk to Zanuck right now. Is Kosho here? We need Kosho for this.
You guys ran them all away with your poignant focus of the.
Well, yeah, with like the image that people refer to as the black swan. Like they always, a lot of the globe guys will say, "Oh, this is happening because see how the oil rigs, like the arms are bent on this one. Oh, that means there's more refraction. Therefore, it's looming up over the curve more, and that's why the horizon is placed beyond there." So this now is a complete opposite thing. Well, if infrared cuts down the refraction and we're able to see further, like Witsit was saying, it's a complete reversal of their whole claim. Now that whole claim is just for them is in the garbage. So now they
Uno
still
reverse card.
they still have to answer what that is, and they have less to respond to it now. They're just getting
No, it hasn't been done yet, though, Gio. You're presenting it as though this is a done deal. Now you got to answer for it. It's not been demonstrated at all.
Well, there's a lot of infrared footage that shows that we see further. I agree, though. We would need to see some more side by sides, though, for sure.
Yeah, that's what we need is a direct comparison side by side. No weaseling, no fudging. We just see it. There it is.
He's done it. What's this said? He's done it himself.
I mean, this is
I
not
haven't
hard
seen
to
it.
do, guys. We should be able to get this done by Friday.
Witsa had a side by side. He said of the P900, one infrared, one regular.
Yeah, all we gotta do is get one of our guys with an infrared cam, and get out there. We need them to have a regular camera too, but because it doesn't even matter if they're the same camera, right? Who cares? Just where can it see? Where can you see?
I mean,
No,
you want
you
the
need
controls to
two
be the same.
P900s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You want the same lens, same everything, just one infrared. Same model.
Why?
Just to keep the skeptics at bay, you know what I'm saying? You don't want them like
It doesn't
questioning,
really matter,
this
though.
camera has a different lens and this, you want everything identical.
Yeah, Jeremy, you're saying not do the same?
It doesn't matter, though.
What do you mean?
Yeah, it doesn't matter if the cameras are the same. Well,
I'm just wondering
if
why.
we're trying to spot something on the horizon, then it's like, as long as the camera's good enough to see with the horizon, it doesn't really matter if it's the same camera or not, right?
I mean, I guess yes and no. I'm just surprised that you would so quickly be like, oh, it doesn't matter at all. Because, I mean, it definitely, I see what you're saying. It might not matter, but it also definitely could. So having the same camera seems like a good idea.
I mean, I don't think a different camera is going to let us see far. Like, if there's a ship at the horizon cutoff, like, I don't think the camera would let us see farther, right? Like, you get a different camera out there. Like, any camera, the boat's going to be cut off if they're side by side, same height and all that.
But the angular resolution limit of the camera would dictate, that would be the length of, I think, the barrel would dictate how, what kind of angular resolution or optical resolution the camera would have. Because that's the length, right?
We got to
It
test
does
that.
sound like it would. It does sound like it would be better to keep everything the same, but I don't think it's necessary really for this.
Well, the zoom as well, the zoom level. I think it's important to have that the same.
Yeah, I don't think anything matters because, like, I mean, if you have a ship cut off at the horizon, like, zooming in isn't going to make more of the ship appear, is it?
Yeah, it does.
It brings it back into focus.
It does.
Because that's
But,
okay. So let's just walk with it real quick. When we watch a boat disappear off in the horizon, we understand that the angular resolution or the optical resolution of the human eye has been exceeded. So in order to bring that boat back into view again, we need to get an instrument that has a better angular or optical resolution than the human eye does. That way we can see the boat again. And then when the boat disappears within that instrument we're using, we need to get a better, like a telescope, something like that, with a longer barrel or something that has optical or digital zoom on it so that we can bring it back in. But it's all a focus, that ability to see of optical angular resolution on the object.
And there's a limit. Like, you can get a telescope and try to zoom in, and you will get really far, but until you switch to infrared, there's like a diminishing return. As the more you zoom in, the less you can actually see.
Well, even with infrared, the limitation of the optics is really based on the elevation point. That's what's so funny about it. Most of the 8 inches per mile square, it's based on a 6 foot average elevation optical point of reference. And that's why they have lighthouses, and then they have bigger and bigger telescopes on higher and higher mountaintops, right? But it still comes down to the same linear optics. And even if, when you're looking at this angular azimuthal angle. Like it's the distance that makes it look like it's a ball or it's curving and going away and going whatever.